other for the first time in person, he immediately recognized him. This dark-haired guy turned out to be Su Yuhyan, or rather the King of Fists, who will later be in the top 8 famous players in Korea. Now he looks simpler. A crowd of people stood behind the King of Fists. He approached the protagonist and remarked that it must have been hard to survive. Kim wondered if had managed to save so many people, and it seemed that the title of past training had been given to him for a reason. Su Yuhyan raised his hand slightly and offered to join them. Kim saw the King of Fists' outstretched hand and the phrase that together they would have a better chance of survival. The main character thought a little and after a while refused. The Fist Master and his squad were shocked by this response. Kim had already turned around a little to leave, but added that it was enough to hold out for 7 days and they could manage together. Su Yuhyan scratches his head and wishes the travelers luck. The protagonist
Pinkcord said
revealed
at everyone
reciprocity,
Anthonic skate
and the
at his
crowd
live
behind
over at
whispered about the main
twitch.tv.
character's refusal. When he was almost away from the group of people, Kim turned around and said that he would give some advice. He raised his hand and pointed at his eye, then said that if he met a monster that seemed too strong, aim for the left eye. Sweat trickled down the Fist King's cheek. He didn't understand anything, but he accepted the protagonist's advice. Kim and Song Hwa were already entering Chungcheon territory. The girl carefully looked up at the protagonist and asked if those people could handle it. Kim glanced back slightly, checking the situation, and said that it was likely that the guy seemed strong and would take better care of himself. The girl said well and was happy with such news. The main character still held his head back and thought that even though he said that, but that guy with the group would run into trouble. The King of Fists approached Tower D with a small group of people, and Kim says that according to the memoirs of the King of Fists, Yuhyan and about 10 survivors will enter the dungeon of Tower D. They will deal with the first floor, try to capture the second, but an unexpected enemy will appear that will kill most of the group. A huge number of corpses are scattered inside Tower D. Kim added that only Yuhyan will be alive by the end of the fight. The King of Fists sat on the floor of the tower and mourned the dead fighters. The main character added that Yuhyan will get the title of trainee because he will be the first person to clear the dungeon of Tower D, but in his memoirs, trying to clear the second floor was the biggest mistake of his life. Kim and Sung Hwa were walking near a small pond, and he wondered if things might be different this time, but he couldn't join them because it was too dangerous. The girl pointed her finger forward, turned her eye to the protagonist, and warned that there were monsters ahead. Near the pond on their way, there were 3 wolves that were slowly walking towards the water. Kim praised her excellent eyesight and offered to deal with them. The wolves heard them and began to growl roughly and loudly. The girl flew forward with the bat in her hands and used the provocation skill, while Kim was slightly behind her and ran up with his sword. Sung Hwa dealt with the wolf with a powerful blow, and the second one was already preparing to attack her. Kim rolled up from behind and chopped up this wolf and thought that his goal was not to complete training. 3 more wolves came up. Kim raised his sword above his head for a powerful blow and continued that breaking the level limit, you need to take advantage of the moment and raise the level above the 10th. The main character with a powerful whirlwind blow neutralized several wolves. Song Hwa confirmed the death of the wolves by poking them with a baseball bat, and the notification confirmed that the city wolf had been killed. The girl tried to catch her breath and noticed in her head that the bat is much better against wolves than fists. It's good that she listened to the protagonist and took it. Sung Hwa looked back at the main character in the moment and saw that he was standing proudly because he was the first one to raise his level to the 11th. Kim noticed in his head that it was expected that he was the first. It would be difficult for others to reach even the 10th. Kim is slightly shocked that he was given the title Discoverer. He didn't know about the existence of such a title. This title is an honorary title that is awarded to the pioneer of new territories. The owner gets 20% more experience and does not conflict with other titles. Kim noticed that this title gives crazy bonuses. Kim, sword in hand, stood and stared intently at the screen, thinking that he had never heard of such a title. Who knew that you can get more than just past training? A small blue man with a green scale above his head ran through the protagonist's thoughts, and Kim thought that this made sense, because last time no one removed the level limit and did not fulfill the conditions, so they could not even know about it. Sung Hwa glanced at the protagonist who had stopped and asked if everything was fine, but he didn't say anything and told her to move on. The heroes slowly walked across the bridge over the pond, and from above they were watched by the administrator Senia. She answered someone that she was also thinking about it. She cast a wary glance in the main character's direction and remarked that she needed to check everything out. A huge, glass high-rise building appeared on the way, and Kim noticed that it was a hospital and a safe zone in it. Administrator Senia looked at the protagonist very suspiciously. The main character pointed his finger at the hospital and said that they would go there. Kim glanced back and saw the receptionist looking worried, and he could tell in his head that she was furious. After all, yesterday, the protagonist didn't have time to finish, because Senia interrupted him with a question about whether he received the title. Kim wondered a little if she meant the Discoverer. Kim turned to the retorting receptionist and replied that he had received it. She asked him what his title was, and he said dryly that he wasn't going to tell her. Such words shocked the administrator very much. Senia stares at a huge amount of the screen, trying to find out something, and Kim tells in her head that the Guardians can't find out the players' titles until they tell them, so they keep pushing the admin. Kim felt a little sad and thought that it must be hard for her, but he had no reason to say that it was better to leave the guards interested. Kim and Sung HWA went to the signposts, and the girl asked if they were going to Chingechin, and the protagonist replied that they were going to Chingechin tomorrow as well. The King of Fists and his squad stand in front of the glass building and talk to them. A group of people listen carefully to him on the topic that they could already hear. There is a dungeon nearby. They do not know what kind of scum can lurk inside, but after changing the world, the risk began to give a big reward. The King of Fists turns to the crowd and loudly says that if they agree, they can go together. The frightened crowd continued to listen to the leader. One of the men in the crowd said that he was with him because he had helped at him a lot, would take the opportunity and let him go. Another member of the crowd thinks it will be better together. From the treetops, a view of Tower opened up, and the whole group voted in favor. The King of Fists said it was time to go together. The Fist King raised his hand in front of the crowd and shouted that they would start tomorrow and need to prepare for the raid. Kim and Song HWA were already on their way to Chingechin. A strange wolf appeared on the road, which appeared from blue particles. After a while, 2 more wolves appeared, barking and growling loudly. Kim was already charging at them, sword raised. With a circular strike, it just flew past them, killing every single one of them. Sung HWA came running over and said that they were getting along faster, and he answered because he had said it so many times. Kim needs his brush while standing up and thinks that they've been hunting wolves for 2 days now, and he didn't even blink as he got level 12. Now they're killing them faster than they appear. There was a mutant wolf fang in the protagonist's backpack, and Kim noticed in his head that they had received a lot of items and coins. Sung HWA saw another wolf on the other side and called the protagonist over. The main character immediately headed towards the evil wolf, slowly drawing his sword from its scabbard. Kim thought it was the last one in this zone. Kim cut down the wolf with a powerful blow, and the notification confirmed that he had killed the wolf. A strange, black fog appeared around the main character, and a red notification popped up in front of him saying that all the conditions of the hidden figure were met. Kim gritted his teeth because he didn't want to and was trying to avoid any dangers. The notification slowed down slightly and showed that the Wolf King, Lycanthrope, was appearing. A huge red and black portal appeared. Kim staggered a little, staring at the portal with frightened eyes. The main character turned to the girl and shouted for her to run. The 2 kids immediately started running away from the portal, and the girl was curious, but Kim said there was no time to explain. The main characters turned to look at the wolf that appeared. At that moment, a humanoid wolf with a huge, muscular body emerged from the portal. The wolf growled loudly, and a notification of its appearance appeared above it. Kim and Sung HWA twisted in pain. After all, the howl effect and the paralysis status are applied to the body. Sung HWA collapsed on the ground, called out to the protagonist, and said that she couldn't move. The main character did not turn to her and told her to hide behind the car. The girl began to worry about him. The girl didn't calm down until Kim called out. The main character was trying to cope with the negative effect on his body and thought that he guessed that there might be a hidden figure in training, but he never thought that he would meet a lycanthrope. The huge wolf started to approach the main character. Kim continued that if you only compare physical abilities, a lycanthrope is at the level of a second-floor monster and even stronger. The wolf stared at him with its ferocious eyes, and Kim couldn't see his level because his level is too low. The main character noticed in his head that the wolf's level is in the range from 20 to 25 and that this is not the enemy that should appear in training. Kim tried to move. He was sweating a little and he didn't know what to do. The lycanthrope placed his front paws on the ground, took up an attack stance, and stared at the protagonist. Kim picked up his sword, noticed that the difference in levels was very large, and let go of his sword. The wolf bunched up and growled loudly. Kim took out a flask of green liquid from his inventory and thought that it was too late to run away, pan or gone. The main character used a large elixir of strength and temporarily increased his strength by 6. You will have to use the strategy of the great adventurer Jackson. Kim was covered in a blue, bright flame and threw the flask back. The wolf's gaze became angrier. The protagonist's gaze was not at all inferior to him. He shouted for the wolf to attack. The wolf ran towards its opponent very quickly. The wolf was practically right next to the finished protagonist. Sung HWA carefully peeked out from behind the car, watching the fight and wondering if Kim could handle it alone. The wolf was running so fast that drool was coming out of its mouth. Sung HWA noticed that the monster didn't have a Lavelto shell, so it was definitely different from the ones they were hunting, and she glanced at the standing protagonist and wondered what he was going to do. The wolf was already reaching out with its huge paw towards the protagonist, but he stood still and did not move. Kim was sweating as he waited for the wolf and noticed in his head that the fact that the level wasn't displayed meant you couldn't beat the monster. The wolf ran as close as possible to the protagonist and began to wrap its paws around him. The main character at this time squeezed his hand and noticed that there are about 10 levels between them and it is impossible to destroy this monster in battle. A man with his hands raised at the level of his chin says that most likely you will not encounter this at a low level. A great adventurer's video about lycanthropes flashed through the protagonist's mind, and he continued that the best thing you can do at your level is not to approach or run away. The man stuck out one finger and pointed out that if a fight was inevitable, there was only one solution. Kim is sitting in a dark room with headphones on, listening intently about a method that is worth trying even at the risk of her life. Kim took out a flask of yellow liquid from his inventory. It's a good quality lubricant. It can be used for sharpening blades or other purposes. The huge, muscular wolf raised a paw, leaping to attack. Kim braced himself for it and thought that the lycanthrope's first attack was a leap. The wolf dealt a crushing blow to the main character, but he managed to dodge and slip under the lycanthrope. Kim spun around, spilling a little of the grease, and thought that after landing, there would be an almost instantaneous attack when the muscles would tighten to the point where a shadow appears under his feet. The wolf spun around, a shadow forming under its feet. Kim emptied the entire bottle of liquid. The lycanthrope stepped on a puddle of grease. The wolf lost his balance, and Kim flew straight into his stomach and realized that he could do it because his strength was increased thanks to the elixir. The main character pushed the wolf with all possible force, from which he fell into the water. The man in the video gestures with his hands and says that you need to use dimensions against the wolf, you need to throw it into the water by any means. The lycanthrope crashed into the water and left a lot of splashes behind. Kim tried to catch his breath and sat down on one knee, with a surprised Sung HWA sitting behind him and watching everything with her mouth open. A wolf's paw appeared out of the water. Kim noticed it. The wolf appeared completely, its size slightly decreased. Sung HWA noticed this and did not understand what happened. Kim drew his sword, got up from his knee, and said that the water always affected them in this way, and now the strength is less and the lycanthrope looks like an ordinary wolf. Sung HWA, standing behind the main character, asked if he had studied any martial arts, but Kim did not turn around and said that he did not have time for this, only preparing for the exam. The surprised girl started waving her hands and noticed that he was fighting as if he had come out of a movie, such a bang, and then bam. Kim smiled a little and thought that if he was really good at fighting, he wouldn't need any tricks. The main character slowly went into the water, raised his sword over his head and pierced the heart of the lycanthrope. The sword pierced through the wolf's body, a notification about killing a lycanthrope appeared, and the monster's body began to emit white fireflies. The protagonist took the sword out of his body and thought that it was easier to understand than expected. Kim had raised the level to level 13, according to the notification. The main character glanced up right at the notification and wondered if the monster was so strong that he immediately leveled up. After a while, several more notifications popped up, telling him that he had leveled up first to level 14 and then to level 15. Kim was incredibly surprised when notifications appeared that he had defeated a hidden figure, a lycanthrope, and received the title of Excellent Hunter, thinking that the title and 3 levels in a row only for killing a mini-boss. The main character was standing waist deep in water and several more notifications appeared above his head, which informed that an unknown observer was impressed with his strategy and wanted to sponsor. Sent 1,200 coins. A woman with scales admired his camaraderie and wanted to sponsor by sending 700 coins. And the brave Lion King scoffs at his dirty methods. Kim was glad that the guards had tossed coins. The protagonist carefully crawled out of the water and wondered if it would work in training once he reached level 15. Sung HWA was running towards the main character, but they were interrupted by the receptionist who appeared and Kim called out to her. Xenia appeared behind the protagonist and Kim told her that she appeared as if she had been waiting for this. The receptionist looked at the main character with displeasure and started saying that the player was Kim Hyuk Jin. She confirmed that he was level 15, so she would start explaining the item shop. Kim and Sung HWA listened to her carefully, but he thought that he doubted if it would be available. There seems to be no training limit, only a level. A small screen appeared in front of the protagonist's face, and Xenia says that in the item store you can spend coins to buy special things, and since he is in the training area, the store will also be set for training. A store interface has been added with the training store rank and 4 available items. Kim carefully looked at the store's page and thought that it was still training. Even 4 items would be enough. Kim thought deeply that he had collected just over 7,000 coins in total and he could make a supply of different potions. Xenia looked away from boredom and said nothing. After some time, the administrator flew up to the protagonist and asked that she had a question for the player. Kim looked at her carefully and she asked if he had a real name. Kim looked at the receptionist in disbelief and said that there was no need for him to answer. Xenia turned her head away, shivered slightly, and replied that she wasn't curious. Kim smiled a little as he fiddled with the screen, and the receptionist asked if he would check the title. The main character dryly replied that he would inspect the store and then check it out in person. She didn't need to know. Receptionist Xenia was slightly upset by this answer, slightly bowed her head, and Kim in turn thought that he would open the status window and show her how best to maintain a mystical atmosphere. The protagonist opened a tab with a new title. He shifted his gaze slightly, exhaled, and thought that the unintelligent ones were the majority of low-level monsters, and this skill would be very useful. Sung HWA looked at the protagonist carefully. He told her to get ready to leave. She asked where they were going. Kim walked up to her side, raised his head proudly, and replied that it was in the dungeon of Tower D, second floor. One of the dark floors of Tower D's dungeon popped into the girl's mind. She asked what it was, where the goblin was defeated. Kim said yes, and she noticed that he mentioned that it was dangerous on the second floor. The main character slightly looked at her and replied that there is a monster that is much stronger than the goblin soldier. At this time, in Tower D, a huge number of corpses appeared on the second floor. The injured Fist King stood in a fighting stance and wondered where this freak had come from. A huge and fat goblin wearing spiked bracelets. I stood there looking at him. The King of Fists doesn't understand how they should defeat him. The fat goblin's eyes lit up like yellow lightning. The goblin stood and looked at his opponent in a fighting stance, and the King of Fists also stood and noted in his head that it would be all over if he fell. The King of Fists raised his hand to strike and knew that he needed to attack him again. The guy threw a very powerful punch at the goblin. The goblin immediately retaliated with an even more powerful blow at him. The guy's bone cracked. He knew it right away. The King of Fists clutched his shoulder as he looked at the monster and thought that he couldn't believe that the goblin was still intact after all these punches. It was like he was fighting a fucking wall. The guy punched his chest and noted in his head that they will definitely die if M doesn't do something. Is it really impossible to defeat him? The dark-haired guy started looking for options and remembered Kim telling him that if you meet a monster that seems too strong, aim for the left eye. The Fist King's face immediately changed and he noticed in his head that the other guy was saying something like that. While the guy was thinking, a huge fist flew at him. Fortunately, he managed to dodge, but from the second blow from below, he did not dodge. The dark-haired boy flew into the wall, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. The huge goblin stood there slouching, and the king made a mental note that he couldn't win. A notification appeared that a new player had entered the dungeon. The fat goblin noticed this and turned his head towards the exit. The King of Fists was leaning on the railing, bleeding profusely. Kim and Sung HWA entered the dungeon and were immediately alerted that they were in the boss area. At the entrance, the protagonist took hold of the strap of his backpack and was already standing with a sword at the ready. The notifications informed them that there was no limit on the number of players and escape from the boss area was possible within the next 10 seconds. Kim glanced at the scene and saw that it was now clear what had happened. A notification appeared above the huge, fat goblin, red, and its level was hidden. The King of Fists men lay maimed and groaning, and the king heard that someone had come. Kim walked a little further into the room and thought that there were many serious injuries, but they were still alive, and Yu Haiyan seemed to be unconscious. Kim pulled out 2 bottles of weak healing potion from his inventory. One of the wounded told the main characters to run and added that in 10 seconds they would not be able to. The monster would kill them if they stayed. Kim just gave him a cold look and handed the girl a lot of healing potions and told her to distribute them among the people. That guy also needs to be given. The main character pulled out his sword, placed the healing potion in the slot, and said that while he was fighting, tell the others to stay put and not move. The wounded man opened his mouth slightly and shouted for them to escape. Kim stood in front of the magic troll and thought that the boss of the second floor of Tower D, no one knows him better than him. A huge troll began to step on the protagonist, and he, in turn, noticed in his thoughts that the red name, like a lycanthrope, and it will be hard to beat. The magic goblin is loaded with various weapons, and Kim says in his mind that magic trolls are famous for their survivability and stamina, and it has boss boosts and resistance to physical attacks. The injured King of Fists was sitting unconscious near the railing, and Kim continued that the goblin took almost no damage from melee attacks and is a serious opponent for the king. The magic troll raised its arm to strike, and Kim was already prepared for it. The wounded man shouted, worried for the main character. The magic troll shook the ground with a powerful blow, but missed the protagonist and got slightly lost. Kim abruptly appears under the troll, deals a powerful blow, and notices in his mind that in exchange for a powerful force, the goblin's blows are slow. The magic troll didn't understand how this happened. Kim was already raising his sword for the next blow, and it occurred to him that there was no particular strategy against the troll. The main character struck a quick blow at the swinging troll and thought that only constant attacks would work against the troll. In the protagonist's mind, the King of Fists appeared with a black forehead and yellow eyes sitting over the carcass of a dead troll. Kim wondered if the King of Fists he knew was able to kill a troll and get the title trained. The main character deals a quick series of blows while slightly wounding the enemy and noticed in his head that the King of Fists won only because it did not allow the troll to recover and did damage without stopping. Sung HWA hands the medicine to the surprised male protagonist's talents. Kim dodged a blow that flew past him at a distance of a millimeter. A notification appeared about the trigger of the excellent hunter effect, and the protagonist thought that he could see the trajectories of attacks and could dodge because he had invested a lot of points in dexterity. Kim didn't stop hitting the giant and noticed in his head that fatigue could be relieved by the potions he bought in the store. Kim appeared behind the troll and he began to slowly turn towards him, and the protagonist thought that if he was careful with this, he could finish him off. The troll raised his arm again for a powerful blow, and Kim swung his sword at him in response and thought that he would fight a battle of attrition. Huge pools of blood spilled over the building, and a huge number of survivors watched the fight and did not understand who this guy was, whether he came to help or how long the fight lasted. Kim is very tired because the fight has been going on for about an hour. The protagonist ran around the troll and threw quick punches at him, and the viewer couldn't believe how a person could fight so much. The injured man stood up and thought Yu Hyan was a genius, but the protagonist is stronger. Kim was already exhausted to the max and used the item from the slot. The main character rubbed his lips and noticed in his head that he had tried it on himself and understands how damn difficult it is. The troll is slightly unsteady because Kim has been hacking at it for almost an hour, but it is still standing. The notification warned that the troll's regeneration has disappeared. The troll is close to the limit. The protagonist gritted his teeth and noted in his head that the previous him would never have thought of getting involved in such a dangerous fight, but in this past. The old ghostly version of the protagonist was standing behind him, looking at him now. Kim thought more deeply that the civil servant Kim Hyuk Jin would become a player. He concentrated, realized the sword above his head, and noted in his head that there was about 15 minutes left before the chance to finish everything. The main character prepared for the blow and noticed that there was very little left. Kim froze in shock as a notification appeared stating that the brave Lion King wants to help him. The outstanding power gift is applied, and the power of the next attack increases by 100%. The protagonist tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword and realized that the effect was activated too late. The attack dealt double damage and hit the head. The monster's head began to bleed in many places, and Kim noticed in his head that now damage counting was useless and the whole plan was ruined. The troll raised a hand and put it to his face. The protagonist had a very angry look on his face, and he thought that the Lion King was a fucking piece of shit. The troll fell to its knees and began to scream very hard. One of the viewers flew up and asked if the protagonist managed to cope alone. The magic troll was madly angry, and a man in the crowd noticed that he almost killed the monster. Kim gritted his teeth and noted in his mind that the Lion King had definitely done this on purpose. Kim watched the furious troll approach him and thought that if he had a chance to kill the Guardian, the Lion King would be first on the list. Kim looked at the recovering troll and realized that the plan had failed and it was time to run. The King of Fists opened his eyes slightly. Sung HWA noticed this, handed him a bottle of healing potion, and told him to just wait here. The king sat up slightly and asked what was wrong with the monster, and the girl said it was over there. The Fist King glanced at the monster and noticed that it had a different aura. The troll fell to its knees, its face bleeding and red smoke billowing from it. An arrow shot out of the bow, and Kim saw it and turned to look. The arrow landed squarely on the troll's forehead. The protagonist looked on in horror. The gunslinger grinned cheerfully and asked if he had killed him. The gunslinger's face turned sharply snide and he said that he couldn't afford to have his loot stolen. Kim stood, with his head slightly lowered, and listened as he was about to pick up their achievements. The main character was silent for a long time, but then he told the shooter to run. The shooter did not understand what he meant. Kim turned his head and shouted that he had to run because he couldn't protect him. The gunslinger's face paled, and he asked what the protagonist was talking about. A huge red notification appeared that warned that the magic troll boss had lost his mind. The troll stood straight with an arrow in his forehead. A new notification warned that the boss was going into a berserk state. The arrow in the troll's forehead broke in half and fell down. Kim very quickly runs to the side and shouts to the girl to run away too. The notification warned that because the boss has lost its sanity, the boss zone disappears. The main characters ran away from the troll and the girl asked where they were running. Kim replied that you need to run to the escalator with all your might. A notification appeared above the escalator saying that this is the passage to the first floor of the dungeon. The troll's shadow loomed over the gunslinger and he ran as fast as he could, shouting to be saved. The troll picked him up and with a single flick of its arm, crushed his head to dust. The King of Fists came up behind the troll and stopped. The troll clenched his fists and slowly began to turn on him, and the king realized that things were bad for him. The main characters were still running towards the escalator and Kim thought that it was his mistake. Moments from his last fight were appearing in his head that the events that were happening for the entertainment of the Guardians, events caused by the greed of other players, it was his own fault that he did not take them into account in his plan. Kim gritted his teeth and ran without stopping, and added in his mind that because of Berserk's condition, the boss area had disappeared and he was no longer restricted to the second floor. The main characters were looking towards the elevators, and Kim noticed in his mind that there was no safe place left in the dungeon. The main character stopped near the elevators and said that they go down because there are no safe places left except for the parking lot. The protagonist glanced at the fire escape and Song HWA asked why they were going there. Kim quickly replied that they would use the fire escape and get to the second underground floor. A full-size building appeared in the protagonist's mind and he thought that on the second floor of the parking lot, there is a safe zone. Kim abruptly opened the door to the fire escape and turned his head sharply to the right and saw the magic troll coming at them and noticed that it was already there. The corpses lay in pools of blood and Kim noted in his head that this meant that everyone on the second floor was dead. The troll screamed loudly and ran towards the main characters very quickly. Kim got scared and put his hand out in front of him, grabbed the girl's arm and flew down the stairs, covering the girl. The protagonist fell on his back, saved the girl and thought that the pain was tolerable and that he should not panic. The troll leaped out of the fire escape and gave them a quick glance, and Kim knew that if the troll ever hit them again, they would be finished. The troll got up and took hold of the railing, and the heroes jumped up abruptly and started running towards the safe zone. He didn't understand why the safe zone was so far away. A glass door opened in front of them, and he realized they were almost there. Kim gripped the door handles with all his strength, wondering what would happen if they went through the doors. The main character realized that the doors did not open. A notification informed that the system had detected a critical situation. Conditions were being checked. A unique situation and a special meeting with the boss of the training zone forced awakening of a unique ability. The troll was already next to the protagonist and raised his hand. Kim noticed in his head that he did not turn around, but saw the fist that the boss raised. A notification appeared that forced awakening of the unique ability Sixth Sense. The troll's fist was already close to the protagonist, and he trembled and realized that he was going to die and this was the end. Sung HWA jumped between the protagonist and the monster as Fist, her mouth bleeding from the impact, and Kim shouted her name. It was all the girl's imagination, and she froze in horror and realized that if Kim died, then everyone will die, at which point, for real, the troll strikes an insanely strong blow. Kim turned around and looked into the eyes of death, and the girl realized that she couldn't block the attack, but if she didn't let him die. Her hands were filled with strength. Notifications appeared saying that the Libra woman admired her courage. The Libra woman gave the player Sung HWA the Platinum Shield skill, and the Platinum Shield skill was used. Sung HWA jumped out between the punch and the protagonist and blocked the punch, thus sleeping the protagonist. A notification appeared that the Platinum Shield detected excessive physical strength. Song HWA cringed in pain, and the next notification reported that the skill evenly distributed damage. Kim turned it around, shouted the name girl, and the shield shattered into many small pieces. The protagonist caught the girl, picked her up and thought that she used a Platinum Shield. Sung HWA closed her eyes. The stunned troll stood behind her and watched what was happening. Kim realized that the girl was unconscious. He dodged another blow from the boss and sprinted forward, noting in his mind that they were almost there and needed to cross the line. Kim noticed a glass door and a safe area behind it. The main character ran into the door, thereby breaking it and getting into the safe zone. As they landed on the ground, he wondered what they could do and what extra safe zone it was. In the passage, a huge, magical troll was running straight at the heroes. The monster crashed into an invisible wall. Kim got up from the floor and wondered what a troll couldn't do, even though there were monsters that could ignore safe zones. The troll tries his best to break the invisible barrier. Kim noted in his head that even being Berserk wouldn't help break the barrier. The main character picked up the girl and tries to wake her up. Kim took out a small healing potion from his inventory and noticed in his mind that her small hands were crippled and he couldn't believe that she tried to stop the attack with them. The protagonist starts to slowly pour a healing potion into her mouth and thinks that he doesn't know when Sung HWA managed to get the skill, but he saved her, and the problem is that due to the distribution of damage, the brain could have suffered. The troll didn't stop hammering at the barrier. Kim got angry and said that the troll was already dead, and judging by how quickly it entered berserk state, it had almost no health left. Kim opens another medicine and glares at the troll. After a moment, blood started pouring out of the troll's body, and after another moment, it was replaced by a wet spot. A notification appeared that the magic troll had been killed. The main character took a look at what was happening. A huge notification appeared that warned that the kill was counted to a player below level 20 who was close to the monster. A golden essence appeared next to the protagonist, and he glanced at it. Administrator Senia appeared from the portal and immediately said that it was the protagonist who would get this murder. Kim sat with the girl in his arms and carefully watched the administrator, and at this time notifications appeared that said that the training area disappears due to the death of the training boss and the training quest is completed. Kim lowered his head slightly, and at that moment more notifications appeared, which informed that further difficulty would be determined by the number of survivors. The number of survivors in the training area was checked, just over 5,000 survivors were found, and a low difficulty level was set. The survivors on the street were trying to figure out what was going on, and it was all over. Kim held the empty water bottle in his hands and wondered why the number was the same if he and Sung HWA had survived. The calculation of training rewards has started. The protagonist has received a system-wide award, and individual awards will be issued by mid-ranking administrators. The level limit for players will be lifted, and the title of trained player will be awarded. The entire second floor was covered in blood and corpses. The notification added that a survivor who was on the second floor of Tower D's dungeon received the completed training. The completed training issued to the King of Fists. Su Yuhaian lay beaten and half dead in a pool of blood. There was another notification that said that the player's entry would appear in the Hall of Fame. Kim threw the bottle away in anger and thought that Yuhaian was the only survivor on the second floor. That didn't change either. The main character looked at the girl and realized that something else was important right now. Senia was watching carefully, and at that moment the protagonist called her over. Kim glanced at her, reminded her of the deal, and offered to make it. Kim looked at the receptionist with interested eyes and thought that he needed everything to save Song HWA. He said that he wanted to raise the rank of the item shop now. A screen with the newbie rank appeared in front of the protagonist's face. The receptionist asked if he was sure. Senia glanced at him and said that the store's rank will rise after some time after the end of training. Just wait and see if an exclusive contract is needed for this. Kim tapped the screen and purchased 10 healing potions and spent 4,000 coins. Senia stood behind the protagonist, and he in turn explains that the contract between the player and the administrator after its conclusion. The guards will be able to look at the player only through the corresponding administrator. The more attention the player attracts, Senia throws money around, the more the administrator gets. Kim opens a new medicine bottle and thinks that he's probably famous for being a problem catcher, so he should be highly regarded. Kim noticed that Sung HWA didn't have that much time. The protagonist carefully began to pour medicine to the girl. Kim watched the girl carefully and thought that he didn't need any other reasons. Without her, he would have been dead already. The girl winced slightly, and Kim realized that he owed her his life and would do anything to save her. 3 empty bottles of medicine were already lying at the protagonist's feet. He was trying to wake her up. Kim had already lowered his head and was about to cry, but the girl woke up and did not immediately realize that she was alive. Kim immediately changed his face and replied that yes, it wasn't that. The girl sat up slightly and noticed a lot of empty bottles on the ground. She looked at the standing protagonist and noticed that he said that he would leave her if he caused any problems. Kim said nothing, rubbed his neck lightly and said that she had barely managed to survive. It would be a pity to just leave. Sung HWA burst into tears at the same time and noticed that she wasn't abandoned. Kim turned to the receptionist and asked her to start counting individual awards. Senia glanced at him and said she'd start right away. Immediately, the protagonist noted that they did not sign anything about raising the store's rank. Senia was slightly taken aback by these words. She was trembling and trying to say something. At that moment, her head flared up with anger, and Kim thought that to confirm it with the system, you need to sign a document. He noticed that this was a beginner's mistake. Song HWA carefully approached the protagonist while he says that Senia herself is to blame for not preparing the contract and asked for individual awards. Senia calmed down a little and said that the protagonist's rewards came first. 2 screens appeared in front of the main character's face. He raised his finger and thought that the jackpot. Wow. Kim says that the 7-day training is over. 2 players are looking intently at their screens. The King of Fists reads the notification above his head that he has received the title of trained. Kim continued that players who survived received rewards that matched their achievements, and the same goes for him. Kim stared intently at the screen. Kim recalls how his fights with all the bosses on his way took place. The main character added that it is impossible to repeat this if you do not know the battle strategy because of its influence. The training has changed a lot. He hoped that the reward will be different. Kim looked at his reward with a relaxed face. The protagonist opened the status window and realized that he had received 3 extra points and the title of Excellent Player. Senia carefully looked at him from a high place and said that the Excellent Hunter has an increased rank. Player Kim Hyuk Jin, she suggested to see the effects. Kim poked at the screen and said he'd take a look at it himself. Administrator Senia was very upset about this. A lot of information about the title opened up in the protagonist's face, and he thought that even an Excellent Hunter was a good title, but additional damage, increased speed, whether it was normal to receive such a thing in training. The main character's face swam slightly from his thoughts and decided to look at the promotion conditions. The lycanthrope tears up the next opponent, and Kim reads to himself that the new player, who defeated the lycanthrope immediately after receiving the 10th level. Kim and Sung HWA stood side by side and looked at the screen. Kim reflected that this condition was almost impossible to fulfill, and he had never thought that such an amazing title could be obtained here. A new blue screen opened. Kim glanced at it and wondered if even it couldn't compare to the last reward. Kim studied the 3 screens carefully. On one screen, the information appeared that he overcame the deadly situation with the help of the 6th sense and fulfilled the merge conditions. And the merge of the training bonus and the unique ability, the goal of the Excellent Player title, the merge of the beta test bonus and the unique ability, the goal of the cold-blooded observer's eye. Kim stood up straight and stared intently at the screen, thinking about the merger. A ghostly man appeared in the protagonist's mind with a blue essence coming out of his chest. Kim reflected that there were a lot of records about merging and they contained almost no useful information. Roughly speaking, this is a method of strengthening that was rarely found even among the best players. Kim raised his hand to his chin, making a thoughtful face, and noticed in his mind that he also didn't know much about training and needed to make a choice. The moment when he was almost killed by a troll near the safe zone popped up in his mind, and he wondered if the 6th sense fusion he got from the troll was available. The protagonist's eye emitted a blue effect, and in his hand, he held a sword tightly and continued, like the eye of a cold-blooded observer from a beta test or training bonus, an excellent player. The protagonist held up a finger to the screen. The screen asked if it was necessary to merge the 6th sense in the eye of a cold-blooded observer. Kim clicked yes without hesitation. The notification said that there is a fusion of the 6th sense and the eye of a cold-blooded observer. The main character made a thoughtful face and wondered if it had worked. Kim's face twisted sharply. He clutched at his heart and screamed. Kim saw that his heart was going to explode. Sung HWA screamed and tears started to flow. The protagonist fell to his knees and held his heart. Sung HWA asks what happened to him. 2 red notifications appeared, telling him that the fusion process was accompanied by severe pain and that he would die if he couldn't handle it. The main character's heart flashed with blue lightning. Blood flowed from his mouth. Kim was covered in blood, and the girl was standing next to him and worried about him. The main character thought that this should be immediately warned about. The protagonist's eyes were very red. More blood flowed from his mouth, and blue lightning shot out from his body. His scream echoed through the parking lot. The girl does not understand what is wrong with him and says not to lose consciousness. The protagonist's eyes rolled with blood and became lifeless. Song HWA screamed that he couldn't die here. Finally, the long-awaited notification appeared that the merge was successful and the eyes of perception were received. Covered in a white veil, Song HWA screamed with emotion. Kim opened his eyes slightly. He was lying neatly on a pillow in a room somewhere. The main character got up from the bed, saw that he was in the hospital. He lowered his head slightly and didn't believe that he was alive. Kim turned his head slightly to the side and thought he heard some kind of alarm. A dark-haired girl sat next to him and looked at him in surprise. The girl's face changed to a more angry one. A blue screen with detailed information about her appeared next to her. Kim carefully studied the information about her and thought that this was nonsense, and it seems that at this age she was the same as then. The girl, looking at her impotent brother and slightly trembling, said that he left for school and returned in a week. Kim lowered his head slightly, and his sister got up and started walking around the bed and added that he had at least thought about how he and his mother would react. His sister went to the door and put her hand on the handle. She gritted her teeth slightly and said that it was a good thing that he was at least alive. Kim turned his head to look at her and watched her carefully, wondering what 10 years couldn't change just as rude. The main character's face took on a shocked look. The nurse finally left the ward. In the main character's imagination, The sister appeared again and said that if he was going to die, then just die. How can you make him worry so much? Kim watched in silence. A blue screen appeared in front of the protagonist's face and he thought that the fusion ended when he lost consciousness. On the screen was a new ability called the Eyes of Perception. He saw and thought that it was like he heard his sister crying because of this ability. Kim put his hand to his face and made a mental note that he didn't want to make her cry. The main character slightly showed an eye from behind his fingers. Nuna stood crying in the hallway, and Kim noticed in his mind that now she wouldn't have to go to the factory for him. A woman approached the room, and Kim continued that he would help his mother. The door to the ward opened and the woman appeared in the doorway. The protagonist noticed in his head that they could live together as a family. His mother came to the bed, put her hand to her lips, and began to pull the other hand towards the main character. Kim was glad to see his mother, and her hand was moving closer to his face. Kim made a mental note that he would make it possible. Song Hwa quickly appeared in the doorway to Oh Jong's room. There were tears in the girl's eyes and she was happy about the main character. Kim and his mom both turned to look at the girl. Song Hwa ran into the protagonist with a hug and shouted that she was so happy she thought he was going to die. The girl hugged the main character very tightly. Kim began to stroke her head slowly. Kim tells in his head that he's gone back in time. In the protagonist's mind, a moment appeared as he fought with the goblin soldiers. He went on to say that 7 days of training was an event with a terrible survival rate that was remembered even after 10 years. In his mind, the moment he dodged the blow. He added that in this hell where talents and luck are tested, he survived. Kim stands in her thoughts and stares at the two blue screens in the parking lot. The protagonist taps a button on the screen with his finger and notices that he has received abilities that he could not have imagined. In his thoughts, the protagonist is filled with blue energy. The sun shone on all sides of Seoul Central Station. A blue portal appeared in the middle of the street and people didn't understand what it was. People began to panic and run in different directions for help. Kim and Sung Hwa confidently approached this portal. He says that this time he will change everything. A blue light appeared around the main character. On the news screen, an image shows how goblins attacked the city and at the same time the presenter tells that a month has passed since the greatest disaster that occurred in Jongno. The host sits at a round table, idly, and adds that among 150,000 victims, only 5,000 people survived. Then an abnormal phenomenon occurred in Seoul, also known as training, but the shock from those events has not yet subsided. The host slightly lowered his head, closed his eyes, and added that many people live with great heartache because they lost their loved ones and neighbors, and before the release they would like to express their condolences to all the families affected by this disaster. The host raised his head, turned it slightly to the side, and added that on the memorable date of the training incident, they had invited a special guest. The host turned his head to look at the guy sitting next to him and said that Mr. Soo Hyun, who had been trained and helped many people even in hellish conditions, was Mr. Soo Hyun. The King of Fists sat idly at the table and gave the host a neat look. The host lowered his head slightly and continued that according to the survivors who met him, he played a key role in the incident. Hyung stands with a bloody fist clenched, and around him lie the corpses of monsters, and the host adds that the monsters goblins or wolves. That caused huge damage. He killed with his bare hands and saved a large number of people who could have died. The host carefully looked at the text, turned the page, and said that he had heard that he had been awarded the title of past training and what he could say about it. The Fist King lowered his head slightly and remained silent. Two heroes, Kim and Sung Hwa, appeared in his mind. Hyung made a cross with his hands and said that he was just lucky. His face changed to a sad expression and he continued that the hero of the training wasn't him, he only took all the credit for it. He slightly gritted his teeth, turned his head towards the training hero, and said that modesty is often called the quality of a hero, but to the public, just like him, it's obvious that he was a training hero, Mr. Soo Hyun. The King of Fists flexed his facial muscles and rudely replied that no, it wasn't modesty at all. A moment of Sung Hwa sitting next to him and helping him popped up in his mind. The King of Fists continued that there was a boy and a girl. If compared to him, he was a player of a completely different level. In the head of the King of Fists, a moment appeared as Kim fights with a magic troll and added that he would have died without the help of the main character. Then the moment of standing behind the mad troll flashed through his mind. A drop of sweat trickled down his cheek, and he wondered what he couldn't check, but he had definitely survived, and one day he would definitely repay his help. The huge, blue portal was still open. Kim stood in front of him and thought that a small gate appeared at the second entrance of Seoul Station on the 7th of June, and it leads to the underground of Seoul Station. A crowd of people ran away from the portal in terror and thought that this was a new invasion. Sung Hwa turned to the main character and asked that they were going to enter the portal. An inscription appeared in front of the portal that only players can use the gate and the recommended number of players is 7 and the minimum level is 10. Kim stood up confidently and replied that it was obvious. Song HWA and Kim have entered the underground of the Seoul train station as the new channel is opened and the guards begin viewing. A dark and gloomy tunnel appeared in front of the main characters. The main character pulled out a sword from the inventory and thought that a lot of players went here in the future to raise the level. If you know the method of clearing, it becomes even easier Towers D, and you can say that the dungeon is also educational. Kim turns to the girl standing in the brass knuckles and asks if she remembers what he said. The main character heard behind the back of the administrator's appearance and her words that at least 7 players were needed. Senia flew closer to him and said that the player is Kim Hyuk Jin. This is a warning from a mid-ranking administrator. The administrator's face was full of worry, and she added that the manual says that you need to take at least 7 people to this dungeon. It's too dangerous to pass together. Kim stood straight, listened intently, and let out a loud breath as she asked him to leave and come back with the group. Kim and Sung HWA ignored the receptionist, walked past them, and exited the safe zone. Senia gave him a rude look, and he told her that he had already forgotten he would show his game. Kim turned slightly to look at the receptionist as he spoke. The Yedo business district could be seen through the thick leaves of the trees. In one of the buildings, a man says that how can he just leave, even though he was often shown on TV. The King of Fists was sitting in the study and interrupting, saying that he was planning to go the other way. A slightly bald man with glasses is sitting at the computer and answers that their company is far from the weakest and he has passed the selection process and he can go. Large crowds of people were in the middle of the street in the city. Between the crowds of people, the King of Fists carefully walked and notices in his head that the world has changed. A woman in a business suit is intimidated by a small slug on the road, and Hyung explains that weak slime-type monsters appear even outside of dungeons. A screen is shown with information about the beginner's recovery potion. Hyun continues that the player's items have already been evaluated, they have started to sell, and the fastest way to adapt is to follow the player's path. The couple behind the Fist King were scared and the guy said that they should run. Hyun turned to look at them and overheard that the train station had a similar gate to the one in Jongno. A blue, small cyclops appeared near the Fist King's head and said that the Seoul train station dungeon must have opened the first dungeon after training. The blue cyclops was a mid-ranking administrator, Neptune. Neptune glanced at the fighter and said that why not try the past training, but only there you need 7 people, first you need to assemble a team. The receptionist turned his gaze up and noticed that the 2 of them had entered together. Neptune held up 4 fingers in front of him, glanced at the King of Fists, and said that he needed to find 4 more people to enter. Hyun glanced at the screen with information about the appearance and clearing of dungeons. The tunnel in the dungeon was particularly dark and gloomy. Kim and Sung HWA carefully passed under the torch, and the protagonist made sure that she kept her eyes on the ground. The main character cast a glance towards the dark part of the tunnel and thought that the underground of the Seoul railway station is a dark cave, wet and cold. Kim glanced to the side, activated the Eye of Perception, and thought that there would be no danger in the first half. If not for this, he and Sung HWA would be together. The girl froze and looked at one point. Kim looked at her and a status window appeared next to her. He was surprised that she was already level 15. The girl stared straight ahead and gasped. There were 7 options along the way, and the girl noticed that. Kim walked up to her with his hand in his pocket and wondered what they had. Kamito, this is the intersection of the 7 paths. Kim carefully looked at all the paths and added in his head that each of the 7 paths leads to caves, where you can get different items, which is why a minimum of 7 players are recommended. Before entering the tunnel, there was a magic seal on the ground. Kim says in his thoughts that when a person steps on each magic circle, the road of surmountable difficulties will open up for 7 players above the 10th level. The main character added that whatever path you choose, the probability of dying is very high because there are 2 of them. Kim and Sung HWA were standing in front of the 7 paths next to each other. Administrator Senia was watching them closely. Kim grinned slightly and noted in his head that the administrator has such thoughts. The main character took a step forward, went to one of the paths and told the girl that he would be back soon and she was waiting here. Kim confidently walked forward with a sword in his hands. The protagonist took a step on one of the seals. The seal under his feet lit up with an orange light and notifications informed him that the first dungeon path, Nefara's Road, was activated. Kim chuckled and realized that it was time to start the dungeon. There were 7 roads in the dark and deep cave, and Kim says that there is a fork in the 7 tracks at the Seoul train station, so you need to clear each of them if you want to go through the dungeon. A guy walks with a torch in the dark, and around him are dogs with red eyes. Kim continued that each contains a different reward. Lightning struck the ground, and the main character added that the main problem is that all 7 rewards are needed to clear the dungeon. Kim stands on the orange seal and thinks that when a player enters one of the paths, the difficulty is automatically set to the level of 7 people. In other words, if they go the path of Nefaras, they will be forced to perform a task together that is designed for 7 people. Kim looked straight ahead and noted in his head that this was not necessary since the strategy of passing the dungeon was quite well known. Kim took a slight step back from the orange seal and reflected that since it was one of the first to open, even some secret strategies had become public domain. The protagonist once again stepped on the orange seal and noticed in his head that of course, in such a situation, there was a way to clean up with fewer people. Kim clicked on the next seal and it also lit up with an orange light, and a notification said that the second fork, Dugo Road, was activated. Kim glanced at the next seal and thought that it was enough to take advantage of the fact that activating the path sets the difficulty. Kim stepped on the third seal and noticed in his head that for 7 paths, the difficulty of 7 people, if one path gets a difficulty of 7. The seal lit up under the protagonist's feet and the notification said that the third fork, the Desranches Road, was activated. 3 huge seals were burning in the cave, and Kim continued that the difficulty will decrease with each activated circle. If you activate 7 circles, the difficulty of each will be 1. Kim approached the girl. She immediately asked if he was finished. His answer was positive, and he thought that in the conditions of clearing there is no task to go through all the paths at the same time, so this strategy is possible. The main character abruptly turned his head back. The main characters came to the first fork and entered it. A huge number of people were standing near the Seoul train station. A crowd of people were very worried about whether everything was all right here. The station was fenced off by the police. One of the police officers was standing with a loudspeaker shouting to the citizens that they were investigating the situation at the Seoul train station and let them follow the instructions of the police and calmly evacuate. The policeman approached the crowd and the people decided to slowly disperse. Hyung was standing in the crowd, watching carefully, and noticed in his head what's inside the dungeon gate. A red-skinned guy appeared behind the police squad and loudly said, "That what the hell? It was so noisy." He addressed people as if they were pathetic bugs. The shocked police whirled on him. The red man slowly rose from the ground and asked what they were doing and why they were interfering with his broadcast. A guy with red horns and a tail like an imp rose up from the ground, and he said that it was no use. People were surprised that he was walking through the air. The police pointed guns at him, and a police officer with a loudspeaker told him to stop and identify himself. The Fist King noticed him and realized that what he saw in the training area was Administrator Chris. The demon slowly approached the police. Hyung stiffened slightly and thought that if he was here, then that player must be there. The policeman raised his loudspeaker and informed the demon that if he didn't comply, they would open fire. The policeman cringed at that. In a second, the demon was at his side, putting a hand around his throat and asking him what he would do. The demon lifted him off the ground by the neck and told him to do something. Let him take the risk. Chris jerked his head back like an owl and said they're going to shoot to try. The police opened fire with all their weapons. An impenetrable shield appeared around the administrator, which protected him from bullets. Chris smiled and held up the hand with the blood on it. A moment later, he waved that hand and released a huge red beam. A ball of blood appeared in front of one of the policemen. Another policeman immediately caught fire. All the police officers were burned alive and started yelling loudly. Chris stood looking at it and noticed that the insects were always so noisy. Hyung walked over to the demon. Chris grinned, looked at the King of Fists, and said that since he had cleared the road, it was time to start the game, the damn players. Chris took a closer look at it and noticed that a rather well-known bug had appeared here. Hyung braced himself, clenching his fists. Another person appeared next to the demon and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, for the first time since training. A drop of sweat trickled down the Fist King's cheek. A guy with red hair slowly approached the fighter and said that about a month ago. The guy grinned broadly. Player Seo Juechuan added that he didn't think to meet him here, Mr. Trained. He smiled at the words of the Fist King, that he hadn't seen Seo Juechuan in a long time, but in his head he noticed that he thought that Chuan was still alive. Seo Juechuan was standing next to the armed guys, and Hyun looked at him and thought that he hadn't seen him since the goblin attack, but he couldn't forget. A picture of Seo Juechuan standing over a wounded goblin with 2 swords popped up in the King of Fists' head, and Hyun said that there was a whole bunch of monsters covered in blood, and while the others were running away, he was enjoying the carnage. Seo Juechuan stood there with a sinister and creepy smile, his eyes glowing red, and Hyun noticed that this player was intimidating, but definitely had strong skills. Seo Juechuan positively nodded his head to the side when asked by the King of Fists that he was going to go through the train station dungeon. Hyung stood and stared rudely at the other player. Seo Juechuan said that a player of his level would have already noticed the changes in this world. There was a huge, blue portal to the dungeon, and Seo Ju Chuan noticed that these things would continue to appear, changing our reality more and more. Ju smiled broadly and noticed that there were opportunities ahead that they had never dreamed of, and players should not miss them. Hyung didn't say anything to him. Ju smiled mischievously and added that it looked like they needed 7 people to pass the dungeon, according to the administrator. Ju raised his hand and pointed at the 6 fighters. Ju spread his hands, closed his eyes, smiled, and said that it would be very nice if the King of Fists joined them. And inside the dungeon, namely in the first fork, the Road of Nefaras. In the middle of the huge cave was a level 12 black yak. Suddenly the yak opens its eyes wide and starts to mumble. In the next instant, Kim flies past with a blow that cuts off his horns. The black yak flies to the ground without moving. Kim and Sung Hwa turn around abruptly and freeze. A crowd of black yaks is bearing down on them. Sung Hwa prepared for battle, and Kim stood up straight and said that they still had a lot of things to do. We need to finish the hunt quickly and move on. The crowd of black yaks stamped their hooves loudly as they advanced on the main characters. The yaks were already as close as possible. Kim braced himself, holding his sword forward. He raised his sword behind his back. He hit the yak hard, and the notification said that he had killed it. The next black yak was already charging at the protagonist, bellowing loudly. The main character abruptly jumped back. He jumped on top of the yak's head. Kim saddled the big bull. I cut off its horns with a quick blow. The black yak began to fall rapidly. Kim jumped away from the dead bull and flew towards the next bull. In the jump, he cut off the horns of the next yak, and the notification confirmed that he had killed the black yak and gained experience and 12 coins. Kim walked slowly away from the corpses of the bulls, noting in his mind that he had killed about 30. Sung Hwa looked at the protagonist with cute eyes and called him over. Kim turned his head to look at the girl posing, and she said that his movements were very fast and precise. Sung Hwa slightly opened her mouth. Her expression didn't change. She said that everyone can do this. She met other players, but this is the first time she sees such movements and what you need to do to be able to do the same. Receptionist Senia appeared and overheard their conversation. Kim glanced at the receptionist and said that who knows, but he noticed in his head that the receptionist was interested and couldn't tell when they had so many Guardian viewers. Senia was shaking with anger, and Kim noticed this, grinned and said that keep practicing, you will definitely succeed in the future. There were notifications that the unknown observer remained silent. The Libra woman was happy with his answer, and the Whispering Devil didn't like his answer. Sung Hwa looked at the smiling protagonist without emotion and asked what was just practice. The main character's response was positive. Kim started to move forward and added, that train as if you don't want to regret anything. If you always give your best, sooner or later you will be able to. Kim noticed in his head that in the end, he did this in a previous life. Sung Hwa put her hand to her cheek, looked thoughtful, and thought that since he was saying that, it must be true. The girl turned her attention upward. Sung Hwa looks at the gold ring with an emerald and notices that something is flying there. Kim and Sung Hwa look closely together at the ring hanging in the air. The main character stretched out his hand in front of him and the ring flew in his direction. He was thinking, he was still waiting for the ring to appear. The protagonist abruptly took the ring in his hand and said that they were leaving and it was time for them to go to the second fork. There were still a few black yaks in the cave. Sung Hwa asked if they would kill these monsters. Kim replied that they wouldn't get much experience, so no. Kim went ahead, and the girl followed him and said that she thought they would kill everyone like wolves. Kim replied that he understood, but it was better to leave it this time. Kim glared ahead and saw that they were not alone. There was a deep and dark cave ahead. Armed players emerged from the portal. Ju came in and said that this is the Seoul train station dungeon and it is very different from Tower D. There are caves here. Ju tilted his head back slightly, looked at the King of Fists, and added that he still reminds me, asking if Suyu Hyun feels nostalgic. Hyun glanced in his direction and said that he remembered that dungeon, but nothing good came to mind. Hyun sadly lowered his head and thought that more than 10 people were killed back then and he didn't have enough strength to defeat the monster, all because of his mistake. Ju smiled broadly at the fighter. Ju turned around and said that we should go further. It would be safer to quickly clean up everything and leave. The group of players headed straight for the gloomy cave. One of the players called the main player to take a look. Several passages appeared on their way. The player noticed this. The group had a lot of questions about what you need to go through here in a special order and what are the glowing circles in front of the entrances. Ju raised his head, closed his eyes, and looked thoughtful. Without opening his eyes, Ju pointed a finger to the side and said that we should check the nearest one. He pointed to the first fork, the Nefaras Road. A necklace with a large, red stone appeared in the air. Kim stood with the sword in his hands and held out his hand in front of the medallion. Kim took it in his hand. The notification said that he had received Dugo's necklace, and he wondered if it had appeared faster than the ring. Sung Hwa turned her head to look at him and asked if they were going any further. Kim smiled and answered positively and thought that it seems that she has started to understand the concept of key items. Getting them is much more important than killing all the monsters. The girl stopped and scratched her head. The girl looked up at him and apologized for being too slow. A memory popped up in her head as she rested while Kim was fighting yaks and said that she had seen him fight while she broke the horn of one yak and he slaughtered several. In her mind, the girl watched Kim quickly deal with the monsters. Sung Hwa squeezed her eyes a little, glanced to the side, and said that she thought he was strong enough to handle it alone, so she began to wonder what was bothering her. Kim looked incomprehensible and replied that she had never seen him do anything useless before. The girl opened her eyes wide and said no. The main character took a step forward and said that he did not take care of her just because Ash was a child and should go to the third way. Green grass appeared in the cave, and the main characters entered the third fork, the Desranches Road. Sung Hwa's eyes widened in surprise. She thought of 3 horned bulls, level 12, and focused on the fact that they were purple. One of the bulls exhaled a puff of steam and glared at the girl. She tilted her head back slightly and also looked at the bull. The purple yak tilted its head and shot 2 horns at it. The girl noticed it. One of the horns landed squarely on her forehead, and Kim just stood there and watched. The girl was holding her head, and Kim turned his head to look at her and asked if she was in pain. She replied that something had occurred to her. Sung Hwa looked down. She glanced at the horn sticking out of the ground and noticed that the purple yak could shoot them. Kim put his hand on her shoulder and told her that everything would be fine, but she said that it didn't hurt. Kim smiled and said that he was leaving them to her, their great tank. A flock of purple yaks ran at the main characters. Sung Hwa smiled broadly and didn't believe the protagonist's words. A large number of horns were flying towards the protagonists. Sung Hwa put her hands out in front of her and blocked the horn that was flying at her. Kim, hiding behind the girl, said that she was much better at blocking than he thought. The girl told him not to say that just because Ash couldn't get hurt. Kim opened his mouth wider and said that yak couldn't hurt her, let him use provocation. A blue barrier appeared in front of the girl. The yak stopped in front of her and froze. The purple monsters opened their mouths and hummed. After a few moments, 2 horns were already flying at the girl. She easily deflected them. The girl looked away in surprise and asked why they weren't attacking. She put her hand on her chest and noticed that the yak had just fallen. She had gained experience. Kim, standing behind her, looked at the girl and said that the purple yak dies if it shoots both horns. A metal bracelet appeared in the air. Kim noticed that the item they needed had already appeared. Kim held out his hand to it, and the notification noted that he had received a Desranches bracelet, and Kim wondered if there were 4 left. Sung Hwa took her hand and asked that they would just leave this time. They give more experience. It would be great to hunt. Kim closed his eyes, got a little nervous, and said that he had already explained there might be other players here and it was better to leave the monsters to the others. Kim raised his head, revealed a vicious look, and added that then they would spend more time trying to catch up with us. A player from the King of Fists team fought the purple yak with difficulty. One of the fighters asked for help from his guys, but they stood still and did not move. Hyung swung his arm for a punch. A moment later, he threw a powerful punch with his right hand. He exhaled and stared intently at the monster. Hyung raised his hand, looked in the direction of the dead yak, and the crowd noticed that he won with 1 blow and was trained at a completely different level. Ju closed his eyes and wrinkled his face, but said nothing. There was something lying in the grass. Ju picked up the broken yak horn and said that no matter how you look at it, its effectiveness is weak. Ju held the horn in his hands without opening his eyes and added that they were hard, heavy prey and they found a weak point. Horns, only thanks to corpses that did not have them, do not give much experience. Ju tilted the horn back and noticed that the dungeon's reward was strangely bad. The red-haired guy asked what Yu Hyun thought. Hyun looked straight ahead and said that he agreed because they didn't come across anything worthwhile. Ju stepped closer to the fighter, put his hand to his chin, and gave out that even for defeating all the yaks, they didn't give anything. The red-haired man turned his head sharply and said that there was no point in standing here any longer and suggested that we try another way. The group went to the second fork, the Dugo Road. In the middle of a small clearing, inside the cave, there were black yaks. Ju and Hyung were standing next to each other, and the red-haired man noticed that there were also black yaks here. Ju closed his eyes, wincing slightly. On the ground lay the corpses of yaks without horns. He noticed this moment. Hyung glanced at the red-haired man and wondered what he was thinking. Ju opened his eyes abruptly and looked away. 2 fighters tried to defeat the yak by coming up with tactics. Ju pressed his brows together and thought that this was unusual. There were many rewards in the training dungeon. Titles, perhaps the reward was waiting for them far ahead. The red-haired man looked away. He took another look at the dead black yak with no horns and assumed that someone had taken her before them. Ju walked over and kicked the dead yak with the sword in his hands, thinking that it was unlikely they were the only group that entered after clearing the road by the demon. Where would the players who clear the dungeon faster than the King of Fists come from? He lowered his head and continued to think. Kim was walking through a dark cave with a sword in his hand, and a blue fire was burning in his hand. Ju wondered if someone had beaten him to it and was already in the middle of cleaning up. The red-haired man went to the exit and said that now let's deal with the yaks and try another way. Ju raised his sword to his mouth and added that he might be missing something. The black yak was standing in the middle of a thicket at the sixth fork of the Victoria Road. The tired protagonist stood and rested near two yak corpses. A gorgeous shield appeared in the air, and Kim headed towards it. The protagonist picked it up. Kim dragged it closer to him. The notification confirmed that he had received Victoria's shield, and he reflected that he had hoped to give the key item shield to his tank, but its durability wasn't that great to use as normal equipment. Sung HWA walked up to him and asked him what was going on now, but before she could finish, Kim had already responded positively. Athena's necklace from the fourth fork and Zenith's club from the fifth fork were floating in the air. Victoria's shield from the sixth fork also floated in the air and radiated golden energy. Sung HWA was resting and listening to only the last path's key item remaining. The girl asked that they would then be able to clear the dungeon. Kim glanced at her and said that yeah, so far everything looks good and it's time to move on. The protagonists came to the last orange seal. Sung HWA carefully looked to the side and noticed in her mind that this was the last way. The girl noticed something. Sung HWA looks up carefully and calls the main character to look up as well. Ju's group was standing over the main characters. The squad saw other players below, and Hyung recognized them as someone else. Hyung tensed and realized that this was the right player. Kim and Sung HWA looked up carefully, and the protagonist thought that he knew that they would be caught up, but it turned out much later than expected. He thinks they are newbies. Ju closed his eyes angrily. Then he opened them abruptly, grinned, and stared down, and he realized it was them. A loud sound could be heard in the cave. Kim carefully looked up and thought that it looks like this is the group that entered after us, and by the way, Suyu Hyun is somehow connected with them. The Fist King stood shocked with his hand slightly raised. The main character drew attention to him. Hyung slowly walked over and said a little nervously that he didn't think they would meet here. Kim carefully studied the King of Fists status window and noticed that his worldview had two opposite statuses, narrowness and broad outlook. He didn't understand what the contradictions were. Kim and Sung HWA both turned to look at him, and the protagonist realized that wasn't what mattered right now. The red-haired man slowly approached the players and asked them who they had here. Ju smiled broadly and asked if they were new friends. The red-haired man opened his eyes a crack and said that they were passing by monsters that were killed his work. Kim stood up straight and replied positively dryly, also thinking that he's back 10 years, so he looks a little younger, but that's the guy. A picture appeared in the main character's mind as a crowd of people with red eyes and mouths walked forward, and he thought that later an organization of evil players would appear, which would be known as Nightmare. Ju sat and played with the knife that was in his skull, while Kim continued that the Demon King's army, they have enough strength to compete with the 8 heroes. Ju, sword in hand, stood with a red face and mouth, and Kim added that the evil they did was often indescribable, and the infamous ringleaders were always in the vanguard. The red-haired man was smiling at the main character and the girl, and Kim, in turn, was thinking that Seo Ju H1, the self-proclaimed leader and maniac, who was famous for his viciousness. Kim glared at the red-haired man very angrily and noted in his mind that he expected to meet one of them, but not so soon. Ju said that they were moving so fast. The red-haired guy smiled even harder and asked what the two of them were defending. Kim stood up slightly, covering the girl, and replied that they were quite enough. The leader of the group said that the results speak for themselves. No one had time to see enough of their work. Ju smiled even more broadly and added that this dungeon is recommended for teams of 7 players. Doesn't he need more people? Kim snidely replied that he would find out if they couldn't get any further. Why talk about it at all? One of the group got angry and started to approach the main character with words that something was wrong with him, but Redhead stopped him and said that he had a good offer. Ju closed his eyes, a smile never leaving his face, raised his hand slightly and said that this team is all quite experienced players compared to the other survivors after training. The group stood and glared at the 2 protagonists, and Ju added that they could clear the dungeon together since they met. Kim stood straight and listened intently, telling them that it would be faster and safer for them. Sung HWA stood there looking slightly frightened as she looked at the confident protagonist. Ju concluded that then they could share the reward for completing the dungeon, and the dungeon still doesn't belong to anyone, and he hopes for a wise decision. Ju made a pretty face and waited. Sung HWA stood silently and waited for the protagonist's response. The entire group, including Ju, was overjoyed by the protagonist's positive decision. Kim gave a thumbs up and added that he had a condition that the key item of the 7th path should be sold to him. Kim makes a quick and direct strike to the brown yak. The detachment had already entered the 7th fork, the Lakichler Road. Kim slipped his blade next to the yak and killed it. The King of Fists dealt with the bulls without any weapons. Ju, with a wide smile on his face and closed eyes, dealt with the yaks with daggers. Other players, running up to one of the yaks, shouted that new ones were coming from here. They needed to lure one at a time and kill them. Song HWA froze at what was happening, watched everything carefully and thought that together they could cope much faster. But something was wrong. Kim stood crouched and tried to catch his breath over the body of the dead yak. Song HWA noticed that he was moving slower, not as efficiently. The girl blushed, stood behind the protagonist, looked at him carefully and noticed in her head that before he could calmly cope alone, but now he looks exhausted, she does not understand what happened to him. Someone killed a purple yak with a direct blow. Ju turned his head slightly towards the protagonist and thought that he was wondering what trump card Kim was hiding, since he cleared the path so quickly. But everything looks simpler, even if you forget about fatigue, his skills do not look special. The red-haired guy turned his attention upward. He saw the earrings floating in the air and he wondered if this was the key item Kim was talking about. Ju opened a blue screen in front of him, stared attentively at it and added that they are useless, they give almost nothing, their strength is below par, what is special about them then? Kim looked at how the red-haired man held the earrings in his hands and examined them carefully. Ju approached the protagonist, extended his hand with the earrings and said that these are just old earrings, why does he need them? Kim grinned slightly, clutched the earrings in his hands and replied that they were needed to complete the quest that the first players who entered the dungeon received. They collected 7 items, so he could complete it. A screen appeared in front of the red-haired man's face, and Kim said that here was the promised payment. The notice in front of the red-haired man said that he received 500 coins from the player Kim Hyuk Jin, and he thought that he just gave away the coins. For such a quantity you need to kill about 40 black yaks. Ju smiled evilly and lowered his head and noted in his head that it would be much easier to clean them out than he thought. Ju raised his head, put on a smile and said that such an attitude was refreshing, and they immediately handed over the promised payment. Kim raised his hand, listened to the fact that Ju would do everything possible to help pass the dungeon, and Kim replied that since he himself was offering, then we need to go deeper and finish the quest. Song HWA watched from behind her shoulder as Ju told his warriors that they should follow the protagonist. The girl came closer to the main character and asked if everything was fine with him. The girl, rubbing her lip and turning back slightly, added that it seemed to her that he was more tired than usual. The protagonist replied that he was fine and she shouldn't worry. Kim moved his lips slightly. He watched Seo Ju walk with his eyes closed and smiled slightly. A window of his statuses appeared near the red-haired man. Kim put on a serious face and noted in his head that he could see his disgusting intentions through the eye of perception. It seemed like he was the same in the past as he was 10 years later. Ju carefully walked behind the main character, and Kim tried to look at his characteristics and wondered in his head how long he could pretend and not show his rotten essence. The redhead opened his eyes and smiled widely. The squad found themselves in a room with strange columns. Kim, with his sword at his advantage, carefully took a step into this room. The protagonist raised his head up and thought that they had finally arrived. A large, blue statue stood in the middle of the room. When Kim glanced at the statue, a notification appeared that he had arrived at Mandra Square. The huge statue opened its right eye and the notification noticed it. A girl was hiding behind the protagonist and hiccuping, and Kim thought that Mandra Square appears after 7 paths have been walked. It was called the final destination. The statue opened its second eye and looked at the squad, and Kim added in his head that this name appeared because no one knew how to complete the task of the Mandra statue. The statue lowered its head slightly and said who dared to wake it up. Hen turned pale and was surprised that the statue was talking. The statue added that only the worthy can stay. Ju stood with his eyes closed and listened carefully that if they stayed, they would not be able to escape punishment. Kim moved forward slightly. The main character approached the statue and noticed that he had not come this far to give up. The protagonist raised his head, looked at the statue and said that he was worthy and could prove it. The area on the main character's chest lit up with blue flames. The statue's eye glowed brighter. The entire silhouette of the protagonist lit up. Kim tensed his face slightly and a drop of sweat ran down his cheek. The statue said loudly that it would then prove it. Kim stood and looked attentively at the statue. A small blue screen appeared near the main character, on which he glanced. A large screen appeared next to the statue, which surrounded it, and a check from the Mandra statue began. Kim tensed, glanced down and thought that he needed to pass a test to complete the dungeon. If he failed, the test subject's heart would be destroyed. The protagonist's heart emitted a red light. Kim raised his hand slightly and noted in his head that the first part of the test, Kim handed all the previously received items to the statue and continued that the first part is to give the key items to the statue in the order of the forks. Kim looked attentively at the ring. A notification appeared asking if he wanted to give the ring to Nefaras. Kim lowered his head slightly and answered positively. A red, expensive sphere appeared. Objects appeared in turn in front of the protagonist's face, and he handed everything over to the statue in the order of forks. Gems appeared in front of the statue. The statue's eyes turned red and an earring appeared on her ear. Necklaces and a pendant appeared on the neck of the statue. A bracelet and a ring appeared on the statue's hand, and in the other hand an expensive shield appeared. Ju and Hyan looked at what was happening in surprise. Everything shook, and the statue said that he had proven that he was worthy. Song Hwa strengthened her legs slightly so as not to fall from the shaking. The statue added to answer the question. The statue tilted its head over the main character and asked his name. Kim looked at the statue carefully. He strained his thoughts and said that his name was Mandra. A video of the complete passage of the Place of Despair, Soul Station, appeared in his thoughts. The man sat in a chair and said that this word means ranch. Roughly speaking, the statue of Mandra is the guard of the ranch. The man opened his mouth wider and added that his mission was simple. Black yaks graze on the grass. The man continued that the guard was near the pastures of the Seven Forks. Where the yaks grazed, the rancher hid something inside the dungeon and the guard was waiting for his return. The video of the man stopped, and the last thing he managed to say was that there is a hidden reward in this dungeon, so it's better not to say your real name. Kim watched the video carefully and wrote down the author's words. The main character carefully wrote out the letters in the notebook. Kim stood in front of the statue, looked at it carefully and replied that his owner was the one who gave it new life. Kim closed his eyes slightly and added that his name was Rancher. The statue made an even more angry expression. The rest of the group didn't understand what he was saying. Song Hwa stood there, watched carefully, and was very worried about the protagonist. The statue got down on one knee and said that it greeted its owner. The notification confirmed that he had found the correct answer and he had completed the hidden quest. Kim smiled, lowered his eyes slightly, and thought that now he could receive a reward. A hail of notifications appeared that an unknown observer tilts his head, a woman with scales is surprised, a whispering devil is interested. The whole group, including the girl, were surprised and did not understand why the statue bowed. Hyan smiled widely and thought that he was worried that something bad would happen, but Kim was definitely special. The statue bowed its head even more and said that these are the items that were entrusted to it, please choose one. A blue window appeared near the main character, which offered to choose Mandra's cuirass, Mandra's great sword, or Mandra's gloves, and Kim thought that the hidden reward of the dungeon would be much easier if I got it now. Kim tilted his head slightly and thought that the next place to appear would be better to choose. Ju approached the protagonist with a wide smile, interrupted his thoughts, and said that it looks like he received a special reward. The red-haired man raised his head and asked that he didn't see anything, he needed to wait. Kim turned his head at him and replied that yes, it would take some time, about a minute or so. Ju smiled even stronger, turned to his squad and said that then everything was in order and could deal with what they planned. Ju walked away from the main character and smiled broadly. Kim stood straight and tried to choose from the list. Kim strained his eyes and tried to activate his eyes of perception. The whole world around the protagonist has become gray. Song Hwa approached the main character, and Ju moved further and further away from him. In a moment, the red-headed man sharply turned his head and looked at the girl. Song Hwa stood happy, looked at the main character, and lost her brass knuckles. The red-haired man looked at her even angrier. His eyes began to glow purple. Kim looked slightly at him and noticed in his head that he felt Ju's gaze. He was aiming at the girl. Kim looked carefully at the reward window, thought that the red-haired man had revealed his essence when he thought that he was not looking, and said that he was choosing the reward. Kim took another look at the list and replied that he was choosing Mandra's gloves. The conquered statue, with his eyes closed, replied that it was good and handed over the gloves to the owner. Golden gloves appeared in front of the main character, and next to it a blue window with information that the gloves are particularly resistant to poison and protect the owner from many infections. The statue began to rise and said that it hoped they would be useful on their journey. Kim put his hand in front of his glove and a notification came out that he had passed Mandra Square. A notification appeared in front of the girl's face that Mandra Square had been cleared and the next quest, Two Paths, was beginning. She did not understand what the quest was and began to read the next notice, which explained that there were two paths. This was the last intersection of Soul Station. You need to find a way to get through it. If the clearing fails, a dungeon will be broken. There must be at least one player on each path. Kim stood attentively and delved into the information on the screen and noticed that this was the last crossroads and the raid on the dungeon was almost completed. And Song Hwa asked if after this she could go home. Kim turned his head slightly at the girl and replied that they weren't finished yet and should not relax and walk next to her. Song Hwa smiled widely and shouted that she would be right behind him. Behind them they heard a voice saying, "Please wait for them." The protagonists turned around to see what was happening there. Ju, with an angry silhouette on his face, said that he was disappointed. And they did not consider them a team. The red-haired man smiled sharply and added that it looked like they needed to follow orders and they did not agree to this and it was too rude. Ju tilted his head slightly and told the protagonist that they needed to split up into teams and needed to do it wisely. Kim turned his gaze slightly at him and said that he agreed. He and the girl would clear one path and Ju himself should understand that there would be enough of them. Ju stood with his hands in his pockets and said, "Where does such self-confidence come from and why are they so sure that two will be enough?" Ju smiled wider and added that of course, it's great to feel confident even in a new place, but everything can end badly. Hen's face changed, became very angry and bit his lip. Kim turned fully towards them and said that his words made sense. Hen clenched his hand into a fist and trembled slightly. The protagonist looked up slightly and asked how he proposed sharing. Ju smiled even wider, still didn't open his eyes, and said that it was better to think about balanced groups, in their case 2 groups of 3 and 4 people. Hyan knocks out one of the brown yaks, and Ju adds that the lack of strength of the group of 3 can be covered by Yu Hyan, who has undergone training. Hyan looked very angrily at how Ju said that he was offering the protagonist to become its leader. Ju closed his eyes slightly, glanced towards the girl and said that in the meantime, Song Hwa would join the group of 4. The girl stood scared and looked straight, and the red-headed man added that she would be their tank. Ju frowned slightly and asked what they thought about it. Song Hwa turned to the protagonist and blushed. Kim put his hand on her shoulder. Kim smiled broadly, hugged the girl to himself and said what he was thinking. The protagonist's face became incredibly angry and he rudely and angrily replied that he had not the slightest desire to agree. The statue stood decorated with all the collected items. Ju stood in front of the protagonists and said that such an answer was difficult to understand, and Kim rudely replied that he was not going to convince them. It was his decision. Kim turned slightly towards the girl, hugged her even tighter and added that Song Hwa was like a little sister to him and he wasn't going to let her go until they cleared the dungeon. Ju smiled even wider and asked that they would be together until the very end. The redhead opened his eyes slightly and added that now he was wondering where all this confidence came from. Ju suggested that perhaps they were receiving information and assistance from the Guardian. Administrator Senia, being invisible, overheard this and sharpened her attention. Kim smiled very broadly and replied that of course he was thinking, that let them think whatever they want, his information is from the future. Administrator Senia next to him was left speechless by this answer. Kim's face changed, becoming more serious due to the notice which stated that some guards were interested in the source of his knowledge. Kim thought that the unscrupulous bastards themselves could give some information, if so interesting, one day he will definitely get a chance and remember it to them. Ju sat suspiciously calm and replied that in this case he understands why Kim is so confident and they will not take the girl with them. Walking aside, Ju added that Yu Haiyan would better go with them and everything would be fine if we split up like this. The protagonists looked attentively at the King of Fists, and Kim noticed that they had no objections. Hen got a little excited and replied that he would go with them. Two forks appeared on their path. Kim noted that they would meet after the paths were cleared. Kim looked carefully at the red-headed man walking away. He wished everyone good luck. The path lay through an incredibly long tunnel with torches. Notifications said they had entered the first path. They needed to keep going and there was a clearing hint at the end of the road. Kim and the girl look around and Song HWA asks that it's enough for them to reach the end. Kim turned to the King of Fists after he spoke that it was him. Haiyan extended his hand and asked that Kim was the one who appeared on the second floor of Tower D and fought with the troll, and it seems that they met even before, next to Chingyechen. Kim and Song HWA looked attentively and listened to him that he might not recognize him in just a couple of meetings, but he was always with the child and they didn't tell him anything, so he thought that he might have made a mistake, but now he's sure. Kim turned his gaze slightly at him, noticed in his head that he recognized him and answered that it was true and why he remembered it. Hen clenched his fist, trembled slightly and replied that, to be honest, he wanted to thank you. Hen bowed deeply and added that thank you very much for saving me. Kim and Song HWA were surprised by his words. Hen raised his head and continued that, to be honest, he is his hero and he would have already died if he had not taken the troll with him. Kim lowered his eyes slightly, thought that he was just trying to escape in order to survive and realized that it was better to remain silent. Hen noted that he was surprised that they met so quickly. Hen put his hand to his chest and added that he will not forget about this favor and asks to give him the opportunity to repay. He will do everything. Kim saw a notice in front of him with information that Haiyan was completely honest. Kim smiled widely, thought that the status said he was honest, never thought he would receive the service of the King of Fists, looks unreal and replied that he will remember. Haiyan stood up straight, extended his fist slightly upward and asked if he could call him Henim. Kim is slightly shocked and notices that they are the same age. Song HWA stood there smiling widely. Hen said that it's not a matter of age, because he saved him and you can get along with him. Kim replied that then as he pleases. The tunnel was dark, only small torches lit the way. Kim walked with a sword in his hands in the center, and Song HWA and Haiyan surrounded him on his sides. The main character stopped and noticed in his head that they had arrived. A precious blue crystal appeared in front of the protagonist. It was a dungeon-clearing crystal. Kim lowered his head slightly, exhaled and noted in his head that he thought that the crystal would be intact, then nothing could be done. Kim turned to his squad and told them to sit down and rest. The crystal was neatly illuminated by the pedestal. The protagonist added that one tedious task awaits them. Haiyan sat down next to the main character and asked that he could rest right here, to which Kim replied that the temporary safe zone was still working, everything was fine. All the heroes sat in a circle looking at the protagonist, and he added that they could deal with the crystal later and better accumulate strength before the attack. Hen got a little angry and said that he was okay with him. Kim sweated a little and thought that Yu Haiyan was always like this and replied okay. Song HWA blushed slightly and asked that if she is the protagonist's younger sister, what should she call him? Hen slightly moved his head towards the girl and replied that she could call her as she wanted. Kim carefully pours water from a thermos and listens to her then call Hayek Jin the protagonist. Kim noted in his head that, to be honest, it was hard for him to get used to such treatment. Hayek became very angry after the girl said that Yu Haiyan was coming to see him. Kim carefully handed the mug into the girl's hands and told her to drink. The King of Fists slightly turned his head towards the main character and asked that the destruction of this crystal should really tire them out and be difficult to clean up. Kim put the thermos on the ground, looked at the King of Fists, and said that clearing this crystal is directly related to clearing the entire dungeon, and since this is the final battle, traps may await them. Kim tilted his head slightly to the side and added that it could be said that they should be prepared for anything and there would be several problems ahead. On the way there is a passage into a dark tunnel. Kim sits on the floor and looks at the wall. The red-headed squad is walking through the tunnel. The thermos was still on the ground. A notification appeared that new players had entered. Kim looked carefully at the new notification which reported that the number of players was more than 5. The temporary safe zone was disappearing. The entire squad looked at the notification and did not understand why the safe zone was disappearing. Kim stood up sharply with a sword in his hands and told everyone to stand up. Kim threw his sword over his shoulder and added that he would have to fight those guys. Ju and his squad walked armed straight towards the protagonists. Ju smiled broadly and said that they still had not cleared this path. Hyen and Song Hwa prepared to fight. Ju started laughing and added that he thought Kim would do it much faster because he was so confident in himself and he was disappointed. Kim stood opposite the red-headed man and replied that he could be disappointed as much as he wanted and he was waiting for him. Kim raised his sword slightly and added that he knew Ju would do something like this. Ju lowered his head, smiled and said that he was acting like a know-it-all again. The redhead raised his weapon, opened his eyes and added that he was stupid to the very end. Kim deflects the red-headed man's sharp and quick blow. As the swords crossed, Ju noted that he could show at least a little modesty. The red-haired man raised his head at him and added that if he knew that he would die by his hand. Kim looked at the traitor with an angry look and asked that he was sure that you would kill him. Ju flies with a powerful blow towards the protagonist. Kim blocks absolutely all enemy attacks. Ju was very fast and accurate, but the speed and accuracy of the main character was in no way inferior. The red-haired one jumped slightly to the side and said that where had all his confidence gone. Ju throws an overhead kick which Kim dodges and adds that he will only block and dodge. Kim throws a powerful punch behind her back, inflicts a direct blow on the enemy, but he confidently blocks it. Ju relaxed a little, stopped and added that what a pity. The main character started bleeding from his arm and Ju added that this is all he can do. Hyen and Song stood and supported the protagonist. One of the red-headed fighters says that you really have time to be distracted. The King of Fists got angry and glared at him. The fighter throws a punch, but Hen dodges it. Hyen and Song Hwa stood in front of the fighters who said that they thought he would live up to his fame. Before they often met those who knew how to fight. The fighters smiled broadly, held their weapons in front of them and added that they couldn't stand up against the group for even 5 minutes and they hadn't trained for about a month. It was time to have fun. Hen made a very bad face and got angry after the fighters said that they would spare his life if he gave up the girl and added that he could swing his fists well, but it would hardly work against them. Kim stood straight with his sword and looked straight at his opponent. Ju began to slowly approach and say that it would become boring if he only defended himself and played some other tricks. The redhead tilted his head slightly and added that they were about the same level against monsters, but he was worthless in battles with other players. A notification appeared that the Whispering Devil was enjoying the insults he had heard. Ju stopped, lowered his chin and noticed that the protagonist was unlucky. Ju tensed his gaze and added that he has ways to counter the players. Kim carefully picks up the thermos from the floor and notices that he hasn't mastered the shadow attack, nothing special. The redhead clenched the sword in his hands in anger. He raised his sword a little higher and said that keep showing off, it will be easier to finish him off. Kim put the thermos in front of him and said that he had one last question. He would still try to kill them if he did not hand over the girl. Ju put his sword in front of him, grinned evilly and replied that before he could have just let him go, but now he would kill her and take her. Ju flew towards the protagonist like crazy. Kim stood straight and relaxed and looked in the direction of his opponent. Kim didn't even try to move or dodge. When Ju got too close, Kim dived under his chest and held the thermos in front of him. Blood began to flow from the redhead's mouth. Kim told him to remember his words and what happens next is the result of his decisions. Song Hwa and Hyen stood and watched the fight in shock. Kim held the sword and thermos in front of him. An hour earlier, there was still a slight fog in the dungeon. An archer with dark hair stood, looked to the side and asked that they would not enter. The administrator blocked the entrance to the dungeon. Don't they need to clear it faster? Ju stood in front of his squad and explained that they could no longer continue this performance. Ju smiled evilly and added that he would rip that bastard's head off and take the child. One of the knights stood up straight and asked if they would attack after the protagonist's squad finished. Ju walked over slightly and replied that if it takes too long they will come in and kill them. They didn't go in on their way so they will be more tired. Ju smiled widely and noted that that pathetic bastard could not do anything, no matter how cool he thought he was. One of the fighters came forward and asked what Kim knew how to fight and whether it would be dangerous. Ju closed his eyes and noticed that if they saw him hunting yaks, that was his limit. Ju slightly opened his eyes, looked at the squad and added that the characteristics are not much better than ours and we need to worry about the King of Fists, delay him until he deals with this freak. Ju is already barely blocking the protagonist's blows. Kim advances more and more with a thermos in her hands. The redhead retreated slightly and noticed in his head that the main character's fighting style had changed and his characteristics had increased sharply. Kim is already raising his sword for a powerful blow to the enemy. The best shouts loudly and is already pulling the bowstring. Hen runs up to the archer to stop him. Another fighter raised his weapon to strike the King of Fists and asked what would ignore him. Hen looked at the fighter and realized that he could not avoid the blow. Out of nowhere, Song Hwa appears and blocks the attack using the Platinum Shield skill. Song Hwa turned around and started screaming at the King of Fists, and he thought that this little thing had deflected the blow. Hen rushed after the archer and thanked his savior. Hen dealt a strong blow with his powerful fist skill to the archer. The archer flew into the wall with a crash. The third of the fighters quickly tried to escape and said that quickly helped the redhead and returned to them. The best stood up and shot his arrow. Kim delivered powerful blows to the enemy. Kim easily dodges enemy attacks. Kim dodged the arrow and thought that he felt the trajectory of each attack. Ju gets mad because he can't hit his opponent. Hen is shocked by the protagonist's abilities. The best stood at a loss as to how Kim could dodge an arrow flying from his blind spot. The archer put his bow in front of him and told him not to approach, and Kim noticed in his thoughts that it was the archer who was the main pillar of all the unexpected attacks of their group. Ju Hwan stood tired and looked at his opponent. Kim was between a sword and a bow. In his head he noticed that in some sense, an archer is more dangerous than the red-headed one because he can help from a great distance, but he needs a person who will protect him. Hen appeared behind the archer with a black face and red eyes. The archer turned to the King of Fists and called him names. He heard this and got angry. Hen stretched his fists and noticed that he wasn't the one trying to kidnap a little girl here. The archer shouted at him not to come closer and for him to leave. Ju stood all wet and looked at the main character. Kim lowered his sword slightly, looked at the King of Fists' abilities and noticed that he had become stronger. The archer lay beaten and unconscious. I stood waiting, nervous and thinking, everything couldn't end like this. How could their plan fail? They had to win. Were he miscalculated? Kim wasn't that skilled. The main character began to slowly approach the enemy with a sword and a thermos in his hands, and the red-headed one added in his head that Kim looked like his characteristics were around the 10th level, but now he is even stronger than the King of Fists. Ju stood all wet, trying to catch his breath. Ju prepared the weapon in front of him and thought that he needed to calm down and find an opportunity to counterattack. Ju calmed down slightly, smiled broadly and added in his head that he may have stronger characteristics, but he doesn't know his skills. He'll see where his carelessness will lead now. Kim relaxed and struck again. Ju leaned back slightly. The redhead looked at his hand and noticed in his head that the attack was at room temperature. Kim holds the thermos forward, and the enemy wonders in his head that Kim was holding the thermos for this reason. Ju sat all wet, angry, looked straight at the main character and asked what he was kidding. Kim calmly closed his eyes and just as calmly answered in the negative and said to look back. Ju stood in horror and looked at the protagonist. The redhead glanced behind him and froze. A crack appeared in the wall and a monster's leg came out of it. A huge bee appeared from the wall. A moment later, the wall completely collapsed, and behind it were purple honeycombs and many bees appeared. Ju watched as a flock of insects flew towards him. The bees surrounded all the fighters from above. One of the fighters got very scared and started shouting that they were bees. The archer slowly stood up and did not understand what was happening. The archer was bitten in the back by a huge bee and pinched his friend with its teeth. Ju started swinging his sword at the bees and yelling at them to back off. The redhead didn't succeed. Ju waved the sword around him, and Kim stood and calmly watched this and thought that they were very sensitive to the sweet smell. Honey water was enough to cause a reaction. Kim looked at the enemy with a very angry look and added in his head that the raid event taking place on 2 routes was an attack by bees. The bee was flying and a purple glow was emanating from it, and Kim noticed in his head that despite the name, it was not so easy to deal with them. The individual level in the area was 18th, not very large, but they attacked in flocks of thousands of individuals. The fighters of the red-headed squad are trying to fight off a huge flock of bees and shout to them not to approach. Kim added in his thoughts that if there is no one in the group with fire attacks, then it is better to avoid them and there is only one strategy for this. Kim turned to his squad and shouted for them to quickly get down on the ground. The whole squad fell to the ground and the bee flew past them. Hen lay down and watched as flocks of bees flew over his head. Kim lay there, sweating slightly and thinking that he could gain an advantage. Because they do not notice targets that are below a certain height, the pain even from one poisonous sting is indescribable. At this moment, 3 bees had already pierced the red-headed traitor. Ju clenched his teeth in pain and only screamed slightly. 2 huge bees chased the squad, who shouted help. Kim lay and watched as the bees tore and bit the red-headed enemy. The main character's face showed incredible anger and cruelty. The bees stopped coming out of the crack in the wall. Kim stooped slightly and slowly approached the body of his opponent. The main character sat up fully, twitched his arms slightly, and exhaled. Kim turned his attention to the dried-up body of the red-headed man. Ju was lying all bitten by a bee, his mouth open, and his skin was brown. Kim reflected that if he was willing to kill others, he must be willing to die himself. The main character carefully examined the dead guy and added in his head that Seo Ju Hwan himself was to blame for this outcome. In front of the protagonist's face, a screen appeared with notifications that reported that the system had detected a PK, a player's murder, and the first PK after completing training. There were many more notifications that informed, that a unique ability was forcibly unlocked, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, it will be correct to return what you received, especially for revenge. A unique ability is activated if the player attacks you first. If you do not respond to the player's attack, you will receive debuffs. Kim stiffened slightly and wondered if this was a new ability, but it couldn't be, that he already had Eyes of Perception and it was too strange to get a skill at such an early stage, and he had a second one. In the main character's head, the blue silhouettes of people in the outline are sparring with swords, and he thought that of course the conditions force him to respond to attacks, but in return, power-ups are given that help fight players. Kim put his hand in his pocket, stared intently at the screen, and added in his head that in his time, this was not a very rare ability. That was revealed strongly in PvP, and in truth, even those passing the civil service exam knew about it, but it was hidden. Kim stiffened slightly and a drop of sweat ran down his cheek. A moment flashed through his mind as he looked at the results sheet. Then he became very tense and wondered if that was the case. Hyung appeared behind the main character and called out to the protagonist, which interrupted his thoughts. Kim turned slightly at the King of Fists and listened that it wasn't his fault, he would have done the same, they weren't worthy of life. The main character turned even more strongly to the fighter and listened to the rest, which of course was scary, but these are bad people, he did not do anything wrong. Sung HWA stood neatly next to the King of Fists, and Kim noticed in his head that they thought he was blaming himself, so they were trying to comfort him. The main character slightly turned his head at them and said that he was fine. No, he didn't feel anything good, but it would be strange to let go of people who want to kill them. The corpses of the redhead fighters were neatly strewn all over the floor, and Kim added that this would have led to their deaths. The dead Jew lay open-mouthed next to his katana, and Kim concluded that this was why he didn't regret his decision. Kim turned his head to the side, looked a little sad, and added that it was better to be a murderer than to be killed. Hyun and Sung HWA stood and listened intently to the protagonist. The main thing was that they trusted him, and at that time several notifications appeared that said that the Libra woman understood his true feelings and she was thinking about how she could feel. To give a great gift, Kim turned away from them, began to distance himself, and noticed in his head that there were strong emotions, but this situation did not shock him much even without their support. The main character stopped, his face got a true shock, and he added in his head that he treats what is happening more carelessly than usual. It seems that he has also changed a lot. There was nothing to be seen in the long, dark tunnel. The precious crystal stood neatly on a pedestal. Kim walked over to the pedestal and stared intently at the crystal. Kim lowered his head to the crystal and thought that the dungeon was almost cleared. He needed to destroy the crystals of the two paths. The crystal turned purple and cracked. A strong wind began to pick up around it, and a notice warned that the Soul Station crystal was not happy about intruders. The protagonist and his squad stood on the opposite side of the crystal and held out against strong gusts of wind, the main character's ability to detect danger. Song HWA practically flew away from the gusts of wind and called out to the protagonist, and he told them to move back. Sung HWA started shouting and worrying about the main character, and he added that he needed to sort this out. Kim took out 5 honeybee stings from his inventory and said that everything was fine, don't worry. The main character was walking through clouds of gas with a glove and stingers. Noticed in his head, he was preparing measures against the poisonous gas crystal. Kim tightened his grip on the stingers in his hand and added in his head that he had taken the gloves as a reward because of the increased resistance to poisons, even though they were weak. The main character made an astonished face and thought that this would not be enough to completely neutralize the effect. Kim was shielding himself from the gas streams with his hand. The notification said that the poison resistance of the Soul Train Station crystal, and Kim made a mental note to destroy it before the effect became too strong. The main character raised his hand with the stingers behind his back and looked straight ahead. He covered his face more tightly with his hand and noticed in his mind that the haze was getting thicker. Kim stared straight ahead, saw only thick smokes, and wondered if he could see nothing in front of him, and the crystal was out of sight. The protagonist clutched his chest tightly. The notification said that the crystal's poison was entering his body, the resistance to the poison, and he realized that he could no longer hold his breath. The main character's eyes turned blue. He was trying to look out for something in front of him, and the Eyes of Perception feel a serious danger. Kim tries to look for the crystal in the smoke. After a while, through the smoke, he saw it. The protagonist tightened his grip on the stingers. He raised his hand to strike. Kim deals a powerful blow to the crystal. Hyung stood with his head slightly turned away from the wind and noticed in his head that the fog was getting thicker. Hyung covered his face with his hand, looked ahead carefully, and wondered why Kim was coming any closer. The main character stretched out his hand towards the crystal. Kim touched the crystal with his bare hand, without gloves or stingers, and the notification said that the poison effect of the Soul Train Station crystal was beginning to be neutralized. The glow from the crystal increased. After Kim touched it, a notification stating that the effect of the poison crystal of Soul Station notification started to be neutralized still hasn't disappeared. The crystal disappeared from its pedestal. Kim stood with his head slightly bowed, trying to catch his breath. Hyun and Sung Hwa walked up to him and looked at him in surprise, and Kim noticed in his head that it was more difficult than he expected, but he managed it. Kim held out his hand with the crystal in front of him, and the notification confirmed that he had received the Soul Station crystal. Half of the clearing conditions were met. Kim clutched the small flask in his hands and noticed notifications popping up that said the unknown observer was watching with interest and the whispering devil was disappointed. Kim noticed in his mind that the devil wanted him dead. Kim carefully started drinking from the flask, and Hyun came up to him and asked him how he did it. He couldn't see anything through the smoke. Kim drank the flask, lowered his head slightly, and replied that he had used the stingers they had obtained earlier to neutralize the poison. Hyun opened his mouth in surprise and asked how he knew they would help. Kim replied that it was written in the item description. Kim carefully looked at his hand, listened to him take a chance, hoping only for this description. Kim answered positively and thought that in fact this was the strategy of the great explorer Jackson. Hyun and Sung Hwa looked at the protagonist with admiration. Kim turned to the side and offered to go on. As the group went down the long, dark tunnel, Kim added, "That one was dealt with, the other should be easier." After a while, Administrator Senia appeared and carefully stared at the main character. She watches as Kim slowly and carefully approaches another crystal. Kim put on the glove again, took out the stingers, squeezed them in his hand, and Senia thought that he used these not only to get rid of the redhead, but also got items that neutralized the poison. Administrator Senia watched with calm expressions on her face and added that the strategy was so obvious that she did not need anything explain it. A notification appeared that warned that this channel was filled with a large number of anonymous guardians. Smoke and poison appeared again, and a notification also appeared that the Yixing Master of the Heavenly Demon Mountain had entered this channel. Kim raised his hand in front of the crystal again. He hit the crystal by inserting stingers into it, and notifications surfaced that he had received the Soul Station crystal and the conditions for clearing the dungeon had been met. The blue entrance to the dungeon began to be tied with blue chains, and a notification added that the dungeon was cleared and the dungeon break was sealed. The administrator from the very beginning slowly floated through the air towards the protagonist. She stopped right beside him. The entire squad stood shocked and looked at the receptionist, and she said that she would give out the rewards, and Kim remarked that it must be something special since she came in person. Administrator Senia raised her hand slightly and replied that of course stat bonus points would be credited to all players in the group that passed the dungeon. Player Kim Hyuk Jin can choose a personal reward. Kim stared intently at the rewards screen and thought that after the first sweep, you can choose one of several rewards. Kim leaned over the screen. The notification said that an unknown observer was interested in his choice, and Kim thought that the most significant reward is gold, direct enrichment, but it is not so easy to cash out. Kim was still staring thoughtfully at the selection screen. The main character put his hand to his chin and thought that almost 4 kilograms of gold is about 200 million won, which is not a very large amount when compared to the future story dungeon. Kim still stood thoughtfully, didn't make a sound, and continued the thought that an ordinary person would choose gold without any doubts. It's money that he could not even dream of. A multi-story building appeared in the protagonist's head, and he added in his head that, but in the early stages, the rights of players were not protected by laws, so players had to give a significant part of what they found to the state. A chest of confiscated items also appeared in his head, including swords, magic stones, skulls, scrolls, and Kim added in his head that we remember that even gold was confiscated, because this is an item from an unknown world that could be dangerous and sounds unfair, but there's nothing to do about it. Kim took his hand away from his chin, closed his eyes, thought that he would be very lucky if the state did not take everything away when it tried to cash out, then it would be better to refuse it, and replied that he chose. Kim turned his head away and selected a Type B recovery elixir. A small bottle of orange liquid appeared in the protagonist's palm, and notifications informed him that the unknown observer was curious, the Libra woman doubted his choice, and the whispering devil was happy with his choice. A portal appeared in front of the protagonist's face, and behind him were the attentive Sung Hwa and Hyuk. The notification said that the dungeon breakout was sealed. The bus was traveling at a fast speed on a road in the city. The passengers of the bus stood straight and carefully observed the situation outside the window. The protagonist's sister turned her head to the side and said that she was thinking about moving. Kim in a black coat was standing next to the question about where he got the money and said that he saved a little, about 100 million. The nurse turned her head sadly away and asked if he was drunk. Kim just cast a calm glance in her direction. The main character put his head straight and thought that he could understand her doubts. 100 million is not just a lot, our whole family has never had so much. The same elixir that he chose appeared in the protagonist's head, and he noticed that it was very effective against a specific disease. On the horizon was a huge building with a tower on the side. Kim noticed in his head that he took the elixir and went to meet a certain person, just like Seo Ju Hwan did in the original past. Ju Snidely stood, with a richly dressed man behind him, and Kim continued that the man was rich enough to pay a large sum for the item and was suffering from an illness. The amount that this elixir could cure, the buyer met two conditions. Seo Ju received about 1,000,000,000 won. Kim sits in a suit and carefully passes the elixir to the person opposite. A richly dressed man holds out his hand. The man was sweating a little and said that if everything was as it was last time, the deal would be successful. The man carefully opens the elixir. The man begins to drink it. Kim carefully observes this and thought that this will give not only money, but also connections with influential people. The protagonist's sister carefully looks at the phone and is surprised by what she saw. Kim took a careful look at his sister's phone and asked her if she'd seen anything interesting. She replied that she was just watching the news, and then Chairman Songshin showed up. The phone showed an old-aged man, and the sister added that she thought Seung Gi-yeol was a bald old man. Nuna put her hand to her chin and added that he was wearing a wig, so realistic. Technology has stepped forward. All the comments are just about his hair. Kim smiled a little, noting in his mind that Nuna, it was real hair, he had seen it. The man with the newly sprouted hair looked shocked and straight-faced, and Kim added in his mind that how they had grown after taking the elixir. Kim recalled the moment when he was sitting across from the richly dressed man and thought that the other name, the most effective remedy for baldness, although it says recovery, is just a cure for hair loss. However, the man who built the giant Songshin Corporation Songshin from scratch himself saw this as a potential investment. The bearded man was looking at the protagonist intently. Kim spread his hands to the side and asked for 100 million in cash and special request housing as well. The happy family of the protagonist stood and lightly hugged the girl. Kim added that the head of the corporation agreed to help with the adoption of Song Hwa, whose future fate was covered in darkness. Her mother immediately realized that she was a smart and cheerful girl, so she agreed. Kim turned to his sister with a big smile and said, "Let's movie out." He, seriously, bought them a new house. Nunu didn't believe him, just kept looking out the window and heard that his family would be able to live in a good place and work less hard. A blue portal appeared in the middle of the street. Kim glanced to the side, grinned slightly, and said that it was better for everyone to get home early today. People passed by the portal and ignored it. The portal was getting bigger. The dark-haired girl stopped in front of the portal and froze. Kim looked straight ahead, continued to say, "Let's have dinner with Mom." Before he could say anything, the portal interrupted him. The portal has grown to a huge size. The main character slightly turned his head towards it and wondered what the new gate was almost immediately after opening the previous one. The girl was standing still and looking directly at the portal. Kim noticed this and stiffened slightly. The girl was standing confidently and wasn't going to back down, and Kim noticed that it was Shin Young-seo. Kim jumped up, pressed the emergency stop button, and said that this is an urgent matter, it will be released early. Nuna said it was too far for a walk. Kim stood holding onto the railing, waiting for the bus to stop, and thought that at this time there was only one gate that could appear in Earth Hongyi District, the first public dungeon clearing by the Sword Empress, which was described very briefly. Shin Young-seo stood in front of the portal and stood straight, and Kim added in his mind that the records of this dungeon were not left because it was something special. The girl stared thoughtfully at the portal. Kim added that it was Shin Young-seo, the Sword Empress, the strongest PvP player who passed it first. Kim carefully approached from behind and said that he was going to enter. Shin Young-seo turned to look at him and asked him if he was going to come in too and wondered who he was. Kim gave her a slight glance and replied that yes, he was a player, so he could see the gate, and thought that he couldn't find information about her in 2028. This lively and cute atmosphere is different from the two-faced murderous Itzy that she was called. Shin Young-seo smiled broadly, surprised that he was a gambler, and asked what he knew about this thing. A status window popped up next to it, and Kim noticed why short descriptions were always so weird. Kim looked at the portal and said that this thing is called a gate, and monsters will come out of it if you don't clear the dungeon in time. Shin Young-seo was surprised and said that the administrator mentioned something like thighs, but Kim stood straight, did not look away from the gate, and interrupted her, saying that this has not happened at it, because other dungeons have already been cleared. But even the past training talked about the possibility of breaking through, so it must be true. Shin Young-seo was surprised and noticed that it was the same guy. Kim reflected that there hadn't been any breakthroughs in this time yet, since he could have used his knowledge to clear the gate immediately after appearing. A swarm of huge bees flew out of the red portal, and Kim noticed in his head that the Seoul train station dungeon had been breached several times in the past, and many players had given their lives to understand the strategy of clearing it. Kim flexed his shoulder a little, thought that this time everything had changed because of his intervention. There would soon be so many gates that he couldn't clear them all alone, so breakthroughs were inevitable, and asked her if she had planned to enter. Shin Young-seo turned to look at him, lowered her gaze slightly, and replied that she thought she could. A trained person wouldn't have any problems, but she did. Kim listened to her carefully and said that everything would be fine, and noted in his head that in PvP she would even beat him. Shin Young-seo was surprised when Kim suggested that she form a squad with him. She looked at him carefully and asked him what his level was. Kim replied without any emotion on his face that he was 19. Shin Young-seo lightly scratched her cheek and said that it looked like she wasn't the only one who was like this, and it was great that she was also level 19. It was growing so fast. Kim watched intently as she tapped the screen and said that she would try to send an offer. She sent the invitation. Kim accepted the invitation to join Shin Young-seo's group. Kim turned his head slightly after she asked Tom him how old he was. Kim stiffened slightly and said he was 20. Shin Young-seo paled slightly, raised her hand and said that for some reason she thought he was older, and Kim noticed in his head that mentally he was 30, but his body was younger. Shin Young-seo smiled broadly and said that then they would communicate without formalities. They are the same age. Kim turned slightly to look at her and said that they would discuss this when they got out of the dungeon alive. Shin Young-seo lightly hit him on the shoulder and said that come on, okay, they will definitely survive. A notification appeared that informed them that they had entered the instant gate. Kim entered the gate carefully and thought that he didn't think that he would come across it on the way back from Seongshan, and this is a chance to see the dungeon that the Sword Empress went through right after training. The two guys disappeared after entering the blue portal. Nunu dropped her bag on the floor. She carefully looked at the portal and did not understand where her brother disappeared to. A dark tunnel appeared in front of them. The notification said, Instant Gate, Underground Tunnel. Kim immediately looked around as he entered and thought that they would look around a little. The passage was not closed. It is unlikely that escape is impossible, and if she was able to pass the dungeon alone after training, then it should not be difficult. Kim looked straight ahead and was surprised to see a notification that monsters were appearing. In front of them, 3 19 and 20 white hairs with red eyes emerged from the portal. Kim noticed that there were rabbits in this dungeon. Shin Young-seo started casting a sword for herself and noticed that rabbits are not as big as boss monsters, but they look strong. The rabbits noticed the protagonist and the girl and turned their heads towards the main character. Kim thought they don't have much power. Unlike players, the level of danger of monsters is easier to determine, and rabbits are almost no threat, not so aggressive. The rabbit immediately jumped out of the way, and Kim noticed in his head that their main feature is to run at high speed if they notice a danger. Kim and Shin Young-seo carefully watched as the rabbit ran away from them at an incredibly fast speed. Kim shifted his eyes slightly to the girl and noticed that they ran away when they sensed a threat, so it was best to kill with a single blow if possible and if she could handle it. She raised her sword to strike and replied that with a single strike, of course, she had just the right skill. Kim took out his sword, glanced at the girl in the battle stance, and noted in his mind that killing with one blow, it was obvious that she was the Sword Empress. The other rabbit immediately jumped out of the way. The sword in the girl's hands lit up with blue flames. The girl jumps and attacks a rabbit. The rabbit was instantly killed by the blue attack. The girl made a powerful roundhouse kick and gained experience, as well as 26 coins. Kim was standing at the back, watching her closely, and noticed in his head that her unique ability, he didn't think she would learn to use it so quickly. The atmosphere changed immediately after the battle started. Shin Young-seo was already attacking the second rabbit. The girl killed the next rabbit, and Kim noticed that a moment ago she looked like an ordinary student. Shin Young-seo stood slightly sweaty and stared straight ahead, and Kim added in his head that she now looked like the fighting fanatic she would be in 10 years. Kim threw a quick punch. The main character chopped off the head of a rabbit and thought that, by the way, he did not think that there would be rabbits behind this gate. The rabbit started to disappear, emitting a blue light, and Kim thought that it was hard to kill because of its speed, but its attack and defense were weak monsters that are known among players for one feature. Kim lowered his head a little sadly and made a mental note that he would be able to get that item if he was lucky and didn't drop out of the Satams, and Shin Young-seo noticed the protagonist's attitude. The girl approached the main character and asked if he had ever been here. Kim gave her a quick glance and said it was his first time here. The girl added that he did it too quickly, and Kim replied that she kills with one blow. Shin Young-seo got a little annoyed and said that it's fine, it doesn't matter, and there will be no formalities. She also added that they are the same age. It is inconvenient for her to speak politely and asked what his name is. The main character slightly turned his head towards her and replied that Kim Hyuk-jin. The girl added that her name was Shin Young-seo and she wanted to ask him before coming in here. The gate glowed with a bright blue light, and Shin Young-seo said that he knew a lot about the gate, and during the hunt, she was finally convinced where he got so much information. Kim took a light breath and a picture appeared in his head of him with black eyes studying information for the exam and thought that there are approximately 0 cases of instantaneous gates appearing. The exam will have questions about changes in the frequency of occurrence and the association's policy in this matter. Kim told her briefly that you just need to study a lot to know everything. Shin Young-seo smiled broadly and said that he thought she would be satisfied with such an answer. The notification said that the Whispering Devil was amused by his response. Another group of rabbits appeared from the portal and the girl noticed it. Kim held up his sword and said that they would talk when they were dealt with, and the girl noticed that they would be able to handle it quickly. The rabbits glowered at the protagonist, and he wondered what was among the drops that fell from rabbits, if an item that helps to break through the growth limit at the 30th to 40th levels. Kim fights off the lightning-fast attacks of rabbits and noticed in his mind that, of course, it would be stupid to wait for him to drop out for 1 or 2 kills. Kim raised the sword over his shoulder and added in his bare voice that he wouldn't leave until he got it. Administrator Senia carefully monitors the progress of the main character. Senia carefully looks straight ahead while being addressed from behind. That what an amazing player, it seems, is Kim Hyuk-jin. A fairy with green eyes appears behind the receptionist and asks if Senia is broadcasting with him. Senia responded positively. Receptionist Roa smiled broadly and added that he's definitely level 19, there aren't many players who can keep up with Shin Young-seo, check out the status. Roa clicked and a red notification appeared that access was denied, and Senia noticed that she couldn't do it. Administrator Senia hung her head sadly and added that he had set up the rights to view personal information, not only closed the status window, but even removed the name from the player rating table. The Roa administrator was very surprised by this information. Administrator Senia slightly closed her eyes, listened to how he even knows about this. Administrators don't talk about this, and did Senia really blab everything? Senia answered in the negative and added that she did not violate the laws. Administrator Senia slightly turned her head to the side, and Administrator Roa folded her hands and said that she had seen the players using the system, but he used it to hide everything. Such a good status, and Kim knows how to use his brain. He is definitely the type of person who will take advantage of someone frivolous at the first opportunity. Senia said nothing. Administrator Roa turned it around, turned her head to look at another administrator, and said that Kim probably brought in a good income and she could broadcast it. Administrator Roa was very surprised that this was also impossible. Administrator Senia turned her head and added that she had signed an exclusive contract. Administrator Roa was surprised and said that she also remembers that this can be done 3 times, and how could she spend 1 attempt so quickly? Suddenly it will show growth only at the beginning. Kim sees him being attacked by one of the rabbits, while Senia replies that it's none of her business. Kim killed a rabbit with a quick hit, gained experience, 25 coins, and a notification said so. Kim looks at the notification next to the disappearing rabbit that an item has been received. In front of the protagonist's face, a fancy iron sword appeared and a notification appeared next to it that says that this is a high-quality iron sword. An iron sword, made by a good craftsman, has good durability and attack power. A rarity is common, and the attack power is from 7 to 18 and the strength is 300 out of 300. Kim took it firmly in his hands. Kim called out to Shin Young-seo and threw the sword in her direction. The girl caught it and heard that use this sword if it is better than her current one. She didn't believe him and clarified that he wanted to give it to her. Kim took the new assurance sword in both hands, took a stance, and replied that she was better with them. Shin Young-seo carefully looked at the weapon she had just received and said that she would be happy to take it and thanked him. Kim threw quick punches with a new sword, and the girl added that the next item would go to him. Kim noticed the arrangement. The main character with a focused face fought with monsters and noticed in his head that he did not need a weapon. Kim cut another monster rabbit and added in his head that he had a general idea of the monsters that would appear in 10 years. His weapons are still enough, and therefore a high-quality iron sword can be given away. The main character killed a lot of rabbits with a powerful and fast series of blows and wondered how many more he would have to kill. There were new rabbit monsters, as indicated by the notification, and Kim made a mental note to drop out before they reached the monster respawn limit. Kim killed one of the rabbits and a golden sphere lit up in its place. Kim paid attention to the notification that informed that the item was received. The main character quickly picked up the object in the palm of his hand and noticed in his head that at last. Kim squeezed the item between his fingers, looked at it carefully, and wondered what was the best reward that could be obtained from this dungeon. The main character placed the ring on his palm and carefully looked at the status window, which says that this is the Ring of Legolas and this is a ring obtained as a result of melting topaz with mystical power, which gives +1 protection and effect, health absorption in the amount of 2% of the attack. Kim tightened his grip on the ring, put his hand to his chest, and looked away. A pedestal with a bright, blue crystal appeared behind him. Kim was slightly surprised that the stripping crystal had appeared so quickly. There was a small group of rabbits standing around the crystal, and Kim said that he didn't think the stripping crystal would appear so quickly. Kim glanced at Shin Young-seo and noticed in his head that it seemed like killing a small number of monsters was enough. Not all the gates were so simple. It was understandable why she was able to pass them alone. Shin Young-seo noticed him and asked if something was wrong, but Kim turned it away, held out his sword and said, no, they would discuss it later and now it's better to deal with the rabbits. The rabbit opened its mouth and squeaked loudly, and Kim thought that he had received a ring. But this is not enough. This is the only piece of equipment that you cannot limit to one. Kim swings at the rabbit flying at him and notices in his head that there are still 9 fingers left and it's too early to stop. Kim strikes fast and wide, killing a few rabbits and thinking that it may take a few hours, but his goal is to collect everything. Shin Young-seo turned her attention to the protagonist with a serious face. Kim threw powerful blows at the rabbits, and at this time the girl noticed that he was killing them almost as fast as she was. Kim jumped out of the way in her eyes, and she added that she also had so much knowledge, as if she had already been in this gate. She doesn't understand who he is. The rabbit jumped off the ground very high. Shin Young-seo quickly caught him with her sword and killed him in midair. The girl dealt the final blow and a notification appeared that the end of Spawn and monsters will no longer appear. She glanced slightly at the protagonist and wondered that she thought they would get out of here if they killed enough rabbits, even though they had been here for a few hours. But what to do now? Kim looked around and said that it was time to go to the exit. He was in that direction. A dark, huge tunnel appeared before their eyes, and the girl noticed that it was so dark, he sees at least something and the exit is exactly there. Shin Young-seo was very surprised by what she saw. The stripping crystal snapped abruptly. Kim was standing in front of the destroyed crystal. They got a notification that the clearing crystal was destroyed by force and the underground tunnel was cleared. Kim smiled broadly and reflected that, unlike a normal dungeon, it would be impossible to re-enter this gate after closing. There were 7 rings floating in his inventory, and he noted in his head that he managed to collect 8 rings and farm up to the limit of monsters was the right decision, even though these brats continue to make noise. Behind the main character was a tired Administrator Senia, and notifications said that the brave Lion King was bored, an unknown observer stopped watching, and a woman with scales considers his behavior strange. Kim noted in his head that it might be boring to watch such a hunt for a few hours, but they should understand how valuable these items are. Kim came out of the dungeon and thought that it had taken him a long time, and even though it was time to go home, how would he explain his delay to his sister? Kim and Shin Young-seo came out of the dungeon and stood near the gate with their swords. Kim looked surprised. Shin Young-seo turned around and looked around. The gate glowed even more blue in the vicinity, and she noticed that it was the same gate they had entered through. Something different? There were no people around. Kim turned his head to the side and turned his attention to the receptionist, who says that she welcomes all the guards, thanks them for visiting her channel. The Roa administrator flew over the players and reported that the true master of the Heavenly Demon Mountain requested the installation of a PvP zone, so I am happy to announce that it is open from now on. Kim looked at her carefully and wondered if Roa, the host of Shin Young-seo's broadcast, was just as much an administrator as Senia, but a fairy. Administrator Roa spread her hands and imagined that they had 2 people who attracted everyone's attention. A genius swordswoman, who was noticed even by the master of the Heavenly Demon Mountain and an unknown player, who could surprise with his knowledge and intuition, and asked who would win the duel. Shin Young-seo was surprised to hear that PV Pit was impossible to die in the PvP zone. All the damage received would disappear after the battle was over. Kim closed his mouth and looked at the administrator, who finished saying that please vote for the player you believe will win. Administrator Roa spins around with a lot of screens appearing around her, and Kim noticed in his head that she knows how to control the attention of the Guardians, which is why she will become one of the most popular middle-ranking administrators. Receptionist Senia hovered next to Roa and watched in silence, while Kim added that on the other side was the host, who lacked even basic conversational skills. Shin Young-seo approached the protagonist with a sad expression and said that she didn't know why things had turned out this way. She pulled her shoulder back a little and asked if they were sure they wouldn't die in battle. Kim raised his head to the side and answered that even in the worst case scenario, any injuries will be healed after disabling the PvP zone. Administrator Senia silently flew behind the protagonist, and he in turn said that, to be honest, he was a little shocked. He didn't think that he would be offered to fight in PvP when there were no guards on his side. His words surprised some of the guards. Receptionist Senia smiled slightly as notifications appeared that say that the Libra woman expresses bewilderment, the Whispering Devil is amazed, the brave Lion King snorts, and the unknown observer remains silent. Administrator Senia was carefully studying the many blue screens, and Administrator Roja glanced at her and noticed in her head that he didn't know about the Guardian's choice. Senia, she didn't say anything. Receptionist Roa felt sad and noted in her head that she would sort it out herself, no matter if she didn't interfere. Administrator Roa raised her hand, shouted that the fight was about to begin. Shin Young-seo looks at her carefully. Kim grinned slightly. After the receptionist said that you would support the selected players and wish them victory, and said that they should discuss something before starting. Kim turned to Administrator Roa and said that the Guardian, who requested the PvP zone, he wants to say a few words to the true master of the Heavenly Demon Mountain. Shin Young-seo looked at the main character carefully, while Kim said that such a noble guardian encourages treachery, asking for no reason to kill a comrade with whom I fought shoulder to shoulder. A man with a dark face, red eyes, and white voices appears in the protagonist's head, and Kim begins to tell him that his name suggests that he is a guardian with millions of followers, the one who climbed to the top, a heavenly demon. Shin Young-seo looks at the guard carefully with the sword in his hands. Kim adds that in the future, a true master of the Heavenly Demon Mountain will want to become Shin Young-seo's guardian. The guardian's face appeared in the main character's head, and he added that his character was no better than the Lion King, a warlike maniac, but he considers himself a true warrior, so he does not insist only on bravery. Kim carefully looks up and thinks that he is a pure fighter, that he stands up against injustice, betrayal, and cowardice. He is so arrogant that he will definitely react to his words, while the Roa administrator rushes his head back and forth and does not know what to do. A blue screen appeared in front of the main character's face. A notification appeared on this screen saying that the true master of the Heavenly Demonic Mountain wishes to give you a temporary skill. He gets a one-hit kill, and the temporary skill can only be used in the PvP zone. Kim realized that this was what he needed. Shin Young-seo looked at the protagonist in surprise and said that he also got it, and Kim thought that from his point of view. Shin Young-seo, who got this skill a long time ago, is much superior to him, and in truth, he's not even sure of winning right now. Kim lowered his head slightly in surprise and thought that he was weak, because even such a trivial skill doesn't exist. This proud warrior thinks that everyone doesn't teach personally is weak. Kim replied to the girl that it is true, now the skill will temporarily be with him. Shin Young-seo turned to the main character and listened to him say that he didn't think they would have to fight right after clearing the gate. It seems that he is interested to know the winner, since even the skill gave. Kim stood relaxed, and the girl said that she was too. Shin Young-seo turned her full face to him, smiled broadly, and added that she was also curious about who would win. The girl took out the sword that Kim gave her and said that he gave her this sword under the pretext that she would use it better. Shin Young-seo held up her sword and added that she had noticed that he was also an unusual warrior, that he dealt with monsters almost as quickly, and not only that, but also that he had knowledge about the gate, about the internal structure. Kim stared at her and listened intently. In front of the girl's face was a picture of Kim entering the portal, and added that he even showed her how to get out off there. Although it was dark, he knew everything or just saw it. Shin Young-seo held up her sword directly in front of the protagonist, who was standing straight up, and said that, simply put, she was wondering how far he would go if he fought seriously. The girl smiled broadly and finished that since they now have the same skills, it should be checked. Kim took out his sword and agreed with her. Kim held the sword out in front of him, stood in a crouch, thought that this guard was perfect for her, and said that if she was so interested, then take a chance. Kim and Shin Young-seo stood opposite each other as they waited for the fight, while notifications appeared above their heads saying that the brave Lion King was asking for a quick start, and the true master of the Heavenly Demon Mountain was silently watching the duel. The girl slightly lowered her lower palm from the sword. In the next moment, she is already running at the protagonist with an attack. Kim stood straight, not moving, waiting for the girl to get a little closer. The blows crossed. Kim blocked her blow, their swords locked and their eyes locked. The protagonist's eyes glowed blue, and a notification said that the perception eyes were activated. Kim threw Shin So-yeon aside from the block. It skidded to a stop and skidded on the asphalt. Kim watched her movements carefully and knew that the attack would come from the left. The main character blocked her backhand with a sharp movement. The girl's sword flew off slightly, and Kim thought that the next attack would probably be in the side. Shin So-yeon raised her sword and began to be covered in blue rays of energy. The girl watched the protagonist, and he thought that her only looks like this. Kim realized that she was aiming for the neck and blocked her kick. Administrator Roa opened her mouth in surprise and noticed that it was really possible to show such a PvP battle at their level. Kim retaliated, but Shin Young-seo blocked him. The main character took a careful look at her and thought that he can anticipate her attacks with his eyes of perception. Shin Young-seo glared at the protagonist, and he added that he couldn't counterattack. He was far behind in the matter of sword techniques. The girl makes a powerful attack on the main character, and he thought that in this case there is only one option left. Kim raises the sword slightly higher. The protagonist lands a powerful jump kick in response to her kick. Shin Young-seo pulled back slightly from this and became even more angry. Kim's momentum brought his sword up behind his back, and the girl asked him if he hadn't been trained in swordsmanship. Right. She raised the sword above her head and noticed that he had good instincts, but now she would attack seriously. Kim didn't understand what they were doing before she explained that she was holding back a bit. Shin Young-seo carefully stared at the protagonist, held her sword to her cheek and said that they would not die, but they would feel the pain of their injuries. Kim looked at her carefully and noticed in his head that it looked like she was collecting information about his skills, and to her it looked like they were about the same level of stats. Shin Young-seo stepped closer and swung for a powerful punch, and Kim noticed in his head that it was important not to miss her funeral kick. Kim wrapped his sword and tried to block the blow. The sword lightly grazed the protagonist's side. The girl noticed this and charged straight at him. Shin Young with a blue light sword strikes a funeral blow. Kim understands this. The main character stood confidently and waited for her attack. A tree stood neatly behind the protagonist. The girl rushed forward with the sword in her hands. Shin Young-seo missed the main character but pierced a tree. Behind the girl's back, Kim launched a one-hit kill attack, and the girl wondered if was hiding his speed. Kim started to turn sharply. The main character deals a powerful and fast blow. Kim stops the blade at the girl's throat. Shin Young-seo falls to the ground in fright. The protagonist holds a sword to his throat and asks if he won. The angry and red-faced girl put her hand on her knee and replied that he had won. Kim put away his sword, the girl slowly stood up, and the notifications announced that Shin Young-seo had conceded defeat and won the first PvP battle of the first PvP zone. Kim was slightly surprised and wondered what he thought the zones had used before. The notification announced that he had received the title of First Opponent. A title status notification has appeared stating that the title given to the person who first won a battle between players. The title holder gains a significant advantage in battles with other players. Also gets plus 7% attack speed, plus 4% movement speed, and the special skill Instant Move. Shin Young-seo's eyes flashed to the moment when a dark figure moved forward and threw a punch. Kim wondered what instantaneous movement was, a skill that allows you to get close to your opponent so quickly that they don't notice it. The dark silhouette of a girl pulls out a beautiful, pink sword from her back while Shin Young-seo scratches the back of her head. The main character thought that a powerful movement technique that does not consume mana. There were a lot of rumors about how the Sword Empress Gotit, apparently for winning the first PvP zone. Shin Young-seo slowly walked up to the protagonist and said that what he was thinking about, you have to stick out your chest proudly when you win. Kim looks at her carefully as she says that she was so surprised by what was going on around her that she called her mom for the first time since elementary school. If Ms. Han Myung-suk saw this, she would definitely be shocked, and he thought that it could be called stealing her skill, but it all happened by accident and he honestly won it. Kim carefully watched as notifications appeared in front of his eyes that the Libra woman admired his chivalrous spirit. An unknown observer sent 400 coins. The true master of the Heavenly Demon Mountain paid attention to him. The main character noticed that they were surprised by his victory. The four guardians watched with genuine interest. Perhaps they are trying to leave a good impression because he knows about the choice. There is also a notification that the brave Lion King makes fun of his pathetic tricks. Kim noticed that this guy continues to hate him, but for some reason he still goes to the channel. A blue grid appeared around the characters. When the PvP zone was disabled by notification, Shin Young-seo asked if it was over. Kim picked up his jacket and noticed that the wound had healed. Shin Young-seo looks at the protagonist carefully and says, "Let's not leave so quickly." She hands him her phone number and adds that if you write down his phone number and take her, you need to meet up sometime, not for drinking, but for a trip to the dungeons. Shin Young-seo smiled broadly, blushed slightly, and said that it was because she liked him. Kim picked up the phone carefully, but her bluntness startled him. The main character started entering his number into her phone. The notification said that the eyes of perception detected a danger. Something was moving closer to the back of the protagonist's head. Kim opened his eyes wide and tensed. The hand was flying towards the back of his head, and he knew that there was no way to dodge it and he would have to take the blow. Nunu slapped the main character on the back, and Shin Young-seo was very scared of it. Nunu stood angry and shouted his name loudly. She put her fist out in front of her and shouted that why he didn't explain anything and disappeared on an even set. She searched for hours, didn't even know if he was alive or not. Shin Young-sung looked at him with a slightly rough expression and asked who she was, and he said it was his sister. The mattress, covered with a blanket and pillow, lay neatly on the floor near a small closet. Kim hurriedly opens the closet, looks into it and thinks that they will soon leave this place. The protagonist left the room, exhaled and noted in his head that it would take 3 days to collect things and now his family could live in comfortable conditions. Nunu and the main character's mother carefully study the document, and Kim notes in his thoughts that it seems that his relatives did not even believe the documents for the house. They need more time, and if he can change something, it will be the future of his relatives. Kim dressed warmly, stopped, looked straight at it and added that the rest was going almost as he remembered. A large number of portals began to open in the middle of the city and above it. Kim says that on the 11th of May 2018, the disaster began and more than 20 million people died in training zones scattered around the world. An extract from the news is shown about new materials, strict regulation versus the rapid speed of research. What is everyone talking about? Kim adds that the global conglomerate Songshin calls items related to players new artifacts. They say that they will direct all efforts and funds into business related to this topic. A notebook appeared in the protagonist's head with his notes, and he thought that the events coincided with his notes if nothing changed in the future. A huge, blue portal appeared in the middle of the street, and Kim says that the 16th of June, in 3 days. The portal grew larger, and the protagonist added that dungeons and gates would begin to appear throughout the country. The main character carefully holds a golden leaf in his hand, which is slowly evaporating, and thinks that he could know about it, but is not able to solve all the problems. Kim carefully studies the book and thinks that he is neither a hero nor a saint. An ordinary player is only capable of one thing. The main character draws attention to individual entries in his book and added that he should play every day. The protagonist closed the book with a slam. A large mountain, brightly illuminated by the sun, appeared before his eyes, and Kim noticed in his head that he thought today's case had been found. The path through the forest was covered with stones and broken branches. Song Hwa stood with her hands on her knees, regained her breath and asked why they came here. Kim walked confidently along the path and replied that they would catch the monster, which was somewhere nearby. The girl was surprised by this. 2 guys in glasses and Panama hats carefully examined the 2 slimes, and Kim notices that the slimes are too weak to be considered monsters. The girl agreed with this. Song Hwa walked right behind the protagonist and asked that he was in another place then. Kim responded positively. A huge, growling wolf on a red background appeared in the protagonist's head and noticed that they were looking for a lycanthrope. Song Hwa trembled with fear and did not believe what was said. There was a magnificent view of the mountain dotted with trees. Among these trees there was a small path leading into a deep forest. A group of hikers carefully made their way through the thickets and talked, saying that what happened in Jongno is now being repeated all over the planet and it's terrible. He doesn't want to think about it and where the world is going. Also, a girl from the group added that she heard that monsters, called mid-ranking administrators, are killing people. Can't the police do anything? She was told that the bullets do not work for these administrators of something. The girl dressed in a yellow jacket turned around and noticed that there was a monster here too. There was a blue slime lying on the stone, and the girl added that that elastic thing didn't seem dangerous. Maybe we'd catch it and sell it. She was told to forget about it. If everything was that simple, she thinks the Songshin Group company would invest that kind of money in players. The girl in the yellow jacket raised her head up and noticed that new artifacts really cost a fortune for a reason. She has lived for 50 years, but this is the first time she has seen such dramatic changes in the world around her. The group heard a strange sound, stopped and began looking for the source. The group turned back in horror and froze. A guy with a dark face, red eyes and holding a weapon is heading towards them. Kim confidently walked towards them and noticed in his head that there were 4 women over 50 on the mountainside. These must be the victims of that incident. The woman grabbed her phone, trembled with fear and froze. Kim and Song Hwa stopped in front of them. He put his hand in front of him and said that calmly, "It will become dangerous if they start screaming. Any sounds can provoke him. Stay in place." The group began to panic and shout that they needed to call the police quickly and that he had a knife. The woman in the yellow jacket heard something in her right ear. She saw red, angry eyes. A huge, angry wolf of level 24 appeared from behind the bushes. The women rushed to the sides and began to run away in horror. The woman in yellow fell to the floor, looked into the eyes of the wolf and told him not to come. Kim gently placed his hand on her shoulder. Kim raised his sword with his other hand and thought that he was following the bloodlust he felt after approaching the mountain, and he appeared as expected. The lycanthrope stood with his paw raised and watched the enemy, and Kim noted in his head that this would be his first fight without tricks. Kim put his sword in front of him and added that there was more than one source of bloodlust. A huge lycanthrope began to attack the protagonist, and he noticed in his head that there was a stronger creature here. The wolf was already flying to attack the main character, but he stood up and did not understand where the stronger creature was. The lycanthrope was already close. The main character froze slightly and thought. The lycanthrope struck the protagonist, and Kim saw a silhouette behind him. The main character prepared to jump and bent slightly. The protagonist jumped away from the wolf. A white fox with 6 tails appeared behind the lycanthrope. Kim noticed in his head that he would kill him. Kim raised his sword to head level. His eyes glowed blue and notifications reported that the effect of the title First Enemy, a special skill of instant movement, was being activated. Kim instantly found himself ahead of himself. A notification about changing the title to Excellent Player appeared in front of his face. Kim flew into a white wolf with a blow. At the same time he received the effect of the title Excellent Player, plus 20% to damage and 10% to movement speed. He used the skill Excellent Blow. Kim pierced his opponent with his sword. The wound was not deep. The protagonist jumped back and the notification said that it was a six-tailed fox, level 27. The main character put his sword in front of him and wondered why the six-tailed fox appeared so early. The fox fell to the ground and began to attack. Kim watched as the fox instantly disappeared and thought that this was a very strong monster that belonged to spirits, a cunning animal that used disguise, sudden attacks, even a little magic. The protagonist looks around and added in his head that of course he knows everything about him. But why did the HP appear here? Drops of blood splashed towards the trees. A woman without an arm screamed, "Hold her shoulder." The lycanthrope looked at the woman carefully and slowly approached. The wolf put his muzzle forward and was about to attack. Song HWA took an attack stance and used taunt. The lycanthrope turned all his attention to the girl, and she noticed in her head that this was not the first time she had fought this monster and Kim was left alone while she was here. The girl's fists were covered with blue lightning and she wondered what Kim would do in her place. The lycanthrope raised its muzzle upward and growled loudly. Song HWA put out her hands in defense. Her body fell under the effect of the howl and she noticed in her thoughts that this skill was their last time. Her body was shaking so much that she only wanted to hide. The girl's fists became covered with a blue light, as if they had been charged. She got angry and added in her head that not this time, and the notification said that the anomalous status had no effect. Song HWA raised her charged fist towards the lycanthrope flying towards her and noticed in her head that this time she was the hunter. The wolf struck at the girl, but missed because she was using a platinum shield. Song HWA tensed slightly and realized that everything was fine and she was coping. The girl stretched out her hand, grabbed part of the wolf's body with it and thought that Kim knew that she was able to withstand the monster's attacks and needed to grab onto it tightly and not let go. Song HWA firmly grabbed the lycanthrope's front paw and began to lie down on the ground. The wolf growled loudly and began to jerk his hand. Kim at this time raised his sword to strike. The main character struck and pierced the lycanthrope through the head. Kim let go of his sword and jumped to the side. The protagonist landed next to the girl and called out to her. Song HWA at the same moment dealt a crushing blow to the wolf's chest. The lycanthrope flew several meters away. The wolf landed on the ground and left a long trail of blood behind him. The notification confirmed his death. Song HWA, slightly stained with blood, recovers her breathing and looks towards the wolf. The notifications reported that she received experience and 30 coins. Kim walked up to the wolf, pulled out the sword from the wolf's corpse, and thought that the training zone predator, hidden monster and wolf king, lycanthrope, was easier than he thought if it weren't for the six-tailed fox. The main character glanced to the side. Two women crawled away from danger along the path and told the monster not to approach. Kim glanced at them and noted in his head that due to the sudden appearance of a strong monster, they could not avoid victims. A woman with a severed arm sat with her head down. Kim began to slowly approach her. The main character stopped, closed his eyes and said in his head that she should rest in peace. The protagonist suddenly opened his eyes and glanced up. Kim looked up into the sky at the dazzling sun and wondered if it was a murder case on Mount Inwangson. Then the government announced that they had managed to destroy the culprit, a lycanthrope. A white fox appeared in the head of the protagonist, who looked straight ahead with anger and added that the real killer, the six-tailed fox, remained untouched. Because the current level of development does not allow them to catch a spiritual-type monster, it seems that they were in a hurry to announce their success. Kim glanced into the dense forest and noticed in his head that the fox was cunning, good at choosing the moment to escape, but he wouldn't go anywhere with a wound. The main character began to walk into the deep forest. He stopped and turned his attention to something ahead. The woman in the yellow jacket fell to the ground and screamed. The six-tailed fox sat opposite and yelled loudly. The woman was sobbing and screaming to be saved. Kim took out his sword and gripped the hilt tightly. He moved his sword to the side and began to quickly run in the direction of the fox and noticed that the fox was nearby. The fox slowly pulled his paw towards the woman in yellow clothes, and Kim noticed in his head that the fox needed human flesh to heal its wounds, internal organs, to be more precise. The six-tailed monster gritted his teeth and growled. Kim jumps up in front of the fox. The main character landed next to the woman and immediately took a protective pose. Kim glanced at the woman bleeding and noticed in his head that it was now clear that the fox had attacked the tourists fleeing from the lycanthrope. Kim looked more closely at the woman's wound on her side and added in his head that it was obvious from the wound that the fox was trying to get to the insides, but there was no time to eat them. The protagonist tightened his grip on the sword in his hands. He put the sword, blade forward, in front of him and added that it only seemed so. Kim looked carefully at the fox pinned to the ground and thought that most likely it was a double technique in front of him. If this was the main body, then there would not be a wet spot left of the woman. Kim carefully examines the fox and wonders where the main body is. Kim saw a fox frozen in an attack pose and wondered if it was a real fox. The main character stood straight, threatening the fox's double with a sword and looking to the side. He looked carefully to the side and realized that the real body is near the tree at 11 o'clock. Kim glanced into the impenetrable wilderness. The six-tailed monster looks carefully from behind the tree. Kim noticed in his thoughts that the fox was disguised and watching. Song HWA ran towards the main character, and he noticed in his head that it seemed that the fox did not understand what he was feeling through his eyes of perception, otherwise he would have run away long ago. Kim still stood with his sword forward. Song HWA appeared at his side. He told her to provoke the fox and thought that he would have to pretend not to know anything if he wanted to catch the real body. Song HWA flies at the fox double and uses taunt. The monster began to turn at her and growl loudly. Song HWA was surprised that the provocation did not completely work. Kim noticed this, looked at her carefully and shouted that everything was fine and that she wouldn't stop until she got his attention. The main character put his sword in front of him and added that he would deal with the fox and that she should just trust him. Song HWA turned on the monster and used taunt once again. The fox double turned completely towards the girl. The double rushed towards the girl with an attack. A huge mouth opened right in front of the girl's face and information appeared next to the fox that it was a six-tailed fox, level 22. The fox completely absorbed the girl's hand in its mouth, and Kim noticed in his head that this was part of his real body and not an illusion, so the characteristics were divided between the two foxes. Kim began to run around the fox and added in his head that a weak clone would not be able to break through Song HWA's protection. He would immediately kill him if this could solve everything, but the real fox would get scared and run away. A large, blue screen appeared in front of the protagonist's face. Kim went into the store and chose to buy a beginner's dagger for 260 coins. A dagger appeared in the protagonist's hand. He threw his hand up. Kim turned sharply back and threw the dagger towards the forest and noticed in his head that this was the only option to aim at the real body. The fox double huddled to the ground. The main character threw his arm stronger behind his head and began to attack with a dagger throw. Kim throws the dagger with great force and notices that the brave Lion King is interested in his throwing skill. An unknown observer is watching, and the true master of the Heavenly Demon Mountain is mocking him. The fox, hiding behind a tree, saw a dagger flying at him. The six-tailed monster growled loudly. A huge cloud of smoke appeared from behind the treetops. Song HWA was afraid that the fox double had turned black and she noticed in her head that the six-tailed fox had disappeared. In place of the double, only a small cloud of smoke remained. The girl turned around in horror and thought that Kim had done it, and by the way, she heard a sound similar to an arrow being released. Song HWA looked carefully towards the deep forest. The six-tailed fox lay covered in blood with a dagger in his chest. Kim took a step near the dead fox's mouth. The main character stuck his sword into his head to convince him, the notification said, that the six-tailed fox was killed and that he received experience and 30 coins. The fox instantly disappeared under the protagonist's feet and a notice appeared that the brave Lion King was impressed by his skill in throwing daggers, and the true master of the Heavenly Demonic Mountain was amazed. A large diameter gold ring appeared in front of the main character's face. After some time, the fox's tail appeared, and he thought that, of course, the chances were not zero, but it really fell out. It would be useful in some dungeons that would appear soon. Kim turned back as the notification congratulated him, specifically for level ups. A military helicopter appeared above the forest. His current level is 26. The helicopter hovered over the main character, and he thought that someone had called the police. It was better not to attract attention for no particular reason. He needed to leave. The protagonist stood tired and heard someone calling him. Administrator Senia appeared behind the main character and asked what his level was. Kim suggested that she check it herself and thought that asking questions out of the blue had become her habit. Administrator Senia looked carefully and realized that he was level 26. Kim turned to look at her and noticed in his head that her wings were shaking. The main character turned around with a bloody sword and at that moment the notification reported that the pause effect had been activated. Kim turned completely to the administrator and she said that the guard, a woman with scales, had used a pause and there were notifications from other guards. Administrator Senia trembled slightly and added that he should check the proposals. Several blue screens appeared in front of the protagonist's face and he stared at them carefully. Kim stood confidently in front of a large number of screens and noticed in his head that there was a whole mountain of them. The main character began to carefully look at the screen where it was written that the brave Lion King wants to reconsider the attitude towards him. Friendliness has increased significantly. The brave Lion King likes his hidden courage and spirit. He wants to give a great elixir of strength. Kim wondered why he suddenly started this guard likes it. The main character glanced at the other screen and added in his head that next was a woman with scales and a whispering devil, two guards with opposite values. A small sword and a purple skull appeared in front of his face. Kim also noticed that a weapon of rare rank, which was the early equipment of Typhoon, Cho Sung Hyan, the Iton sword and a consumable that accelerates growth but changes inclinations towards evil, is a devil fruit. The main character added that at this stage such items can make a ranker out of any player. Kim took a closer look at the screen, thought that the last sentence was worth paying attention to, the true master of the heavenly demonic mountain. He carefully read that the true master of the heavenly demonic mountain wants to become his teacher and he will pass on the heavenly demonic art. Kim noticed in his head that I never thought I would get the chance to learn this, such a gift, not a joke, but the unknown person did not offer anything to observe. The last thing Kim read was that the unknown observer appreciates his seriousness and composure and is always watching him. The protagonist noted in his head that he had been observing since the beginning of the training, but did not take any steps. The other guards made serious proposals. Kim put his hand on his belt, thoughtfully glanced at the screens again and thought that there was only one explanation for this situation. They were trying to influence him to choose one of them when he reached level 30. The main character, scratching the back of his head and exhaling a little air, thought that they want to demonstrate that they can give a lot, including the power of a pause. Now it's clear why the administrator is shaking so much. Administrator Senia stood still and trembled slightly, and Kim noted in his head that she should have notified the guards that he had reached level 25, and when the player you were looking after approached level 30, the guards would want to make contact. Administrator Senia was hovering in front of a huge number of monitors, and Kim added that now she was probably inundated with messages that she should have warned everyone earlier. Even the rule about the administrator's non-interference in the game would be a bad excuse. She couldn't even connect the two, although she wanted to. Administrator Senia turned her head and gave a menacing look after Kim called her. The main character with a sword in his hands began to slowly approach and said that he understood what was happening now. In general terms, she was in a difficult situation because of this announcement. She doesn't understand what he's talking about. Administrator Senia turned away, got a little angry and listened to the fact that Kim didn't think there and that. She had seen the proposals. She wouldn't be able to work normally if she angered all the guards. Administrator Senia, without turning her head, said who the hell he was and what he wanted. Kim put 3 fingers in front of him and answered that 3,000 coins. Administrator Senia turned to him and offered 2,000, and Kim replied that she was not in a position to dictate terms. He had heard that it was better not to joke with some guards, but she could try if she was so confident in herself. Administrator Senia opened her mouth slightly and said that she was offering 2,700 coins. Kim raised his head at her and replied that they were in 1 spoon and that's why he asked for that amount. Administrator Senia extended her hand in front of her. Golden essence appeared around her. Kim said that if she was not satisfied with the conditions for partners, then he could tell the price for strangers. Senia agreed to 3,000 coins and added that he should not ask for more. Kim, surrounded by golden essence, told her to give a contract and he would sign it. At this time, the notification announced that the pause was over. Outside, the sun was slowly setting below the horizon. Kim was sitting in a chair, and Song Hwa fell asleep leaning on his shoulder. Kim glanced to the side as the bell rang. The main character picked up the phone and at the other end he was informed that it was Yeon-seo. The protagonist smiled broadly and asked what the sudden call was. Yeon-seo replied that she had read the news. It was he, right? The man who killed the monster on Mount Inwangsan. The girl in a purple cape with a phone in her hand said that she just wanted to say thank you. The woman from the forest was lying on a bed in the hospital with an IV connected, and Yeon-seo added that her mother would have been dead without his help. The girl sat in the hospital, cried a little and finished that everything was thanks to him and she would never forget this and would do anything. She thought that she could take care of him. Kim smiled even wider, thought about the word take care and wondered if she herself understood what she was saying. Yeon-seo smiled widely after the proposal that he was going to call anyway. He had a question. The girl immediately asked what. Kim continued that in a few days he would need to go somewhere. Did she want to go with him? Yeon-seo asked where they would go. Kim replied that he was going to a distant place. A passenger plane was flying in the sky. Hyan, Song Hwa and Yeon are having drinks at the same table and Yeon-seo asks that he suggests going to Japan tomorrow. Kim calmly raised the pipe to his mouth and replied that this was not just a journey, but a raid. He was offering to clear the gate that would appear in Osaka. A memory appeared in Yeon-seo's head about a blue portal and she wondered what it was about that same thing, the place where they hunted for 5 hours straight. Kim lowered his glass, changed his face slightly and replied that yes, but they would have to go inside to understand what the new gate was like. There was no doubt that there could be a breakthrough. Countries around the world began to prepare for training and opening the gates after what happened in Korea. Pictures of the destroyed streets of Jongno surfaced in the protagonist's head. He continued that preparation cannot protect people from sudden attacks. The victims will number in the hundreds and thousands. The protagonist leaned back in his chair and added that if we talk about the gate he was targeting, the breakthrough would happen so soon that he was not sure if they would make it in time. The entire squad of the protagonist looked with surprised eyes, and he noticed that the monsters would fall out. There would be about 100 victims, including awakened ones. Kim sat with his face as calm as possible and said that if a trained group arrived there in advance, they would be able to reduce the number of casualties, as was the case in Inwangson. The protagonist put the glass on the table, slightly lowered his gaze and added that they could refuse. He would not force him, because they were not going to have fun at all. The entire squad froze for a moment and was surprised that he was ready to take on all the expenses for tickets and other expenses. All they had to do was take their passport, clothes and come to the airport tomorrow. Yeonseo was very upset and said that she couldn't believe that the call was because of work. Kim got a little excited and looked at her, and she added that she should have guessed it when he suddenly invited her on a trip, not even for one day. Kim answered her that he explained that this was a raid and why she even thought about a simple trip. Yeonseo rested her head on her hand, looked at him and said, "Okay, then tell me." Kim sat straight and listened carefully to the question about where he got this information from. The main character answered monotonously that this was a prophetic dream. An excerpt from his notes about the gate in Osaka appeared in the protagonist's head, and he added that he could learn about some important events through dreams and he never talked about it, because hiding this information is much more profitable. Yeonseo raised her hand, looked incredulously and said that this was even possible. Kim replied that now everything is possible. The main character turned the glass in his hands, looked at it carefully and said that gates, dungeons, monsters, things appear in their world that have never existed. Why not prophetic dreams appear? Kim lightly squeezed the glass in his hand, glanced at the group and added that it was their decision to believe it or not, but he knew what he was talking about, so he would leave in any situation, even alone. Yeonseo and Song Hwa were very surprised, and Yeonseo asked why he went so far and noticed in his head that he looked too serious. Yeonseo put her hand to her cheek and said that she thought she would get bad grades if she skipped class. Let's call it a date. Hyeon hit his chest with his fists and shouted that he would follow Hyunam anywhere. He owed him his life, so he would help. Song Hwa held the glass in both hands, looked innocently at the main character and said what about her. Kim replied that she would take care of the formalities and if she doesn't want to go, let her speak. Song Hwa smiled widely and shouted that she wanted to. She had never flown on an airplane before. Kim added that it was good. Song Hwa was flying with us. Everyone at the table was thinking about their own. Yeonseo about what to wear. Hen said that he didn't think that going to Japan would be so sudden. Song Hwa was excited to ride the plane, and Kim thought that at least one person would refuse, and it was unexpected that everyone agreed, and with such a team there would be nothing to worry about. The main character thoughtfully sipped a drink through a straw and thought that the future King of Fists, Empress of Swords and a tank, which has even more potential, thinks this is the strongest team if you choose among newcomers. A view of a huge airport opened up. Kim noticed in his head that tomorrow they would fly to Osaka. The protagonist's squad got into one of the planes and the captain of the ship said that he was welcoming the guests of this board that was heading to Kansai International Airport. The protagonist's squad carefully sat down in their seats. The guys sat quietly, and the girls were surprised at what was happening outside the window, and the captain added that they needed to fasten their seat belts and switch their electronic devices to flight mode and asked them to follow safety precautions. They wanted to enjoy the flight. Song Hwa smiled, turned slightly towards her neighbor and asked that he will definitely take off. Yeonseo laughed and replied that of course, it's an airplane, but if you don't fasten your seat belt, you'll fly off the seat. Kim turned his gaze slightly towards the girls and overheard their conversation about how to properly buckle up. The main character sat up straight, exhaled and thought that there shouldn't be any problems on the road, but he doesn't know the exact time the gate appeared. A picture appeared in the protagonist's head of a huge portal opening above the residents of Tokyo, and he says that there is only information that shortly before the breakthrough, training began in Tokyo with a survival rate of 33%, and soon after that gates with weak monsters began to appear. On a purple background, the city fox and rabbit slowly walked behind each other. Kim added that sometimes there were inadequately strong ones, but this was an exception to the rule. The main character looked thoughtful and noticed in his head that judging by the fact that the breakthrough of the gate brought a large number of victims among the awakened, either the gate appeared during training, when people were not ready, or that very exception to the rule occurred. A huge, gray monster with orange eyes flashed through the thoughts of the main character. Kim turned away slightly, put his hand to his chin and thought that he still wouldn't know until he checked it himself. All that remained was to get to Osaka and wait. They would wander around the area for about a week. Song Hwa sat quietly on a chair and turned to the protagonist about whether they could be gone for so long. Kim turned slightly. A memory of how the family was happy with the new house appeared in his head and replied that she saw how the family liked the new house. Nunu walked into the ornate living room with a TV and called out to the protagonist. She turned her head back and asked what he had already done. Kim exhaled slightly. His mother stood behind her and smiled widely. He noticed in his head that and he considered everything suspicious. But his sister always reacts like that, and of course, at first glance they didn't like it, but in their hearts they were happy. Song HWA relaxed slightly. She felt relief and joy, and said that it's good if that's the case, she'll take his word for it. Kim smiled and began to look away from her. The captain of the ship again spoke that, dear passengers, their plane will take off soon. Make sure your seat belts are fastened. Check your phones and other electronic devices. There was a view of a huge building with advertising for half the house. People walked leisurely along the city streets. Residents of the city thought about their own and did not pay attention to each other. The protagonist's party walked along a large street in the city of Dotonbori, Japan. Kim and the group stopped and noticed that this was the center of Osaka and a gate would appear here. Last time they were not cleared, after which a breakthrough occurred and the monsters came out. Kim looked around carefully and added in his head that he would like to find them right away to avoid a breakthrough. Yeonso paid attention to something, and Kim noted in his head that it would be good to come to the place even after the monsters appeared in order to minimize the damage. Kim rubbed the back of his head lightly and wondered how many days it would take. A blue portal appeared in front of the protagonist's face, and he immediately drew attention to it. Administrator Senia appeared from this portal, and Kim said that it was she who scared him. The entire group of the main characters saw the administrator and began to scream. Administrator Senia calmly looked at them and said that she was in a hurry to inform. Now only they can see her, and if they do not want to attract unnecessary attention, let only the main character speak. Kim turned his head away slightly, and Senia asked why he came to Japan. He answered that he was on vacation. Administrator Senia slightly bowed her head over him and said that it was too strange a combination of people for a simple vacation. It seemed to her that he had a different goal. Kim raised his head at her and replied that the goal, she wants to say that events related to the players will happen here. Administrator Senia answered as coldly and as clickily as possible that the law prohibits the dissemination of information that could directly affect the game, so she could not answer the question. Many blue screens appeared around the administrator. She took one and said that, however, the exception is when guardians convey their intentions through quests. It was written on the screen that an unknown observer wanted to give a quest and was sponsoring 3,000 coins, and Administrator Senia added that many guards had requested the quest, including guards who preferred not to give their names. Administrator Senia turned the screen to the player. It was written that the quest was a turtle's nest. Traces of a suspicious gate were found somewhere in Dotonbori. Find and destroy the turtle's nest, and Senia noticed that following their will, she, Senia, was creating this quest. Kim smiled broadly and replied that it was a personal trip, but since he was given a quest, he had no choice. Yeonseo got a little angry and noticed in her head that he was saying that they came to work. Administrator Senia slowly began to fly around him and he asked that he needed to complete it before returning to Korea. The administrator's answer was positive and Kim added that then there would be no problems. Kim turned to his squad and said that it was almost time for dinner and whether they were hungry. Song HWA jumped out and said that she wanted to try jukatsu. Kim replied that okay, they will buy it if they find a suitable restaurant. Administrator Senia turned around and thought about the main character. She examined him carefully and added that at first glance it seemed that he was playing with safe methods, but now it looked more like he was trying to get the maximum benefit. Hyen turned and asked if it was possible to simply leave the administrators. Kim replied that this was not a problem. And Senia noticed in her head that it's hard to believe, but Kim even uses guards. Administrator Senia remembered Kim saying in the forest that she thanks everyone who made the best offers and also understands that does not deserve such high attention to itself. Kim began to move among the trees and added that he still had to say it. The main character bowed deeply and continued that he is not going to accept any of the proposals received. Administrator Senia hovered in the air, looked in surprise and listened to the fact that he did not dare to choose one guard and would not risk choosing all of them. Kim was still bent over and noted that the only thing he could accept was their support. Kim raised his head slightly and added that he promises to try in the future and show the game that they so expect from him. The administrator's eyes glowed with golden light. Administrator Senia thought that with one bow, he received 3,000 coins from the contract with her and good impressions from the guards who were watching the game in Inwensen. Administrator Senia carefully looked at the screen, which said that training in Tokyo would soon begin, and wondered what the result was today's competition of guards as quest sponsors. Administrator Senia cast a very angry look at the protagonist and noted in her head that if this was initially part of his plans, then you better think about the fire with which you are trying to play. Kim Hyuk-jin. Administrator Senia hovered above the street where people were busy walking and cars were driving. The sun began to set over the horizon over the city. There was a small lantern near the establishment. Kim and Song HWA together noticed the restaurant and he proposed here. The girl immediately agreed. The main character stepped back slightly and took a closer look. The frightened citizens of the city ran away and screamed loudly. The protagonist's squad stared there and Yeonseo asked if this was what they were looking for. A large, blue portal appeared. A large notification appeared saying that they had discovered a turtle nest and it was part of the quest. Then you better think about what kind of fire you are trying to play with. Kim Hyuk-jin. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.
On the streets of Zhonghai, where the day blossomed in all its glory, and where the bustle and noise of city life increased every minute. In a cafe, a girl in glasses and a beautiful dress was sitting at a table. She asked the guy if he had a car. A young, attractive guy put his hands on the table and replied that he did not have a car. The girl began to doubt the guy, after which she crossed her arms and asked if he had real estate. He replied that he did not. The beauty looked at the guy and asked if he had nothing. How could a guy go on blind dates? She stood up and started to leave, after which she said that the guy was a loser. She was a senior employee. The girl wasted her time. The guy asked why she valued herself and her position in society so much. The beauty turned around and looked at him. The dark-haired girl got angry and asked what he said. The guy behaved very confidently and calmly. The main character turned around and replied that the girl's luxurious bag was just a high-quality fake. The Prada the beauty wears was purchased on eBay, with free shipping. The makeup is also bad, which only costs a few tens of dollars. And the girl herself is just a receptionist. How could she call herself a senior employee? Or the guy misunderstood something. The beauty with glasses was very angry with the guy. The guy touched his face and said that the girl is still single, although she is already 30 years old. No matter how much effort she puts into makeup, her flaws are still very obvious. The girl could not contain her emotions and began to shout at the main character and insult him. This was heard by a waiter passing by. After that, the beauty left, and the guy was left alone. He was sad that everything turned out this way. He began to look at his ring and take it off. It reminded him of past moments in his life. The main character remembered how the main character's girlfriend returned this ring to him, because the guy always said that this ring was his family heirloom, and then she suggested they break up. The young guy could not give his girlfriend the life she wanted. He squeezed the ring in his hand. After that, the guy felt pain in his palm and thought that he was a real loser, cutting his hand with his own ring. The ring began to glow in a bright red color. It depicted an eye that looked at the main character. The guy was surprised and wondered why the ring began to glow when his blood got on it. The family heirloom began to absorb his blood. The young guy was scared when he saw it. When the ring stopped glowing, the main character felt tired and fell unconscious on the table. After this, the main character wakes up and does not understand why he lost consciousness. He looked around and discovered that the ring had disappeared somewhere. The guy began to look for it, but did not find it. The main character asked the waiters if they saw his ring, or if someone took it when he lost consciousness. They were scared and looked at the guy. The waiters started talking to each other and they came up with a plan to avoid problems. They took the guy and threw him out of the cafe. One of the waiters told him to leave the place or he would call the police. The young guy stood up and was shocked by this attitude towards him. He understood that the waiters simply did not want to get into trouble, but he did not even pay for the food. The guy was walking down the street. He was very upset about today, but he heard someone shouting on the street to attract people's attention. It was an advertisement about an instant national lottery. The main character stopped to watch. He wanted to try it because he had been told that if he was unlucky in relationships, he would be lucky in gambling. The main character approached a man who was standing and selling lottery tickets and decided to buy it. On the lottery ticket, the guy saw inscriptions that were hidden. He did not understand how this was possible. He didn't believe it, so he started rubbing his eyes. The main character thought that he just didn't get enough sleep and it was his imagination. When the guy opened his eyes, he still saw which ticket was the winning one. The main character was shocked by this ability. The young man thought about it. He received X-ray vision. Because of the ring and with this power, the guy will become super rich. The seller waved his hand and said if the guy doesn't buy anything, then let him leave here. The guy smiled and picked up 3 lottery tickets, after which he replied that he would buy them. The man looked at the guy and replied, let him just take one and leave. This is not a supermarket. The main character was a little angry with the seller. The main character picked up the tickets and thought that the man had terrible service. The guy should have taught him a lesson. He shouted, he won $10,000 in the lottery. People who passed by noticed this. People started talking to each other. He was very lucky. It was a huge amount. They thought it was only washing powder. The man didn't believe the guy, looked at him and asked if he could check his ticket. The young guy gave him the ticket, but the seller immediately hid it and said that it was a fake. The guy screamed, he just bought these tickets from him, and he dares to deny it. How dare he? The seller replied, he watches the news, so he knows their tricks. The guy needs to get out of here. The main character said he must provide him with evidence if the man claims that it is a fake. The man looked at the guy and said that he was the main proof. The guy replied, if it's a fake, why don't he tear it into pieces? But he put the ticket in his pocket. The seller is just lying to him. The stranger began to worry and said that he would sue the guy for libel if he continued to say this. The young man crossed his arms. If a man talks about it like that, then let him not blame the main character. He gave $100 to the seller and said he would buy these tickets. The man did not understand what the guy wanted to do. The guy approached the people and said, they should be his witnesses. He chose these tickets in front of everyone to give them to the people. If they win something, let them keep them. Strangers on the street dissuaded the guy. They wanted the main character to take his money back, because such money is earned through hard work. The main character replied, they must do what he says. They need to believe in the guy. The man wondered who the main character thought he was. The guy's behavior made him a little angry. People on the street took the guy's tickets and began to wash them, after which they were glad that they had won a lot of money. The young guy extended his hand and told the man to pay everyone now. The man didn't want to give money to the crowd of people. He was shocked that they all won money in the lottery. The crowd of people was very unhappy and began to be indignant. They suspected that the man was simply deceiving them. The strangers approached the man and one of them grabbed the seller by the face. The man said he would give them money. Just let him go. People took the money from the seller. An unfamiliar guy approached the main character and said that this was his ticket. They will not allow the guy to be left with nothing, because he made them rich. The main character took the ticket and thanked the people. The handsome man walked along the streets of the city. He understood that this was just the beginning. With these eyes he would definitely be able to achieve success in life. The main character began to look at the girls. He really liked the ability he received, but his eyes began to hurt very much. He quickly closed them, after which he decided to rest a little. The guy started having nosebleeds and couldn't use his eyes too much. One day passed. He stood in front of the store and wanted to enter it to begin his work. Working in a jewelry store would be a very good choice for him. The guy was glad that he would work here. As soon as he opened the doors of the store, someone told him to quickly go to him. The man was unhappy that the main character came so late. They had very little time. The boss gave the suitcase to the guy and said let him go with him to the auction of rough stones. He quietly told the young guy that Miss Zhao, the representative's daughter, would be there, so he should behave himself and keep his mouth closed. The young guy smiled, feeling excitement inside himself. He thought, this was his chance to show himself. The dark-haired man said whether he could hear him or not. The main character answered. The guy thought he needed him to be silent. The man put his hands in his pockets and told him to stop. If the main character did anything wrong, he would be fired immediately. The guy in the suit looked at his boss and thought, he will show him what a professional is. They approached the national auction of rough diamonds. The main character was surprised when he saw this building. The boss was surprised that the main character knew about this place. He needed to watch himself and not say anything stupid when he met Zhao. The main thing was not to stare at her. The main character asked the boss who this girl was and why he thought the guy would stare at her. Further actions take place in the hall, where the main character was sitting with a cup of coffee and looking at some person. A very beautiful white-haired girl was sitting in front of him and was reading something. She was elegant. The young guy approached her and told Miss Zhao and Elder Qi to forgive them for being late. Zhao didn't understand what happened to this guy. He continued to look at her. She asked a question. The guy had never seen a woman before. The guy in the suit replied. He didn't want to be rude to her. Doesn't the girl know how different she is from others? Let her take it as a compliment. The girl stood up and asked who they were hiring for this job. Let them fire this guy for wanting to flirt with her. The main character replied. He will take his words back. The girl is not beautiful at all, because she was ugly inside. Miss Zhao pointed her finger at him and said that he was rude to her, he should be fired immediately. The boss wanted to calm her down. The young guy replied that her bad character would make the girl age faster and she would soon become a faded old woman. The boss walked up to Yi Qiu and asked him why he was saying that. He needed to not be rude to the customers because he would fire him. Yi Qiu looked at the man and replied that the boss should not interfere. It was not his turn to speak. He was shocked by the protagonist's words and asked how dare he. The man would deal with him after they finished. The man walked to the suitcase, after which he began to open it and asked that Yi Qiu stole something from the company. He was going to find out. When the man opened the suitcase, he was very scared. The main character broke a blue and white porcelain bowl from the Yuan dynasty. Everyone was shocked. It was very rare. They did not understand how this could happen. This is a Yuan dynasty porcelain bowl worth millions. The boss asked Yi Qiu if he could pay money for it. Elder Qi stood up and said, this was the first cool blue and white porcelain. It would be a real shame to break it. The boss replied that he warned the main character all the way here. He still broke it. The man thinks that the guy did it on purpose to release his anger. Zhao told them to call the police and let him go to jail if he couldn't pay for the bowl. Yi Qiu sat and did not understand how this happened. I held the suitcase in my hands, so the bowl could not break. The main character was suddenly able to activate his ability and saw a man sitting and doing something. His head began to hurt. The guy didn't understand whether it was an illusion or whether he really saw the man who was guilty of what was happening. He activated his ability again. His head began to hurt even more, but the main character wanted to find out who it was. The young guy saw the past, how his boss accidentally missed the bowl and broke it. The man was very scared. The guy wondered if his piercing gaze could really see the past. He understood that they wanted to set him up. The girl screamed for the guy to be detained while he stood rooted to the spot from fear. The boss agreed with this. Yi Qiu told them to wait. He was sure that this porcelain was just a fake. Zhao replied that the main character has no brains at all, or he is blind. Mr. Qi personally checked the bowl. It costs at least 1,000,000 yuan. The man grabbed Yi Qiu's tie and said, even though he knows how much authority Mr. Qi has, he dares to doubt his professionalism. The main character replied that he was ready to bet with his boss that this cup was a fake. The dark-haired man let go of Yi Qiu and said that he was ready to argue with him. If the porcelain is real, then in addition to compensation, the guy will have to bow to the floor in front of everyone and apologize. The young guy asked, and if it turns out that he was right, then what will happen to him? The boss replied, how can he be right? But if by some miracle the main character is right, then he will kneel in front of him. Elder Qi began to examine the porcelain and discovered something very suspicious in the suitcase. He picked up a piece of porcelain and said that there was something wrong with it. This piece was very suspicious. The girl and man were shocked by this statement from Elder Qi. The old man continued, it seemed to him that someone had replaced him. This was not the porcelain he was checking. Zhao asked the man what happened to the porcelain bowl. It was lying in a warehouse in their store. The man began to get very worried and stammer. He replied that he himself didn't know what was wrong. He pointed his finger at the main character and said that this guy was to blame for all this. Yi Qiu changed everything. Yi Qiu replied that the suitcase was under the man's control all this time. How could he change the cup? The boss had already disgraced himself enough. The main character told Li Qiao, only he alone had access to the suitcase. It seems to him that it was the boss who made the substitution. The beauty called the guards to arrest Li Qiao for his criminal activities. The security quickly came and said that they would carry out this order, but the main character stopped them. This man needed to fulfill his agreement, kneel before the young guy. The man didn't want to do this. The guy looked at Zhao and said, this is her manager. He can't even keep his word, and he also needs to send people to check the warehouse. There may be an original bowl there. The green-eyed girl took the phone and decided to listen to the advice of the main character. Elder Qi said, for a man to kneel is a shame, but a man must keep his word. Li Qiao lost the bet, so he must kneel in front of Yi Qiu. Li Qiao listened to the words of the wise elder, after which he knelt down and apologized for his actions. The old man asked the young guy how he determined that this porcelain was a fake. Not every expert could do it so quickly. Yi Qiu replied, he thinks that Mr. Qi understands this matter better than him, and this porcelain was made quite recently. He realized this after seeing the splits. The elder smiled. The old man was pleased that he had come across such a smart and polite young guy. The meeting was about to start soon, they were about to leave, and Elder Chi had to deal with the porcelain problem after the meeting. The girl ordered her guards to hand Li Chao over to the police for his slander and actions. The old man raised his hand and said that Zhao should not rush, she should not act rashly. Chi was interested in Yi Qiu, so he wanted the guy to go with them, he wants to see his skill. The girl agreed with Mr. Chi and said that she should be taken under the supervision of Li Chao by her guards. After which they went to the auction. The main character began to think, Mr. Chi is a very experienced master, thanks to his experience, he accurately identified a fake, it's not for nothing that everyone respects him so much. The protagonist found that Elder Chi stopped to look at the stone, he did not understand why he was looking at it like that. Yi Qiu approached the old man, he looked at the stone and thought, even Mr. Chi doubts for a long time, because they want to sell this stone at an inflated price. The young guy activated his eyes and thought that this was his chance to help Elder Chi. When the main character looked at it, he saw a precious and large stone inside. Yi Qiu was delighted and shouted that this was just a wonderful stone, he wanted to buy it. The old man waved his hand and replied that it was better to look for better material, it didn't cost that much. People began to talk among themselves, they were grateful to Elder Chi for the advice, because they wanted to acquire it. Elder Chi heard the main character say that he was buying this stone for $10,000, the old man turned around and began to smile. Zhao said that old man Chi carefully studied this stone, it can be sold, but not at a high price, he wants to waste money. The main character replied that he recently won the lottery, so he wants to try his luck with the stone. The guy has been very lucky lately, suddenly this stone will make him incredibly rich. Old man Chi came up to him and said that he was great, the guy is well versed in stones. The young guy smiled and told Mr. Chi that he was just trying his luck. The seller interrupted their conversation and said that it was exactly 10,000, let Yi Qiu take his check, he will help the main character cut the stone for free. The girl said that she needed to check on Li Chao. Elder Chi replied that she should not rush, he wanted to see what would come out of this stone. Zhao crossed her arms and said that the guy won't earn anything from this stone, it's a waste of money. The young guy answered the girl, what if the value of the material is paid for by the stone itself, what will she do? The beauty replied, if he earns something from this stone, then she will apologize to him for her words, but if Yi Qiu suffers losses, then the guy will apologize to her. The main character agreed to these conditions. The seller was about to start cutting the stone, but the young guy waved his hand and stopped him. He didn't understand why the guy stopped him and said that if Yi Qiu changed his mind about buying this stone, then it was too late, he couldn't return the money to him. The main character replied that he had not changed his mind, he should not worry so much. Yi Qiu took the marker in his hands and stood near the stone. Yi Qiu began to draw lines on the stone, he wanted to show the seller where to cut this stone. The guy with purple hair began to saw the stone according to the marks of the main character. The girl didn't think there was anything special about this stone, she believed Elder Chi, but she was interested in seeing it. When the stone was cut, people saw that there was something blue there, one of them thought that if he had known, he would have bought this stone. Old man Chi was shocked by what was found in the stone, he could not say a single word. When the stone was cut from all sides, people did not believe their eyes, they did not even know that this was possible. The main character took the stone in his hands, the elder said that it was a piece of topaz, it was very rare. Elder Chi wondered how this guy knew that there was something valuable inside the stone, but Yi Qiu was even able to determine the exact places where the valuable stones were located. From the crowd of people a man shouted that he would buy it for 500,000, the second man said that he would buy it for 800,000, someone from the crowd shouted that he would buy this stone for 2 million. The old man approached Yi Qiu and said that he would buy this stone for 1.5 million and he would add money to him for the precision of cutting. The young guy smiled and said that he would sell it to Elder Chi, but at the market price of 1 million yuan, after all, he is here thanks to the old man. Yi Qiu thought about it. The old man is very smart, he saw talent in him and is now trying to appease him, but the guy understood this, so he will not fall for his hook. Chi looked at the guy and thought that he was great, he doesn't turn up his nose and is very honest, he has a great future. The guy approached Zhao and said, the price of this stone has increased hundreds of times more than the stated dispute, so it's time to apologize. The girl was embarrassed, looked to the side and apologized to the main character. The main character replied that her apology did not please him very much, but he would accept it and let the beauty understand that there is no need to underestimate him, otherwise it will only get worse. The young guy hugged the stone and thought that now his parents would live a rich and carefree life. This was observed by some unfamiliar man who did not want anyone to see him. They went to another room to look at other stones. The old man wanted to test the guy's abilities. An elderly man asked how he liked this stone. The guy replied that he didn't know, it was too much of a risk. Elder Chi pointed his hand at another stone and asked how he liked this stone. It had a green tint on it. The main character replied, it's just a green thin layer, and the price was very high. Chi thought about it. Yi Chio is deliberately trying to get rid of him with well-known facts, so as not to show him his real experience. Suddenly the mobile phone rang. The main character decided to take it out of his pocket and see who was calling him. Yi Chio was informed that his grandfather was in the hospital. The guy was very scared and said that he would come now. The main character said that now he must visit his grandfather. If Zhao is worried about him, then let him send bodyguards after him. Just as the girl wanted to answer him, Elder Chi stopped her with a wave of his hand. The old man smiled and said he didn't think the guy had anything to do with the recent porcelain bowl incident, so he was letting him go. Elder Chi picked up the phone, called and told Feng to take his friend to the first hospital. It was very urgent. The young man smiled and thanked Mr. Chi for his help. Yi Chio ran and told the old man to buy stone number 264. Although it is expensive, it is worth the money. The beauty looked at Mr. Chi and asked why he was protecting him so much. This guy was just lucky. The old man replied that in order for the girl to remember, she needs to think more with her head and not let the first impression cloud her mind. This young guy understands stones better than him, which is why Elder Chi respects him. They need to buy the stone that the main character recommended as quickly as possible, otherwise other people will buy it. A few minutes later they bought a stone. Inside was a gem called a horse tooth. Elder Chi was surprised. He remained in the black, but didn't earn much. Even such a complex stone, the guy was able to identify it as profitable. He looked at Zhao and said, the main character has incredible talent. What will she say now? Zhao was embarrassed and replied that she had gone too far with her emotions. Now she knows how to behave. Chi closed his eyes and the only thing he could say was that if they get this young guy, they will get peace. Further actions take place near the hospital, where the main character has already been brought by car. The young guy got out of the car and thanked the driver for giving him a ride to the hospital. Just as he wanted to go to the hospital, the main character heard a very familiar voice from behind, which called his name. Yi Chio turned around and saw Yi Yiziangguo's uncle, Huang Yan's aunt, Zhang Fan's brother's wife, and his brother. Cousin Yi Wenhui told the guy that he came with a very expensive car. Zhang Fan said, he rented a car. Yi Chio rode a motorcycle before. Why did he decide to do this? Yi Yiziangguo approached the main character and said that he has the right to tell the guy, they have no money in the family, and he spends it on such things. If grandfather finds out about this, it will only get worse for him. Huang Yan said that his brother has an income of 20,000 yuan and even he does not dare to rent luxury cars, and Yi Chio works in a jewelry store and pretends to be rich, forgetting about his family. The young guy looked at them and told them to look at themselves first and not at others. The aunt replied that this was all for Yi Chio, they only wanted the best for him. He ignored these words and went to the hospital. The guy approached his grandfather and took him by the hand. He was very worried about his health and wanted to save him. Yi Yiziangguo said that in order to cure him, they needed a lot of money. Their family didn't have that kind of money. The protagonist's father said that the doctor said that at the initial stage you will need a lot of money, and then it will be easier. Huang Yan said that grandpa needs a heart transplant, which costs more than 1 million yuan. Post-operative care also costs a lot of money, and he also needs medicine. The man approached his brother and said, his father somehow raised 4 of them, they need to save him. Auntie Yi Yuan and Uncle Yi Yizianjin came up to them and said that they also did not have that much money. Their families were very poor and they thought that if grandpa was cured, he would not live a long life. Uncle Yiziangguo has not yet paid for the mortgage. Their son has a lot of income, but the mortgage is too expensive. They also have no money. The father of the main character said, this is their own father, they need to think about how to save him. they cannot leave him to his fate. The whole family started blaming the protagonist's father for Grandpa's illness. They sent him money so that Guoqing would take care of him. The last time they came to his house and saw that his father was wiping the table himself. At that age he did not need such loads. They thought that his father was tired of his behavior and fell ill. The main character got angry and shouted for them to stop quarreling. He didn't understand how they could be called people. Grandfather was dying, and they were shifting the blame onto each other. Uncle Yi Yiziangguo said how he talks to his elders, where his upbringing is. Yi Qiu has no right to blame them. He is caring in words, but in reality he only knows how to skip money. Yi Qiu told them to shut up, after which he approached his father and said that he would cover the costs of the operation himself. He had the money. Everyone was very surprised that the guy had money for such an expensive operation. The cousin said that if Yi Qiu could get that kind of money, he would apologize to him on his knees. The blonde did not believe that the guy had it, so she thought that he was just lying. The main character replied that he said it himself. If he now proves that he has money, then his brother will have to fulfill his promise. Zhang Fan began to take out a portable cash register from her bag and said that she could check if the guy was not afraid of embarrassing himself. The young guy took out his credit card and replied, "Let him take out his terminal. Soon his dear brother will kneel in front of him." The guy applied the card to the cash register and the amount that was on his card appeared on it. The girl was shocked by what she saw. The young guy asked his brother if he would kneel in front of him, but the brother replied that he was older than the main character. He needed to stop acting like a child. Yi Qiu said that a man who is not responsible for his words does not deserve to be called a man, and he still has the audacity to say that the main character behaves like a child. The relatives were shocked by Yi Qiu's words, and the aunt began to be indignant that Guoqing had raised her son poorly. The father approached his son and asked him whether he earned this money himself or whether the guy stole it. The main character replied that this was his money and with the help of it, they would cure his grandfather and save his life. Guoqing turned to his relatives and asked them whether they would chip in for treatment or not. The uncle replied that he would like to help, but he had no money, and the man with glasses certainly didn't have any. Yi Qiu's father told his son that they will pay for the treatment, but they need to hurry. The main character agreed with his father's words. Suddenly a very attractive girl came in and apologized for disturbing them. The girl was recognized by Yi Wenhui. He was delighted with her. The guy asked why Miss Su came to them. The beauty did not recognize this guy, so she looked at him and asked who he was. He replied that she was a noble person. It would be strange if the girl knew him. The cousin introduced himself. He was from the Wang Advertising Agency. He and Mr. Zhang were doing advertising for their company. Su sighed, closed her eyes and replied that she remembered him now. The guy was from the Wang company. She looked at the people standing nearby and asked which one of them was Yi Qiu. Yi Wenhui came up to her and said that his brother did it again. This guy is always causing problems for them. If she wants to punish him, then they will support her. The girl ignored Yi Wenhui's words and walked up to the main character. She greeted him and introduced herself. Su Qingyue was Mr. Qi's assistant. The main character asked the beauty why Mr. Qi sent her to him. The girl replied that he knew that Yi Qiu's grandfather was in the hospital, so he sent her to find out how they could help. Su Qingyue added that she had already agreed with the head of the hospital that his grandfather would be provided with the best doctors and their company would pay for his treatment. All the relatives looked at their conversation and were shocked. They did not understand what was happening. Yi Qiu smiled and said that the girl should convey Mr. Zhao's gratitude from him, but they do not need to bear the cost of treating grandfather. He has money. The beauty agreed with the guy and told him to keep her business card. If he has problems, let him call her. She will help the main character with any question. The young guy was very happy to be taken care of so much, so he thanked Su Qingyue. The girl replied that the guy was a very valuable guest for them. Zhao wanted to come himself, but urgent matters appeared in the company business, so he sent her. Qiu wanted to invite them all have dinner. The red-eyed girl replied that Zhao would gladly agree. She decided to leave so as not to bother them anymore. The main character thought, Zhao's behavior changed a lot. It's not for nothing that he works as a director. He immediately understood everything. The guy admired his ability to show flexibility. The father asked his son what it was just now. The guy replied, the Hengfu company appreciated his abilities, so their boss began to try to please him, and he arrived in his company's car. Guoqing smiled and asked why he didn't say this before. His father was very proud of him. The man knew that his son was the best. Yi Qiu replied that his father always taught him that he needed to be more modest and brag less about his achievements. There are people who achieve minimal success and begin to shout about it to everyone and everywhere. And even in front of relatives, such people dare to turn up their noses. My brother and his wife felt ashamed of their behavior. Aunt smiled and said that it was all a misunderstanding. They were a family, so they should stick together. The guy shouted, "Grandfather worked all his life. He even did all the housework." Relatives, in order to relieve themselves of responsibility and not pay for treatment, are ready to slander their relatives and let grandfather die. Zhang Fan pinched her husband and told him to apologize to his brother now. Huang Yan approached the guy and asked his brother for forgiveness. He behaved wrongly. The main character ignored his brother and said that he would pay for the treatment in full, but his grandfather needed a good mood to recover. He had only one request to all his relatives, to visit his grandfather more often and talk to him. Further actions take place on the street, where the main character walked through the city and thought that he should learn more about his abilities and earn money with their help. But even if the abilities disappear, he will not need to panic, after which the guy noticed something strange. He was surrounded by a gang of men. One of them was carrying a bat. Yi Qiu asked who they were and what they wanted from him. An old man approached the hooligans and said that the main character had forgotten about him so quickly. The young guy looked at the seller and said, he ruined his plans to steal the lottery, and the man wants to take revenge on him for this. The seller replied that the guy was smart, but it was too late to ask for mercy. He had already decided to make him disabled. Yi Qiu was attacked by hooligans from all sides. The guy was wondering what to do in such a situation. He realized that there were a lot of people here, so he would have to use his ability and spend a lot of energy. One of the men decided to hit the main character in the face, but the guy easily dodged this blow. Yi Qiu looked to the side and saw that he could now hit the other man who was approaching him. He hit the bully in the stomach with all his strength. The guy was shocked that with one strong blow to the stomach, the man fell unconscious to the floor. But that was not all. The hooligans took out bats and ran towards Yi Qiu. He stood up and took a fighting stance. A few minutes later, the main character beat all the men who wanted to beat him and told them to leave here. His piercing gaze can anticipate enemy attacks, and his reflexes are enhanced. All the beaten men ran away. A car stopped next to them, and someone was watching all this. The man in the car said that he didn't think this young guy could fight like a master yet. The driver of the car asked his boss what they should do now and what their plan was now. The boss replied that Elder Lu saw his abilities at the exhibition of ancient stones. He recognized the talent of this guy, so he ordered them to lure him to work for them with all their might. The stranger asked how they could do this, since the guy didn't even go to work with Elder Qi. He replied that they should take him to them by any means. He decided to hit his vulnerable spots. Next, the actions take place near a jewelry store. A young guy stood opposite it and wanted to go in. When he entered the store, someone started shouting at Yi Qiu. The man couldn't believe that he had the courage to come here. It was a girl who asked him why the guy didn't come to work yesterday. If he didn't explain himself, he was finished. The main character closed his eyes and said that yesterday he was at the stone auction with Mr. Qi. She didn't believe his words and replied that he had a big imagination. Such as him, he couldn't even stand next to Elder Qi. The guy said that Li Chao was there too. If he doesn't believe it, then let him ask him. The girl got angry and asked, he doesn't realize his position in society. Does he at least understand what he's talking about now? The girl grabbed the guy by the clothes and asked how he could behave like this. Yi Qiu also dares to call Li Chao by name. She had the right to punish him, because the girl is his boss. Yi Qiu turned around and became very serious. He told the girl to stop and not look for problems for herself. The boss got angry and said that she was fining the guy 500 yuan from his salary for yesterday's absenteeism. Now he dared to be openly rude to her, so she fired him. From that day on, the guy does not work in their company. The girl called the security to kick him out, but the main character said that he would leave himself, but then she would regret it. The pink-haired girl replied that she regretted not driving him away sooner, so she should quickly leave here. The young guy started to leave, but suddenly someone called him on his mobile phone. He picked up the phone and greeted Sue. The beauty asked if the guy had already arrived at the store. The guy came out of the jewelry store and replied that he had been fired and was now going to go to the hospital. Sue was surprised that Yi Qiu was fired. She decided to deal with this outrage and fix everything. The guy just needs to wait a little. Zhang called the boss and she quickly picked up the phone. The girl wanted to know why he was calling her. Zhang started shouting that Su Jin at least understood what she was doing. She needs to quickly bring Yi Qiu back. He doesn't care how she did it. If she fails, then not only will she drown in problems, but he will too. The girl was surprised that he was talking about Yi Qiu. The man told her to quickly follow him. Su Jin ran out of the store and ran to Yi Qiu. She apologized to him. The guy noticed the girl, and he turned around. The young guy had been working in this company for 3 months. He suffered insults from Su Jin and Li Chao every day, and now she suddenly decided to apologize. She ran and bowed to him. Jin apologized again. The guy should have understood her. She was a girl. The main character replied that if he forgives the girl, it will still not change anything. Her boyfriend Li Chao was seen stealing company property, and the police have already arrested him. The young guy said, if he is not mistaken, then Jin is also involved in this matter, so they will also come for her soon. The boss was shocked by the guy's words. She couldn't believe that Li Chao could do something like that. 2 cars drove up to them and security guards got out of one and approached the main character and the girl. The guards grabbed Jin's hand and said that they had to investigate a case of interfering with the company's affairs. She had to come with them. Su got out of the car with Zhao and apologized for this misunderstanding. The guy replied that it was not their fault, so they should not apologize. Zhao said that Su Jing will be severely punished for her actions. On behalf of the company she asks for an apology for the moral damage given to him. She hopes for his mercy. Yi Qiu replied that it was not worth such politeness. He had not yet thanked them for helping his grandfather. The beauty smiled and said that it was their duty. When they had time, they would visit his grandfather. The red-eyed girl said that they had one request for the guy. Could he go to the warehouse and check something? The main character agreed. If he has not yet been officially fired, then he is considered their employee, so he must fulfill their request. The employees at the store were shocked that Yi Qiu had such a high position in society and wondered why the guy kept it a secret for so long, but they were glad that someone taught Su Jing a lesson. Next, the actions take place in the warehouse. Zhao explained to Yi Qiu. After interrogating Li Chao, they began to suspect that some of the products in the warehouse had been replaced. The girls would be glad if the main character could arrange a check. The guy agreed. They opened the suitcase and there was a green vase. The young guy was interested in it and he decided to check it. When Yi Qiu looked at her closer, a red light appeared. He was surprised and did not know what it could be. Yi Qiu saw some man carrying this vase. His clothes were from a very long time ago. Su was looking at him at that time and wanted to ask what he was doing, but Zhao stopped her. The young guy pointed his finger at the vase and said that it was from the Shang dynasty. This vase was genuine. The main character picked up a white bowl. It was made from white porcelain from the Song era. It was genuine. The guy began to examine other antiques. An ancient vase with a dragon design is also real, but the bowl with a lid is fake. It is no more than 10 years old. He looked at a lot of antiques today, so he felt very bad. His head could not withstand such a load. Yi Qiu fell to his knee from the pain in his head. The girls ran up to him and asked what happened to him. He needed to take a break and then check the rest. He now understood the limitations of his ability. Zhao agreed with the words of the protagonist and thanked him. She said that it was better for him to go to his grandfather in the hospital. The guy thanked them and decided to leave. When the young guy left, Zhao told the red-eyed girl to check him to see how accurately he had determined everything. Su replied that everything was correct. The guy had never made a mistake. The green-eyed girl asked how this was possible. She and the experts spent a lot of time trying to establish the authenticity of the antiques. The red-eyed girl said that this was something mystical, alone in half an hour without tools or the internet, just with the help of a glance to understand everything. She felt uneasy. The girl in green clothes said that they should keep Yi Qiu in their company at all costs. The main character came to the hospital and saw the guards near the door. He thought that it was the work of Zhao. He opened the door and went in to his grandfather. His father met him and said that his friends had come. They wanted to see him. The young guy looked ahead and saw that a man with his driver was sitting next to his grandfather. The man greeted the guy and decided to introduce himself. His name was Chen Shao. He was the assistant director of the Fuyun Company. Guoqing said that Fuyun Company is the main competitor of Hengfu Company. How can they be friends? Yi Qiu shook Chen Shao's hand and asked how he could help them. The man congratulated the guy and said, their director Lu appreciated his abilities, now he can move to a new level of life, becoming very rich. The guy said that he didn't quite understand them. The man with short hair said that their director liked Yi Qiu, he wanted to give the guy a good job. The main character closed his eyes, thanked them for the offer and replied that he would have to think about it. The short-haired man was dissatisfied with Yi Qiu's answer and said how dare he say such a thing. The young guy asked what kind of traditions they have in the company. They lure him out, as if they were teaching a dog to use the litter box. The company employee was angry, he told the guy to repeat this to his face, and the man would beat him so hard that he would crawl on his knees. Yi Qiu replied that they should leave here before he had to personally kick them out. The guy asked his father if his grandfather had been scheduled for surgery. Chen Shao said that the guy is too arrogant, he dares to despise their boss in return for his kindness. The guy replied that it was the boss who despised him, otherwise he would not have sent such workers after him. The father approached his son and said that he was too hot-tempered, it was impossible to refuse them in this way, after all, their company is connected with the mafia, it would be better if they did not become their enemies. The main character answered, the guy is no longer the same as before and if he will work in Fuyun, then he will offend Hanwu and with a company like Fuyun, it's better don't cooperate. Guoqing agreed with his son, but now the man doesn't know what bad things they can do. The young guy is afraid that they will blackmail him by threatening his father or grandfather. Yi Qiu is to blame for answering them too impudently and rudely. At this time, on the street, a man with short hair asked Chen Shao what they should do next. He wanted to kidnap the guy, and if he refused to work for them, he would beat him. Chen Shao replied that he only has fights and murders on his mind, he doesn't know how to think with his brains at all. The man smiled and said that he only knows how to beat and kill, he has no brains, that's why they are together, but what will they do with this guy? The red-eyed man said that he would make Yi Qiu crawl to them on his knees and ask them to hire him. Further actions take place in the hospital, where the main character told his father that today he will guard his grandfather, and let Guoqing rest. Yi Qiu told his grandfather that he had arranged the procedure for his treatment, he would soon make a full recovery. The old man smiled, he was very happy and proud that he was such a great fellow. After this, a little time passed, the main character was lying next to his grandfather, he decided to train his abilities. He looked up and saw two men standing above him. This time he felt that the feeling of fatigue had decreased, he needed to increase the power of his gaze. The young guy thought about it, apparently he had trained his piercing gaze, Yi Qiu needed to try to increase his strength even more. When the main character did this, he immediately closed his eyes became very painful and he screamed. Grandfather woke up and asked Yi Qiu what happened to him. The guy replied that he accidentally hit his head. The main character thought that it was all because of the laser that he saw during the day. The antique aura enhances the effect of his ability. From tomorrow he will begin to check as many antiques as possible. The guy closed his eyes, his life practically did not change, he received abilities but is still forced to work. Next, the action takes place in a store, where a man said that the vase of 100 birds belonged to the Ming dynasty, the girl must compensate for the damage, otherwise he will sue her. The girl replied that when he took out the vase, there were already cracks on it, with a light touch, a piece broke off from it. The man could not believe that the girl wanted to say that they decided to set her up on purpose. Yi Qiu entered the store, the girl replied that that was not what she meant, but if judged fairly, they were wrong. The stranger said that there is no justice here, the worker broke his vase, now she must compensate. The young guy asked Chun-Li what was going on here, he wanted to know everything in detail. Chun-Li answered the main character, it's good that he came, these people just took out a vase with cracks, she touched it and a piece fell off, the girl didn't use any force at all. The main character thought, if everything is as the girl described to him, then they want to deceive her, he told her not to panic. Now the guy will look at everything. The guy used his ability, he asked the man, he said that this vase belongs to some era, and he has documents. The man put the documents on the table and said, this is a certificate of authenticity of antiques, let him look, the vase is definitely genuine. Suddenly, two unfamiliar men came to them, one of them asked who in this store was so impudent that they dared to doubt that their company had correctly identified the authenticity of antiques. It was Master Lin and his assistant. The man said that he had to help them. 2 days ago he brought this vase from the Ming dynasty to them for inspection, and their worker broke it today. The stranger said that they still doubted the authenticity of the vase. Lin asked him if he understood anything at all. Yi Qiu replied that it was a fake and he should check the vase again, because sometimes experts can make mistakes. The men asked who this guy even is. He dares to tell everyone here, and he's not even worth Master Lin's boot, who allowed him to be so impudent. The main character asked if he was checking this vase. Let him take a closer look at it. Lin replied that this was impossible. He examined her carefully. She was definitely real. The young guy wanted to argue with the man. Lin asked who he was to argue with him. Yi Qiu replied, if Lin is afraid, then he should have said directly, if he does not check this vase again, then let him leave. Master Lin was very angry with these words. He said that the guy was insulting them all. How could he be such a sinner? But the man agreed and asked what they would argue about. Yi Qiu replied that it should only be painted on icons and placed in temples, after which the guy said, if the vase is real, then he will pay double the price for the vase, and if it is a fake, then Lin will work for their company. The man agreed, but if Lin wins, then the young guy will have to kneel before him. The guy agreed and replied, he doesn't even know why people like Lin like to bring others to their knees. The main character took out his phone and started calling. The man said let him call and prepare the money. The young man called Zhao and asked if she knew Lin Qian. She replied that he was a first-class appraiser. He was the mainstay of the Ding Tai company and the man was famous in their circles. Yi Qiu replied that he was giving them a gift. Let them prepare a contract. Soon he would work for them in Hengfu and the salary should not be inflated. Let it be average. The man did not understand what was happening. He added that the rest was not very important. She just needed to organize the hiring operation. The men started laughing. Master Lin said that he boasted even better than him, and his serious look was perfectly played. Why hasn't Yi Qiu been nominated for an Oscar yet? Chen Li took the papers in her hands and said that the authorities asked to print these papers for him. The guy replied that he would need them later. The men continued to laugh. Lin couldn't believe that Yi Qiu still didn't give up. The young guy was determined. He walked up to the vase to take it in his hands. He grabbed the vase with his hand, after which he decided to throw the antique onto the floor with all his might to show everyone that it was not real. When the vase fell to the floor, it broke into small pieces. The main character began to look where the piece he needed was. Everyone in the store was shocked by the action of the main character, and Lin's heart ached after what he saw. The unfamiliar man screamed. The guy went completely crazy. Yi Qiu now has to compensate everything double. The main character picked up a piece of the vase and told Lin to look at it and then say, is it a real vase or a fake? Lin approached the guy and took a piece of the vase from him. When he carefully examined the piece he saw the number 90. The man began to worry. He could not believe that he had made a mistake. Lin could not say a word. Yi Qiu said that this is a good fake. There is nothing shameful that he didn't see it, because sometimes there are two good fakes, so you can't refuse to double check. A man approached Lin and said that he had checked this vase. It could not be fake. Lin apologized to Chen, but it was a fake and he did not notice it. Chen shouted that this was impossible. They were conspiring to deceive him. This vase is very ancient. Either they will compensate him for it double, or the man will call the police. The young guy replied that even if he called the police, Lin Chong simply made a mistake during work. He would return the amount of the inspection cost and that's it. But the men came with counterfeit goods and this is considered a criminal offense. They are sent to prison for 5 years. They were shocked by Yi Qiu's words. The guy turned his head to Chen Li and told her to call the police. When the men heard this, they quickly began to run away from the store. Chen promised that they would meet again. The main character told Lin not to worry. These two cowards would not dare to cause him problems. Lin thanked the guy. Yi Qiu replied, they are work colleagues, and colleagues should help each other out. Suddenly, Zhao and Su came into their store, along with security and some unfamiliar guy. Zhao walked up to Lin and welcomed him to the Hengfu company. They were happy to have a new employee. The girl added that so that he would not worry about his previous place of work, they would send qualified lawyers to settle everything there. The fine for terminating the contract would be paid by their company. Yi Qiu told Lin to quickly sign the contract. They have money and beautiful girls, isn't that wonderful? Sue was embarrassed by the protagonist's words, and the green-eyed girl was a little embarrassed. The guy smiled, walked up to the girls and wanted to give the contract to Zhao. Sue looked at Yi Qiu and smiled. The green-eyed girl smiled, gave the contract to Sue and said that Lin has been the pillar of their company since that day. Lin replied that there is no need to be so polite with him, because the real master here is Yi Qiu. He wants to learn from him. The main character replied that he was not a particularly good teacher. Besides, he would soon quit and Lin would become the mainstay of the company. So the guy gave advice, learn from Qi, the elder is an amazing master of his craft. The man was surprised, he didn't understand why the guy wanted to leave. His abilities are very rare among masters, he hoped to learn from him. The guy with blue hair asked them, they are completely stupid, how could Yi Qiu become the mainstay of a company with such weak skills? They are throwing money away by giving him a salary. The green-eyed girl turned to him and asked what the blue-eyed guy wanted to say. Kun replied that the girl thought this guy was worthy of his attention, he was just a deceiver, and they fell for his tricks. Zhao told the guy to watch his words, she saw Yi Qiu's abilities and she praised him, so the only one who is a fool here is Kun. The blue-eyed guy replied that she was too kind, and old man Wu Qi had gone crazy, obviously Yi Qiu was deceiving them. He pointed his finger at them and said that they all conspired to deceive them. How did Yi Qiu know about the numbers inside the vase? He can't have an X-ray in his eyes. Yi Qiu said, if Kun thinks that he is deceiving everyone, then let him check him as he pleases. It would not hurt for the main character to improve his skills in working with antiques. Kun smiled and replied that he would expose Yi Qiu and disgrace him. He ordered the guards to bring him his treasure from the car. Security brought antiques, the blue-eyed guy told them to bring it in slowly and not touch anything. The guy with blue hair asked the main character, let him tell him what era this thing is from. A young guy in a blue suit began to examine the antiques and walk in circles around them. The main character kicked the antique and heard a dull sound, everything became clear to him. The blue-eyed guy asked why Yi Qiu was kicking the antique, he wouldn't be able to earn compensation in his entire life if he broke it. Yi Qiu asked why he began to whine, he did not apply any force to this blow, besides, this fake of the Qing times is not that expensive. Kun asked why the guy thought it was a fake Qing dynasty exhibit. The guy in the blue suit asked a question, let him first tell him whether he was right or wrong. The guy with blue hair blushed and replied that the main character was right. The young guy grabbed Kun by the shoulder and said that he did not have to prove his abilities to him. Yi Qiu just wanted to say that there is no need to be so hot-tempered. How dare Kun call him a deceiver? The blue-eyed guy did not know what to answer. He added, so that Kun would not be angry. The main character liked his thing, he wanted to know how much the guy would sell it for. The blue-eyed guy raised his hand in front of Yi Qiu and replied that he could take this antique for 500,000. The main character touched the fake antique and said he was ready to give 200,000 for it. Kun was shocked, he couldn't believe that the guy wanted to give 200,000 for a fake. The blue-eyed guy asked a question, Yi Qiu was trying to deceive him. Yi Qiu replied, let Kun think that he inflated the price because they are friends, he wanted to know whether the blue-eyed guy would sell him this thing or not. The guy with blue hair agreed, but this fake costs a maximum of 100,000, if he himself decided to give him 200,000, then he shouldn't tell everyone that he deceived him. A young guy in a blue suit turned to Zhao and told her to lend him 200,000, he would return it to her soon. Zhao replied that she would give him the money now, but there was no need to return it, the guy might think that she gave it to Yi Qiu. The main character raised his hand and said, although he is a pretty nice guy, he is not going to become a gigolo. The girl looked at the guy and began to feel embarrassed, she didn't know what to answer the guy to his words. At this time, there were 4 people sitting in the car, and a guy in a dark suit approached Chen Xiao and said that he definitely couldn't be wrong. Chen Xiao replied that this young guy is a real master of antiques, but he is too arrogant. Yi Qiu pretends that he doesn't care. But the man told Lu not to worry, he knows how to make this guy be obedient, he will still beg them to join the company. Next, the action takes place in an antiques warehouse, where the main character asks the girl what city she is from. Su replied that she is from Binhai. Yi Qiu pulled out a real figurine of a child from his pocket and said that they were very similar. Su was surprised and asked if the main character was also from Binhai. The guy replied that he was a Binhai at heart. The guy started smiling, and the girl was embarrassed and replied that it was not funny at all. The red-eyed girl remembered that it was better not to distract Yi Qiu when he was looking at antiques. The young guy told her not to worry, she didn't distract him. The girl was surprised how good Yi Qiu was. At such a young age it's difficult to become such a good master. Su admired him. The main character said that Su is also great. She is a very beautiful girl and she became the chief director's assistant thanks to her abilities, and she can easily cope with Zhao. This is admirable. The beauty replied that the guy doesn't know Zhao well. She is very good, only outwardly very strict, but kind inside. If Zhao swears at him, then he does not need to hold a grudge against her. Yi Qiu smiled and said that he would not hold a grudge against her, especially since he no longer worked for their company. Su was surprised and said that if Zhao offended him, then she would apologize for her. The red-eyed girl wanted the guy to stay in their company, he would be treated well here. She was very embarrassed and added that in order for Yi Qiu not to leave, she wanted to be his colleague. The guy winked and said that Su wants to see him every day, then they can see each other on dates. If she doesn't mind, then they can live together. The girl blushed and hit the guy. She didn't understand how such a thing could come into his head, and the main character started laughing. A little time passed and they came to a jewelry store. The main character began to think that ancient antiques improve his abilities. Today his head did not hurt as much as before. Suddenly two unfamiliar men came to their store. One of them asked who called them. Chenli said that they must have made a mistake. This is a jewelry store. They don't buy defective goods. The main character said that he called them. He needed them to take these antiques to his home. Su said that this thing is not precious at all. Its price is not more than hundreds of thousands of yuan, but perhaps the guy will at least pack it. The young guy smiled and said that this bowl is cheap, so he is not afraid of scratching this thing. Yi Qiu walked up to the men and told them to throw the trash in the trunk and take it to his house. Further actions take place at the main character's house. He was carefully looking for something in his drawer. He took out a hammer, took it in his hands and hoped that with this hammer he could break the green bowl. The guy hit the bowl with all his strength with a hammer and it broke. Inside was a folded diary. The main character decided to pick it up and see if he spent so much money on it in vain. When the guy took it in his hands, he saw the inscription on it, the technique of the heavenly dragon. He did not understand what it was. Yi Qiu opened the diary. Its author was Yi Nantian, a writer in the 13th year of Xinguang's reign. He practiced these techniques to strengthen vital energy and became a great martial artist. The young guy thought about it. He also wanted to become a great martial artist. Yi Qiu hoped that this book would not deceive him. The guy entered his room. The diary contained 3 celestial, spiritual and bodily techniques. He sat down on the bed and began to read, but discovered that the contents were not complete. There were other parts to this diary. The main character decided to absorb the energy of this ancient diary. When he began to do this, he noticed that this energy was much stronger than that of ordinary antiques. Yi Qiu decided to read the rest later, but now he needs to see his grandfather. He is scheduled for surgery today. Further actions take place in the hospital, where relatives watched as the grandfather was taken away by nurses to the operating room. The girls also came to visit the old man. Zhao greeted the protagonist's grandfather and said that they had found a very good doctor for him. He is the best surgeon in Zhonghai. The operation will definitely be successful. The old man smiled and said that he and Yi Qiu would thank her well when he recovered. Zhao replied that she and Yi Qiu are friends, so they should help each other for free. Grandfather said that mutual assistance in friendship is the most important thing. The young guy approached his girlfriends and said that they already had a lot to do at work. It was better for them not to waste time on them here. The green-eyed girl said that she would return to the company, and Qing Yu was helping here. She would transfer her work to another employee. The girl agreed and said that she would wait for Zhao here. The nurse ran out of the operating room and asked if Yi Hengwei's relatives were here. All the relatives began to worry. Yi Qiu replied that they were here. He wanted to know how the operation went. The girl said that bleeding occurred during the operation. Now the doctors are fighting for the patient's life, but the situation is critical. They better prepare themselves mentally. The main character asked the nurse. The operation was being performed by the best surgeon in Zhonghai. How could this happen? The blue-eyed girl replied that Dr. and went out on business today, so another doctor replaced him, but now only Dr. and can save his grandfather. Qing Yu was surprised because Zhao had personally arranged with their hospital for Dr. N to operate on this patient. How could this happen? The nurse began to worry and replied that she did not know how it happened. The red-eyed girl started calling Zhao. She told her that they had big problems. The doctor ran out of the operating room and asked where Dr. N was. He had to be found quickly, only he could cope with the bleeding. Yi Qiu was very angry. He said to quickly look for Dr. N. His grandfather is on the verge of life and death. If they don't save him, he won't forgive them. From behind, someone asked, "They need Dr. N." Liang, the main character, and Qing Yu turned their heads. Standing in front of them was Chen Xiao, his friend, and Dr. N. They were surprised that it was they who came to them again. The main character asked Dr. N to stop the bleeding. He would pay any money. Chen Xiao asked for forgiveness and said that Dr. N had retired from this hospital. Now this man is his personal doctor. He only belongs to Chen Xiao. The young guy was shocked that they wanted to blackmail him with his grandfather's life. The man replied that Yi Qiu was losing his mind. Let him sign the contract and then he would allow Dr. N to cure his grandfather. Very quickly, Qing Yu snatches the contract from Chen Xiao's hands to familiarize herself with the terms. The contract stated that the guy would have a special position, a salary of 3,000, and he would work for 10 years. The girl said that these are slave conditions. You cannot sign this agreement. Chen Xiao said if he doesn't sign it quickly, he will never see his grandfather again. The girl got angry at the man. The guy wanted to agree, but strangers suddenly came running. Director Zhang asked Qing Yu for forgiveness. Their administration was to blame for this incident. Zhang told the doctors to remain calm and stop panicking. They needed to take care of the patient. The red-eyed man told Yi Qiu to think carefully. Now only Dr. N can cure his grandfather. If he misses this opportunity, he will be carried out feet first. The young guy asked the doctors how things were going with the bleeding. The man said that some blood vessel had burst. Their experience was not enough. They would not have time to examine him. Yi Qiu asked the doctors what they would do if they found out the source of the bleeding. The doctor replied that if they knew where the blood was coming from, they would stop it, but this is impossible. The main character said that he would go with them and show them which blood vessel burst. He takes responsibility. They were shocked by the guy's words. The main character told them to quickly take him to his grandfather. Zhang told the doctors to do as Yi Qiu said and take him to the operating room to see the old man. The doctors quickly took the guy to the operating room and the main character began to use his ability. The guy looked at his grandfather and said that the third blood vessel from the bottom had burst. The depth was about 2 millimeters. The man was in shock. He did not understand how the guy knew that there was bleeding there. At this time, Chen Xiao walked up to Guoqing and said that his son was very stupid. He did not blame him. But Guoqing is already an adult and must understand that he will be to blame for his grandfather's death. And then Yi Qiu will greatly regret it. The protagonist's father was shocked by such words. He could not answer Chen Xiao. Suddenly the doors to the operating room opened and the nurse told them to clear the way. Guoqing ran to the doctors and asked how the operation went. The man replied that the bleeding had stopped and the patient was temporarily safe. The man began to cry and thanked the doctor for saving his father's life. The doctor said that he didn't save his father's life. His son helped them a lot. They couldn't have done it themselves. Qing Yu was surprised how the main character could help them. She thought that the guy was studying medicine. Chen Xiao did not understand how this was possible. Dr. N Liang said that the situation was critical and they could not cope without him. And Liang replied that it was impossible. Even 4 doctors could not do anything. This guy is a doctor from God. The doctor approached Zhang and said that the patient had lost a lot of blood. He was now on life support, and the operation would be delayed for a while. Zhang replied that they should inform the special staff that the patient needed round-the-clock monitoring, and they needed to convene a council of Zhonghai doctors to discuss a treatment plan. The man with glasses walked up to the main character and Qing Yu, and then apologized for the misunderstanding today. The young guy replied that Zhang was not guilty of this. It was all the work of vile people. The main character decided to approach Chen Xiao. The man said that sooner or later Yi Qiu would kneel in front of him. Yi Qiu hit the man with all his might and Chen Xiao could not dodge this blow, so he fell to the floor. The man in the black t-shirt said that now the guy is finished. In vain he hit his brother now. Chen Xiao started to get up. He was very angry with the guy. After which the man said that Yi Qiu would regret this. The guy started kicking the red-eyed man on the head. Yi Qiu asked Chen Shao what he would do. His brother was an ordinary bag of garbage. Brother Chen Shao asked what the guy wanted to die. The man clenched his fingers into a fist and decided to hit the main character. But the young guy easily blocked the man's blow. It was very easy for him. The man was shocked how Yi Qiu could stop his best strike. No one from his enemies could do it. The main character hit brother Chen Shao in the leg and he began to fall. The man did not expect that he would be overcome so quickly. Yi Qiu started kicking the men and asking if they would threaten him again. Chen Shao replied that the guy was finished. He promised it. The guy asked the man, "Chen Shao is completely crazy. Isn't it clear that now is not the best time to make threats?" Guoqing ran to his son, grabbed his hand and told him to stop. There was no need to beat them. The young guy told the men that today he taught them a lesson and let them remember that they should not anger Yi Qiu. The father told his son that they were members of the mafia. Now he had disgraced them in front of everyone, but his actions towards these people would anger the mafia even more. Qing Yu said that they did not take into account that the Fuyun company would go to such dirty measures for their own benefit, so in the future, let them not worry. They will not allow anyone to offend Yi Qiu and his family. And Yi Qiu asked Su to delete the CCTV footage of this fight because if the police came, he would be in trouble. The girl agreed with the guy. She would take care of everything. At this time, Chen Shao was sitting and the nurse was treating his wounds, which were left by the main character. He was asked who did it. Chen Shao replied to Lu, "Yi Qiu did it. This guy doesn't want to work for them. He beat him and insulted him." Lu said that if this guy is so ungrateful, then they will act harshly. He ordered Lei Hu to deal with him and break Yi Qiu's legs. The red-eyed man took out his phone from his pocket and said that he would call Lei Hu now. A little time passed. The main character was still in the hospital. He opened the doors. The main character saw his father sitting on a chair. The guy said that Guoqing should rest, and he would sit here. Guoqing thanked his son and said if he hears news about his grandfather to call him immediately. Yi Qiu agreed and told his father not to worry. Yi Qiu sat on the bed and began to look for the diary. He was wondering what kind of techniques were described in that diary. The guy took out a diary, opened it and began to meditate on the bed. He tried to focus on his energy. He began to feel energy flowing through his chest and a red glow appeared in his body. When the main character opened his eyes, he felt very pleased, feeling as if he had slept well. The guy thought that these techniques were really very good. The young guy meditated until the morning, but he was interrupted by the phone ringing. He picked it up and saw that it was Zhao calling. The main character asked Zhao what happened. The girl replied that she wanted to invite him to breakfast. Next, the action takes place in a restaurant, where Zhang said that she sincerely wants the guy to work in their company. She promises him an annual salary of 5 million yuan, as well as part of the company's shares. Yi Qiu thanked the girl and replied, he cannot sign this contract. Zhao said that the guy should read it carefully. They will not deceive Yi Qiu. The guy replied, he knows that they are honest, but he cannot agree and the guy is not going to get a job in other companies. The green-eyed girl asked why he decided so. The main character replied that he had his own plans. She said that Yi Qiu doesn't know Lu. This person will never spare him, because the main character made him angry. Only their company can protect him. The young guy smiled and asked, the girl is worried about him. Zhao was embarrassed and told the guy to be more serious. Yi Qiu doesn't know at all what danger he is in. The main character relaxed and replied that he had everything under control. The girl should not worry about him. The girl stood up and said that the guy shouldn't say later that she didn't warn him. Yi Qiu left the restaurant and decided to take a walk outside to relax and think about what he should do next. Suddenly his old friend called him. Yi Qiu was surprised why he remembered about him. The fat man asked the main character. He forgot what date it was today. The guy replied that today is the anniversary of the day when the fat man was once again rejected by the girl. The friend replied to Yi Qiu to go to hell. Today is the graduation party. The young guy replied that he forgot about the party. The friend replied that he knew that, so let him quickly go to the Shangri-La restaurant. Wang Xiang paid for everything. He came to the restaurant and decided to look around. He didn't see any of his classmates, but suddenly someone shouted his name. A fat man approached him and asked what Yi Qiu had been doing for the last 6 months. The guy never called him during this time. He already thought that Yi Qiu had gone to Thailand. The main character smiled. They started laughing and having fun, but someone recognized them and said their names. It was Wang Xiang who greeted them and said that they had not seen each other for a long time, they had not changed at all. The fat man was surprised that Jing was not with the main character. The guy replied that his friend should not be surprised, he broke up with her a long time ago. The friend felt embarrassed in front of Yi Qiu. He apologized and said that if he had known, he would not have invited him here. Wang Xiang asked if Yi Qiu could support such a beautiful girl with his salary of 3,000 yuan, after which he said that the fat man would be able to use his brains for once and get a normal job. The green-haired guy replied that Wang Xiang is very rude to them. How can a rich guy compare them to himself? His father gave everything to Wang Xiang. A classmate said that they were beggars by birthright. Wang Xiang opened his own company. Its annual income exceeds billions, and his profit is more than 2 million per month. People began to say that Wang Xiang is now the most successful person who has graduated from their specialty. Jing said she regretted wasting several years of her life with him. The guy in the suit replied that she realized in time that it was better to bask in luxury living with him, rather than suffer with Yi Qiu. Classmates said that Yi Qiu should also strive for success. His salary is very low, he is a disgrace to their profession. The protagonist's friend got angry and replied that they allowed themselves too much, they had gathered together for so long, and all they could do was insult their classmates. One of the classmates said that the fat man and Yi Qiu were a disgrace to their group. Even if they became successful, they would still be unworthy of being called Wang Xiang's classmates. Wang Xiang approached the main character and said that he could help. His company was just short of a cleaner. If he paid Yi Qiu 3,500 yuan, would he agree or not? The main character smiled and told his friend that they would not stoop to their level. Wang Xiang asked, "Now Yi Qiu is a great man, the boss of all poor people." All the people began to laugh. Yi Qiu turned around and said to give him 3 months and the main character will crush Wang Xiang. The guy in the suit started laughing, and together with his classmates they continued to mock the guy. The young guy in the t-shirt said, "Wang Xiang thinks he is joking, in 3 months he will seek friendship with the main character." Wang replied that he would see what Yi Qiu could achieve in 3 months, he would hold a banquet so that the guy would come to it. The red-haired guy said that he would come to his banquet and show what he was capable of. Suddenly, Elder Qi entered the restaurant. The rich guy was very surprised to see him appear in such a place. The rich guy ran up to Qi and told him to talk to him. It was an incredible coincidence that they came to the same restaurant. The security stopped the guy in the suit and asked who he was. Wang Xiang replied that he was from the Baoyun Company. His father's name was Wang Hong. His father collaborated with Qi. Qi looked at the guy and said that now he understood who he was. Wang Xiang thanked him for the fact that the Hengfu company supported their business. The guy regretted that he had not met Qi earlier. Elder Qi replied that there is no need for thanks. The main thing is that the guy has good control of the goods. He will be very happy about this. He had business to do, so the old man was forced to leave Wang Xiang. All the people were surprised that Wang Xiang was able to talk to Elder Qi. Jing replied that there was nothing unusual in their conversation. The old man was surprised when he noticed his friend Yi Qiu and called him to him, calling him his friend. The main character stopped. Everyone was shocked that the very influential Elder Qi was talking to a guy they thought was poor. The main character smiled and said that he heard a familiar voice, and it was Qi, after which he greeted the old man. The elder replied that the guy refused to meet him to have lunch with his classmates. Yi Qiu replied that he did not refuse him, it's just that the guy cannot eat at his expense, because he, the older generation, being the younger generation, it is the young guy who should invite him to the restaurant. Qi said that the guy is too polite to him, he will not refuse Yi Qiu if he invites him to the restaurant. The old man has an important meeting now, he should go, they will chat later. The young guy smiled, agreed with the old man's words and replied that they would definitely have dinner at the restaurant. The friend hugged the main character and said that he was not bad. It turns out that Yi Qiu has connections. The friend was happy for him. The fat man looked at his classmates and said that people who have real authority never shout about it. Unlike some, there are people who achieve some small thing in life and begin to brag about it to the whole world. Jing looked at the guy and replied that Yi Qiu knows Mr. Qi, and so what, he is still very poor. The protagonist's friend told Yi Qiu that it was good that he broke up with her, otherwise her descendants would have inherited her low intelligence. The girl was very angry with the guys. Wang Xiang said that there is no need to start a conflict now, it's time for them to go to the table. The main character thanked his friends for his support. The fat man replied that they were friends, but Yi Qiu was not so simple, since he was able to make friends with Elder Qi. A little time passed, they all entered the room and sat down at the table, waiting for the waiters with food. Jing told her boyfriend that these two eat for 3 people, their appetites are much higher than other people. Wang Xiang replied that he has money, for him it's a trifle. After all, these guys are visiting such a luxurious place for the first and last time, let them enjoy the food. One of the classmates said that Wang Xiang has always been and will always be a very generous person. The fat man replied that the guy flattered Wang Xiang too much. Didn't he see Qi talking to Yi Qiu? The guys said that Yi Qiu is trying too hard in Heng Fu's company, so it is not surprising that Mr. Qi knows him. The old man only values him as a small worker. Yi Qiu told his friend not to talk to them, they don't deserve to have a guy angry at them. The guy with green hair was very angry with these people. The fat man didn't understand why he even came to this banquet. The main character told the fat man that he had an idea. He wanted to open his own company and make money. Yi Qiu's friend was delighted. He could not believe that the main character had become such a successful person. The young guy replied that he wants to open his own company precisely because he is not successful. The fat man asked what kind of company he wanted to open, where and when. The guy would provide him with any help he could. The red-haired guy said that he wouldn't mind the fat man's help. He wanted to create a joint company. The friend replied that he definitely couldn't do this. He doesn't have money, so he has no right to participate in this. He can only become his subordinate. Yi Qiu smiled and replied that his friend should not worry about the money, he needed him. The guy with green hair said since he values him, he definitely won't let him down, although they don't have money, but they have the truth behind them, so they can handle it. The fat man wanted to know what kind of company they want to open. The main character said they want to open their own jewelry company. The fat man replied, even if they want to open a jewelry company, then this market is monopolized by 3 companies and it will not be able to survive. The young guy smiled and replied, of course you won't be able to stand, it will be very difficult. His friend said that they can try, he will be with him until the end, so they need to take a risk. Wang Xiang pointed his finger and said, he remembered that they had a game room there, he wanted to play with Yi Qiu. Jing asked her boyfriend why he called him, where could this guy have money? He smiled and told the girl that he could borrow him money, but he was afraid that Yi Qiu would not dare to challenge him. Classmates started laughing and saying, can this guy pay him back? Wang Xiang better not give him money, he definitely won't be able to pay it back. The girl said that lending money to Yi Qiu is the same as giving it as a gift, because how will this guy be able to return it? The main character smiled and said, since Wang Xiang invites him, he will not refuse him. Wang Xiang warns that they will play big, but if he cannot return the money to him, he will not demand it from him, the guy has a lot of money. Yi Qiu replied, he didn't need to borrow money, he had it, he just wanted to know what they would play. The rich guy asked, the main character knows how to play, 21 points, they play for 100 yuan per round. The young guy in the t-shirt replied, 100 yuan is too little, he wants to play for 500. The guy in the suit smiled and said, if Yi Qiu wants it, then he will play with him for 500 yuan. Next, the action takes place in the gaming room. Wang Xiang said, they start playing and he holds the bank. Yi Qiu agreed. The dealer started handing out cards to the guys. They were determined to beat each other in this game. The main character used his ability and thought, he will now look at his cards. Yi Qiu looked at the rich guy's cards and smiled. He knew that he would win it anyway. All the people watched this confrontation. They were all rooting for Wang Xiang, because he simply could not lose to the poor guy. The red-haired guy thought, the dealer has 15 points in his hands, she wants to take another card, his 2 cards have 7 and 9 points. The guy in the t-shirt looked at the dealer and said he needed another card. The fat man told his friend not to take another card because they already have 19 points and they might lose. The young guy did not listen to his friend and said that he needed another card. The friend was unhappy, he said if the next card exceeds 2 points, they will lose. Wang Xiang smiled and said that the greed of the main character would ruin him. All the people thought that the guy just wanted to take a risk. The dealer gave another card to the main character and the fat man was very happy. This card was the ace of spades and they had 20 points. All the people were very surprised that the guy was so lucky. and Wang Xiang was alarmed by such an outcome of events. The rich guy decided to take a risk too and told the dealer to give him another card. This card was the odd one out because the rich guy had more than 21 points, so he lost. The fat man and Yi Qiu high-fived each other and started laughing. They were very happy that they had defeated Wang Xiang. The guy in the suit said, he was very lucky, the main character won 500 yuan, but will he have the courage to play again? The main character smiled, looked at the rich guy and said, of course he will play one more time, but how much money will they play for? Wang Xiang slammed his hands on the table and said that they would play for 100,000 yuan, whether the protagonist dared to accept his challenge. Yi Qiu agreed and the dealer began to deal the cards again. The guy again used his ability. The young guy in the t-shirt smiled and thanked Wang Xiang for such a generous gift. Wang Xiang ignored the young guy's words. He told the dealer to give him the card. He was confident of his victory. The main character looked at the cards and discovered that he had a 5, a 9 and a 7, exactly 21 points. They showed their cards. The rich guy was very angry and depressed. He could not believe such luck. The rich guy shouted that he wanted to play again. Yi Qiu replied that he had better stop, otherwise he would lose a lot of money, but Wang Xiang had no intention of stopping. He wanted to win back. But the rich guy only lost the next 3 games. He was shocked that he lost. Wang Xiang was very worried. His classmates began to suspect the main character of being a fraudster. The friend got angry and said that Yi Qiu had been sitting here from the very beginning. How could he somehow switch the cards, which made them think that the main character was a cheater? A classmate replied that they had definitely bribed the croupier and conspired with her. The girl was shocked by such statements. All the people in the gaming room started saying that something was wrong here. The guy couldn't have been winning all this time. One of the main character's classmates said that when you cheat, you can't win all the time, otherwise it will arouse suspicion. The croupier began to say that she did not collude with anyone. She did not even know the name of this guy. The rich guy slammed his hands on the table and asked that Yi Qiu was tired of living. How dare he deceive him? Wang Xiang pointed his finger at the girl and said, she knows who he is, let him call the authorities, he will deal with them. The main character told the rich guy that he was retarded. He organized a banquet. Wang Xiang suggested a game. He chose the dealer. The guy thinks that Yi Qiu is a psychic, since he foresaw all this and bribed the right person. The guy in the suit said that he doesn't know how the main character did it, but he definitely deceived him. They need to force him to confess. The girl wanted to calm the guys down and said that they needed to talk. Why should they fight here? The rich guy shouted that she was not given a word. If the guys beat him and Yi Qiu confesses, then he will divide the entire bank between them. Yi Qiu replied that Wang Xiang was disgracing his family. The rich guy wanted to bribe his classmates to beat the main character. The guy warned that it was better not to fight with him. The blue-eyed guy told Yi Qiu to grit his teeth, and then decided to hit the main character. But the main character was able to defeat his classmate with one blow of his hand, after which he stood up and told them to come up if they were not afraid of him. They decided to beat Yi Qiu together so that the guy could not dodge their blows. The fat man approached the main character and said that it was better for them to run away from here now, because they had nothing to lose. The red-haired guy smiled and thanked him for the advice, but this bunch of idiots won't do anything to him, because he is much stronger than them. The main character was very quickly able to defeat all his opponents. They could not do anything to him. Wang Xiang and Jing were surprised by the guy's strength when he dealt with all his classmates. Yi Qiu looked at the rich guy and said that it was his turn now. Wang Xiang was scared of him. The rich guy quickly ran away shouting that the main character would regret this action in the future. Yi Qiu's friend said that he had become too strong in these 2 years. He was wondering how he achieved such strength. The young guy said that he did not expect that in 2 years the souls of his classmates would turn so black. Their society was worse than a bucket of dirt. Their lifestyle and views on the world would not lead to success at all. You need to rely only on your own strength. Minions are always left with nothing in any situation. He approached Zhong and thanked her for not taking their side. He wanted to ask her for help. The girl had to give 50,000 yuan to all the beaten guys and take the rest of the money for herself. Zhong replied that she did not need money. The main character said that she should not refuse. Perhaps in the future he will ask for her help. If she needs something, then let her call him. The guys decided to leave this place, and the fat man said goodbye to the beautiful girl. A friend asked if the main character liked Jong Ho-hot. If not, then why did he give her so much money? The main character answered what kind of strange logic he had. Why should he like her? Let him first look at what this girl posts on the internet. The fat man took out his phone and saw that Jong's mother was sick. He was surprised that the main character was still monitoring the lives of his classmates. Yi Chio replied, after all, they studied together, feelings for them were formed, but he didn't even think that in 2 years they would change for the worse. He felt very sorry for them. The green-haired guy smiled and said, why feel sorry for them? He is now like a father in their eyes. The red-haired guy told the fat man that if he cooperated with him, he would not regret it. They went outside and the main character got into a taxi, after which he said goodbye to his friend. Wang Xiang called some people and said that Yi Chio went outside and got into a taxi, so they should hurry. The rich guy was sitting in the car and said that the main character is already a corpse, nothing will help him. Suddenly the taxi was cut off by a car. The driver was shocked how this man was given a license. The main character looked out the car window and saw a motorcyclist opposite him, who was watching the guy. The driver didn't understand why I surrounded them. He thought that the mafia did it. The main character was already starting to get tired of it. Yi Chio smiled and told the driver to stop. These guys were coming for him. The stranger asked the main character who he had angered so much that the mafia came for him. The car stopped and some unfamiliar guy with a tattoo on his arm knocked on the car window. The red-haired guy opened the car window and asked what they needed from him and why they stopped the taxi. The man replied that their boss wants to see him. The main thing is that the guy listens to them, otherwise the man will beat Yi Chio, and then he will go with them. The main character became very serious and replied that he would go with them and listen to them. They brought the main character to the villa. The guy thought that only a very wealthy person could afford such a house. If something like this had happened to him before, he would have been very scared. The young guy told the men to wait a little. He wanted to test with his abilities what was waiting for him inside the villa. The guy used his abilities and looked at the villa. He didn't see anything special there. Yi Chio smiled and said that he was ready to continue following them. He was completely calm. When they entered the house, the unknown man told his boss that they had brought him. The boss looked at the guy with a menacing look, but the guy was not afraid and did not say anything to the man. The stranger smiled, thought for a while and said that Yi Chio is not bad, he is not even afraid of him. The main character asked a man with blonde hair what his boss's name was. The man was surprised and asked why the guy didn't know who. The red-haired guy said that he couldn't believe that he had met the great and unique hero of Zhonghai. The guy had heard a lot about Lei Hu. The security guard got very angry, grabbed the guy by the shoulder and asked how dare the main character call the boss by name. The guy turned around and told the man to take his hand off his shoulder, otherwise he would definitely feel bad. Lei Hu smiled and said that everyone is talking about Yi Chio's success and judging by his behavior, he is far from weak. But one guy paid a lot of money to have a man hurt him. He didn't want to take on this case because he has a lot of money, but Lei Hu is in debt to this man, so he had to agree. The young guy answered Hu that he didn't understand everything correctly. The main character talks like that not because he is successful. Everyone knows that Hu has a lot of money and subordinates. He would not be able to fight him at all, even if he was successful. The man replied that the main character has good logic and the guy is very smart. He was sorry that Yi Chio angered the powerful man, otherwise he could have let him go. Hu added that nothing could be changed, they would have to beat him. The guy was just unlucky. They would give him an injection with a painkiller so that he would suffer less. The main character told them to stop. He has a very tempting offer for Lei Hu. The hero of Zhonghai replied that Yi Chio does not understand their laws at all. In their circles the main thing is friendship and honesty. If you promised a person something, then it must be fulfilled. Yi Chio said that he could cure his daughter's illness, and the man would let him go. Lei Hu was very surprised. He did not understand how the guy knew about this. The security told the boss not to listen to him. He was just stalling for time. Even foreign doctors couldn't cure his daughter's illness. Where did he get such confidence that he could do it? The young guy said that Hu gets dizzy very often and something is pressing on his chest. The man said that now he will answer for his lies. He has never had anything like this. The red-haired guy said if he could admit it, then he would cure him, and if not, then it would only get worse for all of them. The stranger said that Yi Qiu allowed himself a lot. They wanted to beat the main character. Lei Hu told them to shut up and agreed to a deal with the young guy, but he should not talk about his problems publicly. The man stood up and said, if Yi Qiu is deceiving him, then he won't get away with just losing his arms and legs. The main character asked the man, and if he does not cheat, Lei Hu replied, then he will be his debtor. Suddenly the door opened and Doctor An entered the mansion. One of the guards told the boss that the doctor had come to see them. The boss answered for the doctor to come in. The young guy turned around to see this doctor. Doctor An asked why Yi Qiu came here. Lei Hu asked the guy if they knew each other or just met before, and replied that they had already met him before. He had an unforgettable meeting with Yi Qiu, but the doctor did not understand what the guy was doing here. Lei Hu covered his face with his hand and replied that he had come to examine his daughter and help cure her. The old man pointed his finger at Yi Qiu and said that the guy doesn't even have a doctor's certificate. He's a liar. Don't let him fall for his chatter. He'll only make Lei Hu's daughter's condition worse. The man was surprised if the guy would worsen his daughter's condition. Everything was so bad then. The guy told the doctor that a doctor who does not comply with medical ethics does not dare talk about him like that. Yi Qiu looked at the doctor and said, if An thinks that the main character cannot cope, then the guy is ready to argue with him. And smiled and replied that the egg decided to teach the chicken. Why should they argue? In medicine the two of them cannot be compared. The main character said that they should try to cure Lei Hu one by one. Whoever can cure his chest pressure and dizziness wins. The young guy asked Lei Hu if he agreed to this. The man thought a little and made a decision. Lei Hu replied that if they cured him, he would be happy about it, so he agreed. The doctor agreed and said that since the guy dared to challenge him, Yi Qiu would first treat the man so that later he would not say that An had won unfairly. The guy replied that it was better to let An treat the man first. Yi Qiu knew how to cure Lei Hu in a couple of minutes. The old man went to the man and said that the main character would not cure Lei Hu, but would only disgrace himself, and began to examine Lei Hu. He put 2 fingers on the man's hand to measure his pulse and told the man to open his mouth. After which he said that Lei Hu should take the medicine that he prescribed for him. Then in 3 months the man would be completely recovered, but he should try not to drink alcohol or smoke cigarettes. Lei Hu took a piece of paper with medications written on it and replied that the doctor knew that he could not stop drinking and smoking. The main character came up and said, An Liang does not have medical ethics, but he correctly says that you need to quit drinking and smoking. The doctor looked at the main character and said that now it's his turn. He wants to see how the guy will treat Lei Hu. The young guy decided to say that the man's health had suffered due to his lifestyle. Yi Qiu wanted to cure these symptoms. The man sat down and the main character said that this would not be enough to completely cure him. In the future Lei Hu will have to monitor his health. And looked at it and couldn't understand what kind of ancient treatment method. This guy would definitely not be able to cure Lei Hu. Yi Qiu placed his hand on Lei Hu's back and concentrated his energy to heal the man. Lei Hu felt a sharp pain in his chest and began to cough. He began to feel strange. The main character said that everything is ready. Now Lei Hu needs to get up and start moving. The boss stood up. There was no more pain and pressure in his chest. Now he was completely healthy. The man was very happy about this. The young guy said that he removed his symptoms, but they will reappear if the man continues to drink, smoke and eat fatty foods. He needs to exercise. The doctor said that the guy was deceiving him and the boss should not believe him. The guy injected him with something that alleviated the symptoms. No disease can be cured in a couple of minutes. The red-haired guy said that An screwed up, but continues to doubt Yi Qiu's skills and why the injections are needed. The doctor thinks that Lei Hu is so hopeless and would not feel it. The man looked at An and said that he was tired of him. The old man imagined himself to be a doctor and despised other people. Lei Hu pointed his finger at the doctor and said that the man had spent a lot of money on his services, but there was still no benefit from him. The old man began to worry. He was very sorry. He asked the boss for forgiveness. The doctor simply did not want to admit defeat. The boss said that the old man should apologize to Yi Qiu. If the guy forgives him, then the doctor will go unpunished. And bowed to the main character and asked for forgiveness. He was very guilty before him. The main character replied that a real doctor would never, for his own benefit, threaten the family members of a sick person with inaction. The old man does not deserve to wear his white coat. The doctor agreed with the young guy's words and told him to spare him. Yi Qiu told him that he didn't want to see him anymore. Lei Hu asked the main character, he doesn't want to see him, he can hire a person who will eliminate the old man and then Yi Qiu will definitely not see him again. And began to fear for his life and panic. He begged them not to do this. Yi Qiu replied that Lei Hu, there is no need to kill him, let him better leave, because he could not stand him. The man told the doctor to tell the old man to thank Yi Qiu for his kindness, and began to thank the main character for his mercy. The boss looked at the young guy and said that he admired his skill. The man could not believe that the main character was so talented. The young guy smiled and asked that Lei Hu still wanted to beat him up after everything that happened. Lei Hu laughed and replied that Yi Qiu made him laugh. The guy cured his illness and was also going to cure his daughter. If after that the boss forgets the guy's kindness, then he will not be human. The main character thought about it and asked Lei Hu what the man would do with the one who ordered him to beat the guy. He smiled and replied that Wang Xiang gave him a lot of money and ordered him to kill Yi Qiu. The man was in debt to his father. If not for this, he would not have taken this job, so the guy doesn't have to worry. Lei Hu will solve this question. Yi Qiu put his hand on his chest and said, he will try his best to thank the man by curing his daughter. The man replied, if Yi Qiu cures her, then he will perceive the guy as his own brother. Then in Zhonghai no one will dare to touch the main character. Next, the action takes place in the room of Lei Hu's daughter. The guy began to examine the girl. The young guy said that Dr. and Liang treated her too badly, and she developed serious blood stagnation in her organs. The boss replied that Dr. and also talked about blood stasis, but he couldn't cure it. He wanted to know if something could be done about it. The red-haired guy told them to give him a set of needles and turn the patient on his stomach. They turned the girl over on her stomach. She lay motionless and the young guy began to pierce her back with needles. When the man saw this, he was very afraid for his daughter and grabbed the fair-haired guy by the neck. The main character turned his head, looked at Lei Hu and told the girl to stand up a little so that he could look at the result. The guy came closer to the boss's daughter, looked at her and stretched out his hands to clap his hands. Yi Qiu clapped his hands and the girl closed her eyes, but then opened them again. The blonde man was glad that the girl blinked, and the father was also surprised by this. The man explained that when Yi Qiu clapped his hands, he scared his daughter, which is why she blinked, which means that she is reacting to external stimuli. The young guy replied that the fair-haired man said everything correctly, the treatment has an initial effect. When Lei Hu approached his daughter, he looked at her and asked if she could see her father, if she could feel his presence. Suddenly the device reacted, which meant that she saw her father in front of her. They were very surprised by this. The girl had a reaction. The device responded to a change in her heartbeat. Lei Hu cried. He took the main character's hands and said that he was very grateful to Yi Qiu. From that day on he was a real brother to him. The main character replied that this girl's illness is very serious. Her consciousness has not been fully restored, treatment needs to be continued, so the guy will come to her once every 2 days. The boss said that he didn't know how to thank the guy. The man took out his illegal credit card. It had neither a password nor a limit. He decided to give it to the main character. But Yi Qiu felt awkward and said that this was too good a gift for the guy to accept. The man put the credit card in the palm of the main character and said that all this was nothing, let him accept his gratitude. The young guy took the credit card in his hand and said, if Brother Lei considers him his brother, then let him take this card back, otherwise they are not brothers, but ordinary partners. The boss replied that the guy was right, they should help each other like brothers, he would help him with any matter. Lei Hu told his guards that Yi Qiu is now his brother, so he is a very respected guest in his house. One day passed, the main character was lying on the bed and Su Qingyu called him. He took the phone and asked what happened to them. The girl apologized for disturbing him so early, but she had an urgent matter, she needed his help. Su Qing wanted to know if he had free time. The guy was surprised, it would be a great honor for him to help a beautiful girl, he would always have time for Su Qing. Su Qing asked the main character if he could pretend to be her boyfriend today. Yi Qiu was very surprised by this. She added that her family wants to quickly marry Su Qing to one person, but he is not suitable for her, so that her parents do not worry. She wants them to think that she already has a loved one. The main character replied that he would help her. The girl thanked the guy and said that she had already sent him the address. Yi Qiu thought, he forgot to say that he doesn't have any normal clothes. all his clothes are very cheap at 10 yuan. Next, the actions take place in the place designated by the girl. The guy entered an establishment where there were a lot of rich and successful people. The red-eyed girl greeted the guy and approached him. The main character smiled and greeted her back. The girl was embarrassed and asked why he dressed like that. The guy replied that he had no other clothes, he didn't find a store along the road. Su Qing approached Zhang Zhen and introduced her lover so that they could get to know each other better. The guy in the suit was very disappointed and asked if the girl had found herself such a poor guy. It was very strange of her. The beauty replied to Zhang, "This is her choice, he has nothing to do with him." She was unhappy with the way he reacted to her boyfriend. Zhang Zhenyu said, "He wants a good future for her, and her boyfriend is like a poor loser, how can she be happy with him?" The guy added that he graduated from Harvard, and his salary is in the millions. With him the girl can live a carefree life. He approached the main character and said that Yi Qiu should not disgrace himself in front of them. All people understand that he wants to become a gigolo. It is a shame for a man not to be able to earn money. The main character smiled and replied that Zhang Zheng knows how to make money, and Yi Qiu will make a good gigolo. The guy in the suit makes money, but Qing Yu wants to be with Yi Qiu. What does this mean? The rich guy looked at Yi Qiu with bewilderment and asked, "What does this mean then?" Yi Qiu hugged Su Jing and replied, "This means that in her eyes the main character, as a man, is more successful and better than Zhang Zheng." The girl became embarrassed and asked why the guy was saying this. The guy in the suit got very angry and said that the main character is just very pathetic, all he can do is talk and not control his words. The red-haired guy asked Zhang Zhen if he thought his salary made him better than other people. Zhang Zhen replied that when the guy starts earning the same money as him, then he will be worthy to stand in the same room with him. The main character smiled and said, he will teach him a lesson so that Zhang knows that he is far from better than everyone else. He asked the rich guy if he knew the Hengfu company. Zhang replied that he knew, it was one of the large jewelry companies in Zhonghai. Yi Qiu wanted to know if he knew Xiaomi Rui. Zhang asked what the main character wanted to say by this. The guy in the t-shirt replied that now he would call the girl so that she would come here and ask in front of everyone to give him an annual salary, then they would see which of them is a beggar. The rich guy laughed and said that Yi Qiu thinks that he can order Hengfu company to do something. In order to see the boss, you need to make an appointment with him in advance. The red-haired guy started calling Zhao and told Zhang Zhen not to think that he wanted to deceive him. Zhang Zhen asked the main character that he wanted to rob not only Su Qing, but also Hengfu company. Director Zhao picked up the phone and asked what Yi Qiu needed. The guy called about her proposal. He wants to talk to her personally. The main character said that he is now in Shangri-La. The guy in the blue suit said that any fool can fake a conversation on the phone. The red-haired guy is simply deceiving him. Su Qing told Yi Qi that there was no need to do this, but the protagonist replied that Zhao would come soon. The green-eyed girl came to the establishment with her guards and watched where Yi Qiu was. A restaurant worker approached her and asked how many people could register a table. Zhao replied that there was no need to register anything. She came here for work. She needed to meet with Yi Qiu. She approached the table where the main character was sitting and was surprised that Su Qing also came here. Yi Qiu replied that it was the beauty who persuaded him to start working with Hengfu, so he called Zhao here to discuss all the details. The red-eyed girl was embarrassed by the words of the main character and looked at him. She was very pleased to hear this. Zhang Zhen stood up and greeted Zhao. He introduced himself and said that he had heard a lot about her. The green-eyed girl greeted him back and asked if they needed to book a private room to talk with Yi Qiu. The main character smiled and replied that there was no need to do this. He wanted to have lunch together. They still had untouched food. The girl replied that she had already eaten. She wanted to get down to business right away. If the guy was ready to work with them, then Zhao would pay him as much as he said. The red-haired guy said he wanted her to name the salary that was suitable for him. Zhao smiled and said, she is ready to negotiate 10 million yuan a year, plus bonuses. The main character is a very valuable employee, so the bonus will also be in the millions. The young guy looked at Zhang Zheng to see his reaction. The rich guy was shocked. The green-eyed girl said, as a thank you for his consent, she wants to give him a luxury villa, and also provide him with a car with a personal driver. Yi Qiu waved his hand and told the girl to wait a little. He had urgent business here. He approached the rich guy and asked how he was feeling now. Zhang Zhen felt very embarrassed in front of the main character. The guy in the t-shirt added that power is not how much you earn, but how much your skills are in demand. The main character told Zhang Zhen not to come near Su Qing again, and the rich guy had to leave here. The girl in pink clothes said, if he called her here just to prank this guy, then he has achieved his goal, now let him sign the contract. Just now the girl was sincerely happy that the main character agreed to go to work for them. She hopes that the guy was also sincere. Su Qing apologized and replied that it was her fault. The red-haired guy said that it wasn't her fault, even if they didn't meet today, he would still come to Zhao in the next few days, so he didn't want to put it off until later. Su Qing asked Yi Qiu if he would eventually get a job in their company. She really wanted to know. Yi Qiu was very grateful to Zhao that she invited him to work, but the guy did not have time to finish and he was interrupted by the green-eyed girl and said that the main character would regret this. The green-eyed girl got very angry and started to leave. The young guy wanted to stop her and told her to listen to him. The main character sighed and said that the girl had too complex a character to talk to. The guy turned his head and saw Su Qing, who began to cry. Yi Qi asked why she was crying. The beauty replied that they had a fight because of her. She was very embarrassed in front of the guy. The young guy said, he really wanted to discuss something with her. He has a gift for Zhao, so Su Qing shouldn't worry. When he makes her happy, the girl will forget about everything. Further actions take place at his friend's villa, where the guy pierced the back of Lei Hu's daughter with needles. They sat the green-haired girl on the bed to look at the results of the treatment. The guard said that during this time, she learned to move her pupils again. Let boss look at it. Lei Hu decided to come closer and look at his daughter. The man said that she just smiled. Yi Qiu walked over and said, the girl's consciousness is gradually returning. We need to pay attention to her mood. It's best to turn on relaxing music in her room. The friend took the main character by the hand and thanked him for treating his daughter. Yi Qiu thought that in order to treat the girl, the guy spent all the energy that he absorbed from antiques. He is training the heavenly dragon techniques. Without this energy the results will be less effective. He needed to go to Zhao. Therefore, the main character decided to leave, but Lei Hu said that now he would call a driver for the guy. The young guy thanked Brother Lei and told him to quickly go to Lin and stay with her. It would benefit his daughter. The protagonist got into the car and drove away. He took his phone by his hand to call Zhao. The girl picked up the phone and said that after everything that happened, he dares to call her. What he needs this time, Yi Qiu replied that she thinks badly of him. The red-haired guy said, last time he wanted to tell her, but she left abruptly. Zhao should moderate her temper a little. Zhao got a little angry with the main character and asked him to tell him what business he had with her. Further actions take place in some area where there are many villas. The main character goes by car to Zhao. The guy opened the car door and got out. Today he put on a nice shirt so that no one else would say that he was a beggar. Yi Qiu went to the guards and thought that it was not for nothing that this villa is considered the best in the city. It even has its own beach. The guards told the guy that this area was not intended for guests, so he needed permission. The main character replied that his name is Yi Qiu. Zhao knows about his arrival, so he does not need permission. The man smiled and said that if he was the boss's guest, he could let him through. A young guy entered the house and thought, this building looks very luxurious, but he did not understand where such unpleasant energy came from. He was met by some unfamiliar man in a wheelchair and a girl. He greeted them. Uncle Zhao smiled and said, he heard that Qi spoke very positively about the protagonist's skills, and besides, he has the appearance of a real gentleman. The red-haired guy waved his hand and replied, they praise him too much. He's not used to this. A green-haired guy approached the girl and said, this is the same Yi Qiu. Because of him, she doesn't want to communicate with him. Zhao Mengrui turned to the guy and said that he had understood everything wrong, but the guy said that now there are many deceivers in the world who pretend to be sorcerers. It was necessary to check the main character. The guy thought that he was deceiving them. Everyone was shocked by the words of the green-haired guy. Yi Qiu replied, there are a lot of deceivers now. Everyone likes to pretend to be feng shui masters. How can some people like them understand anything about it? The man behind the unfamiliar guy said, the main character knows who they are. They are the heirs of the Southern Temple, experts in metaphysics. Mao Jia has already reached a very high level of skill. No one dares to insult the adherents of their temple. First you need to look at yourselves, then judge the masters. The main character said that they were still saying something about him. if they were such great masters, then why didn't the men destroy all the bad energy in this villa? Uncle Zhao wondered how Yi Qiu knew that there was bad energy in their house. This guy also understands mysticism. Mao Jie smiled and asked that the main character could simply drive away the evil spirits from this house. The heirs of the Southern Temple said that the young guy did not know what he was doing. If this evil spirits were so weak, they would not have been called here. A real master had already come here, but he was swallowed up by the evil spirits. The green-haired guy said that he was waiting for the evil spirits to devour the main character. He was sorry that his cries for help would only complicate his work. Yi Qiu asked what would happen if he dealt with the evil spirits. Mao Jie replied that if this happened, he would become his student. The monk asked the main character what would happen to him if the guy did not drive out the evil spirits from Zhao's house. The young guy replied that then he would become his student. Mao Jie got angry and said that Yi Qiu could not become his student under any circumstances. The red-haired guy smiled and told the monk to calm down. He wanted to know what Mao Jie wanted from him. He replied, if the guy can't cope with the evil spirits, then they will consume him. The life of the main character is in danger, so Yi Qiu will kiss his feet and beg for the monk to save him. Meng Rui approached the guy and asked if he was sure that he could cope. If Yi Qiu didn't do this, then he would have to kiss the monk's feet. The main character replied that Zhao Meng Rui should not even ask him about this. He does not like it when girls do not believe in his strength. A monk approached them and said that they were starting. He wanted to see how Yi Qiu would cope with the evil spirits. They walked along the corridor. The main character was looking for where the negative energy was hiding from him. Suddenly, the young guy felt a strange force coming from the door and told them to open the door. When they entered the room, there was nothing there, just things scattered everywhere. The green-eyed girl said that it was very cold in this room, much colder than outside. The monk said that the main character was just lucky. He found the habitat of evil spirits, but would soon be consumed. The room was very cold, which meant that it was very strong. Yi Qiu walked up to the wall, pointed his finger at the place where the evil spirits lived, and told him to bring him a hammer. The girl asked how the main character determined where the evil spirits were and why he needed a hammer. The main character took a hammer and began to hit the wall. When he broke the wall, there was an antique mirror. Uncle Zhao said that it was this terrible feeling that had been tormenting him for many years. The psychologist told him that it was all from stress and lack of sleep, but he knew that everything was not so simple. Mao Jie told everyone to be very careful. The men got scared and pointed their finger at the mirror. The monk used his powers to expel evil spirits from Zhao's house and said that he would now destroy them. He hit the mirror with a fiery ray, but it resisted the monk's power. The main character was surprised that Mao Jie was capable of something. The mirror began to glow and blinded the main character. He could no longer look at it. The green-haired guy didn't understand how this was even possible. There wasn't a single scratch on him. Suddenly, the monk's strongest weapon could not stand it and broke in his hands. He was shocked. The mirror flew up above them and emitted an incredibly powerful aura. Everyone was surprised at how strong the evil spirits were. The evil spirits decided to shoot the monk with their beam, but the main character saved him, because the guy would have died. A fiery ray hit nearby objects. Everyone was very surprised by such a powerful force. Mao Jie was confused. He didn't know what to do. Yi Qiu shouted for everyone to get out of this room. The main character pointed his finger at the exit and everyone began to run away. He shouted that it was very dangerous in this room. Suddenly, the mirror shot a fiery beam right at the young guy's head, and he turned around to see what was happening behind him. Yi Qiu was unable to dodge this shot and the mirror hit the main character. His pupils disappeared. The monk looked at Yi Qiu and asked what happened to the guy. He really didn't want to be left alone in this room. The red-haired guy opened his eyes, but now they glowed blue and a third eye appeared on his forehead. The young guy began to look at the ceiling. It stood motionless and began to glow with a bright light. Further actions take place in another room, where the main character is lying on the bed. Everyone was very worried about him. The guy opened his eyes. The green-eyed girl leaned towards him and asked how Yi Qiu was feeling. He replied that he was fine, only his body hurt a little, but they didn't have to worry about him. Meng Rui sat down on his bed and told him to lie down and rest. They shouldn't go back to that room. The main character sat down on the bed, looked at the girl and asked what happened to the mirror. The green-eyed girl replied that it was better not to approach the mirror, it was too dangerous. The young guy got out of bed and said he thought the mirror was no longer a threat. They went to the room where the mirror lay, it no longer glowed, so the main character approached it, after which he took it in his hand. He said that Uncle Zhao's body was weakening because of this mirror, but now he had driven out all the evil spirits from him, so the man would begin to gradually recover. Yi Qiu turned around, looked at the monk and said that Mao Jia had lost their argument. The monk bowed and said that he was grateful to the main character for saving his life. Mao Jia would never forget this, and then apologized for his rudeness. The guy smiled and said that he accepted the monk's apology, but he would not take him as a student. The green-haired guy grabbed the main character with his hands and begged him to take him as a disciple. He wants to fulfill the terms of the dispute. Yi Qiu was embarrassed by the monk's words. The main character answered, in fact, he doesn't even know what Mao Jia can teach and how to do it. Mao Jia looked at the red-haired guy and said, his skill is the most important motivation for him. He hopes that when his level becomes higher, Yi Qiu will be able to teach him what the main character knows. The red-haired guy said, if he doesn't have to teach him anything for now, then so be it. But Yi Qiu didn't want the monk to call him a master because he was embarrassed. Mao Jia agreed with the guy. The young man turned around and saw the green-eyed girl looking at him. He didn't understand why she was looking at him with that look. It was even scarier than that mirror. The green-eyed girl told the main character to tell him what other talents he has. Yi Qiu replied that he has many more talents. He is very good at love techniques, so the girl need not worry about him. Meng Rui screamed that the guy was a fool and raised her hand to hit the main character in the face. But Uncle Zhao intervened and said that there would be no violence in his house, so the girl should stop. Meng Rui stopped and decided not to hit the guy. The girl decided to leave. Uncle Zhao approached the young guy. He offered to talk with Yi Qiu in the living room. The guy agreed. They went to the living room and sat on the sofa. The man said that thanks to the young guy, all the residents of this house can now breathe a sigh of relief. He thanked Yi Qiu for this. The main character smiled and told the man to call him by his name, because he was older than Yi Qiu and there was nothing to thank him for. The man said, maybe it didn't mean anything to Yi Qiu, but for him, exorcism was a matter of first importance, so he decided to give the guy 100 million yuan. The young guy was shocked by such an offer. He had never dreamed of such money before. For him it was a very large amount of money. Yi Qiu said that he could not accept his money. Doctors constantly save people's lives. If each patient gave a doctor 100 million, then people would be afraid of getting sick. Uncle Zhao replied that doctors still get paid for their work, so there is nothing wrong with that. The red-haired guy replied that doctors are people too, so they need money. They are paid for their high qualifications and experience gained over the years, which is why doctors should receive big money. The guy needs money, but he doesn't want to be impudent. Yi Qiu added that you can also thank him not only with money. Sometimes a simple thank you is enough to make a person feel grateful. The man said that Yi Qiu is a very well-mannered young man. In their current society it is very rare to meet people like him. The main character said that the man was exaggerating. If he wanted to thank him, he would give him a mirror as a keepsake. Zhao waved his hand and said, what kind of gratitude is this? This thing has tormented him for a long time. He is very glad to get rid of it. The young guy thanked the man and said that one of his enemies hid this mirror. This man is very insidious. The man must find out who did it. The rich man stood up. He was very angry and said that he would not leave it so easily. The man would find out who did it and the stranger would pay for his crime. Yi Qiu said, they are all gathered here, so the guy wants to talk to them about further cooperation. The green-eyed girl said that she had invited him to work in Hengfu many times, but Yi Qiu had turned her down, so she didn't understand what the guy wanted to talk about. The young man approached Meng Rui and replied that he refused her precisely because he did not want to work for other people. The man asked what the main character wanted. The guy replied that he wanted to literally cooperate with their company. Meng Rui said that if he wants Hengfu shares, they have a lot of shareholders, it will be a very difficult matter. The girl thought for a while and asked Yi Qiu if he wanted to start a business from scratch. The main character replied that she thought correctly. The beauty wanted to know how they would cooperate if the young guy did not yet have his own business. The main character said that he wants to start a jewelry business. He has talent, and they have money. The green-eyed girl asked Yi Qiu how they would divide the shares of the company. The young guy smiled and answered, 40 to 60. The white-haired girl said that they would allocate money, but they were entitled to 60% of the company's shares. Yi Qiu disagreed. He wanted 60% of the company's shares to be his. If there were more shareholders, he could offer them up to 51%. Meng Rui did not agree to such conditions, because they would give him money. He has nothing now. The young guy said that he did not agree with the girl, so he would not agree to such a proposal. Meng Rui said that in the jewelry business, the size of the deposit is important, so he needs an initial capital of 500 million yuan. She can give him this money, but it won't be fair because the guy doesn't want to give her 60% of the company's shares. The main character replied that he adheres to his principle. Meng Rui has no risks, and the more money she gives, the more she will receive back later. The green-eyed girl asked why the guy said that she had no risks. She thought that Yi Qiu wanted to deceive her. The red-haired guy replied that trust is very important in a joint business. They had not yet begun to cooperate, and the girl already suspected him of deception. He did not want to continue this conversation further. Yi Qiu walked up to the man and said that he had better leave. He wished Uncle Zhao to take care of himself. The guy in the blue shirt turned around and left with a smile, while Meng Rui looked at him and seethed with anger. The green-eyed girl pointed her hand at the main character and told the man that the guy had behaved very badly. The man smiled and replied that now she owns the company, so the girl chooses her partners. Meng Rui thought for a while about the man's words and shouted for the young guy to stop and not leave. She ran up to the main character and said that she agreed to his proposal. Now he should be happy. The young guy replied. He knew that Meng Rui would not miss a good chance because she was a very smart girl. After that, they went to the man. He congratulated them on the successful negotiations. Now they are real partners. He wanted Yi Qiu to take care of Meng Rui. The main character replied that he would take care of Meng Rui and their business would bring in a lot of money. Further actions take place in the car. The guy told the driver to turn left. There was a narrow passage. This would allow them to take a shortcut. The taxi driver turned left, but the bandits were waiting for them. The driver thought that they wanted to rob them. The men took machetes and bats with them, surrounded the taxi and told them to stop because it would only make things worse for them. Yi Qiu told the taxi driver not to worry. These people came for him, so they won't touch him. The guy quickly called Brother Lei. He wanted him to send his guys to help him, and then sent him his location. The bandit broke the window of the taxi and ordered the guy to stop talking on the phone and get out of the car. The red-haired guy opened the car door, got out and asked the bandits who sent them after him. But at that moment a man approached him from behind and kicked the main character in the back. The guy took the blow and remained on his feet. The main character got very angry with the man, turned his head, looked at him and asked if it was polite to hit a person who was talking to them. The man said that Yi Qiu is completely stupid. He doesn't even know who hired them, so now he will get it on his head. The bandit hinted that today their task is to find him a job. He said that the bandits would make a disabled man out of a young guy and force him to beg for money on the street. They really liked the prospects of the main character. The young guy took the man's bat aside and replied that they should leave here, otherwise they would regret their action. The stranger said that the guy was acting very stupidly now, so let his men beat him, and then they would see whether Yi Qiu should be spared or not. All the bandits attacked the main character in a crowd and shouted that he needed to be beaten. Yi Qiu stood motionless and waited for their attack. A bandit ran up to him and wanted to hit him in the face. He waved his fist, but the young guy easily dodged this blow. The bandit was shocked by the guy's reaction. After which the main character quickly grabbed the man by the throat and pushed him to the ground with all his strength. The stranger understood that he was already finished. When the bandit fell to the ground, another man ran up to Yi Qiu from behind, only he was already with a bat, but the guy foresaw this and looked at him. The red-haired guy kneed the man in the stomach and he could no longer continue the fight, along with his friends. But a bandit quietly approached the young guy and hit the guy on the back with a bat. Yi Qiu was in a lot of pain, but he didn't want to give up. The main character swung his fist with all his might and hit the man right in the face, causing a pair of teeth to fly out of the bandit's mouth. A very brutal fight began, where everyone wanted to beat up the main character. There were a lot of bandits, but the main character did not lose hope of victory. After that, a little time passed. The only person who remained standing was Yi Qiu. He examined the bandits to see at least one conscious. Yi Qiu saw one man who was trying to run away from the young guy and walked up to him, grabbed him by the t-shirt and asked who hired them. If he didn't tell, he would end up in the hospital. The stranger said that if he did this, then the main character would definitely be finished, so he had better let him go. They were interrupted by some red-haired guy. It was the brother of the man who was still conscious. Brother Dong wanted to personally deal with Yi Qiu. Dong looked at Yi Qiu and said that the guy fought well. He single-handedly dealt with a whole crowd of men, and he only received scratches. He took out a gun from his pocket and added that this weapon is better than any strong guy and pointed it at the main character. Yi Qiu raised his hands. The guy with red hair told them to tie up the main character, throw him into the car and take him to the place. Today he must pay for his behavior. Further actions take place in an abandoned building. When a dark bag was removed from the main character's head, he recognized this man. It was his rich classmate. The guy greeted Yi Qiu and said that they had not seen each other for a long time, so he decided to see him. The main character said that they studied at the same university, and he allows himself to kidnap him. Wang replied that the guy disgraced him at a meeting of classmates and Yi Qiu must pay for it with his health. The red-haired guy asked Van, only because of this, he decided to kidnap him. The rich guy was too arrogant. This shame hurt his pride. The rich guy said, Yi Qiu has two options. The first option, he breaks his limbs. The second, he films the main character on his knees, apologizes to Wang and hits himself in the face. Yi Qiu asked the rich guy that he had no imagination at all. His brain was too small to come up with something more original. The former classmate replied that Yi Qiu likes to joke. Tomorrow the main character will lie on the ground and ask passers-by for money. Bandits with a bat approached the red-haired guy and asked him whether to break his legs or cut them off right away. Suddenly there was a cry from a man. He wanted to know who dared to touch his brother. Everyone turned their attention to this man. This man was Lei Hu. All the bandits began to fear him. They did not understand what he was doing here. The red-haired bandit asked what Lei Hu was doing here, why he came here and why. Lei was furious. The man hit the bandit in the face with all his might, and he immediately flew off a couple of meters. He approached his friend and asked if he was okay. They didn't hurt him. Lei was very worried about the main character. The main character looked at the man and replied that everything was fine with him. He didn't have to worry about him. The man turned around and said that now he would deal with all the bandits in this abandoned building. A friend approached Wang Xiang, grabbed him by the shirt and said how dare he touch his brother. Today he will not leave here. The guy began to cry and ask for forgiveness. But Brother Lei ignored Wang Xiang's words and hit him on the cheek. The guy screamed in pain and blood flowed from his mouth. Lei went to beat up the other bandits. They couldn't do anything to him. The guy told the man to stop doing this. The white-haired man grabbed the red-haired bandit and shouted that Wang Xiang was stupid. He was just getting started. When the guy heard this, he began to tremble. He was very afraid of Lei, who was furious with what was happening. The man pointed his finger at the guy in the suit and said that he told him that Wang Xiang should not try to harm Yi Qiu anymore. He asked a question. He didn't care about Lei's words. Wang Xiang knelt down and began to apologize. He was very guilty towards the man. He said that in the name of his father, let him not kill him. He approached the rich guy and began to beat him, after which he said that the guy did not listen to him, and now he asks him for forgiveness and mercy. The rich guy told Yi Qiu that he was his former classmate. Let him ask Lei to spare him and he is no longer his main character. Yi Qiu replied that Wang Xiang recently wanted to make him disabled, and now he remembered that they were classmates. The guy in the suit begged to forgive him. He made a mistake. The guy will return Jing to the main character and give him a lot of money, but let them spare him. The main character untied his hands and replied that he did not need money and this girl. Yi Qiu told Lei not to kill or maim Wang Xiang, but he must suffer. Lei smiled and told Yi Qiu not to worry. He knows how to make Wang Xiang remember this day for the rest of his life. The young guy in the shirt decided to leave. Behind in the abandoned building, Van shouted for the man to spare him. Further actions take place in the hospital, where the main character went to visit his grandfather. The red-haired guy opened the door and walked into his grandfather's room. Guoqin greeted his son and told the guy to say hello to his grandfather. Yi Qiu was a little ashamed and said that he had been too busy lately, so he did not come to see his grandfather. Grandfather replied that the doctor said that the operation was successful and he was almost recovered, so the main character does not need to worry about him. Guoqing said, a couple of days ago, 2 doctors came from Qingzhou especially for Grandpa. The director of the hospital should be thanked well. The guy replied that he would thank the director of the hospital later. Today he would sit with his grandfather and let his father rest. The father was against it and he said, the main character worked a lot, it would be better for him to sit with his grandfather and let Yi Qi rest. The main character smiled, took out a diary and told his father that he would have a good rest here, so he didn't have to worry about him. The man told the guy not to read the Heavenly Dragon technique before going to bed, otherwise he would have strange dreams. The young guy smiled and told his father not to worry, he could handle everything himself, so he needed to rest. Further action takes place in the main office of the Henfu company, where the main character was heading. The security guard did not let the young guy through and said where he was going without a pass. The guy was a little confused. The man explained that if the guy doesn't have a pass, he won't be able to go further because he's tired of the deceivers. The young guy asked why the guard thought he was a deceiver. He came to Zhao Mengrui. The main character is her guest. The stranger said if he is her guest, then he is a member of her family, and if not, then let him leave here, because he will get hit on the head with a baton. The main character said that he was not a member of her family. He came to Zhao, and if the guard kicked him out, he would get hit on the head by the girl. Some unknown man came up to them and said that they had not seen each other for a whole year, when he had time to slide down so much. The red-haired guy waved his hand and replied, "Is Yang Baoqing worthy of talking to him like that?" Yang Baoqing replied, "The guy now works in a bad job and still dares to be rude to him. He knows what position the man currently holds." He pointed a finger at himself. The man is now the director of the 6th Market Department and the main character says that he is not worthy to talk to him. Meng Rui told the girl to write down his name and send a request to the personnel department for dismissal. The man thought that they wanted to fire Yi Qiu from his job and asked that the guy heard Zhao want to be fired as soon as possible. The director of the 6th department ran up to the green-eyed girl and told her not to be angry. This Yi Qiu knows no boundaries at all. He swore at the guard, but they just wanted to stop him and punish him. The girl said that these workers from the market department were rude to her dear guest. This was causing damage to their company. She decided to fire them and blacklist them. She approached the main character and asked for forgiveness for their behavior. The main character said that there was nothing wrong with it. Su Qing approached the man and asked why they were still standing here. Let them go to the personnel department. They were shocked that they were the ones who wanted to fire them. Yang Baoqing ran up to the main character and asked for forgiveness. He begged him so that the man would not be fired from his job. He was ready to do everything so that he would forgive him. Yi Qiu said that Yang Chengbao was angry with him because they used to work in a branch of the store. He constantly created problems for the main character, but the guy did not respond with anger to his actions. The man used his connections, did nothing at work, and then dumped all the work on the red-haired guy. Why then did the company need such an employee? Talented and diligent workers did not receive a promotion, but he became the head of the department with the help of connections and he is not ashamed to be proud of it. The guy thinks that there is no place for someone like him here. The guards took Yang Baoqing away and said, "He can go, the man doesn't have to worry. He will receive compensation for his dismissal." Next, the action takes place in the office. The girl and Yi Qiu sat on the sofa and Su Qing brought them tea. The young guy got up from the sofa and said that he wanted to talk with Su Qing, so she should sit next to him. The green-eyed girl thought that the guy dared to flirt with her assistant in front of her. This made Meng Rui very angry. She didn't understand why she was so angry with the main character. She didn't like guys like Yi Qiu. He thinks that all the people around him are stupid because he himself has talent. Meng Rui told her assistant to sit next to them if the protagonist wanted it that way. Su Qing sat down next to the young guy. Yi Qi thanked the green-eyed girl for allowing her assistant to sit next to them. The red-haired guy said that they would earn a lot of money. He wanted to ask about the structure of Xingzhu Company, especially about its employees, if they have a suitable candidate. The white-haired girl said that she has one candidate. He should come to them soon. Yi Qiu told the girl not to tell him who he was. The guy wanted to find out what kind of person he really was. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Su Qing walked to the door and opened it. An unfamiliar guy stood in front of them. An unfamiliar guy approached them, greeted Meng Rui, and asked who the gentleman was sitting next to her. The girl replied that this was her friend, he had nothing to do with their company, so he needn't worry. The green-eyed girl said that this was Mr. Lai Jianhua. He graduated from Harvard Business School, worked on Wall Street for 3 years. She took him from a major management position in one of the prestigious companies. The main character approached the guy, decided to say hello and extended his hand. He introduced himself, but Lai Jianhua did not answer anything and did not shake his hand. Meng Rui looked and asked Lai Jianhua if he had completed the business plan for their company. The guy in the red jacket said that he did it in one night, so he wanted her to look at his plan. The white-haired girl took his plan in her hands and started watching. It was pretty good and very professional. She asked the main character if he would look at this plan. Yi Qiu agreed. Lai Jianhua drew attention to this. Lai Jianhua said that Yi Qiu does not have knowledge in this field. Is there any point in showing him this plan? Yi Qiu replied that Meng Rui was afraid that he might have made a mistake in the plan because he wrote it at night, so he wanted him to check. The guy with brown hair got angry and asked. Yi Qiu decided that he had the right to check him. The red-haired guy began to read the plan and said that this plan made no practical sense. The company employee replied that he provided charts, tables, statistics and analysis. He used all his knowledge, so he wants to know what he did wrong. The green-eyed girl thought, the main character thinks too much of himself. This time he will disgrace himself. Opposite him is a Harvard graduate. She wanted to see what he would say to Lai Jianhua. The main character said that the 6th line on the 8th page says that in a year they will open 13 branches of Zhonghai. In 3 years they will monopolize the entire city, and also capture the market of the entire province. Meng Rui was shocked why she couldn't find such a serious flaw in Lai Jianhua's plan. Lai Jianhua replied that what was wrong with his plan. If they captured the market, they could sell more goods, become a large enterprise in the market and develop further. Yi Qiu asked. He had knowledge from Harvard and experience from Wall Street, but he decided to apply it to Zhonghai City. Lai Jianhua had just returned to China and forgot how things work here. The guy with brown hair replied, the main character is completely clueless. Lai Jianhua wants to rely on the main link, pull up everything else and quickly capture the market. The red-haired guy shouted, Hengfu, Fuyun, Funchun, these are the 3 big companies in the city. They own most of the market. He doesn't know about the unfair competition and monopoly in this city. He continued that everything here is not the same as in America. There are small and large differences, but there are more small differences and they cannot be ignored, otherwise the company is doomed to failure. Meng Rui owns the Hengfu company, so this company will not push them out of the market, but Fuyun and Fuzhong will absorb them at the first opportunity. They have connections with the mafia and the government. It will be very difficult for them to master the provincial market. Yi Qiu needs to look for special ways of development. The main character took his business plan and gave it to the green-eyed girl so that she would honor it. The girl picked up Yi Qiu's plan and began to read it. She was surprised that the main character took into account every little detail. The white-haired girl held out her hand with a bunch of papers and told Lai Jianhua to look at whose business plan was better. Lai Jianhua read it and replied that Yi Qiu's business plan was much better than his, so he apologized for his behavior. The main character said that the guy with brown hair is very smart and a talented businessman, but he made the main mistake that a lot of people make. The company employee closed his eyes. He was very ashamed in front of Yi Qiu. He asked what mistake he made. Yi Qiu replied, arrogance and overestimation of one's own importance. The main character knows that Lai Jianhua can handle the task much more successfully than most people. The red-haired guy added that if he admits his mistakes and learns from them, he will gain much more valuable experience from the lessons learned. The brown-haired guy bowed and said that Yi Qiu's words woke him up from a deep sleep. He thanked the main character for his advice. The main character smiled and replied that the guy immediately learned this lesson. This is the secret of success, but even Yi Qiu cannot cope with his arrogance. The green-eyed girl said, now they can all be considered partners. She wanted to introduce Yi Qiu. Meng Rui said that the main character is the founder of Xinjue Company. Lai Jianhua was surprised. He should have called him Director Yi Qiu. The guy hopes that the main character will not be angry with him. The red-haired guy replied that their company will rely on him as a highly qualified specialist. Yi Qiu believes that they can achieve their goals. They sat down on the sofa. Yi Qiu said, they found the general manager, but there are 2 more candidates from him, so he wants them to help him make decisions. Yi Qiu looked at the red-eyed girl and said, he wants Su Qing to become the deputy general manager. The red-eyed girl stood up and said that this was impossible. She thanked Yi Qiu for giving her the opportunity to take such a position, but Su Qing could not cope with her. The main character said that Su Qing underestimates herself, so he wants Meng Rui to give her opinion on her abilities. Meng Rui replied that the main character is too arrogant, has not yet created a company, and is already poaching its employees. The green-eyed girl said, Su Qing's abilities are at a high level, she will definitely cope with any position. Meng Rui is sure of this, and she can also make an adequate decision in any situation. Su Qing has always been Meng Rui's assistant, but the green-eyed girl understands that Yi Qiu is offering her a more promising position, so the girl must agree. Lai Jianhua raised his hand and said that Meng Rui definitely cannot make mistakes in personnel selection, so he fully supports the girl. The red-haired guy said that he has another candidate, he is his former classmate, his main traits are decency and honesty, one of these days he will invite him to an interview. He added that as far as their job is concerned, they should realize that the guy took them not because they are his friends but because of their skills, so they should do their job well. Meng Rui told the young guy that his business plan was very good, and then asked a question. He wrote it himself. The main character smiled and asked, the green-eyed girl does not believe that he is capable of this. The white-haired girl answered, she doesn't believe him, he has no experience in running a business and relevant knowledge. She wanted to know who wrote him a business plan. Yi Qiu said that he wrote it himself. He still didn't show a lot of his talents because he was afraid that the girl would fall in love with him. The girl got angry and replied that she didn't know about his talents, but the main character had a lot of impudence. The red-haired guy looked at the girl and said, he wants to visit the Henfu Company warehouse and help Meng Rui evaluate all the antiques. The green-eyed girl said that their antiques are now in the company's main warehouse, which is not easy to get into now. The young man replied that Meng Rui was the general manager, so they would definitely be allowed into the warehouse. Meng Rui replied that very expensive things are stored in the warehouse, their amount exceeds the city budget, so not only her company is engaged in security, he cannot pass only as a guest of the girl. The main character waved his hand and said, if this is so problematic, then we need to close this topic. The white-haired girl thought for a moment, and then said that she had one way to get to the warehouse. A warehouse security guard has been working for their company for more than 10 years. One day there was a fire in the warehouse, and a man, risking his life, pulled exhibits from the fire. He received many burns and almost died. And so the old management of Hengfu trusts this man. They gave him a copy of the keys to the warehouse, and he still works there. Yi Qiu asked that the guard's words carried great weight in the warehouse's defense system, so they would go to him. The green-eyed girl replied that the guy thinks correctly, but there was one problem, the guard is very taciturn, so it will be very difficult to convince him. The young man said that they would try to persuade him, he thought that he would be able to do it. Next, the actions take place in a warehouse, where the main character and Meng Rui went. They got out of the elevator and a man with glasses was waiting for them. They walked further. Yi Qiu was surprised how good the warehouse of a large company looked. It had a good level of protection, the warehouse even had explosion-proof walls. Meng Rui and Yi Qiu noticed a man standing and looking at them. He recognized the girl, but did not understand why they came here. The white-haired girl walked up to the man, smiled and greeted the guard. She thanked him for still working for them. The man replied that he should thank her for her trust and care. She gives the old man the opportunity to work and get good money. The guard asked why she came here. The girl smiled and replied that she wanted to go to the warehouse with this young man. The guard looked and told Meng Rui that the rules did not allow outsiders to enter the warehouse, it was prohibited. The beauty replied that this guy personally worked for Mr. Qi as an expert on precious stones. She wants to familiarize him with the exhibits of this warehouse in order to improve his working skills. The red-eyed man said that Meng Rui did not show the company council seal, inspection certificate and pass. They would not be able to go to the warehouse. Yi Qiu walked up to the man and said, if he is not mistaken, the guard is now experiencing trembling limbs and dizziness. He looked at Yi Qiu and said, he understood that the guy understood medicine, he didn't need to use the man's illness as an excuse to enter the warehouse. The security guard had principles, he was doing his job, so the main character had to leave here, otherwise the man would call the security. The guy heard that in order to save the exhibits, the man risked his life. Yi Qiu wanted to cure the guard because he admired this act, but he did not expect that this hero would be a stubborn donkey. The main character approached the guard and sat him down on a chair. The man did not expect that a young guy could have so much strength. The red-haired guy told him to sit down. He shouldn't be afraid. He wouldn't break into the warehouse. Yi Qiu believed that the man's character was very bad, probably even his own children couldn't stand him. Meng Rui was shocked by these words. She thought, even her father treats this guard well. Yi Qiu approached the man from behind and put his hand on his back. The guard couldn't believe that this young guy had already mastered Qigong practice. The young man said that the man leads a sedentary lifestyle and rarely goes outdoors, so he has stagnation of qi energy in his body. His massage will facilitate the movement of energy. The guard thought about it. The doctors told him about a long treatment, but this guy was able to alleviate his condition in a couple of seconds. The guy came up with Meng Rui and said that it was time for them to leave. He was powerless here, so they needed to find another way to get to the warehouse. The man approached them and shouted for them to stop. They decided to listen to what the guard had to say to them. The main character asked what happened. The man had some problems, or why he stopped them. The red-eyed man thanked the main character for curing him. He is very grateful to him for this. The red-haired guy said that there was no need to thank him. He simply admired the man's exploits, so he decided to help. The security guard said that he doesn't like to be obligated to other people. If he wants to go into the warehouse, the man will open the door for him. Yi Qiu replied that he did not cure him in order to go to the warehouse. The guard did not owe him anything, so he would not go to the warehouse without the necessary documents. The green-eyed girl said that she would give him a temporary pass. If something happens, then she will take responsibility. The man began to open the warehouse. The guy and the girl stood and watched, after which the guard opened it. The young guy saw the dense energy. He began to absorb it into himself and felt how he was becoming stronger every second. Meng Rui said that there was a terrible smell of mold in the warehouse. The security guard replied that they had already installed moisture protection, but the warehouse was still dark and damp. The guy ran into the warehouse and began to absorb the energy. He looked very joyful. The girl and the security guard were shocked by the guy. The white-haired girl said she didn't think that the main character liked the smell of mold so much. But he didn't hear it. The energy of the antique was amazing. He wouldn't be able to absorb it in a month. The red-haired guy said that he had a request for the girl. This warehouse was perfect for improving his skills. He wants to work as a security guard with a man. The girl asked the guard if he didn't mind. The man replied that if Meng Rui didn't mind, then he did too, and if necessary, the man would write an application to appoint an assistant for him. If the main character has a warehouse work certificate, then Yi Qiu will be able to come to the warehouse at any time. Further actions take place in the office, where an old man was sitting on a chair and smoking a cigar. He was told that Meng Rui had brought a man to the warehouse and the guard let them through. The blue-haired guy added that Meng Rui ordered the guard to write an application for an assistant so that the guy could get a certificate. The old man smiled and said, "Everything is going as it should. Zhao Meng Rui is now definitely a lid." One day passed. The main character came to the warehouse. The guard said that Yi Qiu came very early today. Yi Qiu smiled and said that the man had come even earlier. The guy was thoughtful. The guard began to train his body so that his health would improve. The main character went to the warehouse and began to absorb the energy of the antiques. He felt very good. But he was interrupted by people who wanted to check the antiques in the warehouse, so he had to go out for a while. The young man asked if it was normal that people from the company could suddenly burst in here and conduct an inspection. The guard said that checks must be carried out, but this is the first time they burst into the warehouse so suddenly. He is usually warned in advance about the checks. The red-haired guy called Meng Rui and said that they had come to the warehouse to check. She knew about it. The girl replied that she would come soon. The white-haired girl went to the warehouse. She asked Jian what was happening here, why their department was conducting an inspection at the warehouse without her permission. Jian replied that their department had the authority to suddenly inspect the warehouse, so she didn't need to worry so much. The green-eyed girl replied that she had not heard that they had such powers. Suddenly a voice came from behind that it was he who gave them the powers. It was an unfamiliar man who smiled and was dressed in a suit. The girl began to get nervous when she saw him. Suddenly a security guard came running and asked what Director Jiang was up to. He wanted to say that he suspected him of stealing. The old man said why the man was so worried. Checking the warehouse is a normal procedure. Very valuable things are stored in it and the supervision department is responsible for the protection of antiques. Meng Rui turned around and said that they could check as much as they wanted. If he wanted to do it that way, they had more important things to do, so they were leaving. 2 hours passed. The man asked why they were checking for so long and what they were doing there. Suddenly people came with bats. The man did not understand what it all meant. They reported that hundreds of exhibits had disappeared from the warehouse and they too were the main suspects. The security guard said that this could not be. He was watching the warehouse and knew for sure that nothing was missing. The person from the company said that they should not take the suspect's word for it. The company is currently holding a meeting and the guard and Yi Qiu will go with them. They grabbed the main character and the man. Yi Qiu said to let him go. He didn't steal anything. Further actions take place in the office. The old man said that a very unpleasant incident occurred, but at the same time an important event in their company. The old man said that during today's inspection, the supervision department discovered that more than 100 precious exhibits were missing. Everyone was very surprised by this news. The scale was too huge. The old people asked if they were sure of this. The red-eyed man replied that they had lost a huge number of important exhibits. The damage amounted to 3 billion yuan. The guard replied that this was impossible. It was impossible to carry so much at one time. Wouldn't he have noticed such a theft? The director approached him and said that the results of the supervisory audit could not be questioned. The bald old man stood up from his chair, smiled and said that they should all calm down. Now they will find out everything from them. The man came up and said that unguarded the warehouse for a long time, but things disappeared precisely after a new guard arrived at the warehouse. He pointed his finger at Yi Qiu and said, "This guy became the new guard." The man didn't know why An agreed to accept it, but the main character managed to spend a lot of time in the warehouse. And on that day, it was Meng Rui who signed the order to hire Yi Qi. A few days later, more than 100 exhibits disappeared from the warehouse. He thinks that everything is obvious here. The woman who was sitting next to the green-eyed girl asked that it was true. She hired this young man. The bald old man said that Yi Qiu was able to steal so many antiques in a couple of days, so let the main character say where he hid the stolen goods and who is in charge. The main character smiled and said, he will remain silent, and let the directors continue to act out the performance. The old man replied that if the guy doesn't want to talk, then this only proves that he stole these exhibits. A bald old man approached the girl and said that Meng Rui had already become the general director, but she wanted to rob the company. Besides, she allocated pennies to the shareholders. She disappointed the old man. The director said that it was possible that Meng Rui had the motive to rob their warehouse. The man looked at the girl and said, he heard that the green-eyed girl, together with Yi Qiu, founded a new jewelry company. The bald old man shouted, how dare the girl, being the CEO, she invests in competitors. This fact is enough to kick her out of the company. He announced a vote and said who would raise their hand. In order to kick Meng Rui out of the company, all the directors raised their hands. At that moment, the man took out his phone and wanted to call the police to say that Meng had committed a crime. The main character told them to stop this. People don't understand anything at all. Do people like them deserve to be directors? The red-haired man said who the guy thought he was. He ordered the guards to take him out of here. Yi Qiu looked at the director and told them to stop saying that. Their guards have no right to detain him. The director with red hair walked up to the guy and said, the three of them decided to rob their company and still dare to object. Yi Qiu replied that he was tired of listening to him. The red-haired guy said that the directors don't have any evidence now, and there should also be CCTV cameras in the warehouse, so they can check what happened in the warehouse. The young guy asked the green-eyed girl if the company hires people without education. He thinks that the people from the supervision department haven't even finished primary school. The old man raised his hands and asked Yi Qiu, if they didn't steal the antiques, then who could have done it? The guy said that the last check was 20 days ago and it was after his arrival that they decided to conduct another check. The bald old man smiled and said that the guy still wouldn't be able to refute the fact that Meng Rui was investing money in another company, so they had the right to kick her out. He added that the company suffered big losses because the girl brought a thief to the warehouse. The old man asked the directors if they agreed with him. The main character asked who said that Meng Rui opened a company with him for her own enrichment. Yi Qi said that the girl tried her best to persuade him to get a job as an appraiser in Hengfu, but he refused her many times, but the guy agreed to cooperate with Hengfu as soon as he opened his own company. The young guy added that he demanded most of the shares and the right to make decisions for himself, but Meng Rui was collaborating with him for the sake of the Hengfu company, for the sake of their profit. The woman asked the green-eyed girl if it was true or if the young man was lying to them all. The girl confirmed Yi Chio's words and thought that the main character had sacrificed her profit, but there was no other way out. The bald old man asked who Yi Chio was to cooperate with him. Besides, why make such sacrifices if the majority of the shares remained in his hands? The white-haired girl replied that Yi Chio has a special talent. He understands gems better than Qi. Regarding the shares, Meng Rui thinks that no one sitting in this building would want to give up their shares. The red-haired guy said that they would definitely not invest in his company, so he asked Meng Rui for shares and a large percentage of the profits for him. The red-haired man said, even if he is so capable, Yi Chio still cannot make decisions with Meng Rui alone. He needed to discuss it with the board of directors. The green-eyed girl replied that she herself can make decisions about projects with a cost of less than 500,000 yuan. This is written in the collective agreement. The directors began to talk to each other. They thought that Meng Rui had made a standard investment decision. The woman with red hair said that she took back her words and apologized to the girl. The old man told the directors to calm down. The company's damage of 3 billion yuan is still on the girl's shoulders. Yi Chio said that everything is simple. They will solve this issue by returning all the antiques back to the warehouse. The bald old man smiled and said, is it really that simple, or is he confessing that he stole all these things? The young guy told the old man that he had distracted Yi Chio so many times. If he made him angry, then he wouldn't care that the old man was the director of the company. The red-haired director said that if he found the stolen antiques in 3 days, then Meng Rui would no longer be held accountable. The main character turned around and said that he didn't need 3 days, he would do it much faster. The directors began to talk to each other. They did not believe that the main character would succeed. Yi Chio told them to follow him to the warehouse. All the directors went into the warehouse with Yi Chio. The old man was angry. He asked the guy, the main character thinks that the results of their inspection are wrong. The young guy looked at him and said that it was not a matter of verification, but that their company was recruiting uneducated directors. A white-haired girl approached the main character and asked what Yi Chio was up to again. The red-haired guy said that the girl should not worry about him. He never let her down. Yi Chio will return all the stolen things. Yi Chio said that he needed a shovel, a hammer and other tools, as well as 10 volunteers. A little time passed. He was given tools and workers. Yi Chio told them to work carefully, otherwise they might break valuable antiques. They approached the wall and the main character said that they needed to break this wall and they needed to hurry up. The guy concentrated and wanted to hit, but the bald old man asked what the main character wanted to do. The main character turned around and said that he was looking for stolen antiques. 3 billion is more important than this wall, so the old man doesn't have to worry. He and Meng Rui will compensate for the damage to this wall. The old man replied that if the guy breaks this wall, then it could harm the entire building, and if he breaks an antique, then what to do? The young guy turned to the old man and said, Director Jiang is trying so hard not to break the wall, but why, and is it really he who hid all the antiques there? Jiang began to get nervous and shouted, what is the guy talking about? He will sue Yi Chio for libel. Yi Chio smiled and answered so that the old man wouldn't be nervous. He was joking, but Jiang had already slandered him many times, and he couldn't even make a jab at him. The guy turned to the wall and said that everyone should move back. He will now start hitting the wall. The red-haired guy gripped the hammer tightly in his hands. He swung the hammer and hit the wall with all his might a couple of times. The green-eyed girl thought that Yi Chio had surprised her many times before. She wondered why there were so many mysterious things about him. The main character broke through the wall. The guy looked behind the wall and told them to follow him. After that, they came out with antiques. The directors asked why so many antiques were hidden behind the wall. Qi suddenly arrived and asked what urgent matter Meng Rui had and why she called him. Meng Rui walked up to Qi and told him to look at the antiques, whether they were the company's stolen items or not. The old man didn't understand what was going on here. The white-haired girl told Chi what happened here, and the old man began to examine the old antiques. Chi said that Meng Rui should strengthen the security of the warehouse. This cannot be allowed to happen again, and all the things he examined were real. The green-eyed girl told him not to worry, she would guarantee that this would not happen again. The girl and Chi approached the directors and said that they would find the thief and Meng Rui would punish him severely. The red-haired guy smiled and said, "Whoever just tried his best to dissuade him from breaking the wall, he has a bad memory, let them remind him." The bald old man pointed his finger at the main character and said that he warned him that he would sue for libel. Yi Qiu replied that the old man should not be nervous, these are just his guesses, they are all cultured people, so they will not blindly blame each other, they are not fools. The man with red hair shouted that Yi Qiu had cleverly come up with this, the main suspect is precisely the main character. The main character replied that he said that only fools blindly accuse other people, which means the man admitted himself to be a fool. He replied that it doesn't matter, the man suspects Yi Qiu, how did the guy know that there was a secret room here, and don't let him say that all this is just a coincidence, who will believe him? The young guy replied that he knew that he would ask him about this and turned to the security guard and asked him for a map of the premises. The guy took the map and told them to look at the map, it was on it that the secret room was indicated. The security of the warehouse was organized very well, no outsider could take away so many things, so he realized that they were hidden in a secret room. In addition, there is only one entrance leading to this warehouse, and has always been an old-timer near the warehouse, and the CCTV camera is located in the corridor. During the day no outsider could pass by the guard's eyes. However, in the evenings the elevator is turned off and the warehouse is closed, only a few people have the keys, so Yi Qiu thinks that everyone understood who could come here. Meng Rui said that they should keep what happened secret, if she finds out that one of the directors told someone, then the girl will fire him. The green-eyed girl approached Su Qing and told her to send a letter on her behalf to the department and asked all eyewitnesses to remain silent. The white-haired girl approached the main character and thanked him for what he did for her today. Yi Qiu looked at Meng Rui and said that they are family, why is she so polite to him? The girl asked the young guy, he knew from the very beginning that the antiques were hidden behind the wall. The red-haired guy replied that he was not a wizard, how could he know about this? The guy just explained everything, it was his guess. The white-haired girl asked what the guy would do next, stay in the warehouse. Yi Qiu replied that he would stay in the warehouse to study antiques. Meng Rui said, she has things to do, she won't distract him anymore. The girl turned around and left. The security guard approached the young guy, thanked him and said that if it weren't for him, he would have been fired from this job. Yi Qiu replied that the man should not say that, they wanted to frame Meng Rui, he should apologize to him. Further actions take place in another company, where someone said that news had reached them that a conflict had occurred within Hengfu, valuable things had disappeared from their warehouse. The red-haired man added that Director Jiang wanted to get Meng Rui out of his way, but Yi Qiu ruined his plans. Lu replied, he didn't expect that Yi Qiu had such abilities, he would make a good detective, such people need to be used. The man said that this young guy is very stubborn, he would never agree to work with them. The guy smiled and said that if so, then we need to make sure that Yi Qiu cannot be used by competitors. He replied that the man is a killer in the business world, all of Asia knows him, he once broke into the lair of a drug cartel alone and killed its baron. Lu replied that he would not interfere, let him do everything himself. The purple-haired guy looked at the man and said that there will be a meeting at Dobao soon, he needs their leader. Further actions take place in a warehouse. The main character was meditating and thought that these techniques turned out to be very difficult to cultivate. The main character has absorbed a huge amount of energy from antiques, but still cannot make progress. The guard opened the door where Yi Qiu was sitting and said that the shift was over. The young guy replied that he would be leaving now. They left the warehouse and said goodbye. The main character wanted to take a taxi. The red-haired guy started looking for a taxi and there was one car on the street with a driver inside. Yi Qiu came up and asked if he could give him a ride. The driver agreed. The guy was sitting in the car, very pleased with today's work, and the taxi driver was looking at the main character through the rear-view mirror. Yi Qiu felt a bloodthirsty aura. He looked at the taxi driver, but the man stopped looking at the main character. The young man thought that apparently he was just too tired and needed to relax and rest. If he starts meditating now, his strength will be restored faster. 10 minutes of meditation is equal to 2 hours of sleep. The main character told the taxi driver that he was on the wrong road, after which the guy realized that something was wrong. The taxi driver pulled out a gun and told the main character not to move, otherwise he would kill him immediately. The red-haired guy looked at the man and asked who he was, who hired him to kill the guy. The man smiled and answered why all his victims ask this first thing, no creativity. The guy said if he dies, then why not tell him everything? The killer told the guy to get out of the car. They got out of the car and Yi Chio asked that the man works as an assassin, how much he gets paid. If he lets the guy go, then the main character will pay him twice as much. The killer smiled and answered. With these words the guy insulted him greatly. A man's work has its own rules and principles. He wanted to torture Yi Chio before killing him. The young man asked why he hadn't started doing this yet, or why he hadn't killed him in the car. The stranger replied, he sees that the guy is not so simple. When Yi Chio was in the car, he felt his bloodlust. A simple person cannot have such abilities. He had not met such capable people for a long time. The killer offered the main character a fight. If he agreed, the man would kill him quickly and almost without pain. The guy asked what if he defeated him. The man replied that if the main character defeats him, then he can kill him, but he is sure that the guy cannot win. The red-haired guy said that if a man considers him a worthy opponent and is so confident in himself, then let him put the gun away from here. The killer walked up to his car, put the gun on the driver's seat and asked the main character if he is happy now. Yi Chio immediately rushed to attack the man. He wanted to end this fight with one blow and return home. The stranger was very experienced, so he caught the main character's blow and thought that Yi Chio could very quickly approach him in 2 steps. The main character kicked the man with all his might, but the man blocked his blow again. The man smiled and said that the guy was very strong. His name was Zhou, and for the first time he sees a person who can fight back in battle. Zhou decided to demonstrate his strength and rushed into the attack. The main character dodged the first blow, but the killer's second blow hit the guy in the face and he began to bleed. Yi Chio didn't expect the man to be so strong. The killer kicked the guy in the stomach and he flew off a couple of meters. The main character received serious damage. The red-haired guy saw that the man would not stop attacking him. The killer shouted that this blow would be the last. Yi Chio calmed down and began to concentrate his power and aura around himself. He decided to fight with his full strength. The guy dodged Zhou's blow and hit him in the stomach with his elbow. The man felt severe pain. The man flew a couple of meters and landed on the ground, blood flowing from his mouth. He did not expect such a strong blow. The main character approached him and said that the man was very strong, but now he could not do anything to him. Now Yi Chio could easily kill Zhou, so he wanted to find out who hired him. Zhou stood up and decided to hit the main character. Yi Chio was surprised that the man was so fearless that even now he decided to continue fighting. But the young guy dodged and hit the killer in the stomach, after which he said if he doesn't tell, he will kill him. The killer fell to the ground and said that the main character should finish him off. He would not tell him anything. The young guy didn't think that Zhou would be so stubborn. If he killed him, the guy would be arrested by the police. He didn't need any extra problems right now. Yi Chio tied up the killer and said that he would not kill him. He would soon receive free housing and food, and Zhou would not have to make a living from killings. The guy took out his mobile phone from his pocket and called the police. The man was shocked that the guy would call the police. Further actions take place in the hospital. The main character was sitting opposite the doctor. The man asked if he received these wounds recently. The guy replied that not even 2 hours had passed. The doctor was shocked. He said they were almost healed. Usually such wounds take weeks to heal. It was simply incredible. The main character thought about it. Apparently these heavenly dragon techniques also affect his body, so he quickly heals. Next, the action takes place in Lu's house. He was sitting on the bed, but suddenly his phone rang. Lu took the phone and asked what happened. The man replied that their killer had ended up in the police station. The purple-haired guy asked. The man told him that Zhou was a professional. He didn't even kill Yi Chio and was already caught by the police. The man replied that he didn't know how it happened, but Lu had better get him out as soon as possible, otherwise the man might get into trouble. The guy said it was not so easy to do. He had no connections in the police, so it was better for the man to leave the country for a while. The red-haired man replied that his whole family was here. If he was accused of a crime, he would not be able to return. Lu then needed to send him away. The guy replied that they would only make it worse. They stopped talking and Lu wondered how Yi Qiu was able to deal with this professional killer. Further actions take place in the hospital, where the main character heard someone scolding a woman and wanting to beat her. Yi Qiu opened the door to the room and behind the man stood a woman who wanted her brother to help her, otherwise she would be beaten. The fat man replied that it was useless for her to seek help from anyone. He wanted to return the money now or she would suffer. The woman was very afraid of the fat man and asked Kun to give her time. She had no money now. The main character entered their room and asked what was happening here. Everyone paid attention to his appearance. A woman ran up to Yi Qiu and told him to save her. She had no way out and was now in a bad situation. Kun told Yi Qiu to leave here. The guy approached the fat man and replied, "If there are problems, then let him talk to him." The man said that his aunt already owed him more than 1,000,000 yuan. If the main character wants to help her, then let him pay for her. The red-haired guy asked his aunt if it was true. The woman replied that she only borrowed 50,000 from him. The fat man said that today he must get his money in any way. Yi Qiu replied that he would return him 100,000 yuan. The short man said that the main character does not know who he is. It is dangerous to do business with them. The main character looked at the fat man and asked what they wanted to do with them. Just rob and beat them. The man replied that the guy didn't understand who they were at all, so he ordered his guys to beat Yi Qiu. Guoqing wanted to stop them, but the young guy told his father to step back. Now he can deal with them very easily. The main character was attacked by two guys, but the main character did not see them as strong opponents, but just a bunch of bandits. He beat them easily. They were in a lot of pain and could no longer continue to fight against the young guy. Yi Qiu's father asked when he managed to master Kung Fu, and the fat man began to worry about his health. Yi Qiu asked the fat man what happened, how he felt, whether he wanted to talk to him now or not. The young guy said that Kun calculated that the percentage of their debt was too high. They would give him 100,000. The fat man would take it and leave here, and if he didn't agree, then he wouldn't even see 50,000. The fat man began to tremble and said that the guy had no idea what consequences now awaited him. The main character replied that he doesn't care about him. Kun is definitely not more influential than Lei Hu, so the guy is not afraid of him. Kun was very surprised and asked if the main character was really working for him. Yi Qiu replied that he was his new brother. The short man replied that he had not heard that Lei had any brother appearing in the near future, so the guy had better not lie to him. Yi Qiu waved his hand and told him to go ask around. The man hit his people and told them to get up because they were leaving here and added that if the main character deceived him, then he would not be happy. They left. When the men left the room, this was noticed by the guy's relatives who were walking along the hospital corridor. Relatives came into their room and the uncle said that he knew this man. He was a very authoritative man from the mafia. He had a gang with more than 100 people in it. The young guy replied that they attacked his fists. His brother came up to him and asked why he did this. Now they will kill him. The guy replied that the relatives should not worry anymore. They would not disturb them in the future. The relative replied that the main character completely underestimates them. If they find out that Yi Qiu is collaborating with Hung Fu, then he may have problems at work. The uncle approached the young guy and said that his blood is too hot. It's scary to imagine what they will do now, so Yi Qiu must apologize to them. The main character's aunt told Wen Hui not to blame Yi Qiu. She borrowed money from them, and the guy helped her avoid punishment. Suddenly Kun came to them along with his people. All the relatives were very frightened by their appearance. Yi Qiu's brother told him to quickly apologize to these people. His uncle said that they wanted to apologize to them. Their relative didn't want to do that at all. The fat man approached the main character, bowed and asked for forgiveness for his actions and behavior. All the relatives were surprised. They did not expect Yi Qiu to be such an influential person among the mafia. Now Kun knows who Yi Qiu is. They checked everything and realized that they attacked the wrong person. He wants not to quarrel with the young guy. Yi Qiu asked what happened to his aunt's debt. The fat man replied that he didn't need to repay the debt, so he didn't have to worry. Kun took out a bag of money and said, "There is 100,000 yuan in this bag. Let him take it as compensation." The main character turned around and said that he did not need money. The fat man said that if this amount was too small for him, then he would bring even more. The guy said that he forgives Kun, so let him keep this money for himself. The guy doesn't need it. The young guy told the fat man to give him his card number, he would repay his aunt's debt. Kun replied that Yi Qiu shouldn't do that. The red-haired guy said that debts must always be repaid, so don't worry, he doesn't have any claims against Kun, because it's his money. The fat man said that he admired the honesty of the protagonist and ordered his men to leave. He apologized for scaring Yi Qiu's relatives. Yi Qiu's grandfather began to cough and said that he never thought that the guy would become such an influential person in society. Yi Qiu ran up to his grandfather and told him not to be nervous anymore because the main character was very worried about him. The old man replied that the main character had become so successful that even the mafia was afraid of him, but under no circumstances should he break the law. The main character smiled and said not to worry, he knows when to stop and the mafia won't bother them anymore. The young guy looked at his aunt and told her to never borrow money from the mafia again. If she had problems, then she should call him. The aunt cried, thanked Yi Qiu and said that she realized her mistake, she underestimated the guy. Further actions take place near the hospital, where the main character picked up the phone and someone told him that the killer was ordered by a man named Lu Xian. The red-haired guy asked who he was and why he said this, but the man hung up. He thought that this was the first time Lu Xian had spoken out against him, so radically. Yi Qiu called Meng Rui and asked if she had time. The green-eyed girl asked a question, is he calling for a personal matter or about a company? The young guy answered, he is calling about a company, they have just founded it, so they need to choose a good product. Yi Qiu knows where to go, so he wants the girl to go with him. The green-eyed girl asked where they would go to get the goods. The guy replied that they would go to Fuyun. The red-haired guy said that Meng Rui is afraid of offending Lu Xian, but she may not show his face and the guy needs 500,000 yuan, so the girl is obliged to give it to Yi Qiu. Meng Rui said that she is not afraid of Lu Xian, she doesn't care about him at all, so she will now send the driver to the main character. The main character smiled and replied that there was no need to do this, he wanted to meet at the Fuyun company's transaction site. The green-eyed girl agreed. Further actions take place near the company. The girl said that the stone company has almost completely monopolized the market, even if Zhongfu and Hengfu are combined, they will not be able to surpass Fuyun. They met the main character, the guy said, he didn't expect them to come here so quickly. Next, the action takes place in the office of the Fuyun company. A man came to Lu Xian and told him that Meng Rui was now in their area for stone transactions. Lu Xian turned around, looked at the guy and asked him if she came alone or with someone. The guy approached him, gave his phone number and said that there were 2 more people next to the green-eyed girl. The purple-haired guy took the phone, looked and saw Yi Qiu. The guy said that they recently received a new batch of stones, he is afraid that the girl found out about it. The owner of the company said he was heading there now to see what they were up to. Further actions take place in the building of the Henfu company. The main character said that this company is doing well. The green-eyed girl said that there are too many people here today, they recently received a new batch of stones, which is why it is so crowded here. The young guy thought that he was very lucky, he walked up to the stones, pointed his finger at one of them and said that he needed this stone. An unfamiliar man approached them and said that he needed this stone, he would pay 5 times more than this guy. The seller waved his hand and replied that if the man agreed to pay more, he would receive the stone. The man looked at Yi Qiu and said that if he wanted, he could also offer a higher price for this stone. Yi Qiu smiled and replied that he would give this stone to the man, so he could purchase it. All the people gathered to watch how they would cut the stone. The white-haired girl told Yi Qiu that the man knew about the main character and his abilities. The red-haired guy replied to the green-eyed girl that this man was just an employee of this company. Meng Rui said that Lu Xian knows that they are here and he definitely sent this person so that they could not buy the stones. Now Yi Qiu will not succeed. At this time, the man called Director Lu and said that they were following their instructions. The first stone paid off the costs very well. Lu Xian replied that this was very good. He ordered to keep an eye on them and that the man would not allow them to buy good stones. The red-haired guy pointed his finger at the stone and said that he wanted to buy it, as a man in a blue jacket watched. The stranger came up and said that he was paying 5 times more for this stone because he needed it more. The seller began to cut the stone. The people who watched this said that they had found a precious stone again. The stones from the Fuyun company are simply wonderful. The guy leaned over and whispered to Meng Rui that they should go that way, but they need to act very quietly. They walked away. the young guy looked around and was surprised that he did not follow them. The main character ran up to the stone seller and quickly began pointing with his fingers which stones he needed. But they were stopped by a man. He said that he needed the stones that the young man had chosen. He would pay 20,000 yuan. Yi Qiu said that he would pay another 10,000 on top, but the man smiled and said that he would still pay more than this young man was offering. The young guy got angry and asked the man if he was stopping him on purpose so that he wouldn't buy stones. The man replied that this was fair competition, nothing personal, and what the guy wanted, he simply had more money than Yi Qiu. The red-haired guy said, now he will learn what real fair competition is. He told the girls that they were leaving. They started to run away. The man noticed this and told the seller to cut these stones for him, and he would return soon. The main character told the girls that they needed to run faster to get away from this man, and then quickly buy good stones. The guy ran to the seller and told them to quickly sell them the stones he was pointing at. The green-eyed girl started laughing and said that buying stones had never been so funny. She wouldn't believe it if Meng Rui told him this. Yi Qiu said that this competitor motivates him to do even better. He ordered the saleswoman to work faster because he is in a hurry. But suddenly a man came running and told the saleswoman to wait a little. He would pay twice as much. The young guy grabbed the man's shirt and said that he was against him, so Yi Qiu would hit him now. The girls decided to calm down the main character so that he would not have problems, but the guy was very angry and wanted to beat the man. The man shouted for Yi Qiu not to hit him, because he would call the police or security. This made the guy even more angry. The main character pushed the stranger and said that he would not touch him for now, so he could do what he wanted. He turned around and said that the man was very tired. They needed to take advantage of this and buy as many stones as possible. The girls and the guy ran again. The stranger noticed this and told the saleswoman to cut these stones for him, and he would catch up with him. They stopped and the main character asked the green-eyed girl if she could see him. Meng Rui pointed her finger and replied that the guy should look there. There was a man sitting on that side. He could no longer continue to run after the young guy and he felt very bad. Yi Qiu smiled and said, this man regretted that he decided to race with him, but they needed to run further. A young guy came and pointed his finger at the stones he wanted to buy. The girls just watched it. The saleswoman said that the main character collected stones worth 6,300,000 yuan. The main character waved his hand and said that he would pay for all this with a card, after which he asked whether any papers needed to be signed. Meng Rui told Yi Qiu not to worry. The man was so tired that he couldn't even stand up. These stones already definitely belonged to them. But suddenly another man approached them and said that he would pay 8 million for all the stones that the guy chose. The man smiled, thanked the guy and said that thanks to the main character, he will now become a millionaire. The red-haired guy said that they should leave here. He was very angry with Heng Fu's company. The stranger told them not to rush to leave. He had not yet fully thanked Yi Qiu. He wanted to pay the guy 200 yuan for trying so hard. The guy said that he would take them now. The man said, now he was richer than before and laughed. After that, they brought stones and the man wanted to cut them on the spot. Many people gathered who were surprised that he bought so many stones at once. A guy came up to them and said that Director Meng Rui took the time to come here. They looked at him. The green-eyed girl replied that she didn't have much time, but she saw that the guy was worth learning the art of managing female workers. Lu Xian asked a question. They came secretly to learn from him. If the girl wants, he can only teach her in private. The girl replied that today she had already gained the experience she needed. It was worth it to come here, so she had nothing more to learn from him. The purple-haired guy replied that she won the verbal battle, but with her help he selected the best stones. Lu Xian thanked them for the easy profit. Meng Rui asked why he thought that she helped him achieve profit, after which the girl asked the guy a question. He just woke up. The main character said that Director Lu thought that he was so stupid that he did not recognize his plans. He was only paid 200 yuan to find the stones. He thinks that for that kind of money he would try. Director Lu realized everything and went to the stones that his assistant had purchased. He heard from people that all the stones had fallen apart and that they turned out to be empty. The guys approached Yi Qiu and told him to think about the feelings of the person who bought all this, after which they laughed. The guy's friend said, people said that all the stones of those men also turned out to be empty. They decided to stop discussing and look at the rest of the stones. The red-haired guy said that there are probably no good stones here at all. 34 stones have already turned out to be empty. Are all the stones here fake? The young guy shouted to attract people's attention. He said that Fuyun Company said there were only good stones. They lied to him, but he heard that there were no such cases in Hengfu Company. Lu Xian was very angry. He realized that the main character just wanted to turn people against his company. Yi Qiu shouted that Director Lu began to threaten him for his truthful words, so he would not buy stones from him, he would rather go buy from Hengfu. All the people left. Lu Xian approached the main character and said that Zhonghai City is not that big, so the guy should walk the streets very carefully. The main character replied that some of his friends were now sitting in the police station and he was so confident in himself. Lu Xian turned around and replied that they would still see who would be worse off. The green-eyed girl said that they have been enemies with him for a long time. The scale of their companies is huge, so they don't really harm each other. She has long wanted to teach Lu Xian a lesson. The red-haired guy said that now is the chance to deal with him. If now he is the enemy of Director Lu, then his company is over. The guy went and said that now he needs to work. He wants to collect as much goods as possible. Further actions take place on the street, where the main character helped the loaders pull stones from the trailer. Meng Rui looked at Su Qing and asked that this batch only contained emerald rocks. Yi Qiu replied that there are completely different rocks here. He took only the best stones, leaving only those that would not pay off. The white-haired girl waved her hand and said that Fuyun Company's reputation had suffered greatly this time. The young guy was very tired of unloading the trailer with stones. A red-eyed girl approached Yi Qiu and said that let the workers unload the goods, the main character will unload more stones than them. The red-haired guy replied that he knows a secret way to harden the body, so he is stronger than these workers. This is the spirit of a real man. Yi Qiu promised to show it to the girl someday. Su Qing was very embarrassed by the protagonist's words, and the white-haired girl became angry with the guy. Suddenly, a purple-haired guy with his security guard approached them and told them to wait for them a little. The main character looked at the guy and said that Director Lu couldn't win him, so he decided to steal all his goods. Lu Xian replied that this is not what he came here for. There is a casino nearby. He would like to invite them to play with the guy there, but will they have the courage? Yi Qiu looked at him and said that how could he reject such a wonderful offer from Director Lu. The green-eyed girl approached the main character and said that Lu Xian was digging a hole for him, and Yi Qiu was jumping into it himself. The guy smiled and turned to the girl, after which he told her not to worry, he had a plan. After that, they went to get Lu Xian. The white-haired girl said, if Yi Qiu is so gambling, then she will limit him. Meng Rui will only give him 1,000,000 yuan. The red-haired guy replied that the girl should not worry, he doesn't need to give anything, he has his own 1,000,000 yuan. Then the action continued in the casino. They joined him, and Lu Xian told them to sit down in their seats. Meng Rui looked at Lu Xian and said that she doesn't know how to play, so the main character will play instead. Lu Xian agreed with the girl and asked the main character what they would play today. Yi Qiu replied that if he wants the red-haired guy to choose, then if Director Lu doesn't mind, then they can play dice. It's the simplest game. They sat down at the table and the purple-haired guy said if everyone is ready, then they start playing dice. The main character said that he wants to change the dice because he doesn't trust him after he cheated while buying stones. Su Qing went and bought a new bone, and then brought it to the young guy. He thanked her for it. The red-haired guy said that the girl should give these bones to Lu Xian. If there are no questions, then they will start. The purple-haired guy didn't test them, he took the main character's word for it, so he told them to quickly start playing. The dealer started shaking the cup and placed it on the table. It was time to place bets. Yi Qiu looked at Director Lu Xian, smiled and said that he would bet 10,000 yuan to win. When the dealer picked up the cup, there were dice, but he earned very few points. Lu Xian said that he was unlucky. The main character told Director Lu not to rush to conclusions. The game has just begun, so everything is still ahead of them. The purple-haired guy smiled and asked Yi Qiu, he can bet 1,000,000 yuan, it will be much more interesting. The red-haired guy thought and said nothing. Director Lu smiled and answered why he was silent. Is such a coward worthy of being called a man? The young guy asked that Lu Xian won the first game, and already imagined himself as a winner. Since he wants, the main character will bet 1,000,000. The white-haired girl touched Yi Qiu's shoulder and told the guy to calm down and play with a cool head. The guy told the green-eyed girl not to touch him. Everything was fine with him. she was surprised at this behavior of the main character. Meng Rui got angry and wondered why he was behaving this way. The excitement got to his head, he was about to lose everything, and then the girl would scold him. A little time passed and the main character lost again. The red-haired guy could not understand how this was possible. Lu Xian looked at the guy and said that he had already lost 1,010,000, he could lend him some money. Yi Qiu got very angry and said that he had money. A red-eyed girl came up to him and told him to stop playing. There is no need to lose even more. The main character replied that the girls should not touch him, he would win. The guy bet another million on a lower number. When they raised the cup, there was a larger number. Lu Xian said that the guy lost for the third time, after which he laughed. The red-haired guy shouted that Lu Xian was a liar, it was simply impossible. The purple-haired guy said that his girlfriend bought the dice. Yi Qiu can't accept defeat. The main character said that they will continue to play. Lu Xian said that the main character has already lost 2 million, he still wants to continue, especially how does he know that he has that kind of money. The green-eyed girl said that her company will pay the amount that Yi Qiu lost, she wants them to leave. The young guy said that he did not need her help, the girl thought that he had no money, after which he bet 10 million, if he did not have enough money, then Yi Qiu promised to cut off his hand. Director Lu asked that the guy thought that his hand would be worth 10 million. If he lost, then he would lose all his limbs. Yi Qiu agreed to this deal. A green-eyed girl pushed him on the shoulder and said that he was completely crazy. The guy began to say that if he loses, he will remain disabled, but if he wins, Lu Xian may simply not pay him the money. The purple-haired guy replied that whoever the main character takes him for, how can he not pay the debt, so he asked his people to bring him a check. He put the check on the table and said that now the main character need not worry. The main character said that he accepts a bet of 10 million, he will then subtract from it the amount he lost. The guy bet on the majority. The dealer raised the cup and there were 3 sixes, the main character won this bet and received 10 million. Lu Xian pointed his finger at the guy, got angry and said that all this time Yi Qiu was just deceiving him, he is a real deceiver. The guards came running to the screams of Director Lu and surrounded the main character, but he sat and waited for them to approach him. The purple-haired guy told the guards to cripple the main character, they attacked Yi Qiu, but the red-haired guy dealt with them very easily and said, the casino is his, the workers are also his, the dice were bought in a small store, how can he deceive him? Yi Qiu leaned over to Lu Xian and said, he accuses him of deception, although he himself has spent his entire life deceiving other people. The main character grabbed Director Lu by the neck and told him not to even think that the guy didn't know who sent the killer to him. Lu Xian asked to let him go. The young guy told him to listen to him, if he does anything against him again, the punishment will be very severe. After which they left the casino. The green-eyed girl did not understand what happened between them. She approached the guy and said that after this Lu Xian would definitely not let him go, the girl would hire a bodyguard for him, it would be safer. The young guy smiled and said that there was no need to do this, the girl had already seen him fight and after that she thought that Yi Qiu was afraid of him. Meng Rui came closer to the main character and asked if he thinks he looks courageous, but if his enemies have many and they take up arms. The red-haired guy replied that the white-haired girl's words made sense, and he thanked her for her concern. Next, the action takes place in a casino where Lu Xian called some man and told him to kill Yi Qiu. If he leaves him paralyzed, he will give him 5 million, and if he kills him, then 10. A little time passed, the main character stood near the car and said that they would take the subway. The girls did not understand why. Yi Qiu explained that for safety, he scared Lu Xian, but he could do something illogical out of emotion. The white-haired girl replied that she did not have cash. The main character smiled and replied that he would pay, he had it. He told the driver that when he returned to the company to open all the windows, if they saw that he was not in the car, they would not attack. Further actions take place in the company of Hengfu. The main character was called to her office by Meng Rui. The young guy did not understand what the girl was up to. The green-eyed girl told Su Qing to bring the men here. Su Qing introduced 2 men, they were former intelligence agents. Today they wanted to formalize all the procedures, and from tomorrow they will begin to guard the main character. The guy bowed and thanked Meng Rui. He greeted his new guards and said that he would be glad to cooperate with them. Meng Rui smiled and said that the Hengfu company is providing him with his own car. he just has to wait until the company finishes the procedures. Further actions take place in the hospital. A young guy came to his grandfather to pick him up from the hospital. After that, they got into the car and drove away. Grandpa said that he was proud of Yi Chio, he had a very good car. But the old man said that they were going to the wrong place. Their house was in the other direction. The main character said that he wanted them to choose a new house. Grandfather said that now even in Zhonghai houses are sold at exorbitant prices, and he takes them to the very center of the city. They will not allow themselves to buy an apartment there. The old man said, he knows that the main character makes money, but buying an apartment in the center is not so easy. Yi Chio has money. Buy a house in the outskirts, there is no need to spend so much money. He smiled and said that living in the center is much more convenient. They should not worry, everything is going according to plan. Yi Chio got out of the car together with his grandfather and told Ahui to leave the car here and wait. There is no need to go after them, it's hardly that dangerous. They entered the area, Salunwei Villas. It was the sales department. They were noticed by a security guard who decided to approach them. The guard told them to stop, who allowed them to come here. Yi Chio asked if it was forbidden to come here, how then to buy a house. An unfamiliar guard asked if he could afford to buy something here. The red-haired guy said why he thought that he could not buy a house here. He pointed his finger at Yi Chio and said that rich people don't walk or wear such bad clothes. The red-haired guy replied that he was a bad security guard. What did he do at work? He didn't see that they had just gotten out of the car. He told the driver to wait there. The man laughed and told the guy to stop fantasizing and get out of here. The main character got angry at the guard, but he told his father and grandfather not to pay attention to him and choose a new home for themselves. The guard took the main character by the t-shirt and said that he did not understand human speech, he could not come here. The main character told the guard to let him go, or he would beat him. The unfamiliar man got very angry with the guy and asked him why he was looking for his death, after which he wanted to hit him. Yi Chio stopped the man's blow, grabbed his arm and kicked him in the legs. He could not stay on his feet and began to fall. The young guy grabbed the guard by the neck and wanted to hit him, but his grandfather and father told him not to do it. Several more guards came running to help the man and asked the guy what he was doing. After which an unfamiliar girl came and screamed what was happening here. The guard explained that Yi Chio was making a mess here, and also hit him. The red-haired guy let the man go and replied that their guards had no brains at all. He came here to buy a house. The girl said that they don't have cheap houses. Their cheapest houses start from 10 million. They are very busy. They don't have time to serve those who come just to look. For them, those who have even a few million are considered poor people. Judging by the guy's appearance, he doesn't have a lot of money. The worker told the security to put a notice on the door that they did not serve guests with a budget below 5 million, and she ordered the main character to be thrown out of here. The red-haired guy told them to try it, but suddenly someone asked what was going on here. Director Su walked up to them and asked what the mess was in their store and why they were so noisy. The girl smiled and said that there was a bad visitor, she would deal with him now. At this moment, Mao Jia approached the main character and asked if he had come to buy a house. The main character recognized the monk whom he saved at Zhao's house and said that it was an incredible coincidence that they met here. The young guy introduced Mao Jia to his relatives. He explained that they had come to buy a house while sitting. Director Su and the girl were shocked that Mao Jia knew this guy. The guy with green hair asked, these people wanted to beat him up and drive him out of the store. Mao Jia shouted, Su Liang, these are his employees, they didn't care about the business at all, why are they kicking out customers? Su Liang was scared and said that she would explain everything, but there was no need to fire her. The man told the girl not to explain anything, but simply to apologize to Master Mao and Yi Chio. The girl came up, bowed and began to apologize, after which she said that it was her fault. She hoped that the guy would forgive her. Yi Chio sighed and said that there was no need to do this. He had no reason to be angry with this girl. He explained that you shouldn't judge a person by their appearance. The guy doesn't know what ethics their company has, but if his company had employees like that, he would fire them right away. The blue-eyed man asked why he was paying them a lot of money, who Su Liang thought she was, why she decided that she could judge other people. The employee began to worry and said that at their previous job they had just such a culture, they were trained that way. The red-haired guy asked what field she used to work in, who teaches people such terrible service and behavior. Su Liang answered, she worked in the field of luxury paraphernalia, luxury cosmetics, clothing, shoes from Prada and Gucci. The main character asked her about these terrible brands that the middle class buys for the sake of showing off. The girl calls it luxury. Director Su approached the girl and said that she was fired, so Su Liang could leave here. The girl fell to her knees and said that she was to blame, but she did not want to quit this job. Su Liang began to apologize. The man told the guards to take her away, after which he apologized to Yi Qiu and Mao Jia. They would not tolerate such behavior again. Yi Qiu replied that it wasn't his fault, it was the hiring department's fault that hired bad employees, so he didn't need to apologize to him. Su Liang said that if the guy doesn't hold a grudge, then he can show him the houses, after which he asked Yi Qiu which villa he wants to buy. He will give him any as compensation. The young guy replied that Director Su was very kind, but he did not need such generous compensation. A 5% discount would be enough for him. The blue-eyed guy said that he was their dear guest, they would give them a good discount. After which they went to inspect the villa. The main character noticed that there was energy around the house. Mao Jia asked how he liked this villa. Yi Qiu smiled and replied that he had chosen a wonderful villa. The red-haired guy pointed at the house and asked Director Su how much this house cost. He liked it. Su Liang asked his assistant how much the villa cost. The girl replied that this villa costs 15 million. It was built in a European style. The main character replied that he was pleased. The young guy wanted to see what was inside the villa. They went inside and Yi Qiu began to absorb energy. The girl said that European quality renovations were being done here. The materials were environmentally friendly. The young guy approached the director Su Liang and said that he did not need a discount, he was buying this villa. But suddenly some people came to them and said that this villa was already theirs, so the guy might not even dream about it. Mao Jia saw a man, it was the leader of the Lindong sect, Zhou Chenglong. The monk approached them and said that his master already wants to buy this villa. The price has already been set, so he is already considered the buyer. The green-eyed guy replied, they know who he is. They would first find out before talking to him like that. Su Liang bowed and said not to be angry. He is ready to find him a better villa and a better location and a cheaper price. The stranger replied that he did not understand him, but he said that he needed this particular villa. Yi Qiu said that he doesn't care who he is, the villa is his and this is not discussed, so the guy should leave. The guy replied that Yi Qiu should not test his patience, otherwise he will regret it. Soon he will ask for forgiveness from him. The red-haired guy said that if he didn't leave now, then it would be the green-eyed guy who would ask for forgiveness. The blue-haired man smiled and told them not to be angry, they should sit down and discuss everything. The green-eyed guy replied that if he does not sell him the villa, then from tomorrow his company will begin to go bankrupt, he will forbid him to trade and will make sure that no one else lives here. Su Liang said that Yi Qiu heard him, if he doesn't sell this guy a villa, then his business will come to an end. If the main character gives up this villa, then he will give him two. The main character said since they both want to buy this villa, then he wants to organize a competition, the winner will get the villa. Bai Meng agreed. The young guy said that the green-eyed guy would decide what the competition would be like. A man came up to Bai Meng and whispered something in his ear. Bai Meng smiled and told the man not to worry, he would definitely not lose this argument and the villa would be his. He answered the main character. He wants to play straight flush with him. He has 5 chips in his pocket for each. The one who takes all the chips will win. The red-haired guy agreed and sat down to play with Bai Meng. They began to play. They began to be dealt cards. The main character threw chips on the table and said that now he would find out who would win. The green-eyed guy began to think, Yi Qiu has a couple of queens, he has one little thing now. If he doesn't fight back now, he will definitely lose. Yi Qiu said stop. They put down their cards and the main character apologized, but he won. Bai Meng was unhappy. The blue-eyed man said that Bai Meng's last chip was taken by Yi Qiu with a few small cards. The main character said that now the villa definitely belongs to him. The green-eyed guy was shocked that he lost. Bai Meng pointed his finger at Director Su and said that he would admit defeat, but he would not get the villa. He ordered Su Liang not to sell the villa to Yi Qiu. The red-haired guy responded with what he calls acceptance of defeat. Bai Meng just wants to screw Yi Qiu. The green-eyed guy said that he didn't compete with him, so he doesn't care about him. He just wants to give advice to Su Liang. He doesn't have to listen to him and sell the villa to the main character. After which he added that the blue-eyed man should think carefully and weigh everything. A mistake in decision could cost him a lot. The young guy replied that if he had deceived him, then he would not show excessive softness. The influential guy asked, Yi Qiu knows who he is, it's better to quickly find out about his identity, so that before he dies, he understands who his killer is. Yi Qiu replied that Bai Meng is just intimidating him now, but he himself is nothing. He thinks that his family will allow him to do any actions in this city. Bai Meng said, he just needs them to listen to him, don't make him angry, otherwise the consequences will be very scary. The main character sat down on a chair and replied that enough words were enough, let him show him how terrible the consequences would be.
Raymond was a son of the king, but unfortunately because he was born to a mother who was not from a legal marriage or better known as a concubine, he was considered a bastard. He has been bullied, mocked, and insulted since he was a child. But it turns out that Raymond has the power of a healer. This power is only possessed by certain people and is considered a gift from the Almighty. But unfortunately, the power possessed by Raymond is very low, very far compared to the abilities of other healers. Raymond, who never gave up, continued to try to prove himself. But as the years passed, he was still unable to hone his strength. Even he was unable to heal the slightest scratch. Until finally, he worked as an intern at the capital's clinic. But because Heal's ability was useless, he only worked as a cleaning service at the clinic. He was often bullied by his seniors, and even became the subject of ridicule by his juniors. It's been 5 years since he became an intern. He felt that life was very unfair to him. One afternoon when he was cleaning the library, suddenly there was something behind Raymond. He felt hit by something. He became painful, and suddenly a notification appeared. Congratulations, you have risen as a surgeon class player. Raymond was confused. What is this? My body feels shocked, Raymond said, and suddenly Raymond was transferred to a place. That place is someone's memory that shows the surgical process on the operating table. Raymond felt confused, but suddenly his memories flowed fast. He knew that he was a surgeon in the modern world, and he clearly understood what he had to do on the operating table. Scalpel, suction, he knew it all. He didn't know who he was in the modern world. He only knew that the person in his memory dedicated his life to helping people. He also felt dizzy with the memory, and suddenly there was a status window that appeared in front of Raymond. Raymond's name, Class Surgeon, Level SSS. Then his skills appeared, namely Level D Surgery, Level C General Surgery, Level C Basics of Objects, Level S Herbal Medicine. Wow, how strong is this knowledge related to herbs? Knowledge of Level A Disease. After looking at his status, a notification popped up. There are a lot of limitations on the surgical ability because of the low level. Treat the patient and earn XP points and you will progress infinitely according to your level. Confused by what was in front of him, he wondered, what is this? But suddenly someone startled him. Hey, how long do you want to hang out? Hurry up and clean the floor, you idiot. Suddenly a senior healer shouted at him. He was very annoyed with Raymond, to the point that he spilled the patient's clothes on his head. How stupid is it to clean up incompetently? You better leave this clinic and become a beggar, said the bald senior. Hearing that Raymond became very sad, he looked down in shame. He was laughed at by his healer friends. Raymond was trying to get out of this embarrassing zone, but from the direction of the door someone called him. Hi, Lemon Juice, the headmaster is calling you, someone said. In the headroom, there was a buck-toothed Heller chairman. He was Raymond's classmate, but because Raymond had not graduated for 5 years, now Lenz had preceded him and became the head healer at the clinic, which was where Raymond was an intern, and here Lenz went straight to the point that he would expel Raymond from the capital clinic, because he was considered useless. You are a healer, but you are only here to clean like a servant. There are already many servants here. I don't need additional servants, so I'm going to get you out of here. You better find another job with Lemon Juice, said Lenz, which made Raymond shocked, because his struggle so far was meaningless. He kowtowed and apologized to Lenz for not removing it. But still on his stance, he would still remove the lemon right now, and suddenly a notification appeared in front of Raymond. You can treat patients with surgical techniques. Thanks to the notification, Raymond, who was originally a surgeon, with his aura of intelligence, Raymond also challenged Lenz. He challenged Lenz to give him a patient who could not be treated in this clinic, and he would treat him until he recovered. If he cannot cure the patient, then he will leave this clinic and will not be a healer anywhere forever, aka early retirement, and if he manages to cure him, then he must remain in the capital clinic. Hearing that, Lenz laughed. He also agreed to Raymond's challenge with a mocking tone. He gave the medical records of a patient who could not be cured by the capital clinic, even by the kingdom. He cannot be cured. This is the right patient for you to get out of the healer world. What a fool, he muttered with a happy heart. In a shabby place in the corner of the capital, Raymond found his patient's house. But when he wanted to knock on his patient's house, suddenly the door of his house opened quickly so that Raymond fell on the door. He fell, and his medical records were scattered, and there was a little girl who opened the door. Her face was shocked and happy. She immediately approached Raymond with a sparkling face while crying. "You are a healer, right? You are a healer, right?" asked the girl. Not having time to answer, there was the mother of the girl. She was surprised because there was a healer who wanted to come to her house. She was very grateful because before she had to take her husband to the clinic. But because her husband could not walk because of his illness, she asked the healer to come to her home. But because the cost was expensive, and her husband's illness could not be handled by a Ranka healer, so they raised the price because it had to be handled by the central healer, the tower healer in the kingdom. But because they did not have the money, so they were confused about what to do. Hearing the story, Raymond remembered his past where he wanted to cure his mother's illness, but he only had one rice coin. He begged while crying in front of the healer's clinic, but no one wanted to help him because of the high cost. Raymond then entered his patient's house. So before meeting the patient, he got a notification. "You have volunteered to treat the patient. You have been given a special bonus of 5 points. Skin? Skill points?" "What is that?" said Raymond. "Is a special achievement in completing the mission, and Raymond can collect skill points to buy skills that can help Raymond when treating patients, given your first patient care, level up bonus rewards, and 10 skill points." Raymond got excited knowing this. Raymond also checked the condition of his patient, and he found that the man lying on the bed was very poor. His body was hot, smelly, dirty. Raymond became shocked, who felt unable to see his first patient, very difficult to handle, just approached. Raymond felt disgusted, and suddenly the passive reed skin had been obtained. Thanks to this skill, Raymond's heart calmed down. His memory as a surgeon dominated, and thanks to his courage and determination as well as his strong will, Raymond could handle any situation or any patient. Raymond was really determined. Raymond also did a checking procedure that checked his blood pressure and body heat, and it turned out that there was a lump on the patient's buttocks, which turned out to be a buttock boil, which is a big boil, and makes the patient in pain all day long, and fortunately this boil has not festered. The surrounding tissue is still normal, so he will do a small operation to treat this buttock boil. He also asked the lady to prepare tools such as hot water, warm clean towels of course, and a kitchen knife heated with fire. The lady was surprised. Why did the healer need those tools, instead of just using healing and getting well immediately? Raymond also explained that this disease could not be cured only by heal, and he would do a small operation. So Raymond wanted the lady to entrust her husband's treatment willingly, with a sincere heart. The lady was speechless again. She prepared the tools. After everything was ready, Raymond was about to perform his first surgery, and when he held the knife, the lady held Raymond back. "Healer witches holding knives are scary," the lady said. But Raymond assured the lady that this was her husband's healing procedure, so don't worry. After that, the lady surrendered. With Raymond's technique that is different from others, Raymond concentrated. He began to imagine the operation in his mind, and he began to perform the light operation process. Raymond performed the surgery with great speed and precision, not forgetting the step-by-step process of removing the boil. After removing the boil, Raymond covered the wound with potion so that there would be no infection, and the patient would not have a high fever. Raymond combines the modern world and the fantasy world. After a while, Raymond told the lady that her husband was fine, and now he was in the process of healing, and it was seen that the lady's husband could move without pain anymore. The lady and her daughter were very happy to see that her father's condition was better. Then Raymond told the lady that her husband would be fully recovered in 5 or 7 days. The lady was very happy now. She could live with her healthy husband. She was very grateful to Mr. Raymond, a surgeon who was second to none in the royal world. The child hugged Raymond with tears of happiness. She was very grateful to Hero Raymond. She will not forget this mercy. Raymond also returned to the leader of the healer. In the leader of the healer's room, he told him that he had treated his patient and successfully recovered. The chairman was shocked. He didn't believe it. Then he went from his room and checked the patient handled by Raymond himself. After the lens left his room, suddenly a notification appeared in front of Raymond. You have completed the quest. You get a reward. You level up and get 10 skill points. Now Raymond's status has changed. Now he is level 3, and his skill points are 10. His stamina is 3, and he has 2 status points available. Raymond also put the 2 points to sense, because sense is very important, because it is an ability that can control the physical body, or make the body sensitive, so that he can make deft and smooth movements when treating patients. Raymond also became happy with his current situation. He felt he was going to climb the peak of medicine in this world, and suddenly the lens, after returning, he slammed the door to his office room. He was downcast because he had come directly to Raymond's patient, and it was true that the patient had improved, because Raymond won the challenge and was forced to give Raymond the opportunity to remain an intern at the Capital Clinic. Even Raymond was told to be in the front unit at the clinic. The next day, Raymond was at the front of the clinic. Raymond was escorted directly by Gigi the guinea pig, and he greeted the healers who were there. But the senior healer did not pay the slightest respect, but someone pushed Raymond down and told Raymond to clean up. In that place, he was bullied again. But Raymond already had his memories as a doctor, so he was determined that here he would raise his level and treat many patients. Cleaning the room began. While cleaning, he met Hansen. He was an internal who had just interned at the Capital Clinic last week, so he was also told to clean. Hansen seemed so friendly because he was the type of person who respected his elders, especially Raymond's seniors, who were rumored to have been interns for 5 years. So they really respected Raymond because maybe he had a lot of knowledge. The next day, today, there were many emergency patients. Raymond also helped treat the patients, and thanks to that, Raymond earned XP points until he had leveled up to level 4. Raymond was very happy that his dream of becoming the greatest healer would soon be realized, and he was currently treating old grandmothers. The grandmothers also thanked Raymond because he was very polite and provided services with great care. Raymond was also very happy to get a test from the grandmother, and suddenly a notification appeared. You are being kind. The inner achievement of being kind has been obtained. Your popularity has increased. 5 skill points are given. Just being polite, he got 5 additional skill points. Raymond smiled. Then Raymond thought that if he did good, he could get additional skill points. Finally, he did good. That is, cleaning the dirty room. He also did the cleaning very agilely and predictably. He got additional skill points as expected. Raymond gets quite a lot of skill points. Not only skill points, he can also level up and is now level 5. And again, Raymond can now open the skill market, which is a selection of skills that he can buy with skill points. He can buy various skills using the skill points he has collected. But before opening the skill market, he was surprised by the arrival of emergency patients. This patient was a patient who was hit by a horse-drawn carriage, and he was bleeding because his ribs were broken and punctured the veins in his lungs. This is really dangerous because the healers gave heal to the patient, but nothing happened. The patient still moaned in pain. Raymond also analyzed the patient who would not recover with just heal. He must be operated on immediately. He needs to remove the bleeding in his body and fix his ribs and not stick to vital organs, especially the heart or lungs. This is really an emergency condition. You have to take action immediately. Suddenly, Hansen spoke softly to Lenz that the Lens leader had to issue heal level B to treat this patient, considering that there was only Lenz who had health. But Lenz hit Hansen and told him to take the patient home. Raymond was upset, who said the same thing as Hansen, who asked Lenz to use rank B skills. But he was so angry that he mocked Raymond as an illegitimate child and did not pass the healer apprenticeship. If you can do the same thing as handling the patient with a boil yesterday, maybe you can handle this patient too. With this opportunity, Raymond immediately said yes to the lens, especially since the quest suddenly appeared, namely saving emergency patients. The prize is leveling up twice in 30 skills. Seeing that Raymond smiled, and he was determined to save this patient who had apparently been left behind by the healer. Healer is really a shithead. This is bad. Healer has an emergency patient but is left behind. Raymond was confused why they were all like that, even though the healer's goal is to help the sick and save human lives. This is really outrageous, not worthy of being called a healer or healer. Suddenly, Hansen came up to Raymond. He offered to help Raymond. Raymond was so happy that he grasped Hansen's hand. He really needed help because he felt it was not enough to fight this patient alone, and Hansen also fulfilled their operation. They first prepared the equipment. Raymond also drugged the patient to make him unconscious. Hansen was confused by this treatment. Why was the patient sedated? Raymond began to clean the surgical area, and he began to perform the surgical process. Seeing that, this was the first time he had encountered a treatment that had to be performed by injuring the patient's body. Raymond began the surgery by removing the bleeding in the patient's body and relocating the broken ribs and positioning them so as not to injure the internal organs. Raymond seemed to be careful in doing so. He was so serious that Hansen, who saw him, seemed to admire him. Raymond was so persistent. "Please remove this organ," Raymond said. He began to remove the organ Raymond was referring to. He was very scared. This was the first time he held a human organ and was still alive. But once he saw Raymond's persistence, he calmed down and continued to watch Raymond, who was releasing his skills. "The thread," Raymond ordered. Hansen also took the thread, and he began to watch Raymond, who was connecting the broken organ in the stomach area, namely the omentum area. It is a folded organ, which connects the stomach and the poryentum organ or serous membrane. Raymond redislocated the impacted abdominal area, and finally it was done. Raymond began to close each wound with his neat stitches, and finally he closed the outer abdomen. A notification appeared. "Your operation has been successful. You get the achievement Father of Sorry. You will be recorded as a pioneer of surgery by future generations." Level up bonus 3 times, 100 skill points are given. This is an extraordinary achievement, and this is the first time Raymond in the royal world has performed major surgery and succeeded. This is extraordinary. Suddenly Raymond fell down. His legs were so weak. "Raymond Sr., are you okay?" said Hansen. It turned out that Raymond was crying. He was really happy and shed tears of happiness. "We did it, Hansen." "Thank you," Raymond said happily. Where he was sitting casually, he was told by his subordinates that Raymond had finished treating the emergency patient who was expelled earlier, and now the patient's condition had improved. Not believing that, he hurried to go to make sure that his subordinates' words were a lie. He ran and arrived at the clinic room. He was shocked when he saw Raymond and the patient chatting casually. "What the hell?" he thought. "Thank you, healer. Thanks to all of you, I made it. Congratulations. Don't worry about it. Right now you can't move much, so please be careful," said Raymond. "Is there a high-level healer here treating that patient?" Suddenly the lens entered the room. With an annoyed face, he did not accept and did not admit that Raymond managed to heal the patient, and it was very unlikely because it takes health to overcome internal injuries. Raymond could not possibly overcome the patient. Lance was really annoyed, who was very upset, even accusing Raymond of practicing black magic. Because it has been accused that is not. Raymond also explained that the treatment technique he uses is an ancestral heritage, namely medical techniques. Raymond also told the lens that the medical technique was successfully learned from ancient ruins in the northern region. "Do you want me to look stupid, huh? So that you can trick me with that kind of thing?" shouted the lens. He was even more annoyed because of the debate. The patient became upset. He also showed the stitches he received from Raymond's medical technique. Then the patient said, "You were the one who sent me home earlier when I was critical? You even told the healers to let me die, you bastard." The patient threw a round glass on the table. Lens was splashed with water from the round glass, and it turned out to be female urine. "You want me to throw rotten eggs and die quickly?" shouted the other patient. He ran out. He was really embarrassed. The patient also apologized for messing up the room. He really apologized to his helper, and they both smiled. Then, Raymond was cleaning. Hansen saw that, and Hansen grabbed the broom in Raymond's hand. He felt that lemons were not suitable for cleaning. He had to treat patients and become a professor in the world of medicine in this kingdom, and Hansen replaced Raymond to clean. At that moment, Lenz came with his annoyed face. "Hey, if the medical technique is indeed an ancestral technique, why don't you just come to the imperial birthday party held next week? I will take care of the official documents, and you will be the healer envoy of the capital clinic. Isn't this honorable?" said Lenz with a grin, suspiciously. "You know you are an illegitimate child, so yes, you must know the ins and outs of the empire, so it will be easier for you to be there," added Lenz. Raymond was very upset, but not only upset, he felt traumatized, because when he was a child, he was often bullied by his older brothers in the kingdom. His brother, who was the official prince in the kingdom, and Raymond himself, was an illegitimate child of the king. So naturally, he was bullied by the king's other children. Raymond was indeed a prince, but because he was the son of the king's affair, he was not considered the main prince. He was nicknamed the Shadow Prince. He was always beaten by his three brothers. Moreover, the king never defended him. He was only seen and left behind. Seeing Raymond pensive in fear, Lenz so grinning, he was so happy to see Raymond suffering. Suddenly appeared a large number of people gathered during the banquet. Because there is no way to overcome this type of emergency, your role as a healer is to complete the banquet without any casualties. The reward is leveling up 3 times and 30 skill points. Raymond was so excited to see the mission appear, and he responded to Lenz's request. He would come to the Imperial Birthday Festival, but Raymond had a condition. Lenz had to give him a healer exam recommendation letter to the tower healer. He was confused. Why was this bastard so excited? He became even more annoyed to see Raymond excited. "I will give you the recommendation letter, even if you make it out of the festival safely," said Lenz while leaving Raymond. Raymond was so excited, he was finally going to graduate from his apprenticeship after 5 years in the capital's clinic. Raymond and Hansen also moved to the kingdom. At this time, Raymond had arrived at the imperial palace. He was actually scared because he would meet his brothers. If he enters this birthday festival, he is really traumatized. He must be determined to get a recommendation for the healer exam, so he must remain optimistic. Then he opened the skill market. There were basic skills from several magics, namely fire, water, wind, white, and earth, but Raymond was looking for skills that were currently useful. Raymond wants to buy a strange skill, which is the method of dealing with jumping pirates. The description is that you can handle jumping pirates easily when you find them. What is this skill? But by buying this skill, Raymond's face became happy and smiling, and he was immediately full of power to enter the banquet hall. In the kingdom, namely the banquet hall, the Hotan Kingdom is a kingdom led by a great knight. He has won various battles and become a king loved by his people, and also the nobles have high respect for the king. And finally Raymond, the illegitimate child who became a disgrace to the Hotan Kingdom, because in the Hostan Empire adheres to the knight system, so the nobles must be officially married and recognized by all the nobles. And if there is a streak outside of official marriage, then it is considered a disgrace, especially if it has a child. The disgrace falls directly to the child. Children born from illegitimate relationships are garbage. In the banquet hall, the nobles were seen enjoying the banquet from the king, and there was also Raymond who was standing by ready if there was something emergency. The nobles seemed to be amazed by Raymond because of his handsome face and his resemblance to the king. But he was just made fun of by some nobles, and it turned out that there was a beautiful girl who approached him. It was Princess Sophia. She was also the daughter of King Hotan, and she was the first sister of Raymond. Raymond remembered his childhood, because Sophia was always angry with a bitchy look, very different from now. She looks beautiful and elegant. Isn't this the rotten lemon? Long time no see lemon juice, said someone with red hair who mocked Raymond. He was Raymond's fourth brother, Sale. Seeing Sale, Raymond trembled because in childhood, Raymond was always bullied and tortured and insulted mercilessly by this steel, so Raymond was traumatized. He felt that he would be preyed upon. "Why don't you answer, dirty trash?" he said while lifting Raymond's face. Raymond became scared, and suddenly the good of steel was active. The skill of overcoming the jumping Beijing was active, and thanks to this skill, Raymond became calmer. Then he immediately saluted Steel. He became confused. What brought you here? Why is this kid respectful? Then Raymond said, "What brings you here, sir?" said Raymond in a polite tone. "Here is the healer area. People who come here are those who feel unwell." "Are you feeling unwell now?" asked Raymond. "Hey, what is this? I'm not sick." The system became even more confused. Why is he like this? So he became bolder. "If you are fine, you should go to the banquet, because that's where the main event is," Raymond ordered with a strange look. Sorry, sir. There is someone who is sick. I will take care of him." "Come on, sir. You are not feeling well, right? Let me massage you. My massage can make you feel better immediately," Raymond said to someone who was sitting. He became furious. He was very annoyed with Raymond's behavior. This was the first time he behaved like that. He also had an idea. "Actually, I feel sick lately. I often get tired and weak easily. Do you know this disease?" said the evil Steele. He must not know. If he didn't know, he would insult him. "Is that the only symptom, sir? Are there no other symptoms?" asked Raymond. "Yes, that's it. Don't you know what the disease is?" "I thought you were a great healer, but how come you don't know my disease?" said Steele mockingly. Raymond immediately checked. He laughed out loud while saying, "You just have alcohol poisoning. You should not drink alcohol every day. It will interfere with the performance of your organs. You should drink more water." Steele got annoyed at Raymond's jokes. "Since when did this kid become such an expert? I see, I'd better go to the hall." He left Raymond with a sardonic look. Raymond was happy to see his brother go. Ironhead's skill was successfully handling the jumping pirate. "Hey, what are you doing?" said someone in a stern tone. It was Princess Sophia, who had been standing between her two younger siblings who were arguing. "Strange, you seem to have changed. How come you talk so much?" explained Sophia. "You used to be like a rat, that's why I often scolded you, because you were very smelly," said Sophia. Remembering his childhood, Raymond could only smile. "You seem tired. Do you need treatment?" "No, you're not even a qualified healer. I'll just go to the banquet and make a speech," said Sophia while leaving Raymond. She went to the stairs above the banquet hall and she began to make a speech in front of the nobles of the Hotan Kingdom. Then Sophia thanked the audience who had attended, who felt happy for coming to her birthday party. And suddenly Raymond felt something strange from Sophia, who felt that the weight of Sophia's words. And then Sophia fainted. All the guests panicked. She fell. Someone with a thick mustache shouted to call a healer. The healers arrived and saw Princess Sophia as out of breath. The healers also did heal. All of them did heal Ranka on Princess Sophia, but it was useless. According to Raymond's vision, Sophia had a heart attack, and it was very unlikely to be cured by heal, because her breathing had stopped and later began to weaken. Soon she would die. Raymond also felt sad because he would lose the only sister who didn't bully him, even though she often mocked him. But basically, Princess Sophia was good better than the other three brothers. He ventured. He stood in the middle of the healer crowd. "I will heal the princess," said Raymond. "Apprentice, go there," said the senior healer. "Sorry, but I don't have any more time." Raymond also barged into Princess Sophia, who began to check Sophia's condition. Her heartbeat suddenly disappeared. Maybe it was still there, but it was very weak. Raymond also performed CPR, pressing the solar plexus area so that the heart could pump blood to the blood vessel area. But the guests and the healers panicked. He wanted to heal the princess, but was pressed. What is healing? "Please wait a moment, I'm saving the princess. Right now, this is the only thing that can help her because heal currently can't work properly, even though it's a rank," Raymond said convincingly. And suddenly 2 guards in black appeared, and it turned out that a moldy man came. It was the king of Houghton, Raymond's father. "I asked all the healers here, can you save the princess with heal?" Suddenly the king snapped at the healers, and it turned out that the healers were afraid to answer. The healers knew that it was impossible to cure people who lost their breath and heartbeat. It was the same as curing the dead. But Raymond did not give up. Raymond still had hope because this was only a heart attack. In the modern world, the surgeon's memory has often dealt with patients like this. But if only emphasis like this, it will not help him. He needs a defibrillator, an electrical device to stimulate the heartbeat. But in this world, there is no way this tool exists. Suddenly did get an idea. Raymond then opened the skill market and bought the basic magic skill, namely lightning. Raymond then created a vibrator in his own hands, namely with basic-level lightning magic skills and stun. Raymond immediately shocked Princess Sophia and her body reacted, but Raymond was pulled back by the guard in black, and he had a sword pointed at Raymond's neck. What the hell? What are you trying to do to the Lord Princess? Are you using lightning magic? Hey, I am saving the princess. She is still critical. See the condition of the princess, ordered the king of the forest. Then the healers checked Princess Sophia's condition, and to his surprise, Sophia's heartbeat returned and she breathed again, said the healer with pigtails. The guests were surprised. Even the healers were like bringing dead people back to life. The soldier also removed his sword, and the king of the forest approached Raymond and said, "What are you doing?" said the king in a polite tone. Raymond was surprised by the king's words. He stood up and explained that Sophia had a heart attack, where the disease can stop breathing and eventually stop the heartbeat, and heal cannot be used for this disease, so Raymond used other methods. Hearing Raymond's explanation, the king was silent, and he stepped towards the guests and said the banquet was over, and Raymond, "I want you to stay here." Raymond was surprised. What would the king do to him? Done. You get a reward of leveling up 3 times and 30 skill points. Raymond was immediately happy, especially since he got the achievement of the person who saved the nobleman, an additional 30 skill points bonus, and Raymond's reputation had increased. Raymond immediately smiled. In the royal room, precisely on the king's throne, he was summoned and faced the king's throne. Then the king asked what method Raymond used to cure Princess Sophia. Raymond explained that he used a medical technique that was an ancient technique that he found in the ancient texts of the ruins in the north. And it was an ancient medical technique that had been abandoned today, and it was very, very useful. After hearing Raymond's explanation, the king gave a gift, and Raymond was given the freedom to choose what gift he wanted. Raymond was a surgeon. He didn't want treasure. It was easy to obtain. But what was important was Raymond's legality. He wanted the king to recognize that the medical technique was a legal medical technique authorized by the king. Of course, the nobles present and the royal officials were shocked because it would clash with the healing tower. The king legalized the medical technique used by Raymond as a legal technique, so that later the healing tower would not prevent him as a healer who used medical techniques. I can't possibly not acknowledge the medical technique, thanks to which Princess Sophia survived. So here, in the name of the Order of the Hostin, King of the Hostin Kingdom, I acknowledge that the medical technique is an official method of treatment. Hearing that, Raymond immediately smiled. Not only that, Raymond, now you are given a medal, the Medal of Brengar. All the guests were shocked. The king gave a Medal of Honor to someone who had contributed to the empire, and because saving Princess Sophia, who was the first child, and it was a great service, then Raymond was very, very worthy of being given the Medal of Brengar, and automatically, the person who was awarded the Medal of Brengar would become royal nobility. Raymond was now no longer an illegitimate child, but a titled nobleman, and the awarding ceremony was over. The king left his throne, and Raymond returned to the room where the healers gathered, and there it turned out that many healers congratulated Raymond for becoming a nobleman. But yes, there are also many who are jealous and spiteful of Raymond. Seeing Raymond's achievements, and then Raymond approached him, the head healer Lenz, "Please tell me, is there a reason that does not allow it to take the healer qualification test?" said Raymond. With a mockery, I think it's no lemongrass. I don't hear your voice too soft. He then bullied the head healer back. No one dares to bully him now, and medical techniques have now become the official medicine of the Hotan Kingdom. At the capital clinic now, Raymond returned to the forefront clinic. He started his activities again as a healer, and he got a lot of XP points from treating patients, and now Raymond's status has increased rapidly, namely level 5, skill point 85, beginner class, stamina 3, intelligence 17. Raymond also smiled at the window of his status. Suddenly there was a voice, "Please provide a place." There was a stabbed patient. Several healers carried the stabbed patient. It looks like the patient just got a stab wound, like he was robbed. Some healers did heal, but because the interns were only rank E and D, so the heal power would not be enough to close the deep stab wounds. It took a level B or level A healer, and there was only the head who could use high level B. However, because Hansen asked to treat the patient, but the Lance didn't want to, because it was a poor man who was stabbed on the street. Kick him out. 1 hour before the man entered the Capital Clinic, seen in an alley, there was a man who was stabbed in the stomach and staggered because of the pain, and the incident started from the residence of Noble Agus. Seen 2 men discussing something. They were talking about the struggle for the throne of the 3 sons of the Hostan king. The second prince's name is Chiron, the third prince's name is Limeron, and the fourth prince's name is Sistile. And now a new candidate has emerged, namely the 5th prince, who was previously nicknamed the Prince of Darkness. Raymond, and now Noble Agus, ordered his son to hand over confidential information to the 3rd prince. But in the middle of the road, the son was stabbed by a hitman. It seems that the movements of Noble Agus have been downloaded by the 2nd prince, so that the 2nd prince ordered mercenaries to thwart the delivery of the secret message to the 3rd prince, and Noble Agus's son was injured, walked to the Capital Clinic, hoping to be saved at the clinic. But Lenz left him lying on the bed. He felt that the man was a poor beggar who had no money, told the other healer to take him to another clinic, not to this respectable clinic. So Lenz told the patient to just leave the clinic. If he died, no one would recognize him as a human being. Raymond, who heard that, was immediately annoyed. He told Lenz that that was not the attitude of a healer. A healer is supposed to help human life, but predictably the Bucktooth told Raymond to handle the patient alone. You are the bearer of metal, so yes, you should be the one handling the poor patient. He felt that the stab wound would be resolved if operated on, and the results would probably be 50-50, because he needed to sew up his internal organs and relocate the punctured parts. Is your medical technique just a lie? Reading ancient texts? So stupid. Who would believe that? He was starting to feel confident with his current skills, and as usual, Hansen would help. Hansen already understood because this was his 2nd surgery situation. He began to prepare the equipment Raymond needed. Raymond also anesthetized the patient and started his 2nd operation. And Raymond began to operate on the part that was injured by the stab. And it turned out that the patient was but bleeding. Because it turned out that a lot of blood had come out of the wound, Raymond began to clean the wound so that he could see the tear in his stomach. Raymond also began to pay attention to the patient's internal organs, which turned out to be safe. There were no serious injuries from his internal organs. It was just that many arterial blood vessels were cut, so that the blood flow that came out did not want to stop. So Raymond had to stop the blood flow from experiencing the cut blood vessels. Raymond thought for a moment. He had to find a way to stop his blood vessels from bleeding continuously. Raymond also remembered something, namely his modern medical skills. He had to close the blood vessels with hot fire, and he would cast fire magic to close them. He also bought the magic skill fire, and then Raymond released a small fire. Hansel was surprised how come Raymond could do magic. Isn't Raymond's heel not good at all? But why can he release magic fire? The small flames burned the blood vessels and stopped the bleeding, and then the closure process of stitching the wound, until finally the final closure was done by Raymond, which was stitching the outside, and well done. Raymond smiled. Raymond, why did you release fire? Said Hansen. Yes, it's fire magic, but that's the only skill I can make, said Raymond. Raymond also told Hansen to continue his operation because there was still a lot to clean up. Hansen then tidied up the patient's body, and a level-up notification appeared. You have saved a dying patient. You level up and get 30 skill points. Raymond, are you done? Thanks to your help, we managed to save a human life. Thank you, Hansen. Extraordinary, said Raymond in a tone full of happiness. The next day, it was seen that the patient had begun to wake up. Am I being transferred to another clinic? Said the patient. No, sir. You are still in the Capital Clinic. Your wounds are severe, so we want to treat you as best we can. But the healer said he hadn't finished talking. Suddenly, someone entered the room without permission and shouted, Get my son. Hansen, who saw the old man, was shocked. Isn't that Noble Agus, and this patient is his son? Who saved you? I am very grateful what the healer lends leader. I will give a lot of gifts, said Nobleman Agus, who was happy to see his son safe. Who saved me is Raymond, sir. Hansen turned on the conversation and said that Raymond was the one who helped his son. He was shocked when he heard Raymond's name. In the head healer's room, the Bucktooth came to the Capital Clinic by his men, and without saying thank you, he immediately left his room and bumped into his men. It's a great way to get a feel for what's going on in the world. Hansen told me that you let my son die and told him to leave the clinic because you considered him a beggar, said Agus angrily. I'm sorry, that doesn't seem possible. I didn't let Agus's son die. I think there is a misunderstanding here, said Lenz, defending himself. And suddenly he was very surprised when he saw the patient yesterday, who was expelled, turned out to be Agus's son. Sorry, my lord, this must be a misunderstanding. I couldn't let a patient who was critical and needed help be left unattended. Yesterday I told Raymond to handle your son because Raymond had saved the princess, so he must be able to handle critical patients, replied, defending himself. You spoke loudly yesterday to get rid of me. I remember what you said very well. You poor beggar who has no money, doesn't deserve to be in the capital's clinic, and you told me to leave while I was still critical. You tooth-licking dongos, said Hansen, annoyed. You really went too far, said Agus angrily. Lenz then he prostrated himself to apologize. He begged Agus to forgive him, but Agus was very angry. I'm sorry. The bodyguards caught him. I will try him in the royal court, and on behalf of the Agus people I expel you from the Houston Kingdom and revoke your status as a healer in the Continental Royal Alliance. Hearing that, he was in deep shock. He was really shocked to have been fired. Even his healer license was revoked. Yes, he was really shocked. Not only did she become destitute, now she was taken away by Count August's bodyguards. I'm sorry. I thank you deeply, said Count August to Raymond with a bowed body. This child is the heir of the August family. I can't imagine if he dies before I retire. It's really painful, but thanks to you, my child is safe. Thank you. Raymond heard that, so smiled, and he was confused about what to say. He just smiled. As a thank you, we, the August family, will support you. We will make you a close relative of the August family, August said while giving the biggest award in the national social status. Getting the status of a relative of a noble family means that someone will get the protection of allies' help if he is in trouble, so this relative status is very important, especially Raymond is the Prince of Hoston. So when he gets the support of the noble family, it means that he has entered the list of the struggle for the royal throne. He gave Agus a prescription paper and also his treatment while this child was still in the healing process, and did not forget Raymond gave a receipt for the treatment price that must be paid by Agus's family to the capital clinic. Agus, who got the paper, became silent, and he remained silent when he was in front of his son, who was lying down. Father, why did you give a gift in the form of kin support? It will be dangerous to Raymond because before you almost died just because of a secret letter to the third prince. It must be the second prince who acted, said to his father. His father also took a moment, and he explained that now the politics in the kingdom are chaotic. The situation is bleak because the second, third, and fourth princes do not want to withdraw from the struggle for the throne, and Raymond can be said to be the fifth call with a situation that is not conducive, and thanks to Raymond's expertise in saving the first princess, then surely the princes will do something. Therefore, the relationship of our family might help, because he is a person who cares about the lives of others, to his son. You are right, father, said Clarence, remembering the incident where Raymond earnestly saved himself when critical. Then the Agus family explained again that Raymond, whose talent continues to develop, will be very dangerous for himself, because the prince's residence is taking down each other. So in the future maybe Raymond will be dropped, so without any support, it will not be difficult. And now with the Agus family, Raymond will be protected by royal support, so no one will dare to mess with Raymond from now on. Against Raymond means against this family. I just want to see him become a healer whose goal is to change the medical world of this kingdom. I can see that if he continues to progress, then he will grow rapidly. I will hope that our family will continue to protect him until that happens. At this time in the room of the second prince, there was someone who was whispering information to Prince Chiron, saving his clearance. Surprised in front of the prince, there was someone who bowed apologetically. He told him that he was married and made sure he was lying down, but he didn't know that the capital clinic would help him, and at that time he was begging for forgiveness because his task had failed. Chiron was silent, who felt Raymond had changed, and he told his bodyguards to keep an eye on Raymond from now on. At this time, Raymond was very happy because he had received a letter of recommendation from the healer superiors. After the lens was issued by the healer superiors, Raymond was immediately given a letter of recommendation to take the healer qualification exam at the healer tower. Raymond was so happy that he cried. After 5 years, I was finally able to take the qualification exam. The healers were gossiping. They were gossiping that Raymond had taken out the bony tooth lens because he didn't want to take care of his son, and also that Raymond had saved Princess Sophia from a heart attack, that Raymond was really lucky. But one of them dived that Raymond wasn't lucky. It was because of the medical techniques that he talked about and mastered. It was impossible to do it so many times. Hearing that his two friends were cynical, they were angry. How is it possible to cure a disease by dissecting the patient's body and then sewing it up? These people also feel the same way about medical techniques, which is terrible. Although soon Raymond will take the healer qualification exam, maybe Tower Healer will judge exactly whether this medical technique is feasible or not. Let's see. He must have failed because he is still rank F, said one of the gossipers, and it turned out that there was Hansen who was sweeping. He heard Raymond was going to take the qualification exam. He was surprised because he also took the healer qualification exam at the same time. In the healer tower, there are many qualifying exam participants who are queuing up, and it seems that Raymond is chatting casually with his assistant Hansen. But because there are a lot of people there are many of them who gossip about Raymond because of where there is an inner range that takes the healer qualification exam. Maybe because he was lucky to save the princess, so he was included, if you say carefully. Raymond was trembling. His 5-year wait was also accomplished. If he fails here, his hopes will surely be crushed. But Hansen comforted him. He asked what you will do when you graduate, said Hansen. Then Raymond said that if he wanted to eat sirloin meat or tenderloin or steak meat, he wanted to eat it after he graduated. Hansen was confused by Raymond's answer. After graduation, but eating, huh? Raymond also recalled the times when he was surrounded by the real capital. Why he survived for 5 years surrounded by the capital was his desire for patience. Hansen was dumbfounded to hear that answer. Raymond also told Hansen again that taking care of patients is tiring, but seeing patients recover and smile again feels very warm in the chest. He wants to feel that feeling forever and increase now. You have a strong desire and determination of steel, just chatting but level 1 system. Being a story. Raymond's skill update wants to be fulfilled by treating patients. He heard that he became happy. He also prayed for Raymond to pass, and his goals were achieved. Then there were mothers opening the door in front. The exam door opened and called to enter the exam room, directly into the exam room. At this time, Raymond was sitting in front of 3 examiners from the healer tower. Then the examiner who wore a hat asked if Raymond was still rank F for his heal ability. If that's true, please show us, said the red-haired examiner. Raymond immediately showed his magic, which turned out to be not rank F. Rank F was not up to that. He was laughed out loud. Below rank is not eligible for the healer promotion exam, so we can't straighten you out. He was immediately rejected. He didn't have a great heal skill, but he was good at medical techniques. He wanted to be given a chance to show his medical techniques as a condition for the healer promotion test. Sorry, Raymond, you are wasting our time, said the red hair. Raymond, who heard this, became desperate, but he said, "Are you saying that the tower healer will go against the words of King Houston?" Raymond said threateningly. Then Raymond explained that his magic was indeed very unworthy, but he had knowledge of medical techniques. This treatment method has been recognized by His Majesty the King of Hoston. It has even been inaugurated as the official treatment technique of the Hoston Kingdom. Hearing Raymond's explanation, the judges, especially the redhead, he was confused himself. Then the redhead explained that the tower healer could not recognize treatment techniques other than healing, and it had been established by the Tower Hero Federation in all kingdoms on this continent. So to accept techniques other than healing was against the tower's own rules. Hearing that explanation, Raymond said loudly, if the Federation had made that rule, the towers in the kingdom should respect the royal rules that had formalized it as an official treatment, and His Majesty had recognized this technique worked for the healing of patients, at least, or in the Hoston Kingdom, recognized what the king had formalized as well, and the examiners should know that hearing that. The examiners frowned. If rejected, he would be against the king of Hoston. If accepted, he would be rejected by the healing tower. Well, I'll give you a chance, said the redhead, because your magic is very bad, so the test will be different from the other participants. We will test you by healing the patient we give. Take care of it according to your medical technique, and we will judge afterwards, said the redhead. Then there was an assistant examiner who came to Raymond and handed over the patient's medical records, and when seen by the woman, "This disease again," said Raymond. After Raymond went to his patient and the examiners were discussing the patient's medical records, "Were you sure you were giving this patient to Raymond?" said the glasses examiner. He said that this patient could not be treated even rank, but could only reduce the pain. Like his pain is horrible. This is indeed suitable for Raymond so that we know whether the medical technique works for the patient or not, said the red-haired man. Did you deliberately give such a difficult patient? If we are caught deliberately making de Raymond not pass, then the king and Auguste will not let us. We will face 2 rulers at once, said the thin examiner. The redhead also explained that the examiner was fully entrusted by the healing tower. No one could intervene in the decision of the healing tower, because the Link Tower was a continental-level federation, so the 2 rulers mentioned would not do excessively. Moreover, it is only the illegitimate child of the king. The skinny tester agreed. He was also confused by events like this. Moreover, the skinny suspected with red hair that he deliberately made Raymond not pass because he was a cousin of the wife of King Hostin, who was the biological mother of Steel, the 4th prince. Back to Raymond, when he opened the patient's medical record, he was both surprised and happy because he was going to treat a bedsore patient. This was the same as the first patient when Raymond was almost expelled from the clinic. Then he asked for a chance and was given that first patient, yes, that bedsore patient. He had already been healed by Raymond. It was just a common boil. Raymond immediately rushed to his patient. At the rich merchant's house, there was Raymond who was talking to a rich merchant in the Hostin capital. The merchant was the son of Raymond's patient. It was his father who was suffering from bedsores. But the child did not know what his father was sick with, because he had a wound that could not be healed. Not even heal could heal the wound. Only the pain subsided, but the wound was still there. Raymond also asked permission to see his father, and Raymond immediately entered the patient's room, and he saw an old father. His weak and thin body looked pale and wrinkled. Raymond also felt the smell of the patient, which is indeed the typical smell of bedsore sufferers. The child apologized because it smelled too strong. But Raymond smiled and told him that this disease did emit an unpleasant odor. It was only natural. The child was surprised because this was the first time there was a healer who considered this odor not a serious problem. Then Raymond asked the child for help to turn the father's body, and while there was a serious wound on the buttocks, it turned out that the wound was perforated and rotting. Raymond also told the child that he would clean the father's location and would treat the father's wounds with herbs and physiotherapy to treat post-operative patients. The child who got the explanation became confused, especially when Raymond said he would operate on his father. He became even more confused. What is surgery? Raymond also prepared the tools for surgery. As usual, Raymond prepared a kitchen knife that he heated in hot water and a warm, wet cloth, not forgetting the operation, and Raymond started the operation. Raymond slices the sirloin stick and removes the rotten part. Then he gives the potion and wraps it so that the healthy stick can make new tissue after rotting and can form new tissue to be healthy again. Done. Wow. It was so fast. The child was confused. Raymond said that this was not finished because the next stage was the healing stage. The child was told to pay attention to his father's sleeping position, which had to be tilted so that the wound would not be depressed. If it was depressed, the wound would rot again. So make sure there was no pressure when he was lying down. The child was only dumbfounded, because this was the first time he had received advice from the healer, who suggested the sleeping position. And the child was also happy, because there was a healer who suggested various things related to the patient's recovery, because usually other healers only heal and then get paid. They without saying anything. Not only that, Raymond also told the child that he would come every day to see the condition of the father, change the compress, and see if the wound was getting better or new tissue was formed. So yes, every day, Raymond would come. 1 week later, it seems that the father is feeling better, and he is still in the potion compress. Then he checked the condition of his wound, and congratulations, you have recovered, Raymond said with a smiling face. The child also thanked him. Not only thanked him, but thanked him. The child was so excessive in thanking him because the healer could not heal his father, especially Raymond, who did not have heal at all. Raymond also told the child to get up, and he told him that this was the healer's obligation to take care of the patient as best as possible so that his condition would improve. Raymond was really noble. The heater qualification examiner of the Red Hair Examiner was upset as soon as he knew the patient Raymond was treating was cured. He was confused about how he treated him. It was a pain that could not be cured by a healer. "How come? Did you see it yourself?" said the examiner with hair glasses. He bowed in shame because he was the one who checked the patient's condition until the patient recovered. Then the mother of glasses said, "Even if we pass Raymond, what is a suitable person?" Raymond heard the question. The examiners were confused because Raymond could heal patients that could not be healed by a healer. This was confusing. Because he was confused, the chairman was dizzy. If he passed, he would be scolded by his cousin, who was the king's wife. Even if he passed, what rank would he be given? Finally, it was decided that Raymond would be given a special rank. Looking Glasses protested because rank E was not appropriate. It would anger the king because when the rescue of Princess Sophia was lost, he could not save the princess, but Raymond managed to save her. So it would be weird, but he could handle emergency situations that a rank a healer couldn't. Then Mrs. Glasses suggested that Raymond's assessment be handed over to the Tower Healer headquarters so that the king wouldn't protest. With everyone not railing against the Tower Healer Houston, and he smiled at the idea, it was a good idea. 1 week after the Tower Healer was dizzy with Raymond's passing decision, in the Hoston Kingdom Healer Leader's room, Mr. Garriston was seen sitting. He was seen receiving Raymond's exam assessment letter from Healer headquarters, and when he opened it, he was surprised to find that Raymond passed. The examiners were confused about rank U in the history of Tower Healer. This was the first time there was this range. He will be free from the kingdom of his cousin and also his nephew. The important thing is that the king does not protest, is safe and smiling. News also spread to the Hoston Kingdom instructors regarding Raymond passing this exam. But yes, many laughed at the rank. But yes, for them, it was the most suitable for Raymond. He was different from other healers. Then Raymond also got his graduation letter, and he was very happy, extraordinarily happy, because his 5-year wait as an apprentice had been completed. He managed to become an official healer. His healer exam is now an official healer, but he needs to study again to rank up, and because he passed together with Raymond, Raymond also invited Hansen to drink together in his room, and finally the two of them went to Raymond's room to drink. They were together in Raymond's room. Actually, the medical technique that Raymond mastered came from where and from what ruins? Hansen was really curious because he also wanted to master the technique. Because being a firefly, Raymond was honest with Hansen that the ruins did not exist. It was just made up. This medical technique he did not learn from the ruins, but suddenly appeared in his head, so yes, there was nothing to learn. Hearing that, Hansen was confused and angry. He felt that Raymond had covered up his knowledge of medical techniques. The next day in front of the Capitol Clinic, Hansen was seen there in the dressing room. He heard his fellow healer talking about Raymond, who was offered as a healer at the Royal Clinic. This is a special clinic for royal nobles, so the pay is large. The facilities obtained are also luxurious. Many healers aspire to work at the clinic, but Raymond refused. They became surprised. Why Raymond refused this offer? Because he drank too much. He was awakened by Hansen and asked questions, which basically why he refused the offer. Raymond also explained that he already had his own plans. He wanted to open his own clinic. Why is Raymond's decision strange? Then Raymond explained, instead of being at the Rohul Clinic, there must be a lot of rivals who are seniors there, so it will be difficult for him to treat patients. He just wants to treat patients according to medical techniques, and so he can get a lot of patients. He wants to make his own clinic, and yes, he will make a clinic in the Gulf region. It is a poor area where refugees and exiles from various kingdoms live. He wants to make his clinic there so he can help many people in the poor area. Hearing that, she cried, Raymond is really a kind person, because in the poor area there must be a lot of non-payment. But Raymond just wants to help people. Amazing. Really touched to hear Raymond's dreams. At the third prince's place, he said that Raymond had refused Prince Lamorton's gift of working at the Rowell Clinic. He was confused because he wanted to thank Raymond for helping to clear Agus's son. He was able to get information from Agus's son regarding Prince II's movements, and the thanks was his recommendation to the clinic, but it was refused. The servant also told him that Raymond would open his own clinic in the Bay Area, because Raymond was recorded as having bought a house and clinic furniture in the Bay Area. He explained that the Bay Area was a dangerous, poor area, because it was a territory that was forcibly taken by the Houston Kingdom 100 years ago through war, and until now, the area was still carried away by the past of its defeat in the war against the Houston Kingdom, and the Houston King was now trying to win the hearts of the Bay Area residents by sending his 3 princes. But none of the 3 princes managed to win the hearts of the residents. So it was a territory that was difficult for any nobleman to live in, and finally saw its current form as a lawless area. AKA, as a result, the Bay Area is now controlled by gangs of thugs and mafia who control the city. Raymond will leave for his new clinic, and at this time he is confronted by his patients at the Capitol Clinic. They ask Raymond not to move because Raymond is a healer who always makes the patient's heart safe and happy, in contrast to most healers with sullen faces, and they are very comfortable with Raymond's services. They want Raymond to remain at the Capitol Clinic. But Raymond has already opened his clinic business in the Gulf region. It turns out that there was also Hansen who gave a letter that he showed to Raymond. It turned out to be a letter from Princess Sophia. Raymond then revealed the real secret that he was originally from the Gulf region. He was born there and was cared for by his mother there. So he felt that seeing the Gulf was his hometown, and he was really going back to the Gulf region. He also wants to learn medical techniques because Raymond doesn't want to tell the ancient ruins. It's better to learn directly from Raymond at his clinic. This is better than looking for ruins that Raymond said were unclear. He also wants to learn medical techniques so that he can also be like Raymond. A notification appears. Halsin has asked to learn from you. Do you accept him as your student? And after you accept the student, then the student training mode will be activated. Raymond, who saw that, wondered, student training? The system explained that if you accept a student, then you will get XP points every time the student treats a patient. Surprised, this is an amazing system that does require a lot of SP to level up and improve its status, so this is free XP points from Hunter, and Raymond also accepted Hansen as his student. He promised Hansen that he would teach him medical techniques from 0 to expert to professor. A notification appeared, which was an additional skill that had been activated, namely, a beginner teacher. Raymond also thanked Hansen for wanting to learn medical techniques. Someday this will be an unforgettable history, and the two of them left for the Bay Area. In the Bay Area, Hansen was seen preparing. When entering the Bay Area, Raymond also reprimanded Hansen he didn't need to overdo it like that. This was just an ordinary village. But Hansen scared Raymond that the Bay Area was a lawless area, so there were many criminals here. So Raymond also needs a weapon too to protect himself, said while giving Raymond a baseball bat. And when Raymond held the bat, a notification appeared. Self-defense skills are obtained. A doctor who works in a dangerous environment will experience certain situations. This skill is to protect you from dangerous situations. Because of the stick, he got the skill. How about a sword? Maybe he will become a master. We have to get to our clinic, Raymond said excitedly. And they walked with anxious expectation. There was even a mother and child who looked at him from the window of the house, as if they thought Raymond was a criminal. It was Raymond's clinic, and Raymond immediately opened the clinic after they finished. But one day has passed, there are no patients. The next day, there are no patients. The third day, there are no patients. Raymond became stressed because there were no patients, no XP points, no money. Something was ringing in front of Raymond's clinic. What is it? Then Raymond checked it, and what a surprise they were when they saw their front door was scribbled on. Hansen was already desperate to be in the Gulf region. He told Raymond to just leave the Gulf region, moving to a safer location than in the Gulf region, which had only been terrorized for 3 days. Raymond was also desperate with the current results. He also felt Hansen's words were right. A notification appeared, a mission at a critical time, a mission to persuade residents whose hearts were closed to accept Raymond as a doctor. Mission rewards level up and 30 skill points. Seeing the mission, Raymond could not leave the Bay Area. He also told Hansen that he would remain in the Bay Area because his original intention was to treat patients, so he stuck to his goal of treating patients, and he immediately apologized to Raymond for being desperate. He also promised to always be optimistic with Raymond. He had a diamond idea to attract the hearts of the citizens to trust him. As a doctor, and Hansen moved to the Bay Area Square. There, Raymond and Hansen were discussing something, namely the discussion of Raymond's idea who wanted to make a speech in public. Raymond also started from the two people who were chatting. He approached and started a conversation. But here, Raymond was still berated because he was the son of a king of a nobleman. Even recently, he got a royal title. They thought that Raymond had hidden intentions, and then Raymond explained his arrival in the Bay Area. He spoke loudly so that others around him could hear him. He began to give a speech. As you can see, I am a noble, and I am also a healer. I am here because I want to treat patients, so I want with my nobility, or not with my nobility, I will still open a clinic, and I am trying for the Gulf region. I didn't go to a famous clinic. I chose to open it here in the Gulf region because I don't want to see poor people again who can't get treatment from a healer because they don't have money. No funds, no master. Like what happened to my mother who died because no healer wanted to treat her just because I didn't have one. Hansen, who heard that, became shocked. It turned out that Raymond's mother in the Bay Area died because the healer did not want to treat her. Provide treatment to anyone without regard to status, or just because they are poor. And that is why I am standing here, building the clinic itself in the Bay Area. If you don't believe my words, then right now I will go to the clinic to treat the residents there without charging a penny, said Raymond. The residents who heard that were confused because it was a nightlife area. There was a disease that the healer could not cure because it could not be cured. The residents called it a curse because the work was dirty, and they got a dirty disease too. Then it was called God's curse, and Raymond would go there and treat God's curse. He would heal the prostitutes, really brave, and Hansen moved to the street. He used to get scared immediately. He really knew about the curse of God. He was afraid that the disease was contagious. But Raymond lifted Hansen because he wanted to examine him first, because the curse of God was only the nickname of citizens who did not know medical science. He followed Raymond, and Hansen also saw a woman in neat clothes but covered with a head covering. Strange. Raymond also greeted and introduced himself to come to this place intending to treat patients affected by God's curse. The woman immediately responded and she laughed. She also said, "How can you cure us? Sleeping here can't get rid of our illness," said the woman while showing her face, which was filled with red and black spots. But seeing that Raymond approached and examined the woman more closely, he wanted to make sure what the disease was. After being seen, Raymond asked the woman for permission to see her room. The woman said yes. Raymond could only smile and explain that he was only interested in the disease suffered by the woman because he wanted to treat it, and the treatment session began. The prostitutes crowded around Raymond, who was examining their condition, and Raymond concluded that they had syphilis. This is indeed the disease of the prostitutes. But Raymond told the prostitutes to entrust the treatment to him, because this is not a disease cursed by God, but syphilis. Dan's skin disease can be treated with magic pills that he will make from moldy bread in the corner. The prostitutes were confused. Mushroom bread could be made into medicine. But Hansen became enthusiastic. He took notes on all of Raymond's diagnoses so that he could learn from what Raymond was doing. In Raymond's clinic, where he is now trying to make magic pills, which magic pills are penicillin. He wants to make penicillin powder from the fungal material in the bread, and Raymond is currently extracting the fungus to make an ointment like a hand body that contains penicillin. A notification popped up. Congratulations, you have developed the first antibiotic on the continent. Penicillin creation achievement. You have made medical history in this world. He smiled because the reward was amazing, 100 points, and leveled up twice. You successfully extracted a new substance. You successfully activated the chemistry skill. Double new skill. Alchemy knowledge can create new substances that already exist. Knowledge of the extraction, you want to make it easier. Raymond was so happy with this chemist's knowledge that it would be very useful for the treatment of his patients. Mass production was carried out. Raymond and Hansen returned to make the medicines given by the prostitutes in the form of a hand body with penicillin, and the next day the prostitutes began to smear the hand body. They were surprised because the medicine was only a hand body. Hansen also worked hard because he had to make a lot of penicillin hand bodies because there were many prostitutes, and 1 week later in the Creation Street area, Raymond visited the prostitutes, and they were cured. The prostitutes thanked Raymond for treating them. They were really happy, but they couldn't pay Raymond because they had no money. Raymond didn't mind, but he told the prostitutes to go back to the right path and not to pay him because seeing them healthy was a satisfying payment. The prostitutes were happy and would change their jobs so they wouldn't get syphilis again. The news immediately spread to the Bay Area, news about Raymond treating prostitutes who were said to be affected by God's curse, but it was only a skin disease. Even Raymond did not charge a penny. Thanks to the news, Raymond completed his mission, changing people's responses to him in the Bay Area, and people in the Bay Area also considered Raymond as an expert doctor. His name became increasingly famous in the Bay Area, and because of his ability and kindness in treating female patients, patients who visited became a lot of queues. Hansen and Raymond were ready to treat the patients who had begun to queue, and they treated the patients one by one. Raymond also got a lot of skill points from the patients. Until finally, the last patient was an old lady who had high blood pressure. But thanks to Raymond's medicine, she recovered, and the grandmother thanked him for treating her. Even though he didn't pay, Raymond was happy because he could see the happy smiles of the grandmother and her child, that this was an extraordinary payment. There was no substitute. Suddenly there was a woman who ran towards Raymond. She asked for help to save her mother. She cried while asking for help, because her mother had a stomachache that had not healed for a day. Raymond also rushed. He told Hansen to prepare his operating tools, because he would perform surgery on the woman. In the evening, Raymond was closed and Hansen was about to take a break. But before taking a break, Hansen reported that the income he got from patients today was only enough for the cost of food. The cost of food for the two of them, so not enough for operational costs. Raymond also can't refuse if there are poor patients who come asking for help. It turns out that behind the window someone is eavesdropping. It looks like he intends to harm Raymond and Hansen. At the house of the man who eavesdropped, it turns out that he is an illegal healer, aka the one who opened the clinic secretly. He doesn't have a license from Healer Tower, but they can do healing. They are in a meeting and are upset with Raymond. They close Raymond because his clinic is crowded. So their illegal clinic is so quiet because Raymond receives a lot of patients from the poor who pay him with a smile. They are angry, and they intend to harm Raymond. Today, Raymond and Hassan were surprised by 3 people who came to his clinic. These 3 people are yesterday's Yang. They are smiling incoherently. They complained to Raymond for ruining the market price, and Raymond had to withdraw 100 pens. 100 pens is equivalent to 100,000. Hansen also objected to the rate, because the Bay Area is a poor area. Even 10 pens would be a hardship for them, because Raymond was currently charging the poor and the well-to-do were charging about 5 to 10 pens. But the 3 healers threatened to destroy Raymond's clinic if he didn't charge the rates that suited them, according to the market prices they had created themselves. Behind the threat, Raymond told them that he was a nobleman who owned the mandala of Boyner, and the August family was a family that supported him. So if these 3 people messed with Raymond, then the wrath would reach them. Moreover, the 3 of them were illegal healers without a qualification pass. Illegal actions like this will get punishment from the tower healer directly. Hearing Raymond's explanation, the 3 of them were scared, and the woman told her friends to just leave. Seeing that Raymond laughed sarcastically, Raymond was actually annoyed at them because his mother, who died because of the illegal healer, charged an expensive rate that was not humane at all. If there was no money, if there were patients who could not pay, they would be expelled. Because they left, Raymond reopened his clinic because there were already many queues. At night at the illegal healer's place again, they wanted to plan something. They were upset because they could not touch Raymond. The power of the nobleman could not be underestimated. He also has a plan to bring down Raymond's clinic, and it is very easy, just a few poor people in the Gulf region to spread hoax news related to the badness of Raymond's clinic and protect the poor people in the Gulf region from the disturbance of gangsters and human organ mafia sellers, kidnapping children and others. Also rumors about him performing horrific surgeries on citizens, which turned out to be medical techniques that were misleading black magic techniques. The chairman will also be directly ranked firmly because they have tormented the little people. The chairman named Cashier, without further ado, immediately tells bad news to the related surgical techniques, which are black magic techniques that endanger and mislead the Bay Area, and also endanger the citizens of the Bay Area, especially the poor areas, because Raymond does not attract poor people. Therefore, he utilized his services to practice black magic, even people with big bodies, and that believed the words. His mind was really innocent and plain. All the words were swallowed raw without a filter. He was instigated. "If I may know if you are sick, where do you hurt?" said Raymond. Then the bald head, whose body was already like a bear, took a chair and threw it. Raymond and Hansen became scared because the chair was immediately destroyed. "I will smash this clinic to pieces, so leave the Bay Area right now." One of Raymond's patients, who heard the commotion, approached the big man. Then he said, "Hey, you guys get out of this clinic quickly. Do you want to be the experimental material of these two bad guys?" shouted Pakamsir. Raymond's patients, but they didn't immediately believe it, unlike the bald head. Raymond's treatment has been proven to heal, even though the treatment is quite terrible, because it is dissected. But it's a technique that can heal, so they just relax. But he continued to emphasize that Raymond practiced black magic, and the organs of the patients were secretly taken by Raymond and used as black magic materials. Raymond also counteracted it, and suddenly Raymond activated the old steel heart, as well as the skill of dealing with jumping pirates was activated. Raymond carefully explained that his medical technique was not black magic, if it was black. Why did King Hostin inaugurate his medical technique as an official medical technique? If it was black magic, why did he have a certificate of completion of the healing tower as an official healer? And if Raymond was indeed a black magician, why did he give the king the Medal of Breakers? It was a medal of honor for saving the king's family, so his accusation was very baseless, very, very baseless at all. Hearing that, he was both embarrassed and angry. It was impossible for a recognized king to do bad things to his citizens. He was angry. He was also very angry that the illegal healer had deceived him by giving hoax information. Instead of getting angry at people who are not clear, you should be treated first. Maybe there is a disease. Raymond immediately took him to the examination room, and even he was examined by Raymond, and it turned out that he had a disease that could not heal. Every time he passed urine, it came out but blood, and became painful. So he always paid 100 pence to yesterday's healer, yesterday's illegal healer, to treat his buttocks. He has hemorrhoids. It's a disease that can be cured with a little surgery and changing eating habits. You have to eat a lot of fiber. He was confused because only with that, he was completely cured. The operation only needs to be done once. After that, it only needs maintenance and a good diet. Raymond and Hansen also started hemorrhoid surgery, and it was their first hemorrhoid surgery, so he was dissected. The surgery process began. Raymond only cut out the hemorrhoid area. The speed of his skills that he had now, he could immediately easily overcome the pain of hemorrhoids, and he immediately sewed up the pain so that there was no bleeding safely. The operation was successful. The notification appeared. You leveled up 10 small points given. After the hemorrhoid surgery was completed, Raymond also told her that the next process was the maintenance process, so she had to eat a lot of fiber and take a bath soaked in warm water so that Iya could recover quickly. Hearing that, she smiled until she cried because she had hemorrhoids for many years, and now she could recover. Amazing. Raymond and Hansen were surprised when they were given 300 pence, and after giving the money, Iya left with a bright light because her anus was healed. Meanwhile, the man was beating the illegal healers until they begged for mercy over and over again. If he beat Raymond, the Hostin king could come and cut off his head. He was furious and wanted to beat these illegals one by one. He kicked them all out of the Bay Area and never came back again. After the illegal clinics closed, now only Raymond's clinic was in the Bay Area. Automatically, Raymond's clinic became very crowded, and because of that, he got a lot of XP points, and Raymond also opened his status panel. And now, he was level 28 with 235 skill points, and yes, when he was level 40. Maybe he had become a professor doctor and became the strongest and greatest healer famous in the entire Houston Kingdom, even on the continent. He would become famous. Suddenly, in the midst of the euphoria, the man who used to have hemorrhoids came back with a panicked face. He told Raymond that a plague had come to the Bay Area. It was a virus that would kill all the citizens in the Bay Area. One family had been infected, and they had quarantined them in their own home. He was very scared because if the plague spread, then the entire Gulf region would perish. Grim Reaper of Death is the term Lapentania uses for smallpox, which is one of the worst infectious diseases. The probability of death from smallpox and Black Death is more than 30%. This is one of the worst infectious diseases ever. This disease is also a deadly global pandemic of the bubonic plague. The point is that this disease kills many people. Apart from that, this disease is also known as the Black Plague, Great Mortality, and others. Raymond thinks that he might be able to save some patients if he does his best, but the problem is that there is now no way to stop the deaths of hundreds or even thousands of people. The Healing Tower then gave a warning that when the Grim Reaper of Death or smallpox virus and the Fog of Death or Black Death were rampant, everyone had to avoid it as far as possible, even as far as they could. What you need to know is that the smallpox virus is a type of skin disease that occurs due to a viral infection in the body. Meanwhile, Black Death is a disease that has symptoms of blackened skin on the fingers and toes or the tip of the nose due to dead tissue. According to general medical knowledge, the smallpox virus is a disease that has claimed billions of human lives on Earth. Knowing this condition, Raymond thought about what he should do now. Whether he should run away or save a lot of people, but if he doesn't run now, then chances are he will also get infected and die. The man also said that he heard people were going to burn the patients and immediately cleared the area. Then he asked Raymond and Hans to immediately leave this place. Then another assistant asked and confirmed whether it was really Grim Reaper of Death or deadly smallpox. He thought doubtfully, because Raymond had shown them that it was not a curse from God. It was also very strange because it had been a long time since the smallpox virus appeared in the Houston Kingdom, so it would be very strange if the disease suddenly appeared again in the city. Thinking about what his assistant said, Raymond then thought that maybe he was right, and it wasn't necessarily the deadly smallpox virus, aka the Grim Reaper of Death. Then he asked what symptoms the patient was experiencing now. The man answered that they had a high fever and many wounds all over their bodies. Old people who had experienced the Grim Reaper of Death had gathered and said that these were symptoms of this deadly disease and made everyone panic and think that the symptoms were the same as those experienced by one of them. Hearing the explanation of the symptoms, Raymond thought that maybe it wasn't the disease they were worried about because there were so many other diseases that had symptoms besides the smallpox virus that were the same as the disease they were experiencing now. Then he thought that he could determine what kind of disease it was if he looked at it directly. But if it really was the deadly smallpox virus, then it would be dangerous if he approached them. Hearing this, Hansa was shocked about what Raymond was going to do, because it is a very dangerous thing. Raymond continued to worry about the patients, because if it weren't for the deadly disease smallpox, the patients who could have been saved would have been burned alive. Raymond was very confused about what decision he should make. Then the system told him a mission had been entered to save a patient who was about to face an unjust death, with the main mission of medical improvement with basic medicine and medium difficulty. The system also explains several requirements, namely that many patients infected by infectious diseases are threatened with being burned alive. That couldn't be considered a true treatment method, so he ordered Raymond to use his knowledge to stop the unjust deaths. The reward for this mission is a level-up bonus of 20 skill points. Seeing the system's explanation of the mission made Raymond think that he had no other choice but to stay there and not leave this place. He thought that they were not infected with the Grim Reaper of Death smallpox virus. Please note that there are many infectious diseases, including the smallpox virus in general medical knowledge. Infection can also be through droplet transmission, which is liquid or saliva splashes that a person expels from their nose or mouth when sneezing, coughing, or even talking. The virus is also spread through patients through snot or coughing, and Raymond thought that if the disease spread by droplets, then they needed a way to stop it. Then he asked Hans to get him thick clothes so he could use them as a mask, and also needed gloves and a robe that could cover his whole body. Hearing his request, Hansen was very surprised and confused about what Raymond was thinking. Does he really think he will save the patients from this dangerous disease? Then Raymond explained that he would meet the patients directly and check their illnesses. In the settlement, all the residents had gathered, and they were preparing to burn one of the patients who had been locked and confined in the house where it was a family consisting of a mother and her children. He begged residents to release their children, but other residents had no choice but to burn them and eliminate the virus because they thought that they might die if the disease spread around them, so they had to destroy it. Then Raymond came there and stopped the residents from burning down the patient's house. He came there with his body wrapped in cloth and a robe and mask to protect him from exposure to the virus. Everyone asked who he was, who suddenly came without identity, and everyone didn't know who he was. Then Ray explained that he was a healer. They warn Raymond about what is happening and tell him to leave because this is a deadly disease. They also said that the children of the family were infected with the Grim Reaper of Death and had to be destroyed immediately by burning them and eliminating them so that the virus did not spread. Hearing this, Raymond then forbade them from carrying out the burning without knowing what really happened to them. He asked how they could conclude that it was the Grim Reaper of Death without a healer around them. Everyone was confused and wondering whether what Raymond said might be true. They said that the symptoms experienced were the same as those experienced by Grim Reaper of Death patients in the past, namely high fever and sores all over the body. Then Raymond said that indeed several smallpox diseases also had the same symptoms, so the disease was not necessarily the Grim Reaper of Death. Then he said that he would go in and make sure and see it with his own eyes. Everyone was suddenly shocked about what he was going to do, because it was a very dangerous decision. He could get infected or die. However, Raymond casually said that they didn't need to worry because he had a way to deal with it. He then realized that the clothes he made were not safe enough, so he told the system to open the market. Then he asked the system to buy a shield, where this skill can protect him against the risk of treats, where the higher his proficiency, the higher this skill will be to protect him from more serious illnesses. But he cannot use this skill for longer because his status is still low. Then the system activates the magic shield. With this ability, Raymond's intelligence status also increases along with the magic level. With this, he will easily control magic. Realizing that he couldn't use this skill for long, and it would only last for a while, so he thought of preventing droplets from entering his respiratory tract, which combined with the clothes he made, should be enough to protect his body. He prepared by tightening the mask covering his mouth to avoid the patient's droplets, and then he went in there. When he entered, it turned out it was a mother with 3 very small children. They were crying, hugging each other and scared. When they saw Raymond enter their house, they asked about him. Then he explained that he was a healer, or a healer. Realizing he was the prince, the children ran towards Raymond and hugged him and asked for help, because they didn't want to die and be burned alive. Then Raymond started to examine them by asking one of the children to lift their clothes to see the condition of their bodies. He looked at the condition of the child's body, and the symptoms were very similar to the smallpox virus where the wounds were located, and reddish spots were scattered there. But when he saw its mouth and eyes, he diagnosed that it was not the Grim Reaper of Death or its deadly means. Hearing this made the children's mother suddenly shocked and asked whether what Raymond said was true. Raymond said that this was chickenpox in ancient language, or known as chickenpox. He could confirm that because the wounds on their bodies were not too serious, and the palms of their hands and soles of their feet were relatively clean. Apart from that, the wounds on the surface of the skin are not too deep. This is one of the characteristics of chickenpox or chickenpox, so it is not the deadly smallpox disease from the Grim Reaper of Death. He said that patients will recover naturally if they leave it alone and also consume medicine and healthy food. Hearing this made them seem disbelieving and happy about what Raymond had said, and asked Raymond whether they could recover. Raymond reassured them and would explain the situation to the people who had prepared to burn them in front of the house. Raymond then went to the residents and explained what the family had experienced, that it was chickenpox or chickenpox, not the disease they were worried about, namely, the deadly smallpox or Grim Reaper of Death. Not long after, the family and their children seemed to recover, and all the smallpox spots and wounds on their bodies suddenly disappeared. It turned out that the disease could indeed be cured, and was not the epidemic disease they had been worried about. The children's mother apologized for causing trouble and thanked Raymond very much for saving them. They looked very happy about their fate in life, which almost killed them if Raymond didn't immediately save them from the burning attempt by the residents. Then the residents came to Raymond and thanked him for what he had done. They regretted having made an unfounded decision and felt guilty if they were really going to kill their own neighbor. Then the system sent Raymond a message that he had saved the patient from an unjust death, and he had completed the mission. Some of the prizes you get are getting a level bonus, getting a bonus of 20 skill points, and also increasing your reputation. Everyone now admired him, and Raymond felt like he was new, and this incident was so fun, even though he had experienced it several times. The residents stated that because of everything Raymond had done, the Gulf region now felt more stable, and stated that they could finally live like humans now. Meanwhile, at the palace, the king received a report that war with the Drotten Kingdom might not be avoided in the near future, and once war emerged and the people's hearts became strong, the kingdom would not know what factors would make the Bay Area unstable. He also stated that, as Prince Limerton said, it was better for them to get rid of the enemies before they got stronger. This made the King of Houston very confused about what decision he should take. That day, when Raymond entered the clinic, he saw Hansen making barbac whose aroma wafted out of the clinic. Hansen said he was making a BBQ from meat given to him by the mothers of smallpox-stricken children as thanks. Hansen had finished cooking and invited Raymond to eat his cooking. Raymond said that meat can help to increase the body's immunity, so they should eat this for their health and their passion. Raymond said that he is now at level 29, and the people here are very friendly towards them. Everything felt like it was running smoothly. Raymond thought that when he reached level 40, he would get a promotion and finally get rid of the title Rocky Resident, so he can provide better care. Thinking about it made him imagine that one day he would wear a white doctor's coat proudly and be very handsome. Then Hansen asked whether Raymond used the shield when he saved the mother and children who were stricken with chickenpox. Then Raymond said that it wasn't ancient magic, but he got that ability because he was just lucky. Hearing this made Hansen amazed, and said that this ability was really great. He really didn't expect Raymond to be able to use magic abilities. Then Raymond explained that, but he couldn't use it for a long time, so it was very limited. Hansen thought it might be because Raymond didn't have much mana. Please note that heal, magic, aura, etc. are the sources of all miracles that come from mysterious powers. Then the healer will use mana to heal. Mages will use it for magic, while knights will use it for mana blades and aura. Raymond does have mana because he is a healer, but if calculated based on statistics, maybe it's only around 1. Then Hansen said that if there was a way to increase mana, it would really help Raymond when treating patients. Then Raymond thought that maybe he could try mana training like that done by the knights, but he didn't think it was very helpful. Although everyone uses mana, the way mana is used is different for knights, mages, and healers, where knights use their lower core to train their mana. They gather mana under their stomachs. Meanwhile, mages use the core in the middle, which is known as mana heart, which is obtained through knowledge and enlightenment. They gathered mana around their hearts. Then the healer uses the upper core to use mana. Of the three, healer is the most difficult to collect their mana. Because it is difficult to develop the upper core, someone can have a lot of mana or high healing power if they are talented. Meanwhile, he wasn't that great. In fact, he was below F rank, so no matter how hard he tried to gather his mana, he couldn't get past F rank. But he was thinking about what to use when using magic now, because what is known is that he only has 1 mana. He couldn't choose between the upper, middle, or lower core. Healers using the upper core can only use heal, while mages using the middle core can only use magic. Then, knights using the lower core can use aura, and Raymond realized why he was using magic now, even though he had never gathered mana in his middle body or in his heart. Actually, he never thought about it and thought it was a player ability until now, but he planned to research it later. While they were talking and enjoying their food, Suddenly someone came in very panicked and asked Hansen and Raymond, who were sitting at their dining table, for help. It turned out to be a woman who brought a patient to their clinic and said that it was her husband who fell from the roof, and now he couldn't breathe. Then Hansen climbed on the man's body and performed CPR according to Raymond's instructions. CPR is an emergency treatment that is carried out when the patient cannot breathe by pressing on the patient's chest so that blood and oxygen can flow throughout the body. At the same time, the king and his bodyguards appeared to be disguised in robes in the Bay Area secretly. His bodyguard said that Prince Limerton was also injured while in the Gulf region, and said that it would be dangerous for the king if he went there. The king said that he was a Goman sword master, and as long as military troops did not appear, he would never be in danger. The king also said that this place was a place where people lived, so he couldn't be prejudiced against it just because of assumptions, without checking the truth with the king's own eyes. Then they hurried to leave, and the king invited his guards to go to the bar and see what was going on. Arriving at the bar, the king and his bodyguards were enjoying their food, while disguised in the midst of the crowd in the bar. Then, among the residents, the note said that someone had died at Raymond's clinic. They were talking about Raymond, who couldn't seem to save the person today even though he had done something called CPR for an hour, but the person still died in the end. They talk about saying that even Raymond can't do everything according to his will. Apart from that, they also said that there were rumors that he was treating patients for free in order to use them as human experiments. The residents there then thought that he was nothing more than a prince who treated the Bay Area as their plaything, and they thought that the nobles only considered people who lived in slums as parasites. Then someone came and contradicted them and said that Raymond was a different person than they said. The woman said she saw it herself today. That patient was a patient who had been ignored by other healers because they couldn't save him, and thought that it was just a waste of their time. Raymond had fought so hard to save the helpless patient that he cried when the patient stopped breathing because he was unable to save the patient's life. Raymond regrets and feels guilty because he has lost a patient he could not save. We must realize this fact that a doctor must learn from losing a patient. That is the meaning of modern medicine. But Raymond really didn't want to experience something like that again because he really couldn't hold back the power of seeing the families left behind suffering so much from losing their loved ones. Continuing her words, the woman at the bar said that she had never seen anyone so sincere towards their patients before. He also added that Raymond was a person sent from heaven to the Gulf region. He is the prince they must serve. Hearing the conversation about Raymond, other residents also answered what they were talking about Raymond, and said that their child was safe, thanks to Raymond. He even cured his wife's old illness. If other healers charge expensive fees but can't do anything about it, Raymond, based only on compassion and sincerity, can have a positive impact on all his patients. Everyone praised and praised Raymond's name. This made the king pay attention to what they were saying about Raymond, because the residents were discussing Raymond in the bar and singing praises for his commendable deeds of saving many people. The system notified Raymond that he had reached the required reputation criteria, and he had received a new title, namely, the Pina who helps the slums. Apart from that, Raymond has also received additional buffs with this title. Then, Raymond asked questions about what title he got and what additional buffs he meant. The system explains that the title is a title given to people who have helped the slum area. Then there was also a significant increase in friendship between Raymond and the people in the slum area. So now he can spread great influence over people from the slums. With that, Raymond is entitled to a bonus of 20 skill points. Realizing this, Raymond was very happy that now his title was much better than his previous title, and he thought that maybe he would earn more money as his reputation rose. Hearing that everyone was talking about Raymond now, the king said that Raymond's reputation seemed to be better than they had imagined so far. He thought that Raymond would be quite lucky if he could even survive here in the Gulf region. Then the king coughed again, and then his bodyguard said that it seemed to be getting worse. The king said that he just felt cold. Then the king invited his guards to return to the palace now. But when they were about to leave, someone screamed and asked for help near them. They went to the source of the sound, and it turned out it was a woman who was being held by 3 men. Seeing this, the king told Guman to step aside and immediately took out his sword, and suddenly his sword released a purple energy. The thugs realized that it was sword energy and told the king not to approach them. However, the king couldn't just stay silent, and he started attacking the criminals to save the woman they were holding hostage. The king succeeded in slaying them and asked the woman if she was okay, and said that she was now safe. But suddenly, the woman took out her weapon in the form of a knife with blue energy surrounding the weapon. Then she attacked the king. It hurt his hand until it bled and gave off smoke. The king thought maybe he was an assassin who was after his life. But who is he really? After the woman attacked the king, she then activated smokescreen magic, where he injured his body, then released smoke from his body to trick the enemy. Raja thought that the woman was trying to escape as she covered his sight with that damn fog. And his smokescreen has ingredients that have a negative effect on a person's respiratory system. It seems he deliberately used it because he knew the king was suffering from a cough. Then, when the king was blocked by the smoke around him, the mysterious woman suddenly got behind the king and prepared to attack him. The king then used the side of his sword to look at the woman by reflecting her image through his sword. Then, the king attacked her right in the heart, which then made the woman die with a wound right in the heart and covered in blood. Gammon then went to the king and asked about the king's condition. The king replied that he was only scratched a little, but there was something quite worrying, namely that the injured hand had turned blue. The king then said that a sword master would not die just from an attack like that. Then Gammon said to the king that they had to treat him immediately or the king might lose his hand. Then they planned to return to the palace because there was an AAA rank healer named Henrian there. He can treat poisonous wounds. However, if you look at the condition of his hands, it is increasingly spreading. If they travel to the palace, the king might become increasingly infected by the poison that is spreading. Seeing the condition of his hand, the king then felt that the symptoms of the wound were getting worse. He could have decided to cut off his own hand. But then Gaman reminded him that there was a Rayamned clinic nearby. Then the king asked how he could ask the king to be treated by Raymond. But there was no other choice because at least the king received emergency treatment. Gammon also explains that Raymond has been working for 5 years, so at least he is able to provide emergency treatment even if he is unable to cure him. Thinking about this, the king considered it and agreed. They then approached Raymond to ask for help because the king's wounds were getting worse. They covered their faces with masks and robes so that their friends would not catch them. Then Raymond realized that there were bloodstains on their masks. Raymond thought that it was a member of the Dark Guild who was fighting a war between factions. But he was sure that even though they were members of the Dark Guild, they at least had the money to pay for it. Then he realized about the wound that the king had on his hand and told him to go to a place where he could examine it. It said that they were poisoned, so he needed Raymond's help for emergency treatment. Seeing the way they were dressed, Raymond thought that they might be criminals who didn't want their identities revealed. But even if that was true, it didn't matter, as long as they could afford the medical expenses. Then Raymond began to see the wounds on the king's hands. Then he was shocked to see that his condition was very bad and asked what poison had infected his hands. Raymond then asked what Raja felt, apart from the wound on his hand. Such as blurred vision, a racing heart, dizziness, or headaches, it is possible that some of the things mentioned by Raymond happened to that person, where he did not know that that person was the king. Then the king revealed that he felt a little dizzy and had a headache, and he felt his pulse was a little faster too. When he heard the person's voice, Raymond thought he seemed familiar with the person's voice and asked who exactly he was, whether he was one of his previous patients. Then explained that the poisonous wound suffered by the king was in bad condition. His pulse was also not a good sign. Then Raymond revealed that it seemed like it was caused by poison, containing dragon blood poison or nerve poison. Then the king asked Raymond to provide emergency treatment so that the poison would not spread further, and added that he will get total treatment later. This made Raymond suddenly think, and immediately accepted that he could treat it completely. He explained that this poison was 3 whitesnake poison mixed with Alpen rose extract. So if Raymond gave the antidote to Poisson's 3 whitesnake, then he would be able to treat it. Then Gammon asked how Raymond could know that it was an incentive, or known as a medical technique. He thought that people usually only used heal to strengthen the patient's vitality to treat the poison, because it took too long to identify the poison first. But Raymond answered that he knew that because he had studied it when he was an S-rank apprentice in medical plant knowledge. He also said that he had studied various types of medical plant knowledge to make up for his lack of healing power. And there was probably no one in Lapentania who had better knowledge of medical plants than Raymond. Raymond then said that he had several antidotes in his clinic, but there was one problem. Namely, this poison is an advanced version of Poisson's 3 whitesnake, which means it's not enough to just have an ordinary bitter. Then what can they do? Raymond continued that they had to use a method that could maximize the effect of the antidote, and that may be a method that is difficult for both of them to accept. Raymond then explained that for this method, they would not drink the antidote directly, but rather Raymond would inject the antidote directly into the blood vessel using an injection. Hearing this, Gammon immediately protected the king and said that they could not do that method. That method of determining supply to the blood vessels by injection, even he had never heard of such a treatment method before. And Raymond realized that although injections were a tool used to inject drugs in the modern world, it had never been done or used in Lapentania before. Of course, it is normal for others to reject this method. Then Gammon, who was annoyed, asked Raymond whether he really knew who the person he was going to treat was. He added that the person was someone whose importance could not even be described in words. Hearing this made the king continue his questions by asking Raymond about the rumors circulating that a patient had died here recently. This shocked Raymond. Then the king, who had heard people's conversations in the bar, then bullied Raymond by using the statement that if he dared to carry out strange experiments because people came to the slums for treatment, then he would never forgive him. The king's body suddenly released some purple energy. Seeing this, Raymond was very scared. Then the system activates SHIELD, where Raymond can withstand patient intimidation. Seeing Raymond's reaction after being bullied by the king made Gammon wonder how he could not be afraid of His Majesty's aura. Please note that intimidation is not directed at healers who are doing their best to care for patients. The target has been determined to be Asshole. Asshole or Low is now enabled. Then, after the skill was activated, Raymond thought that the way to deal with people like that was with confidence and a smile. Then he said that he perfectly understood His Majesty's concerns. But in any case, the method used was an ancient secret technique, and it is a treatment method commonly used in ancient civilizations. Still confused and wondering how he could be so friendly even though they had intimidated him. Then Raymond grasped the king's hand and said that he would promise in the name of his Penin family that he got from his mother, that there was no other way to treat the poison that the king had now than by that method, by asking the king to entrust everything to the womb. He had sworn an oath in the name of the Penin family. Then the king agreed to inject an antidote into the king's veins. Then they started the treatment. Then Raymond took out an injection tool, but the king asked what tool was used because he didn't know. Then Raymond began to explain that it was a syringe that he asked A to make at a dwarf shop. He would use it to inject the antidote into the king's veins. Then he warned the king that it would sting a little, so he asked the king not to worry. When the injection was finished, the king felt that it did sting a little on his hand. Then Gammon was worried about the king's condition. He asked again how the king felt, but the king said that he didn't feel anything strange after the injection was injected into his hand. However, after a few seconds, the king suddenly grabbed his head and looked like he was in pain. Raymond wondered what had happened to the king because it was the first time he had used an injection here, and he wondered if it was a side effect. However, after a while, the king admitted that his dizziness and headache had begun to subside, and he was still not fully recovered, but he felt better now. Then the king wondered in his heart how the symptoms could improve so quickly. Even the antidote he usually used only took effect after he consumed it for a long time. He kept asking questions about how the medicine could act so quickly. Seeing the reaction of the king, whose identity he didn't know, he thought that the effect was much better than his grief. It seemed like they could eat meat tomorrow. Then, the king asked about the scar on his hand, whether it would heal. Then he said that the symptoms of the poison had completely stopped, and the scar would heal over time. However, there will be no side effects that interfere with the repetition movement. After help was obtained, Raymond thought that if he had insisted on returning to the palace, perhaps he would not be able to use his arm, and would even have to have it cut off. She felt that she was really helping them, just like Sophia's pretentious daughter at that time. This was the second time she had helped them. Then the king thought that as a ruler, he should be fair with rewards and punishments, so he thought and planned to give him an appropriate reward. Then the king told Raymond he was in debt and asked Raymond to say what he wanted as a gift. Hearing the offer from the king, Raymond said that he currently only wanted and needed money. Realizing that the person had used aura when he intimidated Raymond earlier, so he must be at the level of an executive in the Dark Guild, so he thought of extorting money from him. By saying that the treatment method used on the king requires an antidote, and injecting his veins is a slightly expensive treatment method. Then the king said that if money alone was enough for them to say that they should not hesitate to say what they really wanted. Then he also added that they were both people who could do anything. Then Raymond answered and confirmed that he was the one who was supposed to take care of the patient. Then why did he ask for another in return? So he explained that just receiving the maintenance costs was more than enough for him. But what Raymond meant, of course, was a big bag full of money. Gammon thought, and remembered that Raymond was like that even when he was not in the royal palace. So sincere as a healer. Then the king asked again how much the treatment would cost, then immediately answered that it was 500 pence. It was by far the most expensive he had paid since the clinic opened, but it was his chance to try. Then, seeing the king, who was a little gloomy, Raymond then thought that it might be too expensive. Hansen told Raymond that 500 pence was a lot of money. That much money could feed a beggar for half a year. But Raymond thought that he couldn't compromise anymore. This was their only chance to pay off the debt they owed in creating this clinic. They continued to force the two patients to pay 500 pence and said they only accepted cash, not an appointment letter. But on the contrary, the king thought that it was too cheap for an A-rank healer who was definitely paid at least 1,000 pence. And there was also the cost of counteracting the poison, so he thought that maybe Raymond should ask for a small amount of 2,000 pence. Then Gaiman understood why people in the Gulf region admired him. He is someone who is only interested in treating patients and does not want anything else. Then the king asked Raymond something again. However, Raymond thought that the person might ask about the price again and try to negotiate or lower the price that had been given. It turned out not. The king asked why he had put himself through so much trouble there, even though he was an excellent healer. Then he added that he could get more money if he opened his clinic elsewhere. Then Raymond explained that it was because he had a bigger goal in mind. The king said that the goal was probably to live a pure life for the sake of the patient, and if that was true, then that was an amazing thing. Then Gammon thought that he couldn't believe that an illegitimate child who had been treated so badly could grow up to be so humble, and he wondered what His Majesty thought. After hearing all the explanations from Raymond, and now his wound felt better, the king decided to leave there. But he said to Raymond that he didn't have any cash, so he gave Raymond his ring, then he immediately took it. They left. Hansen, who saw the ring, said that it was a mermaid tear pearl, where jewelry like that could cost more than 10,000 pence. Then the king added that it might not seem enough to pay for all the methods and treatments, and he said that he would return to his clinic. He added that he might be curious about what the clinic could become one day. Hansen and Raymond are very happy with what they got today. It seemed like they were planning to eat a lot of meat because they had earned quite a lot of money today. Gammon thinks that His Majesty wants to see how Raymond and his clinic are developing, and he says that Raymond is the only child who works in the Gulf region and stabilizes things that not even a single prince can do at all. Then the king invited Gaman to find the perpetrator of the crime, namely about the perpetrator who attacked him. Since the perpetrator knew where he was, they must have spies in the palace. Then the king asked Gaman to track down the spies in the palace. It seemed like there was going to be a bloodbath taking place inside the palace. Then someone was seen holding a magic ball wearing a robe which received a report that their group had failed to kill King Odin. He said, even though they had used 3 white snake poisons, which could at least disable one of his limbs. Then he said that they still had many opportunities to carry out their action to kill the king. He was still wondering how he could recover without side effects after being poisoned by the 3 white snake poissons. And he was wondering if there was a healer in the Gulf region. If it was true that there was a strong healer there, then that person would be an obstacle to their work in carrying out the action murder of the king. Then he touched his magic ball and planned to find and get rid of it. But the man in the robe said it seemed like there was no need to do it because no one could stop his next plan. It doesn't even matter how strong the healer is. Then he said to his team by touching the ball that he would give them a month, so they had to make sure they didn't fail in their next mission. He was very confident and so sure that the day when the Hostin kingdom collapsed was getting closer. After getting a lot of money from a rich patient, Hansen and Raymond cook a very luxurious meal today, namely some rib meat, and they are now serving it, and it is ready to eat. Then Hansen said that this time he would eat a lot of meat to increase his immunity. This made Raymond ask why he suddenly said about immunity. Then Hansen explained that he said this because he often heard Raymond talk about meat being able to increase immunity and telling his patients to consume meat to increase their immunity. However, it doesn't seem like that's what Raymond meant. The reason why he wants to eat it is because meat is very delicious. But he doesn't blame him because it's true that meat can improve and increase immunity. While they were busy eating and enjoying the meat they had cooked from their harvest today, suddenly several people knocked on the door. And when Raymond opened the door, it turned out that it consisted of several people who looked like gangsters. Raymond thought that they were a group from the Dark Guild, and thought that it must have something to do with the patient who was treated earlier. Then, when some of the scary men tried to ask them, it turned out that one of their leaders came and said that they shouldn't have to scare Raymond with a tone like that. And he then apologized if they scared him. Then he introduced himself that he was Toms, who owned a small business in Langtrom. Realizing that Toms is the tyrant ruler of the entertainment district, Raymond thinks that his guild is the largest in the Gulf region, and he is the cruel master of the Dark Blade Guild. Then Tom said to Raymond that he was there because he had something to tell Raymond. Hearing this made Raymond worried and suspicious about what he was telling Raymond and what business he actually had with him. Tom and his squad then enter Raymond's clinic and find that they are eating his food at the dining table. Then they said that the meat they ate was meat usually eaten by dogs. He also said that they were people who did good deeds. How could they eat such disgusting food? While the meal looks very good where the meat with spices and platting is very beautiful. Then Tom's touched their plate of food and suddenly the plate shattered as soon as he touched it, thinking and wondering how the plate could break instantly with just the touch of his finger. And he realized that Tom's came from a knight family which included high-ranking mana users. Then he ordered his troops to throw away the food and meat on their tables while insulting them and saying that it was disgusting food. Seeing this made Raymond very scared and thought how he could do this to him. Then the system activates the Heart of Steel because thugs have invaded the clinic. Then the system says that the target has a confirmed badness level of very high. So the system activates the method to handle asshole. Instantly, Raymond's feelings and behavior changed, and he thought that he should not remain silent in fear at this time. Those from the underworld would become increasingly cruel to the weak, and he had to be brave. Then Raymond asked Toms what their purpose was for coming to his clinic in such a high voice. He added that if they came there just because they were sick, he would help provide treatment. So they were asked to immediately tell him what the real reason was for them to come there. Seeing Raymond's brave response made Toms think that he was not afraid of their bluff so far. Then he said that there was a misunderstanding there. Toms came just to greet the healer who was working hard for the Gulf region. Then he asked his troops to take out the items they had prepared, and then one of them gave them to Raymond. It turned out to be a bag of something with a G written on the front. Seeing it, Hansen said that it was money that had at least about 1,000 pence in it. Then Raymond asked why Toms gave him this much money. Then Tom said that it was just a small gift from him to Raymond, who had worked hard in the Bay Area. But then he said that he also had a request. Hearing this made Raymond even more curious about Tom's real purpose in coming to the clinic and giving him that much money. He thought that there must be a reason why he was a knight descendant and a high-level mana user to come here. Then, with an intimidating look, he said that he asked Raymond to stay away from providing treatment for the people who were against the Dark Blade Guild from now on. Then Raymond looked confused as to how he could tell him not to treat his patients. Toms again explained that treating patients who were his enemies was a problem for him, because if he treated everyone they defeated, how would they act? Hello? Raymond reiterates that all patients are the same for a healer. Hearing this made Toms a little angry and even threw a knife which almost hit Raymond's head. Then, with this threat, he said that Raymond's life was not safe just because he was the king's illegitimate son. Toms quickly approached Raymond, saying that if Raymond hoped to have a long life as a healer, it would be good if he remembered Tom's words. The knife that Toms threw earlier apparently hit Raymond's face and injured him. Then he grabbed his shoulder and said that he hoped they would both smile when they met again at the next meeting and said goodbye to Raymond's clinic. This incident made Hansen a little worried about what they should do, because the Dark Blade Guild, led by Toms, was the scariest person in the Gulf region. And if they ignored his warning, their lives might be taken without anyone realizing it. As Hansen panicked about what was happening, Raymond thought that it might help if he learned self-defense skills. Then he opened the system to find out about self-defense skills, where if doctors who work in dangerous environments face many risks, then this is a skill to protect doctors and patients in such situations. Also, the system explains that Raymond can only learn this if his stamina reaches 15 or above. Meanwhile, Raymond's stamina is now at 13. He realized that he only has a little stamina, while Tom's comes from a knight family, which is a high-ranking mana user. So even if he learned a defensive skill, it wouldn't work on Tom's. But he couldn't just give up on letting his patients go. He kept thinking about how to solve this problem. Then the system issues a quest where it is a way to deal with unfair threats. The explanation being that if you are unfairly threatened, patient care problems. However, a person should not ignore a patient and refuse to provide care. So the system asks to address this injustice. Then the system provides a settlement condition where Raymond must treat the patient without submitting to threats, with a bonus prize of increasing the level of 10 skill points, and when completing the quest, he will be given a hidden bonus prize. Raymond was increasingly confused about how he could do that. He even thought that it seemed like the system wanted him to die. Then, while the two of them were thinking about what they should do to overcome this problem, several people came to the clinic asking for help. It was a female patient who was being carried by several men. Then, in a panic, Raymond asked if there was a fight going on. However, one of them said that this was the work of the Dark Blade Guild, where they carried out the abuse because the patient did not pay taxes on time, and then they beat him brutally like that. The female patient seemed unable to breathe, and then Raymond asked them to put her on the bed. After he saw the patient's condition, Raymond said that his ribs were broken, and it had penetrated his lungs. If they allow that, it will be dangerous. But Hansen said that Toms had warned them not to help the patients who had been defeated by the Dark Blade Guild. However, Raymond had no other choice but to save the patient, and he would think about the consequences later. The patient looked so tormented and in so much pain that he couldn't breathe. Raymond started treating the patient. He heard that his breathing was very weak. Maybe his lungs must have been filled with blood, so they had to drain the blood as quickly as possible. Then Raymond asked Hansen to bring him the operating knife and tube. Hansen was still very frightened about what Toms and Dark Blade Guild had threatened, that they should not save patients who were victims of the Dark Blade Guild. However, Raymond was annoyed, and he had no other choice but to save the woman first, or she would die. So he told Hansen to immediately carry out all his orders. Time passed, and it was now evening. Finally, Raymond had a successful operation to remove the blood clot in his lungs. Then he visited the man who was with the woman and said that she was now fine, having finished her operation. They all cried with emotion and happiness and thanked Raymond. Then Hansen came to Raymond and said that what should they do if the Darkblade Guild went against them because of this, and thinking about whether they should ask Kanzi for help from the Blue Moon Guild. Of course, Raymond thought that Blue Moon was no match for the Darkblade Guild in terms of strength. Of course, they would lose in an instant. Then it made Raymond think whether he should pack up his things and run away, but now his debt continues to rise and he hasn't even leveled up yet. All the money they had now was still not enough to pay off his debts, even after he sold the jewel ring he got earlier. What he thought was that if he managed to escape from Tom's, then he would be chased by debt collectors. He was very confused and kept thinking about what to do. Then suddenly, the system provided information that Raymond had completed his quest, and he had obtained the title, The One Who Overcame Injustice. Now the points have increased by 20 skill points, and he has also now been given a hidden bonus as an advantage. Raymond kept thinking about how he could defeat the Darkblade Guild, and thinking about whether he should train himself to do defense exercises from attacks. He was really confused about that, and he thought maybe if he ignored it and ran away, then he would be captured by debt collectors to become their healer's slave. Meanwhile, the system told him to fight the oppressors. He kept asking questions and thinking about whether there was a way to solve all this if he raised his skill proficiency to rank B. Then the system told him that Raymond could raise his skill proficiency to rank A for 24 hours. Seeing what the system had reported, he thought what if he upgraded his magic skill to a rank where advanced rank magic was magic that an advanced level mage could use. That way, he might be able to defeat Tom's in one attack. But the problem was that even if he increased his magic rank, he didn't have enough mana to use it. Then he considered what if he used another skill. Maybe there is a skill that can help him. Then, he thought of something and got an idea. Then, he asked Hansen to help him send the letter he was going to write. Raymond began to write a letter addressed to the Chancellor. Seeing this, Hansen asked what he was going to do by writing the letter. He said that he had decided not to run away from the problem. Hansen again reminded Raymond that it was a dangerous decision, because he should have known how cruel the people from Darkblade were. He replies that he already knows it all, but still he cannot leave this place. Hearing this, Hansen became even more worried and warned Raymond that he actually knew that Raymond was a person who cared about the people in the slums, but this action was too dangerous. It turns out that Raymond has a plan to overcome this problem and asks Hansen to trust him and follow what will happen. Then he handed over the letter he had written to Hansen to immediately deliver it to the Chancellor, because it was a very important thing for both of them. Hansen took the letter and immediately delivered it to the Chancellor. He also said that he would deliver this letter even if it cost him his life as payment, so that he could be a help to Raymond. Then, Raymond ordered the system to use the hidden bonus. That is, he was able to gain increased skills in an instant. It turned out that he had confirmed that there was a skill that was really needed for this strategy, so he would upgrade that skill, namely the Heart of Steel skill, to A rank, where this skill can be used for Raymond, who can continuously maintain his strong will and unwavering heart. This skill increase will only last for 24 hours. Then suddenly he felt something flowing within him. He felt that now his heart and soul had been covered by iron chains, as a sign that he would not be shaken in his stance and steadfastness in determining his actions. Now his skills had been upgraded from previously being rank D to rank A. He felt that now he was not afraid of anything and was not even shaken. Then what will Raymond do? That night in the entertainment district, Lantrum, Darkblade Guild, Raymond visited Tom's. Tom said that he didn't believe Raymond would visit this humble place in person. Then he added that he was actually going to call Raymond because he had some business with him. Hearing this, Raymond thought that it seemed like that was not only his goal, but also to beat him up because he had treated someone who was injured by the Darkblade Guild. But now because he has the Heart of Steel skill, which is in the ranking, he doesn't feel afraid at all. Then Raymond said that he was there because he had something to say. Hearing this, Tom's asked what he would say and invited him to speak. Then he bowed his body and apologized to Tom. Everyone looked confused as to what he was doing, why he bowed before Tom suddenly and apologized so seriously. Then Tom's asked why Raymond had to do something he would regret. Raymond then replied that he would reflect on everything well and he would not make a mistake like that again. He continued that after going through the incident, it made him think a little that he had done such a stupid thing in the Gulf region. Then, with a happy face, he offered Tom's loyalty by offering himself as a healer for him. He said if a war broke out between the Dark Blade Guild and other guilds, wouldn't Tom need a healer? Then he added that he was a healer who had extraordinary healing techniques and was recognized by the king. He approached Tom, and once again he offered that he would become the exclusive healer for the Dark Blade Guild. Hearing this, Tom's laughed out loud and said that this was a little different from what he had heard about Raymond. So far, he thought that Raymond was someone who wanted to serve people from the slums. Hearing this, Raymond then thought about what he would say because this would be very important. Then he approached Tom's and whispered in his ear that his goal all this time was to make money. No one would hire him outside, so he had no choice but to come to the Gulf region. Then he added that now that he had met a great man like Tom's, he couldn't possibly just hang out among the poor and earn a little money. Raymond thought that this was his chance, so he didn't hesitate to do it, because he had endured bad treatment for 23 years. Bowing and stooping were his forte, and now that he had Heart of Steel at rank A, he could suck up to anyone without any problems. Then Tom said that he liked what Raymond did and said that humans were naturally greedy. Raymond then offered that if Tom's accepted, he would examine Tom once for free, where the examination was referred to as a medical examination, which served to find out diseases that might appear when examined. Then, he told Tom's that this was a high-level secret technique that only people with noble status could experience the exclusive inspection. Hearing this made Tom's even more interested in Raymond, and he thought that if only noble people could feel it, then he shouldn't lose that opportunity. Then he agreed, and he wanted to try it. Raymond then said that if Tom's wanted a medical examination, then he asked someone else to leave this room temporarily, because medical examination was an ancient secret technique of whispering in the ear. He couldn't sell this technique as a service in case someone else saw it and stole the technique. Tom's then agreed to this, and then told everyone to leave his room and said that they were all forbidden to enter unless he ordered him to enter. Then Tom's was laid down on a long chair, and Raymond said that he would first look at her stomach. When he touched his stomach, there were no signs of anything strange. Next, he tried to check his heart using a wired device attached to his ear. Tom's continued to ask questions about what tools were used. Raymond explains that it is an ancient artifact known as a stethoscope, where the stethoscope functions to tell him if there is something strange in the heart. And it turns out that the stethoscope was an item that he paid a lot of money to the dwarf shop, who was like a daylight robber, to ask to be made. Then Raymond began to examine Lord Thoma's heart using his stethoscope and directed it towards his heart. Then, when he checked his heart, suddenly something happened where he said there was something strange in Mr. Tom's heart. Then Tom's looked worried and asked what happened to his heart. Then Raymond said that there was no need to worry, because this could be treated with simple treatments. Then he invited Raymond to immediately check it and hand everything over to him. He unbuttoned some of the buttons on his shirt and prepared to do the action. Kinji, he thinks that everything went according to plan till now, and he only needed to succeed in one try. When he touched Raymond's chest and heart using the lightning skill, where the electric current strongly struck Tom's heart and chest. The system informed him that the rank of the magic Raymond used was higher than his intelligence stats, and the effect has become stronger. What will happen to Tom? Raymond succeeded in carrying out his action to make Tom lose with one electric shock attack that struck directly into his heart. Then the system informed him that he had launched a mission to fight injustice and defeat the villain. Raymond deserves to receive the achievement of the one who overcame injustice, and he gets a bonus of 20 skill points. Raymond still couldn't believe that this was over, and that he had actually made it this far. He even had to act humble just to create this extraordinary opportunity. After all, even if Tom's was a strong knight, there was no way he could withstand the electric shock that shot straight to his heart. Then Raymond packed up all his equipment and planned to leave there immediately. But before that, he took out a rope from his bag and tied Tom's. So the letter that Hansen had sent to the cashier was a letter asking the cashier to help save him while he survived here. Then he thought that now that he had their leader as a hostage, he would have a chance to fight the Dark Blade Guild. Because the reason the Dark Blade Guild became the strongest force in the entertainment district was simply because of the one and only Tom. Apart from that, their biggest difference with other dark guilds is that they have the strongest fighting force, namely Tom's, who is also a mana user. So without Tom's, all the remaining members and troops are nothing and useless. Then he thought that it seemed like the people outside didn't know what had happened, because everything seemed calm and there was nothing to worry about. But the Chancellor needs to arrive on time. Raymond was curious about whether he didn't feel any fear because of the heart of steel. He kept thinking about other things. Then he tried to look for something there like a safe. Since this was the office of a dark guild, there might be something like a safe key if he looked for it. Then Raymond tried to look in Tom's jacket pocket, and he found a key with 3 eyes. Raymond continues to search and is convinced that Tom's is hiding a lot of dirty money there. Then, while searching, his head hit a cupboard and he looked down and saw that there was a box engraved with gold and a padlock that locked it. He was sure that it was a safe. Raymond was very happy and thought that his life would change drastically after finding the safe, and he no longer needed to live with the debt collectors who bothered him. However, when he opened the chest, the contents were several stacks of papers with writing on them. Raymond looked disappointed because what he found was just a pile of useless paper, not the money he was hoping for. However, when he looked at all the letters and writings, he was surprised to find that the documents were secret documents, where it all contains detailed documentation of all the crimes Tom's has committed. And there was even a list of the nobles he bribed. Raymond was very shocked to see it all. Then while he was looking at all the documents, Tom's, who had previously fainted, now regained consciousness, and he said that Raymond was very brave to deceive him. Raymond thought that it was because he was a strong knight that he had woken up now, after being hit by an electric shock that even affected his heart. Then Raymond warned Tom's to stay where he was and told him to look at himself, who was tied up. He kept threatening to remain silent and not do anything. He even threatened to hit him because he didn't feel the fear caused by the A-rank Heart of Steel ability, so he didn't feel afraid of Tom's, who had been bound at all. But then Tom's, with a very scary face, was able to release the rope in an instant without even touching it. It turns out he manifested a mana blade and cut the ropes binding her. Tom's then wakes up and says that he will kill him. Hearing this made Raymond panic even more, and he said that this was part of his medical examination where he had to increase and then check him, but it wasn't finished yet. But Tom's didn't believe it. He said that Raymond was just trying to kill him and trick him. Raymond continues to think hard about how to deal with it, and now it looks like he will face his death. Then he asked the system about his status this time, and he thought maybe it would help him escape if he increased his status now. Then he remembered that he had some points from his recent level up. He then put 2 points into stamina so that his stamina was increased to 15 and he could learn the self-defense skill. Then Raymond asked the system to buy a self-defense skill for 50 points. Now he has been given a bonus for purchasing a self-defense skill for the first time, where he has learned the Healer Self-Defense Skill unit. This ability is used when a healer's life is threatened. He will be given the power to protect himself. And when he is in danger, the following status will increase temporarily. Then Raymond gets an additional 10 points for stamina and 5 points for stop sems. He uses his skills now. However, Raymond thought that even though he felt stronger because his stamina had increased, he was still fighting a mana user who there was no way he could fight against. Black energy comes out of Tom's body and he says that he will kill Raymond. Seeing that his life was being threatened, Raymond thought that he couldn't just die because he had to enjoy wealth and fame in his life. During this time, Raymond would usually be shaking, but because he had an A-rank Heart of Steel, he would try it now. Raymond then held a wooden stick and started attacking Tom's. Tom said that it would be useless because he was just a weak healer. But what happened was that Raymond managed to defeat him in one blow. Tom fell on the floor after receiving a single blow from the wood used by Raymond. Raymond seemed to be wondering how that could happen. Even though Tom's condition was very bad, at least he was able to avoid the attack because he was a very powerful person. Then the system provided information that Raymond had stood up against a strong enemy with courage and defeated him. He has now received the achievement, the dwarf that defeated the giant, where he is entitled to 20 skill points and also a bonus when he fights an enemy who is stronger than him. He can manifest mysterious powers. Then Raymond planned to tie him up again, but then when he wanted to tie Tom's up, suddenly he heard the voices of several people below. He thought that it was the Khanzur, and he thought the Khanzur came faster than he expected. But then when he looked in that direction, it turned out that it was not the cashier, but several people from Blue Moon Guled who were very enthusiastic and said that they would help Raymond. They are all a group of people who look like they will tear down the building to help Raymond defeat the criminals. Then Raymond asked how that could happen. When he looked at the system, it turned out that it was the effect of the title, The One Who Helps the Slums, where the effect has moved the hearts of people from the slum areas. It turned out that an hour earlier, Hansen, who had given Raymond's letter to the Chancellor, was sitting among the Blue Moon people at a bar. He still thought about Raymond and couldn't believe that Raymond went to the Dark Blade alone. Hansen also thought that maybe Raymond went there to warn them about the Dark Blade, who always used violence against the weak people from the slums. Then he spoke to everyone who was there, also consisting of several Blue Moon guilds, that Raymond had done a lot for his patients, and he said that he couldn't just keep quiet. Then he invited the people of the Gulf region to ask for their help to help Raymond, who was at the Darkblade Guild. He says that Lord Raymond is now fighting for them all. Everyone was shocked and asked if it was Lord Ryan, a doctor who had a clinic near where they lived. Everyone is talking about it considering Yagorem go to discuss with Dagblad for the sake of all of them slum people. Instantly, everyone who had almost been helped by Raymond was excited and planned to save Raymond and help him in that black gold using their respective weapons. And now they have all arrived at the Tomb's residence, namely from Black Gold, and are eager to save Prince Raymond. All the people there saw Raymond from behind the glass in a room in the house. They were all worried about him, but Raymond said that they should all calm down and not to worry, because he had beaten Tom's. Everyone was truly amazed and shocked that he had defeated Tom's. Hansen also wondered how he could defeat a mana user, and that was an extraordinary ability. Thanks to that, they seemed to look calmer. Seeing this, everyone cheered and said that they couldn't believe that Raymond was fighting for the people in the slums until he was willing to sacrifice himself and be injured to fight criminals. They also shouted that Raymond was the only prince who risked his life for them. They were all very happy and gave praise to Raymond and cheered long life for the Shadow Prince. This nickname was given to Raymond because he was a prince who helped slum areas, where slum areas could be said to be dark areas. Therefore, the Shadow Prince was given to him. Hearing that there was nothing the thugs could do, he could only thank him and wave his hand because it was already done. Raymond also didn't expect how he had the A-rank Heart of Steel and waved his hand lightly, looking at the people from the slums. Everyone praised him and said that Raymond's pose behind the glass looked confident and dignified. They continued to speak out for Raymond the Prince. Then with all these events, the system informed him that he had completed the quest and was continuously getting level bonuses. And now, because of his increased reputation, he has gained more influence over the Gulf region. Until the news reached the palace where Gammon couldn't believe that Raymond had conquered the Darkblade Guild in the bay. Then his partner said that everyone said that he had his own plan, went to his base personally, and defeated his leader Tom's. Hearing this made the image even more disbelieving, and wondering how it could be that Tom, who was one of the highest-ranking users, was included. Although he was not at expert level, he was strong enough to be treated with respect in most small to medium night orders. And how could such a person be defeated with a scheme? His colleague also added that Raymond had taken a huge risk just for the sake of the people from the slums because he could no longer bear to see him bothering people. Then Gammon thought that he couldn't believe that Raymond, who was usually timid, would risk his own life for the sake of many people. And he felt like he had misjudged Raymond all this time. He sensed that this had also happened in that clinic before, where the dedicated gaze he had had with people from the slums in mind. Then Guaman asked about his condition after going through a very dangerous experience like that. And his colleague answered that Raymond had a slight opening on his forehead, but fortunately there were no serious injuries at all. Then Gammon thought that because he had achieved such a great achievement, he should be given a prize. However, his colleague added that Raymond had actually achieved greater achievements besides conquering the Dark Blade Guild. His colleagues say that Raymond didn't just beat Toms, but he also finds secret documents containing all the crimes Toms has committed. Hearing this made Gammon suddenly shocked and surprised at how he could find the documents. His colleague also added that the document contained a list of names of nobles who had been in contact with the Dark Blade Guild so far. He then gave his report to Gammon and explained that based on his documents, some nobles had supported them and gotten dirty money in return. Then Gammon asked to see if it was all true. Then his colleague answered that all of this had been proven by records of the money being transferred, so it was very strong evidence. And what's worse is that Viscount Casperd, who acts as the manager of the Bay Area, is also on the list. So if the document was released to the public, a big storm would occur in the world of politics. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Toms, who has been imprisoned, is very vengeful and intends and plans to kill Raymond because he dared to deceive him. He said that after he got out of there, he would immediately look for him and kill him and tear his body into several pieces, and he would make that weak bastard beg for forgiveness. Then he was curious and asked how it happened with the blow that Raymond made at that time, because it was too strong a blow for a weak healer like him. He thought because he panicked, he couldn't even react and was knocked unconscious. He realized that it was not the movement of someone who had no muscles and had never studied swordsmanship before. In fact, he felt like he had been hit with a staff swung by a knight who was as strong as before when he was still in the Knight Order. Then several people came to his prison. Toms thought that they were all people who came to liberate. Yes, he said that it was not in vain to bribe the nobles for days like this, but they looked like guards. Then they caught him and put him on a chair by tying his hands and neck. Then Toms, who had just regained consciousness, asked who they were and how they could dare do something like that to him. While burning an iron, the man said that he was simply the worst criminal in the world. Then Tom threatened them that the nobles behind him would not just let this happen. Then the guards said that all the nobles he had bribed had now been arrested, brought here, and were undergoing interrogation at the moment, because the secret document that Raymond had found contained all his notes. So he wouldn't be able to get out until Toms leaked and told everything about the Dark Blade Guild. The heated iron is now ready to be attached to Tom's body. He screamed in pain. Then Toms told everything after interrogation within a few days, and all the corrupt nobles have been punished. Thus, the Dark Blade Guild had been completely eliminated. That same day, the system provided information that Raymond had obtained an extraordinary achievement for the slum area, where he had also obtained the achievement of cleaning up the Dark Organization. Then get the Overthrow Corruption achievement. Raymond still couldn't believe that he had managed to free the slums from bad people and become a hero. Even though he only did something because he didn't want his life to be messed up, he was able to save many people and even uncover crimes from secret documents he found like that. Then Hansen came and served the meat dishes he had cooked to increase immunity with the treatment costs they had received yesterday. He admitted that he had bought the best quality beef for the thugs so that they could feel the maximum effect of increasing immunity, and he will look at it perfectly so that the juicy texture is felt. Raymond's number asked him to just cook it as usual. Hansen adamantly said that he couldn't possibly cook the beef that his respected senior would eat in half and half, and he added that it was Raymond who always worked every day and night without stopping for people from the slums, so he couldn't let Raymond eat beef that wasn't of the best quality. But it seems that what friends have done is not entirely for them. And Hansen said that if Raymond tries to be humble, he still knows who he really is. Then he added that he will do his best to cook this beef in a way that can increase his immunity to the maximum level. Suddenly, Hansen looks like another person who really respects and also tries to do his best for Raymond. Then Raymond thought that if his reputation rose, he would have more patience too, so he didn't lose anything because of that. With this incident, even people outside the slum area had known his name, and of course the image of a dirty, disgusting, illegitimate child might improve a little. Then Hansen said that he had heard that Raymond would receive a prize at the palace for his achievements this time. Then he asked about what gift to ask for. Hearing this, they asked about what they had to prepare to ask for a gift from the palace. The next day it was very sunny, and a horse-drawn carriage came to Raymond's clinic to pick him up. Then the servant bowed to him and invited Raymond to enter the horse-drawn carriage. If you look at the golden carriage, it is very luxurious, with details and palace ornaments filled with gold, and the golden carriage body is white. He didn't even expect a palace maid to speak to him so politely. Then Raymond entered the carriage and started towards the palace under heavy guard from horseback guards. He felt very unexpected and very happy to be able to sit in the horse-drawn carriage. Of course, it made him remember that when he lived in the palace, it wasn't just the other princes who hated and bullied him. Even the male and female servants also did evil things to him. He used to skip meals because they forgot about it, or they purposely gave him dirty clothes to wear and made him sleep in a cold room. All of the things that happened are very sad when you think back to his current position, which already has quite a good name and reputation and is well known among everyone. As he passed through the city, everyone was waiting for him and flocked to see him and praise and cheer him. Some of them even cheered enthusiastically and tried to reach Raymond, who was in the carriage. Raymond, who was in the carriage, smiled happily and waved his hand and settled the people in the slum area. He felt that he was now Lord Raymond, who defeated the Dark Blade Guild and the hero healer from the Bay Area who exposed the corruption of the Cloud Nations. Listening to all the cheers, he would get a lot of money from the palace. But when he saw in the distance there was a person and a small child visible behind the crowd, who was that? Raymond saw a little boy on his mother's lap. The little boy looked in a bad condition. Raymond felt sorry for the child. Raymond realized that there were many children like him in the slums, although there were many good things happening lately. But the people of the Bay Area still lived in deprivation and poverty. Instantly, Raymond clenched his hands together, which were visibly shaking. He thought it was not something a healer like him should worry about. He thought that poverty could only be overcome by high-ranking people such as kings or prime ministers. Even though Raymond was only doing work as a healer there, it was enough to help the slums. Raymond held his head. He looked dizzy thinking about it. Then he finally tried to forget about it, and then switched to thinking about the big gift he wanted to ask for. Suddenly, a quest window popped up and informed him that there was a bonus quest for him. The quest description is that Raymond will receive a reward for getting a great achievement. The content of the reward will be determined based on his decision, so Raymond must choose the best reward. The reward he would receive would be evaluated in rank A, B, or C, and Raymond would be given an additional reward. Seeing this, Raymond closed his eyes. He decided to only ask for money because he didn't want to take strange quests from the system. After a while, Raymond finally reached the palace. He walked casually into the palace. The people who saw him immediately whispered and gossiped about Raymond, the illegitimate child. The people were curious why Raymond had come to the palace. One of the people immediately said that he had heard the news that Raymond got a good achievement, and the purpose of his visit to the palace was to get his prize. Then the other man also said that Raymond went to the slums because no clinic wanted to accept him. They insulted Raymond that he was very suitable to live in such a slum. Raymond could hear everything that was gossiped by those people. Raymond immediately became sad, even though he had been able to start forgetting about it when he lived in the slums. But apparently people outside the slums still thought that he was dirty. They continued to gossip about him, making Raymond furious. Even though Raymond also did not want to be born as an illegitimate child, if they want to criticize someone, then they should criticize the king. Raymond also held a grudge against all of them who had insulted him. Raymond is determined to become the best healer, and when that time comes, he will avenge all the insults against him. Raymond clenched his fists and promised himself to make them all kneel before him and beg for forgiveness. Raymond plans to make the treatment cost for them and their families 100 times more expensive. At the same time, there was a beautiful woman wearing a luxurious blue dress. She scolded the people who were gossiping about Raymond. Instantly, the people immediately bowed before the woman. She is Princess Sophia, who is the princess of the palace. Princess Sophia scolded the people who were palace officers. Princess Sophia seemed angry with all of them. The officers felt confused why Princess Sophia scolded them for no reason, and then immediately they returned to work. Raymond, who saw Princess Sophia, was immediately dumbfounded because he saw the woman who was so loud. Then the woman immediately looked at Raymond, who was in front of her. Raymond immediately saluted her. After a while, Princess Sophia was still standing in front of Raymond while folding her arms across her chest. It made Raymond feel confused why the woman did not leave there and thought that the woman was looking for him. Then, Princess Sophia immediately said that she just happened to be passing by. The woman said, while turning her face away, then told Raymond once again if she came not to look for him. The woman seemed very prestigious to admit the truth. Then Princess Sophia told Raymond to leave there with her strict attitude. Raymond didn't understand why she was suddenly upset. Her angry nature was still the same as in Raymond's memory of the last time he met her. But when Raymond walked away from her, suddenly Princess Sophia called him back, and Raymond immediately turned to her. Princess Sophia asked him about what gift he would ask for. Before Raymond could answer, Princess Sophia immediately advised Raymond to think carefully about his gift, because today's gift might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him. Then Princess Sophia immediately turned around and left Raymond. Raymond could only remain silent and did not say a single word. After that, Raymond walked into the palace hall where he saw the king sitting on his throne. Raymond did not expect that he would directly face the king. Not only that, Raymond also saw Prime Minister Galman and the two princes there. Raymond became very nervous because he didn't know anything about it. Raymond felt the tense atmosphere in the palace hall. Then Raymond bowed his body to pay his respects to the king. The third prince, named Libertome, looked at Raymond with a cynical gaze. He did not expect that Raymond could conquer the hearts of the people from the slums. As far as he knew, the Bay Area had been treated as a malignant tumor that no one could touch. All the princes, including Limerton, had tried to conquer the hearts of the people in the Bay Area, but they all failed miserably. Limerton couldn't believe that Raymond could succeed, even though Limerton originally thought that he wouldn't be able to do anything either. Limerton was curious and wondered in his mind how Raymond could do that. The second prince, named Cairn, looked at his brother and saw that his brother seemed to be amazed by Raymond, who had succeeded. But Limerton did not want to acknowledge that. Instead, he insulted Raymond and said that the bastard deserved the slums because he would never be recognized anywhere. Limerton laughed mockingly and said that he was in favor of Raymond staying in the slums. Limerton said with great confidence that someone who aimed to ascend the throne like him could do just that to help him. Hearing that made Cairn chuckle, as if mocking Limerton, who wanted to take the throne. Then Cairn replied and said that he was the one who was most likely to ascend the throne. Then Cairn glanced at Raymond with a sardonic smile. He thought about getting Raymond on his side. Limerton's face looked very hostile to his brother. The king told Raymond to come forward. While Raymond looked very nervous and scared, in his mind he chuckled that he had a weak heart. Raymond felt like his mind was going blank. Then the king praised Raymond's prowess for not only taking down the evil organization that was causing trouble in the slums, but Raymond also exposed all those involved. The king thought it was a great achievement and offered Raymond the prize he wanted. Hearing this made Raymond immediately become happy. In his mind, he thought he would just ask for some money. But immediately Raymond remembered the words of Princess Sophia, who told him that this might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so Raymond had to really make the right decision. Raymond finally thought again seriously about what gift he would ask for, because he felt doubtful if choosing a sum of money as his gift was not the right choice. Raymond thought that this could be an opportunity to get something more valuable than money. Instantly, Raymond thought about the problems that occur in the slums. Finally, Raymond had made up his mind to choose the option and tell the king what he wanted. The king, sitting in front of Raymond, asked him about something he wanted. Raymond looked at the king's face with a deep gaze. When they came face to face like that, Raymond instantly realized that the person in front of him might be his father, but at the same time he was also worse than a stranger to him. Raymond clenched his hands together as he remembered that, and he also remembered how much he hated his father. But instantly Raymond forgot about it and tried not to think about useless things for now. The quest window displays a notification that Raymond has chosen the path of a great doctor, and then the Heart of Steel has been activated, so that Raymond now has a strong will and heart. Raymond felt that if he never chose to become something like a great doctor, this was just a decision for his own satisfaction. He felt insecure about how someone like him could change the social system. Raymond only focuses on being a doctor who can cure other people's illnesses well. Raymond would decide to ask for a reward that would give him the best advantage, and also help the people in the Bay Area. Then Raymond told the king that what he wanted was some money. Hearing this made the king frown, and did not expect that Raymond would ask for this. Suddenly, the people around him immediately gossiped about Raymond if his request was too lowly, which was very appropriate for him as an illegitimate child. But it turned out that Raymond had not finished speaking, and continued his words again. Raymond asked the king to give money to the Bay Area. The eloquence skill had been activated where Raymond could now speak on behalf of the people. Raymond explained to the king that a huge amount of wealth had been gained because of the incident that time, so Raymond asked him to use the money for the Bay Area. Suddenly, everyone immediately looked at Raymond. Raymond told him that the assets belonging to the Dark Blade Guild were all obtained through the treasures of the Bay Area people, just like the bribe money received by all the nobles involved. So Raymond thought that it was the right thing. Raymond hoped that the money could be used for the benefit of the people in the Bay Area. Minister Gallman looked at Raymond with a sense of pride in him. He was amazed at the way Raymond spoke, who was very concerned about the fate of others. According to Minister Gallman, Raymond's current figure is like a dignified prince. Raymond was happy to have expressed his request. He thought that it would work to help the people in the Bay Area, and he could also benefit from it. Raymond believed that when the money was used for the Bay Area, they would hire someone who knew the area well for consultation, and that person would probably be himself, because Raymond firmly believes that no one knows the Bay Area as well as he does. When that time comes, Raymond will eliminate a very poor neighborhood in the Bay Area and get funds for medicine and other treatment costs. If Raymond had only asked for a monetary reward earlier, then it would have been limited, but this is different. Raymond will be able to get even more money. Moreover, if people know about his choice, it is likely that Raymond's reputation will shine even brighter. Raymond could even change the impression of people outside the Bay Area about him. Undeniably, Raymond has some limitations. The limitation of being a dirty bastard and the limitation of using medical techniques that look like heresy, because heal is a common thing here. People from the slums don't really care about his methods and just accept whatever treatment Raymond will give, but it's different with people outside the slums. In order to expand his clinic beyond just the slums, Raymond needed to do some marketing so that people would come to his clinic. According to Raymond, there is no better marketing technique than having a good reputation. Since Raymond was speaking directly to the king in front of the crowd, Raymond was confident that rumors would start spreading immediately. That is image marketing that money cannot buy. The king was silent for a moment, thinking about Raymond's wish. Then the king asked Raymond how they should use the money for people in the Bay Area. Instantly, Raymond became confused as to why the king asked him that. But Raymond finally tried to answer as best he could. According to Raymond, they need to improve the quality of the living environment, which should be his top priority, as the Bay Area is too dirty. Because the underground waterways are not taken care of properly, the drinking water has been polluted, and even the roads are infested with dirty rats and insects that cause disease. If an improvement in the living environment occurs, then there will be a visible decrease in the number of deaths caused by disease. The king also shared Raymond's view that improving the quality of the environment was necessary, but he thought it was not enough. Then the king asked Raymond for his opinion on what it would take to improve the quality of life of the people in the Bay Area. Minister Gallman, who was next to the king, was silent at the question, and in his mind he did not expect that the king would ask Raymond that. The improvement of the Bay Area was something that the king had been unable to accomplish during his tenure. Even the three princes had failed to stabilize the Bay Area. Minister Gallman suspected that the king was trying to find out if Raymond had the qualities to become a prince. Meanwhile, Raymond also looked confused and was silent for a moment after hearing the question from the king. He felt surprised why the king asked about it to him, who was just an ordinary healer. But actually, there was something he was thinking about. Raymond felt hesitant to say it. Raymond was silent for a long time because he was thinking of expressing his opinion or not. But suddenly, Limerton immediately took over the question and asked the king for permission to answer it. Limerton knew that his father sympathized with people from the slums. Limerton recalled that when he suggested getting rid of the Bay Area in the past, it caused him to lose his father's support. Limerton thought that this was his chance to regain his father's favor. With great confidence, Limerton explained that the core of the Bay Area was poverty, and therefore they needed to address their hunger. He thought that if they distributed grain donations regularly to them, then they would also give loyalty to the palace. Hearing this, Minister Gallman agreed with Limerton's opinion, as it might help to please the people of the slums. But just giving relief donations would not solve the problem of poverty. Minister Gallman thought that there was something missing in the proposal, so a major solution was needed. After that, Cairn immediately came forward to express his opinion as well. He didn't want to be outdone by his brother and wanted to get his father's attention. Cairn said that making a donation was like a political action, and preparing funds for it was not easy. What they needed to do was tighten control over people in the Gulf region. The king seemed dissatisfied with the answers from both of them. Then he immediately asked Raymond for his opinion regarding his idea. The people around him were sure that Raymond could not answer the king's question, seeing that the Limerton prince, who was said to be a genius, and the Cairn prince, who was supported to become the next king, could not even solve the problem. Finally, Raymond made up his mind to express his opinion. He didn't care even if they all laughed at his idea. Then Raymond explained to the king, as he said earlier, that environmental improvement was still needed. Hearing this, the king seemed dissatisfied and told him that the answer was not enough. Then Raymond added that the environmental improvement he was talking about was not just about cleaning up the dirt and making the place healthy, but what Raymond meant was about expanding the road so that horse-drawn carriages could pass through and at the same time improving its safety. The window quest activated the skills Heart of Steel and also Eloquence, which showed that Raymond was speaking in the best interest of his patient. Raymond said that if they clean up the other dark organizations in the Bay Area and all the illegal activities in the entertainment district, then the Bay Area might become a business center. Then Minister Gallman interrupted Raymond and told him that the Bay Area had no connection with outsiders, so he thought it would be difficult to make it a business center. Then, Raymond explained to him that the Bay Area had advantages that could make it a business center itself. The first advantage was that Alfangado was the closest region to the Bay region, where many people would pass through to go to the capital. Then Raymond told them that the merchants did not pass through the northwest gate that connected to the Bay Area, and only went to the capital through the east gate. According to Raymond, if the security of the Bay Area increased, then the merchants would not need to take a longer route just to pass through the east gate. Moreover, it is known that the Bay Area has a special advantage that no other place has. That was the entertainment district of Langtrom. Raymond thought that the nobles would probably like entertainment, and he also guessed that most of them must have visited Langtrom before, as it was a place where people visited at night. Raymond went on to explain that currently things like illegal gambling, crime, drugs, and other illegal activities are out in the open. Raymond then suggested that they change everything, including the venue, and make the place operational even during the day. Raymond wanted to make changes to Langtrom so that it would not only be a place where they could enjoy entertainment discreetly, but also a place where people could enjoy quality time with their family or close friends. If Langtrom becomes the center, Raymond is confident that the merchants will gather there automatically. The Bay Area will then evolve as a whole, and people from the slums will be free from poverty. Hearing Raymond's lengthy explanation, Minister Gallman wondered if Raymond's intention was to develop the Bay Area as a business district. Minister Gallman thought that it made sense, especially with the Dark Blade Guild conquered. It would make it easier to clean up the Bay Area. According to Minister Gallman, not only would the Bay Area benefit, but it would also help in improving their trade and commerce if another business district was created in the capital. Raymond's suggestion was much better than the suggestions made by the two princes. Minister Gallman was sure that the king would be satisfied with Raymond's answer. The king also thought the same thing as Minister Gallman, and he told him to review the review submitted by Raymond along with the administrative costs. Suddenly, Raymond became surprised because he did not expect that the king would immediately implement his proposal. Raymond was touched because this was the first time his father had praised him. Then Raymond bowed his body and thanked the king. Then the king offered an additional reward to Raymond because he only talked about the interests of the slums and did not mention any wishes for himself. Raymond was instantly surprised to hear this. The king who sat on his throne praised Raymond, and he gave Raymond the title of a baronet from then on. This would be a boon given to Raymond. Suddenly, Raymond became very surprised and speechless. He thought it was completely out of his prediction. Raymond did not expect him to become a baronet. The baronet title was indeed the lowest-ranking title, but it was still a noble. Although Raymond could not obtain territory in the entire Imperial Alliance, but the lowest rank of nobility was still much higher than a knight. Raymond was very happy to get the title directly from the king. After that, the king got down from his throne and walked close to Raymond while continuing to praise Raymond's greatness. The king felt that the gift was very appropriate for Raymond to get. Then the king took out his sword and put it directly on Raymond's head to give a blessing. The king then asked him the family name he wanted. Then Raymond said out loud that the name he wanted to use was Pennin. It was the surname of his mother. Hearing that name made the king frown. Raymond then took his loyalty oath and promised to always give his loyalty to the king and the palace. From now on, Raymond will be called as Baronet Pennin. On the other side was someone who wore a cloak that covered half of his face. He just got news that Raymond is now a baronet, and he also just found out that Raymond is the illegitimate son of Odin. Then the figure asked the purple ball in his hand about the rank of Raymond. Then he answered that Raymond had received a U-rank assessment, which stands for undetermined. It was the first time the Healing Tower gave such a rank. The person remembered their words telling him that Raymond had gotten rid of the Odin poison, even though he only had a healing power rank of F. Moreover, he seemed to be quite famous in the Bay Area. The person suspected that Raymond was using an ancient secret technique and not an ordinary heal. The person asked the purple orb if there was a possibility that the healer's ancient secret technique would stop their plan. Then the purple orb replied that if Raymond was going to stop their plan, then he needed more than just the ability to treat patients. Raymond had to need extensive and specific medical knowledge. According to the purple orb, it was impossible for Raymond to master the knowledge that could stop their plan. Everyone was talking about Raymond, but this time they were talking about Raymond's kindness. They were all amazed by Raymond's sincerity in wanting the king to help the Bay Area. Moreover, Raymond didn't ask for any other gifts for himself. That made them flatter Raymond and say that Raymond was like a resident of heaven because he had a clean heart. Instantly, the quest window popped up and informed that Raymond had successfully improved his reputation and had earned a new title. Raymond looked very happy and bragged about it to Hansen. In his mind, he was very unable to control himself. Raymond still did not think that he would become a nobleman. A baronet is the lowest rank of nobility that cannot be considered as a five-noble title, where it also cannot have its own territory. But Raymond was not discouraged. He was still happy and proud of the title. Raymond smiled broadly at Hansen, and he thanked him. Raymond did not expect that Hansen would repay him with more than 200 times sincerity. Raymond observed the status in the system. He realized that 3 more levels, and he would be promoted. Raymond would get rid of his rookie resident rank. When Raymond rose to level 40, then he would expand to the territory of ordinary people, because he could not stay in the Bay territory forever. Then Raymond planned to go to the ordinary people's territory soon and earn a lot of money. There was a horse-drawn carriage driven by a coachman heading somewhere. Inside the carriage was a man who looked very neatly dressed in a black suit. He was Rao Kaplan, the first son of a Count family famous for martial arts, and also the youngest person to graduate from the Royal Academy as a top student. Rao Kaplan jumped several grades and was able to graduate as the top student in 3 years, which was normally 5 years. After he was recognized for his brilliant efforts in administration, Rao Kaplan was appointed as the administration of the Bay Area. At first, Rao Kaplan felt unacceptable because he had to work with someone like Raymond, who was known as an illegitimate child. But after he thought back, he shouldn't have thought that way. Rao Kaplan controlled his emotions because he remembered that he was a highly educated elite person who was open-minded, so it was not appropriate to judge people only by their status. Rao Kaplan knew that Raymond had just gotten a good achievement recently, but still he thought Raymond was just an ordinary healer. To Rao Kaplan, all healers were materialistic people who only had eyes for making money. Rao Kaplan subconsciously clenched his fists and still felt unexpected if he had to listen to the advice of a materialistic person like Raymond. But Rao Kaplan still tried to think positively that Raymond might be a really great person, like what people were talking about. Rao Kaplan plans to find out about it himself and judge whether Raymond deserves his recognition. But if Rao Kaplan finds out that Raymond is a bad person, then he will expose his true nature to the world. Finally, the horse-drawn carriage that delivered Rao Kaplan arrived at the Bay Area. There was a crowded atmosphere there. The place also looked shabby, where many items were scattered, and also weeds were seen in the middle of the road. But according to Rao Kaplan, the atmosphere was much better than he thought. As people described the Bay Area, they called it the capital's demon lair. Whenever Rao Kaplan went to Langtrom with his friends during his school days, the place always looked bleak like a dead town. But now, the atmosphere there, according to him, became much better when compared to the past. Rao Kaplan became confused and wondered in his mind why that happened. The coachman in front told Rao Kaplan that the roads in the Bay Area were better thanks to their prince. But Rao Kaplan still didn't know who the prince was. Then the coachman answered that the prince was the nickname that the residents of the Bay Area used to call Raymond. He explained that all the changes in that place were thanks to the prince's services. Hearing this made Rao Kaplan curious about what he had done for this region. Then the coachman told Rao Kaplan all the events from the beginning in detail. It didn't feel like they had finally arrived at their destination. Then Rao Kaplan immediately unloaded his suitcases. When he got there, Rao Kaplan heard everyone he met worshipping Raymond's figure. It made Rao Kaplan sick, because from the beginning he kept hearing the man's name in his ear. Rao Kaplan thought that they were all praising Raymond too much like fanatics, and suspected that Raymond was using illusionary magic on all of them. Rao Kaplan became suspicious and wondered in his mind if Raymond was up to something by acting noble and deceiving everyone. Rao Kaplan had heard them all saying that Raymond was an angel from heaven, and called him a hero. They even said that Raymond was the best prince in the entire continent. According to Rao Kaplan, it was absurd because it was impossible for him to have someone who did not think about himself and only thought about the interests of others. If that was true, Rao Kaplan thought that Raymond was a saint. Rao Kaplan decided to find out about Raymond's figure. The quest window detected that there was a rogue with a normal level near Raymond. Seeing this made Raymond feel confused. At the same time, Rao Kaplan appeared from behind Raymond and greeted him. Suddenly, Raymond immediately looked back and found a man who was leaning against the wall while folding his arms across his chest. Rao Kaplan immediately introduced himself to Raymond, that he was the new administrator assigned to the new Bay Area. Without further ado, Rao Kaplan immediately said that he wanted to ask him a few questions. Before Rao Kaplan could finish his words, Raymond told him to talk later because he was now busy treating patients. Raymond activated the skill Method to Handle Assholes. He ignored the man because the man looked like an asshole who was just looking for trouble. Raymond didn't really need an administrator anyway. Moreover, the Kaplan family was much weaker than in the past, so Raymond thought that the man might not have the power to pressure him. At times like this, Raymond feels the need to act decisively and show his manly side. Raymond explained to Rao Kaplan that taking care of the patient was his top priority and apologized to Rao Kaplan politely and told him to wait for him. Finally, Rao Kaplan sat in the corner of the room waiting for Raymond to finish taking care of the patient while reading the newspaper. At first glance, Rao Kaplan noticed Raymond, who was treating patients very kindly. Even though a healer who is in Rao Kaplan's mind is a very unfriendly figure, but now he sees Raymond, who is very different from his expectations. Suddenly, Rao Kaplan saw a twinkle in Raymond's eye. He could feel it, and was very confident in his observation skills. According to Rao Kaplan, Raymond was just acting friendly and deceiving his patients, and suspected that if there was anything he was after, it might be money or reputation. Rao Kaplan's guess is very correct. As Raymond's principle says, the friendlier he is, the more people will know about him, and the more patients he has, the more money he will make. It is known as friendly marketing. After that, Rao Kaplan finally decided to leave. Raymond smiled broadly at the man and said goodbye to him in a very friendly manner. But in the back of his mind, Raymond was cursing and mocking the man. Rao Kaplan immediately took out his notebook and crossed out Raymond's name. But in his opinion, Raymond still hadn't done anything bad, so he couldn't punish him using his power. Rao Kaplan decided to keep a close eye on him and would not let Raymond cause any further influence in the Bay Area. There was a man who seemed to be in a hurry and knocked loudly on the door of Raymond's residence. The man looked very panicked while scooping up someone on his back. Seeing this, Hansen immediately rushed to take him to the treatment room. Then the man explained that he was a friend who worked with him, and he found his friend already unconscious on the edge of the ground. Without thinking, Raymond immediately checked the person's condition. Raymond opened his eyes and realized that the person was completely unconscious, as there was no reaction from him at all. According to Raymond, it was a brain hemorrhage. Not only was it difficult to save him, but even if he survived, the person would also suffer fatal after effects. Raymond felt that he could not save the person with his skills. Even if a specialist or professor-level doctor may not be able to help a patient who has lost the function of his brainstem. In a soft tone, Raymond told the man that his friend could no longer be saved. Hearing this, the man immediately cried hysterically. Raymond felt that he was not used to such feelings. Raymond admitted that he was a materialistic healer, but he also couldn't see his patients who died just like that. He needed to find out how it happened because he thought something was strange. Raymond wondered in his mind how a young man like him could have a brain hemorrhage, even though he was not injured at all. Then Raymond gave the man a glass of hot tea and invited him to chat for a while. Then Raymond asked him if anything had happened to his friend, like a bump on the head. But the man replied that his friend looked very healthy yesterday. Then the man remembered that his friend said that he was a little tired, but the man thought that it was a normal thing when working. Hearing that brief explanation, Raymond could immediately conclude that there was petechiae bleeding under his skin, which was not just a normal brain hemorrhage where the bleeding was caused by congestive splenomegaly. Platelets are a part of human blood that functions for hemostasis. Just for some reason, if the number of platelets is reduced, then one's bleeding will not be able to stop. In the event that the platelet count is drastically reduced, then a person can experience deadly situations, such as bleeding in the lungs or brain, even if they are not moving. Raymond thought hard while drinking a cup of coffee. He guessed that if the platelet count in his body decreased because there was a problem with his blood, or there might be a viral infection. The man glanced at Raymond with a sardonic look, and then he acted as if he was very sad about his friend's death. Raymond also became devastated and blamed himself for not being able to do anything for his friend. 3 days later, they found another dead person, and this time, it was a woman. Raymond was very surprised to hear the news. Finally, Raymond immediately rushed to find out for himself and went straight to see the victim. The victim's guardian explained that she also felt unsure about her illness. The woman explained that the victim suddenly vomited a lot of blood. Raymond immediately thought and concluded that she had a decrease in her platelet count due to the exact same petechiae bleeding as the previous patient. Raymond wondered in his mind what was really going on in the Bay Area. Raymond concluded that there is only one reason why the rare disease thrombocytopenia could be widespread, and that is because of an epidemic. There is a deadly platelet-lowering virus circulating in the Bay Area at the moment. The Bay Area is a densely populated area, so rumors spread quickly throughout the residence. The residents gossiped with each other and discussed the victims who had been affected by the virus. It made them scared, and some people decided to leave the place as soon as possible because they were afraid of dying from the disease. Rao Kaplan suddenly caught the attention of the residents of the Bay Area and immediately calmed those who were worried. With great confidence, Rao Kaplan said that the plague was no big deal as long as there was him, the administrator. Then the residents immediately cheered Rao Kaplan for disagreeing with him. According to the residents, this plague problem was a big problem because it had already claimed 2 lives. They did not believe in Rao Kaplan's ability to solve this problem, and also, according to them, Rao Kaplan looked like an inexperienced person. Rao Kaplan continued to try to convince them, but they did not believe him and left him alone. They had more faith in Prince Raymond, who would be able to take care of everything. The residents of the Bay Area had arrived in front of Raymond's clinic and were shouting for Raymond inside to help their Bay Area once again. Meanwhile, Raymond, who was inside his residence, was seen covering his ears due to the noise outside. Raymond himself wondered why the residents trusted him so much, even though Raymond could not guarantee everything. According to Raymond's knowledge, there are various kinds of plagues around the world, although some of them have been studied. The Lepentana plague is different in type and nature from the plagues on Earth, which means there are many diseases that are beyond medical knowledge. That's why Raymond wasn't sure if he could handle it either, but the residents think that Raymond can find a solution to solve the plague, even though the truth is that Raymond is also afraid of the plague. Raymond realized that he was a healer in this region who inevitably had to deal with the plague. Instantly, Raymond screamed because he felt frustrated and confused about what he should do. Suddenly, a quest window appeared and informed him that Raymond had received a new mission. The mission told Raymond to handle the spread of a mysterious plague on the surface of the slum. Seeing the quest made Raymond even more frustrated because he had to face the reality of doing the mission. Finally, Raymond decided to get up and think positively. Raymond motivated himself by thinking that if he could stop the plague, then maybe he would get another medal. He can also get fame while making money if he manages to save the residents from the plague. That is what motivates him to enthusiastically carry out the mission, by turning problems into opportunities. Raymond finally rushed out and looked for the source of the problem, but suddenly his path was blocked by Rao Kaplan, who stood right in front of him. Then, Rao Kaplan told Raymond to stop being a cheater. Hearing that made Raymond surprised. Then Rao Kaplan pointed at him with a sardonic look and said that he would not allow Raymond to deceive the slum people. Raymond also felt panic and did not expect that the man could realize it. Then Rao Kaplan threatened him to stay away, and there was no need to handle the outbreak because he himself would handle the case. Then Rao Kaplan left and slammed the door in front of Raymond. Now Raymond was at a loss as to what he should do. Raymond would be happy if Rao Kaplan could complete it. He did like quest rewards, money, and fame, but he liked it better when other people did the work for him. In his mind, Raymond hoped that Rao could handle the plague case. But actually, Raymond realized that the figure of Rao Kaplan would not be able to handle it. The man looked enthusiastic, but he probably didn't even know the basics of epidemiology. Epidemiology is a field of medical science that identifies the causes of epidemics through patterns of spread and symptoms of disease. Without this epidemiological insight, it would be difficult for someone to deal with the infectious disease. Even very few doctors from all over the world are familiar with epidemiology. It was an insight that was included in basic medicine, and Raymond thought that in the end, he was the one who had to handle the case. But the problem was that his rating was still a C for basic medicine, so he entered lacking insight in that area. Compared to the experts on Earth, Raymond's insight was indeed pathetic. But Raymond felt that he still had to solve the problem. Then Raymond called Hansen and ordered him to check the neighborhood around the patient who died recently, because he thought there might be more patients who needed help. Not thinking for a long time, Hansen immediately rushed to follow Raymond's directions. After a few hours later, Hansen finally returned and informed Raymond that there were no new patients around the place. Hearing the news made Raymond relieved and thought that it seemed like it was not an outbreak that spread everywhere. But Raymond felt not 100% sure about it, so he ordered everyone who interacted with the patient to isolate in their respective residences. Raymond told Hansen to inform the residents to come to the clinic immediately if blue spots appeared on their bodies. Hansen recorded everything he was told in a small notebook. Among infectious diseases, the most severe type of spread is human to human because it spreads the fastest. Raymond was therefore grateful that this was not a disease that spread between humans. Raymond wondered in his mind what the carrier was. Raymond suspected that there was a possibility that pathogens originating from the demi-humans and monsters inhabiting Lepantania were the cause of the infectious disease. Raymond didn't know the exact name of the disease, but he thought it was most likely a type similar to dengue fever. Dengue is a type of epidemic that causes fever and decreased platelets, which can also cause brain or lung failure. This made Raymond confused and curious about the cause of the dengue fever that hit the Bay Area. Raymond had never before experienced such an epidemic in the Kingdom of Houston. Raymond kept thinking about the plague all night. The time passed quickly and night turned into morning. Raymond looked tired. He rested his head on the stack of books on his desk. His eyes looked dark from lack of sleep. But throughout the night, Raymond still didn't know the answer. Suddenly, a man wearing a suit ran hurriedly into Raymond's room while shouting his name like someone who looked very panicked. Suddenly, Raymond became surprised and immediately looked at him. But Raymond did not know at all who the man was, and finally, Raymond asked him to introduce himself first. The man replied that he was a servant of Count Kaplan named Han, who served Master Rao. Instantly, Raymond was confused about the purpose of his arrival at his place. Han immediately sat in front of Raymond while begging him earnestly to save Rao. Han told him that Rao suddenly collapsed while investigating the outbreak. Hearing the news made Raymond very surprised. Not thinking for long, Raymond immediately rushed to see Rao's condition. Rao was seen lying on the bed. His face looked red, and she was wearing a compressed plaster on his forehead. Han told him that since yesterday when Rao was investigating in the slums, he suddenly fell unconscious and became feverish. Then Raymond held Rao's hand and began to examine him. Afterwards, Raymond concluded that there was no bleeding on his brain, but his body was hot, and she temporarily lost consciousness. Hansen, who was next to Raymond, whispered to him to tell him that Rao's symptoms were exactly the same as those of the two patients who died recently, and Hansen suspected that it must be petechial hemorrhage. Raymond closed his eyes and his expression looked very glum. Raymond was now convinced that it was a contagious type of disease. Then Raymond asked Han why he didn't take Rao to find another doctor outside the slum. Then Han answered that they had actually gone to the Maple Treatment Center, which was one of the 3 main treatment centers in the capital. But they found it too expensive. The Maple Medical Center charged them 2,000 pennies, knowing that they came from a count's family. While Rao Kaplan's salary was suspended due to his family's debts, it was impossible for them to pay 2,000 pence. In order to save his bankrupt family, Rao Kaplan studied hard since childhood and eventually became an administrator. Hearing Han's story made Raymond feel sorry for Rao Kaplan. At first, Raymond thought that the man was an arrogant nobleman, but it turned out that he was a poor man just like him. Seeing Rao's hand suddenly move, the man turned out to have woken up from his stupor. Instantly, Rao woke up and immediately threw a pillow at Raymond's face, who was beside him. He felt unwilling to get treatment from a fraudster like Raymond. Getting treatment like that made Raymond upset and felt like leaving the man alone. Han tried to calm his master down. He explained to him that the only healer they could work with for now was Baronet Pennon, because the other healer asked for 2,000 pennies for his fee. But Rao was still unwilling to be handled by Raymond, who he labeled as a fraud. Raymond also feels dislike for Rao, who continues to irritate him, but he thinks that does not mean Rao should die. Raymond realized that Rao was annoying and rude from the beginning, but he was sure that Rao was not a bad person. Raymond suspected that Rao did not have money for his medical expenses, but Raymond could accept other payment alternatives. Instantly, Raymond grabbed both of Rao's hands while looking at him with a deep gaze. The window quest activated Heart of Steel, and the skills Eloquence and Method to Handle Asshole were activated. Raymond made an angelic expression in front of Rao to convince him that he had no bad intentions. Raymond said that the purpose of his arrival was for his good, but actually, the smile is just a mask behind Raymond's face. By combining Steel of Heart and Eloquence can make Raymond's acting skills better than famous actors. Even Rao will not realize his acting thought Raymond. The most important thing for Raymond is Rao's safety, so he hopes to handle Rao as a healer. But Rao didn't believe it and pushed Raymond's hand away from him. Rao thought that Raymond had also deceived the residents in the slums like this. Raymond chuckled in his heart as it didn't work on Rao. Raymond realized that the man was too smart to read his mind. Han immediately approached Rao and defended Raymond in front of him. Han was seen trying to resuscitate Rao hard. Then Rao glanced at Raymond, who was behind, smiling broadly at him. Rao's instinct told him that everything Raymond said was fake, but Rao had no other choice but to accept it. Rao finally decided to tackle the disease, and he immediately asked about the treatment. Eagerly, Raymond explained that the infection was caused by an increase in platelets in the body. That is why they need to cover up the deficiency. Raymond doesn't know exactly what the disease is, but he knows its pathogenesis and causes. This is the reason why Raymond can know how to treat it. Raymond told him that he only needed to give someone else's blood. Rao was immediately shocked to hear that and considered it a misguided method. Rao firmly refused to accept that method. Raymond thought that it was a normal reaction. He thought that blood transfusion was a normal method on Earth, but it was different here. Then Raymond tried to explain it carefully to Rao so that he could accept it. Raymond told him that this was the only way to cure him, but Rao still insisted on rejecting it because he could not accept such a method. Moreover, Rao had heard rumors that Raymond made slum residents his test subjects by deceiving them. Raymond turned his face away as he exhaled. He looked like he was tired of making that person realize. Raymond could understand that Rao must be afraid of the new method. Then Raymond insinuated Rao by saying that he was no different from a fool. Raymond's words were like stabbing Rao's chest until it hurt his heart. Rao was upset that Raymond dared to call him stupid when he was the best in class. Instantly, it came to Rao's mind to prove the rumors that Raymond was using slum residents. Rao decided to use his own body to prove it. Finally, Rao accepted the method recommended by Raymond. Then Rao threatened him that if anything happened because of his method, then Raymond would have to accept all the consequences. Raymond agreed to his words just now, but he also asked for a reward if the treatment was successful. Then Raymond said that he wanted something more valuable than money. After a while, they finally prepared to give Rao treatment. Hansen prepared the infusion tube, which was placed next to Rao's bed. Meanwhile, Raymond told Han that they needed the blood of a healthy person first, before doing the transfusion. Han quickly said that he was willing to give his blood, because he would not let someone else's dirty blood flow in the young master's body. The idea was accepted by Raymond, but before that, he needed to do a cross-reaction check so that Han could give his blood to Rao. Hearing this made Rao confused about how Raymond could insert his blood into his body. He guessed that the way it was like a vampire bite. Instantly, Han immediately brought his neck closer to Rao. He was willing to happily, even if he had to bite him. But Rao flatly refused, because he had no interest in biting the neck of a middle-aged old man. Raymond explained to them that Rao did not need to bite his neck. Raymond explained that he would not only insert the blood, but he would also separate the platelets from the blood first. Hearing that explanation made Rao and Han very confused about what he meant. Transfusing whole blood is not very efficient and has many side effects, so it is no longer used in the modern world. That's why Raymond will use a different method of component transfusion. This will reduce the side effects if only platelets are put in, and will also maximize the benefits. But the problem is that Raymond needs to separate the components while no modern technology exists today. But if Earth is a world of science, then Litina is a world of magic and swords. Raymond thought that he could use magic. Raymond had gotten a few levels and enough points, so he had a lot of skills that he could get now. Then Raymond looked at the other skills on his system screen. After a while of searching, Raymond finally decided to buy the skill Wind-type Magic. Instantly, the quest window popped up and told him the information about his new skill. Raymond takes a sample of Han's blood and will put it in a glass bottle that has been coated with chemical reactants. After that, Raymond will put it in the machine that he ordered to the dwarves. Then Raymond released his magic skill. At the same time, the quest window appears and tells you that Raymond's intellect is higher than the magic he uses. Raymond can use magic with greater power and accuracy. Meanwhile, his intellect stat was now 23, which was higher than the magicians who used D-rank magic. Raymond thought that he just needed to keep it up for as long as possible. But Raymond couldn't do it for as long as he thought. Raymond deliberately focused magic inside a small area to save it, but he still lacked mana. Raymond was annoyed because he hadn't found a way to increase his mana stat, even though he had learned the type of magic that he should have been at the trainee wizard level. At the same time, a quest window pops up informing you that Raymond has successfully learned 4 types of magic, and he has met the conditions to unlock the extra stat. Then the quest window displays the stat on the screen. After seeing the screen in the quest window, Raymond realized that the place that was usually just a question mark was now a where. The quest window reappeared and informed us that Raymond's container for the mana channel was too small, the foundation of the mana hurt was too fragile, and Raymond's mana hole was too dry. Those were the places where healers, mages, and knights stored their mana. Raymond couldn't even store mana in any of those places. He became very confused about what he should do. Suddenly, the quest window tells Raymond that he has stored mana into the location of the 4 veins, and the mana veins have been activated. Seeing this made Raymond really surprised because previously he had never heard that mana could be stored in blood vessels. Then Raymond exchanged all his stat points to store mana. But after Raymond used 10 points, his mana stat only increased by 5. But he could feel that his mana was abundant. Without thinking for a long time, Raymond pulled out the wind magic again. D-rank wind magic is magic with strong gusts of wind, so Raymond only needs to focus it on one small area. The heaviest red blood cells will drop to the bottom. The middle layer would be white blood cells and the top would be platelets. In the end, Raymond managed to make it, so he could treat Rao. A few days had passed, Rao's fever had finally started to go down. Raymond smiled broadly at Rao, and then told him that now the worst of the bleeding had passed, and Rao was declared cured. Then Raymond reminded him about the gift that Rao had promised him earlier. Rao looked shy to say thank you to Raymond. After that, Rao asked Raymond about the gift he wanted. As they had agreed, if Raymond managed to cure Rao, then he would give him a gift. Then Raymond asked him to treat him as his brother only. It was an apology for the slander that Rao had made. Rao felt that he could not refute it, because it was true that he had suspected Raymond before. Rao's hand was seen shaking. Then he ventured and called Raymond as Hyung. Then Raymond laughed contentedly and said that his request was just a joke. Raymond said that he didn't need the extra money and claimed that he was already happy to see Rao recovering. Hearing that confession, Rao seemed to see Raymond as his guardian angel. Rao slightly began to believe the rumors that Raymond was a kind, noble healer. Raymond smiled broadly at Rao, who was in front of him. He was smiling slyly because he had succeeded in getting Rao to fall for his bait. Raymond did that because he needed a manager who must have high qualities as an administrator like Rao. Moreover, Rao was a promising elite noble as well as the top rank in the academy. No matter what, Raymond had to be able to get that person so that his future could be bright. Suddenly, Rao saw Raymond's eyes turn sly, which made him believe that Raymond had hidden intentions. Then Hansen asked Raymond if he was sure he wouldn't want anything else. Hansen did not accept, because Rao was the one who had slandered Raymond without evidence, and even treated him harshly. According to Hansen, Rao should at least apologize to Raymond. But Raymond advised Hansen that treating patients just because of money is not a true doctor. Then Raymond also admitted that the previous bet was deliberately done to provoke Rao, so that he wanted to be treated. Suddenly, Rao was immediately surprised to hear the confession from Raymond just now. Rao considered that Raymond was a truly sincere person, and he realized that all this time he had misunderstood someone like Raymond. Rao realized that previously he only felt jealous of Raymond because he saw Prime Minister Galman, who praised him. Finally, Rao apologized sincerely to Raymond for the misunderstanding he had made all this time. As proof of the sincerity of his apology, Rao agreed to consider him as his brother from now on. To the extent that Rao Kaplan swore in front of him formally that he would serve Baronet Pennon for the rest of his life. Behind Raymond's smile, there was a sly smile because he had succeeded in making Rao fall into his trap. Since that day, patients have come and gone to Raymond's clinic, but no more patients have died. That's because the poor people trust Raymond by following the directions of Rao the manager. They all took turns getting blood transfusions. Meanwhile, on the other side, a group of mysterious men wearing robes were gathered to discuss their chaotic plan. One of the men told them that it was because Baronet Pennon was in complete control of the situation. Baronet Pennon had reassured the poor and taken care of the sick. But one of the men was very sure that it was an incurable type of disease. Even the last time they checked on him, his condition had worsened. One of the men said that according to the rumors he had heard, Baronet Pennons used the blood transfusion technique. He told him that it was an ancient technique used to treat the disease. The leader of the group was so upset that he pounded on his desk. Their well-laid plan had failed. According to him, the entire capital city should have been in chaos by now. The figure was very angry with Raymond the Bastard, who had obstructed their plan. But the other members calmed the man down, assuring him that it was still early days so they could still control it. The man was sure that before long, the number of patients would increase exponentially, and the baronet would not be able to stop their plans. Then the other man proposed to the leader to get rid of the Baronet Pennon, for fear that he would continue to obstruct their plans. At noon, inside Raymond's clinic, they were all working together to clean the patient rooms. The number of patients had been increasing drastically lately. This made Raymond certain that the source must still be somewhere in the Bay Area. Raymond needed to find the pathogen and eradicate it as quickly as possible. According to Raymond, the pathogenesis of the disease is clear, and some pathogens cause severe thrombocytopenia. But the problem was that the number of infections causing this phenomenon was innumerable. Raymond wondered where the source of the disease actually came from. Instantly, Rao screamed hysterically as he saw a mouse roaming the room. When Raymond approached him, Rao quickly controlled himself so as not to look like a cowardly man who was afraid of just a mouse. Then casually, Rao told Raymond that there were a lot of rats in the room. Raymond explained to him that it was normal given the squalid conditions in the Bay Area. Then Raymond guessed that the rats were the pathogen, but Rao was not convinced as there were no rats in the place. To confirm this, Raymond asked Rao where he went before falling ill yesterday. Then Rao recalled the events of that day. Rao told Raymond that at that time he went from one place to another during heavy rain. Because of the many puddles and the condition of the roads that were not maintained, Rao fell into the puddle, making himself soaked. After hearing Rao's story, Raymond immediately suspected that it was due to a connection with stagnant water and rats, which might be leptospirosis. According to Raymond, the spread pattern is similar, but the clinical picture is very different. Leptospirosis is an infectious disease transmitted through water contaminated with rat feces and can cause fatal bleeding. Raymond instantly remembered that he had also learned about the disease in the past. It was the Pastine hemorrhagic disease. It was an epidemic that occurred periodically every time it rained in the Kingdom of Miquelon, a city at the southern end of the Free City Alliance. According to Raymond, the worst condition could be sudden death due to the effects of continuous fatal bleeding. But the thing that puzzled Raymond was why the plague that hit the Miquelon Kingdom could reach Hautzen. Pastine hemorrhagic disease is a disease that is only transmitted through Pastine rats, a special species that only lives in the Kingdom of Miquelon. Raymond had never heard of this infectious disease affecting people outside the Kingdom of Miquelon. Raymond immediately confirmed this to Rao and asked about the characteristics of the rat that had just passed by. It turned out that the rat was as Raymond suspected, which had a black line on its back. Raymond was very sure that it was a Pastine rat, but Raymond felt confused about how the mouse could appear in the Hutong Kingdom. Rats are indeed common in regions with high levels of trade, such as the Peninsula, Ecliptic, or Free City Alliance kingdoms. But according to Raymond, the Houston Kingdom and the Miquelon Kingdom are far away from each other, and the Houston Kingdom is not a trade-based kingdom. In other words, it was a place where merchants did not come and go due to the low volume of trade. After Raymond thought about it, the only way that the Pastine rats could have appeared in that place was because someone had deliberately released the rats here. It showed that there was someone who deliberately wanted to spread this pandemic. Raymond thought that if it was something that someone did intentionally, then he thought it was not something that could be solved by a therapist like him. Then Raymond patted Rao on the shoulder. He meant to ask for help from him. According to Raymond, Rao should stay away from this place because he felt that the information he got was enough so that the rest could still be completed by Rao at the royal castle. Raymond then informed Rao that it was a Pastine hemorrhagic disease. Raymond ordered Rao to report the matter to the royal palace. Raymond asked Rao to keep it a secret that the information was from him, and then told Rao to confess that the information was from him. But according to Rao, it was tantamount to stealing Raymond's hard work, so he didn't feel comfortable doing it. But it turned out that Raymond did this because he was worried that there were people behind the problem who would eventually try to get rid of him. So Raymond thinks he should not stand out for now. Raymond smiled sincerely at Rao with the intention to trick him. Raymond confessed to Rao that he didn't want to appear in public to get public attention so that he could focus on his work as a healer. But actually, in Raymond's mind, he was sad because he would lose the opportunity to get the prize. Meanwhile, Rao had fallen for Raymond's ruse. He seemed very flattered by Raymond's good intentions. Finally, he decided to follow Raymond's orders and convinced him to leave it to him. Rao was determined to show the world how extraordinary his brother was. On that very day, Rao immediately went to the royal castle to explain everything to the king according to Raymond's directions. The king did not expect that the Pastine hemorrhagic disease that was common in the Miquelon Kingdom was now an epidemic in the Bay Area. Then the king convinced Rao whether his words could be accounted for. Rao bowed his head and replied that everything he said he could take responsibility for. In Rao's mind, he thought that there was no way he would dare to meet the king if he himself was not sure. The royal officials immediately panicked after hearing the news. They thought this was a big problem and could not be ignored because the deadly disease had entered their kingdom. One of the ministers made a suggestion to close the Bay Area, and the commoners around the area should be eliminated. Instantly, the other ministers agreed with the idea. Hearing the noisy ministers made the king's head spin. Then the king rejected the proposal because he thought it was pointless. The king told the ministers that they should be prepared for the plague. Then the king asked Rao how many deaths had occurred so far. Rao informed him that there had only been 2 deaths in the Bay Area so far. Given that it was a dangerous infectious disease, the king thought that it was not as bad as he had anticipated. Proudly, Rao said that it was all thanks to Baronet Pennin. Rao had indirectly broken the original agreement with Raymond not to bring up his name. But Rao did so because he did not want to steal his brother's hard work. Rao felt he had to tell the world about what Raymond had done. Rao then explained that using ancient medical methods, they had treated the people who were stricken with the disease. To further convince the king, Rao claimed that he was also one of the victims who received help from Baronet Pennin so that he was able to get through his time of crisis. Not only that, Rao also told the king that it was Baronet Pennin who had first identified the disease. Rao passionately told all the good things Raymond had done. Hearing the explanation from Rao made everyone amazed with Raymond. They did not expect all these things to be done by Raymond, even though he had just received an award from the king, and now his name was mentioned again. Meanwhile, Minister Galman, who was at the back, looked at Rao with a big smile. He felt that he had given Rao the right instructor, and now Raymond had returned to solve this royal problem. After that, the king asked the ministers to give their opinions on how to exterminate the rats immediately. Then one of the ministers, wearing a blue suit, casually expressed his proposal to burn the Bay Area. Hearing this proposal, the king immediately rejected it outright. Not long after, there was a young man sitting in the front row who gave a suggestion to the king. The red-haired man was the fourth prince, named Seytil. Prince Seytil asked the king to provide him with an army because he wanted himself to lead the army to exterminate the rats. He thought that if the valiant royal troops were mobilized, then it would not be difficult for him to eradicate all the rats. Prince Seytil convinced the king to leave the matter to him. But there was actually another goal that Prince Seytil wanted, which was to take his revenge on Raymond. Viscount Kesford was a corrupt nobleman who was involved when Raymond wiped out the Dark Blade Guild, which was one of Seytil's people. Because of that incident, Seytil was displaced by his other siblings. This made Seytil's position as a successor even more difficult. So, he had to take this opportunity to make a contribution. Moreover, to take revenge on Raymond after all this is over. Finally, the king gave his trust to Seytil to take care of this matter. He would send an army that would be led by Seytil. After the meeting broke up, Minister Gallman approached the king. He was not sure if their troops could eradicate the Pastine rats, but the king told him that they had no other choice for now. Because if left unchecked, the rats would spread to the capital, so they needed to take precautions as soon as possible. The next day in the Bay Area, Prince Seytil was seen just sitting and relaxing under the big umbrella. Prince Seytil seemed lazy and only ordered his troops without doing anything. He even scolded his troops who were incompetent to find the rats. The soldiers whispered to each other about Prince Seytil. The faces of the people in the region were furious with Prince Seytil and his troops. The people didn't like the way they searched their territory arbitrarily. From behind the wall, Raymond was peering at the scene ahead. He thought that all the soldiers were very stupid for not being able to figure out how to catch the rat. Raymond couldn't let this continue. If the rats are not exterminated soon, their numbers will surely increase. If left unchecked, the population of the rats would grow exponentially, and the Bay Area would be devastated by the plague. Raymond thought that if that happened, then his career as a doctor would also be in danger of being destroyed. Therefore, Raymond decided to do something about it. After that, Raymond went to meet Rao, who was in his office. Raymond asked his permission to borrow his office kitchen. Rao was curious about what Raymond would do and asked him about it. Then Raymond told him that he wanted to make Paston cheese pie. It was a specialty of the Southern Federation of Free Cities by putting a lot of rotten cheese in it. Raymond thought that the Pastine rats really liked the aroma. As Rao was disgusted at the thought of the pie, he was hesitant to lend his kitchen to Raymond, but Raymond emphasized to him that this was the only way to get rid of the mice quickly. A few moments later in the back kitchen, Raymond was seen busy making cheese pie dough. Raymond chuckled in his heart, even though he only wanted to give the recipe and wait for the results. But instead, no one could bring out the flavor properly. Raymond was seen wearing nose plugs because of the strong smell of cheese. Of all the people, Raymond was the only one who could make the food. In the middle of Raymond's busy pie making, Seytil suddenly approached him. The man laughed at what Raymond was doing as if he was mocking him, but Raymond decided to ignore him and focus on his work. Then Raymond explained simply to Seytil that he was helping to exterminate the Pastine rats. Seytil thought that the method used by Raymond was very low, but not long after that, the mice came closer to the pie that Raymond had made. Seeing this made Seytil very surprised. He did not think that this method could work. Even though Seytil had been struggling to find the existence of Pastine rats, but Raymond could find them this easily. The rats kept coming to eat the pie. The soldiers immediately gathered around to see what had happened. They were amazed by Raymond's brilliant idea. Even the rats that ate it died immediately after eating the cheese pie. Eventually, one of the soldiers switched to following Raymond from now on. Then they left Prince Seytil alone. The soldiers worshipped Raymond like a god. Prince Seytil, who saw this, became very spiteful and angry. Feeling disrespected by all of them, Prince Seytil finally left the place. On top of one of the buildings, two men wearing black robes were watching Raymond, who had caught all the rats. One of the men was feeling very emotional. He thought that they should get rid of Raymond before exterminating the rats. Now that he had the protection of the royal knights, it would be troublesome if they made a wrong move. Finally, they decided to retreat for now. One of the men, who was a knight, looked at Raymond with an admiring gaze. He compared him to Prince Seytil, who used an ineffective method. Unlike the method used by Raymond, which was simple but very effective. Instantly, the man was surprised to see Raymond holding a sword. The man couldn't believe that Raymond looked like a trained knight. Though to his knowledge, Raymond never learned swordsmanship. According to him, Raymond's body looked like he had never practiced before, but strangely Raymond looked sturdy. But he felt if he was too much about it. Then one of the soldiers joked in front of Raymond if the palace would give him a gift. Hearing this made him confused about what gift he meant. The sun was shining brightly on the royal castle of Houston. The atmosphere there looked very beautiful and peaceful, but not Raymond's mood. He was very emotional towards Rao, who had leaked his secret to the people, especially the king. Even though Raymond was just about to make himself uninvolved with this incident, because he didn't want to be involved in someone's scheme. The king, who was in front of Raymond, asked him about something Raymond wanted as a gift that would be given to him. Raymond felt that he could not escape anymore, so he would ask for some money so that his business would be completed quickly. Finally, Raymond answered the king if he wanted to get money as a gift. Hearing Raymond's request, the king felt that it was a small gift compared to his contribution. Then Raymond replied that the reward was more than enough. Raymond was humble before the king. He said that he only did what he was supposed to do as a healer, so for him just the money was more than enough. The ministers who heard Raymond's request looked at each other like they hadn't expected it. They felt that Raymond was quite great for a lowly bastard. Raymond's humble nature was hard to find, even among the nobles. They wondered if it was because Raymond had a royal bloodline. Finally, the king agreed to Raymond's request to give him some money. Raymond was happy for his success and thanked the king. Minister Gallman looked at Raymond with a smile. He was very impressed with Raymond's figure. Minister Gallman realized that Raymond was a healer who had no greed and only wanted the best for his patients. According to him, someone like Raymond deserves more than just money. Finally, Minister Gallman suggested to the king to give him an